extreme to some people in the audience. There are less extreme versions than totally socializing ownership of real estate, of all housing. And the truth is that if you hear me talking about this and you say, David, you're not going far enough, we should decommodify all housing and put a land value tax equivalent to the rental value of any property. That's not going to happen anytime soon. I think most people would agree, whether you like that or not, that's a debate, but it's not happening anytime soon. So the immediate thing that we should look at doing is what is actually doable, which is socially democratic programs that will seriously deal with homelessness and the rising cost of living across the United States. Bernie Sanders has now released such a proposal, and it's a very solid one, and I want to talk about it with you today. The premise is that we have a situation where it's frankly outrageous that we have homelessness in the United States. We're a rich country. We have the money. Financially, we can end homelessness in the United States. We should consider homes, a place to live, a right. Cost of living is out of control, rent seeking and gentrification at the hands of wealthy developers and landowners and rich people. It hurts so many people. And Bernie Sanders' plan deals with a lot of this. Now, I'm just going to give you some of the highlights. I know some people will say I missed some important elements of this. There are more than 30 provisions, but I want to focus on some of the important ones from Bernie's Housing for All proposal. There will be nearly $1.5 trillion spent over 10 years to build and renovate nearly 7.5 million affordable housing units in mixed income developments, as well as $400 billion for 2 million mixed income social housing units for desegregation and integration. Boston actually does some of this, where affordable housing units are placed. You might have a 12-unit development, and a certain number of those are designated affordable, which helps to integrate rather than segregate people on the basis of income. It's not perfect, but it does do that to a great degree. Bernie would expand USDA Section 515 by $500 million to build affordable units in rural areas, as well as protect affordable units, existing affordable units. Very important. We talked about how can Democrats appeal to rural voters. I'm going to deal with this more on tomorrow's show as well. This is a great idea to go along those lines. Indian housing block grants will be increased to $3 billion in total funding. There will be $70 billion allocated to repair and update public housing, including high-speed broadband, which is important. We've talked about broadband as having it versus not having it is increasingly a segregating factor economically. The Faircloth Amendment will be repealed. That amendment prevents building new public housing in certain situations. Via GND, the Green New Deal, that is, there will be the electrification and decarbonization of public housing, which is both good for the climate and also good for the people who are in public housing. Section 8 rental assistance will be fully funded at the rate of $410 billion over 10 years. Makes sense. There will be a strengthening of the Fair Housing Act and the addition of a non-discrimination law. This small area fair market rent rule will be expanded, and there will be $2 billion via the USDA combined with $6 billion via HUD for a first-time homebuyer program. First-time homebuyer programs have existed for a long time, but the idea is let's increase it, let's strengthen it in order to deal with the high cost of living that still keeps people who are just a little bit too wealthy to qualify for some of these programs from buying. We can enable them to become first-time home buyers as well, and then end the mass sale of mortgages to Wall Street. This is something a lot of people don't even know happens, but very often there are lots of banks who you will take out a mortgage with them, and very soon thereafter, they will sell the mortgage to a big Wall Street firm. This is an extraordinarily speculative activity. It doesn't benefit the consumer, and many people don't even know it happens because often the originating bank will continue servicing the loan. So what's not often discussed and may not be obvious to those slamming Bernie for wanting to, quote, spend your money with a proposal like this because people haven't earned it, as we often hear from right-wingers. There's a morality argument to make, which is that we are an extraordinarily rich country. Ending homelessness is merely a matter of deciding to end it, not a matter of having to figure out really complicated ways to do it. We know exactly how to do it. Let's say you don't care about the morality. Homelessness has insane economic costs that are, quote, socialized Among all of us, homeless people are more likely, for a variety of reasons, to end up in the emergency room uninsured. That costs you money. Homeless people are more likely to get arrested for marginal crimes that are associated with homelessness and that fill jails, costing us tax dollars. We could go into many examples of that, and we have, but that costs you money. Homeless people have more difficulty finding jobs. Not having an address makes it harder to find a job. Not having a stable place to live makes it harder to keep a job and to do well in that job, meaning that homeless people don't earn wages, meaning they don't pay taxes into state and local governments, which is not good for any of us. Being homeless is really expensive for society, and providing not just a home, but I would argue also medical care, as we've talked about for the last 10 years on the show, is cheaper for you in the long run. If you don't care about the morality of it, if you don't care about the people as people, then maybe you care about the finances of it, and it will save you money to do something like what Bernie Sanders is proposing here. The other financial thing here is that lots of these components that Bernie proposes are what we call demand-side stimulus. Construction, energy retrofits, service providers of all kinds are involved, companies of all kinds are involved. That is an entire additional front of economic stimulus that is in addition to everything else that we're talking about. And so on all fronts, this really makes sense. It's a great plan. No plan is perfect, but I hope that other candidates will develop similar plans, and that if we get a Democratic president replacing Donald Trump, that this is one of the first things they deal with, because it will be good not only for the homeless people that will directly benefit, this will be good for the economy, this will be good for neighborhood safety, this will be good in every way that we can imagine. Corey Lewandowski is Donald Trump's former campaign manager. He testified, as I told you, in front of a House Judiciary Committee. This is being called a sort of impeachment hearing, even though it's not really that, and it's not going to lead to impeachment. And I already gave you my criticism of the hearing itself yesterday. But today I want to talk about the controversy over whether networks like CNN and others should even be willing to host Corey Lewandowski after he testified. He said during his testimony he has no obligation to tell the truth to the media. He was immediately booked on CNN multiple times right after testifying that he has no obligation to tell the truth to the media. But good for CNN host Alisyn Camerota, who I believe is actually formerly a Fox News host. Corey Lewandowski was truly embarrassed on live television. Now, there's a caveat to that word, embarrassed. I don't know that Corey Lewandowski, much like Donald Trump, is capable of feeling shame. So what I mean when I say he was embarrassed is, to anyone who has a proper barometer for what should cause one to feel shame, Corey Lewandowski was embarrassed on live television by Alisyn Camerota. I think if you ask him, he won't feel any shame. I don't think he's able to feel that. He tried the no collusion, no obstruction line. This is a talking point that all of these Trumpists have been using since the Mueller report came out. And Alisyn Camerota says, no, that is not what the Mueller report said. And then it's immediately revealed that Corey Lewandowski hasn't even read the Mueller report. He's lecturing Alisyn Camerota on what's in the Mueller report, even though he hasn't read it. Here's here's the first clip. It's really entertaining.
So you confirmed that you were asked to obstruct justice.
No, Alisyn, please. That's not what I confirmed at all. By the way, the Mueller report was very clear. There was no collusion. There was no obstruction.
That's not what the Mueller report said, Corey.
It absolutely says that. And
Corey,
you should read the page that states that. And Bob Mueller
wait a second, Corey. Hold on a second. Time out. Did you read the Mueller report?
No, I never did.
Then how do you know what it says?
Because the members of Congress were very clear about what was in that report yesterday, and so I'm reiterating what they stated.
No, Corey. Sorry.
Did you read the report?
Corey, of course I had to read the report.
You read the entire report?
Corey, of course I had to read the entire report. And let me tell you what it said.
Tell me.
There were 10 different examples of obstruction of justice in there.
That's not what it said. It did not say there were 10 examples of obstruction. Alisyn, you're being disingenuous.
Corey?
Of course, Alisyn Camerota is correct. I believe there were 14 possible obstructive acts, of which the 3 requirements were met on, I believe it's 8 of the 14 obstructive acts. And it's interesting that Corey Lewandowski is choosing to use the word disingenuous. There's this Trumpist who calls into my show named Jimmy from Philly. And he'll call in when I take live calls. And every time I say something he doesn't like or agree with, he says I'm being disingenuous. This has become almost like a reflexive meme for Trumpists, where if you call someone disingenuous, they circumvent having to discuss the actual truth or falsity of anything just by saying the person is being disingenuous and therefore they don't deserve to be listened to. That's exactly what Corey Lewandowski is trying to do here. And I'd love to say, wow, Allison Camerata really did something amazing here. This is just basic journalism. It's just happening so infrequently that in a way we've become unaccustomed to it. But this is exactly the way that these lying, I mean, he admitted that he lies to media during his hearing under oath. Let's take a look at how it continued. He seems to say, okay, those are obstructive acts, but that didn't come from the Mueller report, which of course it did.
Here they are. Let me pull them up on the screen for you since you didn't read the Mueller report.
Put the Mueller report
so
up on the screen, please.
Here we go.
That's not the Mueller report,
Here are the
Allison.
examples.
Allison,
when the president asked Comey to let the Flynn investigation go, when he tried to stop Sessions' recusal. That's the one that you were involved in. You may want to read that part. When he fired Comey, when the president tried to remove Mueller, when the president tried to get Sessions to limit the probe. That's another one you were involved in. When he obscured the purpose of the Trump Tower meeting, when he asked Sessions to reverse his recusal, asking him again to deny attempts to remove Mueller, trying to influence cooperation of witnesses, including Flynn, Manafort, and Cohen. Those are just some of the examples that scores of legal experts say are obstruction of justice.
How can legal experts make a determination when they're unfamiliar with all the facts of the case? That is so disingenuous to go and make a predetermination as a, quote, legal expert without having the opportunity to hear both sides of the case.
There it is again, disingenuous, attacking the character and motives of people because you don't like the facts that they're presenting to you. What is he even talking about? People who haven't heard the facts? The Mueller report said that the threshold for obstruction was met on 8 of those possible obstructive acts. Let's look at just a little bit more of this.
How is that not a predetermination against this president?
Because
it's
it lays
very
it out,
disingenuous.
Corey. It lays it out in the Mueller report, all of the examples that any regular citizen would have been charged and convicted of if they were not a sitting U.S. president. You know that part, right?
I don't know that to be true. What I do know is that Attorney General Barr, the Deputy Attorney General of the United States, decided that there was no obstruction. And I believe in Attorney General Barr, unless you're saying that Attorney General Barr is not a qualified, competent individual, that he and the Deputy Attorney General...
This is a technique that they love. You aren't saying that William Barr is unqualified or incompetent, are you, Allison Camerata? But the issue was never qualifications or competency with William Barr. It's that Barr is compromised. Barr is partial. Barr is biased. And he was brought in specifically as the hatchet man to prevent anything from moving forward on the off chance that there was the possibility of any kind of charge against the president moving forward. And the question I have for you is, after looking at this and after seeing Corey Lewandowski testify that he doesn't have to tell the truth to media outlets and regularly doesn't, as we found out, my question to you is, should CNN keep booking habitual, persistent, uncontrollable, malignant liars like Corey Lewandowski? Because on the one hand, you are legitimizing their lying by booking them after they say under oath, I lie to the media all the time, and then you reward them by giving them more publicity and booking them on your channel. On the other hand, the counter argument would be, Allison Camerata did make Corey Lewandowski look really dumb here, and maybe there is something to be gained, some net benefit from exposing them in this way. I'm opening up the question to you. Let me know what you think. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. The show is on Twitter at David Pakman Show, and this seems actually like a really great topic for an upcoming Twitch stream. Please follow me at twitch.tv/David Pakman. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription already, you can subscribe free to you to my Twitch channel with Twitch Prime. Costs you nothing, but it counts as a paid subscription for me. Twitch.tv/David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpacman.com. You'll receive the world-famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Antoinette Coble and Norman Ernst. Antoinette and Norman, really appreciate your support. Membership is our primary funding source. There's no money raining down from big corporations or anything like that. It's folks like you who say, hey, you know what? I like the David Pakman Show podcast. I like the David Pakman Show radio show, TV show, YouTube channel. I'm going to go to joinpacman.com and support it directly. Also want to say thanks today to today's longtime sustaining member of the day, Stephanie Sliz, who has been with us for almost 5 years. Great to have you, Stephanie, and really appreciate 5 years of support. The David Pakman Show subreddit is a place where more than 14,000 of our viewers and listeners are regularly participating in respectful and substantive political discussions. You can find it at davidpakman.com/Reddit. A few posts from today that I want to call to your attention. A user named The Goat of Goats 999 says, what's wrong with a public option? Don't most countries with universal health care also allow private insurance? So this is a very reasonable question, and there's a couple things that are being mixed here. If you have universal health care, it doesn't necessarily follow that you make private insurance illegal. In fact, I don't think that should be a priority. Let private insurance exist. If the nationalize the universal healthcare system, Medicare for all or whatever else, is good enough, people are going to prefer it over private insurance. And this will naturally, as the free marketers like to say, it will naturally do what needs to happen to private insurance. A public option is something else. And studies have shown that public options would only lower premiums by about 7 to 8%. Which is marginal when it comes to the total lack of affordability of health insurance for so many people in this country. So I think it's important to distinguish that a public option is something that can exist without having any kind of universal health care or in addition to, and it is a separate question from whether private for-profit insurance should be allowed to exist even if something like Medicare for all is put in place. I happen to think the answer is yes, let it exist. Don't go through the hassle of saying we are going to make your business illegal. Things will just sort themselves out if Medicare for all or whatever government program is put in place is good enough, and people will decide what it is that they prefer. Another post from user Ryan Lindbergo about New Mexico rolling out a plan for tuition-free state college. We don't need to analyze the proposal specifically, but I think that on both single-payer healthcare and tuition and dealing with homelessness, I am very much in favor of states piloting programs on their own. You will often hear a talking point from the right on all of these social program proposals, healthcare, whatever the case is, that it would not work in the United States. It works in small European countries because they are small. And sometimes they say that it works because the countries are homogenous, although it doesn't make any sense with regard to a lot of these programs. A story for a different day. I think it would be great for states to pilot some of these programs. There are many U.S. states with higher populations and larger land masses than many European countries, and they would serve as great proving grounds. Unfortunately, Vermont's single-payer attempt did not end up happening, but I would love to see New Mexico do tuition-free college. I would love for any state to show the viability of these programs and also the economic benefits that they would bring with them. A user on the subreddit named Hollowbrine found the David Pakman Show on TikTok. Yeah, so listen, I like to sample different platforms because you never know what could be the next Instagram or the next big thing. And we've tried things out on the show that don't go anywhere, and that's okay. We just stop them and then we try something else. And then some of the things we try work really well. YouTube being one example, the show Instagram page being another example. So after reading a lot about this new platform called TikTok, we created a David Pakman Show account there. We've only posted one video so far. We've only got like 5 followers there so far, but I actually think there could be something to this platform, and I like to try to be an early adopter of a lot of these things. So find us on TikTok. Send me ideas about what we should even be doing there. We're just learning about the platform and figuring it out. Join the David Pakman Show subreddit at davidpakman.com/REDDIT. More than 14,000 of you already have. And a great source of political discussion, respectful debate, story ideas for the show. Look forward to seeing you there. We are once again faced with the combination of ignorance and arrogance from Donald Trump, and it's always a perfect storm of what I call weaponized ignorance around the economy specifically. Remember when Donald Trump called now criminal National Security Advisor Michael Flynn in the middle of the night to ask him, hey, is a strong dollar or a weak dollar better for the American economy? Donald Trump dealing with the economy is sort of like you realize your car needs the transmission rebuilt, and you bring it to a guy who only knows how to diagnose whether the car is out of gas or not, and often even diagnoses that incorrectly. You're not even going to be able to assess the transmission with the guy who can only read the gas reading. And that is similar to what is going on with Donald Trump in the American economy. Maybe a better analogy is your engine blows and you bring the car to a bakery. The baker is equivalent to Donald Trump dealing with the economy. It was a signal when Trump called Michael Flynn and said, is a strong dollar or weak dollar good, that this is not a guy who knows anything about the economy. And Donald Trump tweeting yesterday, quote, Jay Powell and the Federal Reserve fail again. No guts, no sense, no vision, a terrible communicator. So to really do this correctly, we've got to go through it sequentially. Donald Trump has continued to just rage over the idea that the economy would be doing way better today if the Federal Reserve would help him out with more and bigger federal funds rate cuts in the way that Trump believes they've, quote, helped out previous presidents. Now, Donald Trump has gotten 2 rate cuts recently. I believe it was August 1st. He got a 25 basis point cut around August 1st. Don't remember the exact date. And then he got another 25 basis point cut yesterday. 25 basis points is like 0.25%. But Trump is insisting it's just not enough. And the truth is that both increases and decreases to the federal funds rate can, quote, help a president, because the logic is if you cut the federal funds rate, it makes it cheaper for banks to borrow money. And that can conceivably stimulate economic activity, and that will boost the stock market, and it will give something to Donald Trump to brag about how great the economy is doing. But when the federal funds rate is increased, it can also help the economy in that the Fed must see the economy as being strong enough to tolerate a rate increase, signaling that things must be going pretty well. So first of all, it's not even cut and dry that only rate cuts help a president look better in terms of the economy that they are stewards of. But to analyze this outlandish behavior by Donald Trump, you also have to dig deeper about, in the modern economy, does a rate cut even really do the things that we historically believed rate cuts would do? And the answer is only sort of. The mechanism that is imagined for a rate cut to help the economy is the Federal Reserve cuts the rate. This leads to Americans buying more durable goods like cars and stuff like that. Interest rates drop on mortgages, so people will buy houses. They will refinance mortgages and save money and have some extra money every month to spend on other stuff. But the reality is that as the economy continues to modernize, the reality is a federal funds rate cut of 25 or 50 basis points is not going to have that significant an effect. People aren't saving up, waiting for a rate cut, and then they go out and they get a car and a house and refinance. Spending has much more of a natural cycle that's related to where in life people are, and other factors. And in addition to that, you've got to remember that the bottom half of the economy has had stagnant wages for like 40 years. So a 25 basis point cut or a 50 basis point cut or a 75 basis point cut is not going to stimulate any significant amount of spending for a lot of those people. They just don't have any money. So the long and short of it is that even this reliance on rate cuts to, quote, jumpstart an economy or to prevent a recession, it's old thinking. It's, of course, based on the sort of economic status quo that has not been good for half of the country anyway. That's a bigger conversation. And of course, Donald Trump is furious not only about only getting another 25 basis points, he's furious that the Fed is predicting GDP growth of only 2.2% this year. Remember, he was promising 3, 4, I think he even talked about 5% GDP growth under his presidency. Of course, it's not happening. It was never going to happen. And sadly, the Trump stuff around this is a really big distraction from some bigger economic questions that we don't have answers to. Trump is flat out wrong about the federal funds rate. Trump is attacking the Federal Reserve chief that he selected, Jerome Powell. I mean, it's crazy, but it's a distraction from what happens to the economy if we don't deal with climate change. Isn't an economy that is based on infinite growth on a planet of limited resources fundamentally a mathematical impossibility? How good is an economy really, even if the stock market is high or unemployment is low, if half the country can't afford an unexpected $400 expense or is one illness away from bankruptcy? There are really important questions to solve about the economy, some of which we're going to talk with progressive economist Dean Baker later on today, which I really look forward to. Donald Trump doesn't even understand the problems, never mind potential solutions. And that's probably the biggest tragedy of all of this. Make sure you're following The David Pakman Show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. And while you're there, follow me at david.pakman. People loving the picture I posted with my dad's dog yesterday, Nemo the English Lab, who has gone gray. He has a gray beard now, not me, the dog. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Follow the show on Instagram at David Pakman Show. Quick break, back after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Dean Baker, who's a senior economist at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, also a visiting professor at the University of Utah. So great to talk to you, Dean.
It's good to be on. Thanks for having me.
So to start with, there's so many areas I'm curious about your take on that are relevant to sort of recent political economic discussions. We could talk about automation. There's the debt and deficit football that is often in the news. There is the discussion of are we heading towards a recession and how would we know when we are in it? But maybe to figure out what you think might be most productive, is there a particular area where you believe that the sort of corporate mainstream discussion and framing of an economic topic is just way off, where we need to like completely realign even how we're thinking of the parameters of the debate?
Yeah, there actually is. It's an area that I worked on kind of as a spare time thing for really decades. And this is patent and copyrights. That's going to sound obscure to people, and that's a big problem because patents and copyrights are hugely, hugely important in the economy. And just to put it as simply as possible, there's a very commonly held view, certainly among economists and people in policy discussions, that technology is responsible, or at least partly responsible, for upward redistribution of income. So the idea is that you have these people in STEM, people who do computer work, or you could point to a Bill Gates, they get really rich, and it's just because of technology. And then you have the people who have less education. We'll say people will use college degrees as a cutoff. That's still about 2/3 of the workforce who don't have college degrees. And they end up as being losers. So a classic story, someone working on the assembly line at UAW in an auto factory. That used to be a good paying job. You could support a family on it. You have healthcare insurance, a pension. Well, those jobs just aren't that valuable anymore. And the story goes, this is, I might say it's unfortunate, it's technology. And the point about patents and copyrights are those are government policies. And those determine who are the winners, who get the benefits from technology. And just to go back to our friend Bill Gates is incredibly rich because he has copyrights, patents also, on Microsoft software. The government will arrest people who use Microsoft software without his permission. Now, that is a policy. It obviously serves a purpose. We have patents, we have copyrights, provide incentive for innovation, incentive for creative work, but that's a policy to do it. And the point is, they could be stronger, they could be weaker, they could be shorter. We could have weaker penalties, stronger penalties for violating them. And there are alternatives. We already fund an awful lot of creative, innovative work, and most importantly, National Institutes of Health. We could fund more that way.
So, Dean, I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. There's this idea when we talk about tech jobs for people with or without college degrees, the sort of potential of these different types of jobs. And very often the sort of fate of those decisions is maybe too much attributed to the choices that the individual makes about going or not going to college, the type of field that they want to work in. But what you're saying is that with regard to the technology, the potential of technology jobs, that rather than being a sort of virtue of the decisions made by the individual, it's the framework established around intellectual property by the government that has kind of created this environment to begin with.
Exactly. So the fact that there's a lot of money in the tech sector, that's a policy decision. And again, you could even say it's a good policy decision. That's fine. But the point was, this didn't just happen. So when we get all these people sort of going, we really feel bad for those people who are left behind, you go, well, they weren't left behind. We pushed them behind.
I'm curious about, okay, here's an example question that's often asked that we could either answer as asked, or we could point out that the framing is the wrong framing. So there's this question of the gap between CEO pay and average worker pay at corporations. If I ask my former University of Massachusetts economic professor Richard Wolff about what is the correct ratio between CEO pay and average worker pay, he would say the entire system is screwed up. We need to be looking at democratizing the workplace. He would have a systemic critique rather than one of just saying, well, it should be limited to like 100x or something like that. How does someone like you approach a question like that of CEO pay to average worker pay?
Well, I'm fine with the more systemic critique. I'd be fine with having workers have more say in the way companies are run and everything.
Yeah.
But I think there's an important misconception about the current system that, I sort of say, I guess my view is always, if you can't take small steps, the idea you're somehow going to take a big leap is, at least to me, fairly unlikely. So one of the points I've made about CEO pay is it's coming at the expense of shareholders. So there was a big deal made about a month or so ago, the Business Roundtable that includes all the major companies, JP Morgan's in there and Bill Gates and Microsoft, all the big companies are in there. They said, we should no longer be concerned with just maximizing shareholder value. We have to be concerned about our workers, about the environment, about the community, which you go, okay, those are all good things. But the point I made was, you were not just concerned about maximizing shareholder value. You were concerned about maximizing CEO pay. CEO pay has gone up 940% over the last 4 decades. And, guess what? Returns to shareholders over the last 2 decades actually have been very poor by historic standards. You could argue what they should get. I mean, that's open question. But the point is, returns to shareholders in the last 2 decades have actually been really weak by historic standards. So if they've been maximizing shareholder value, they do a really bad job of it. So my point is that what's going on with CEOs is that basically they're ripping off their shareholders, and that's because of the structure of corporate governance. The people who determine their pay are their boards of directors, who are most immediately responsive to the CEOs. So again, I'd be happy to see workers have more say in the way corporations are run, but I would just settle for having shareholders have more say in the way corporations are run, because CEOs would get an awful lot less money, and that affects the distribution of wages up and down the economy. Because if the CEO is getting 20 million, in many cases they are, person right underneath them, the chief financial officer, the other top people, they're probably getting 10, 12 million. The third tier is getting 2 or 3 million. And back where I learned my arithmetic, if those people are getting more, everyone else must be getting less, because that's taking a big chunk of the corporate pie.
You said something at the beginning of this topic, which is if we can't take small steps, it's not totally logical to think that we could take the really big steps. And this is a conversation I've had very often as someone myself who identifies as a social democrat with those who designate themselves as socialists, who want socialization of the means of production and want to go way further than I want to go. And I've pointed out, it seems to me that in the immediate, what you want is not even a possibility, and that what you want is only going to happen if we first get to what I want. So really, we should be working together rather than disagreeing about what the end point is. Is that a reasonably pragmatic in your mind when it comes to a lot of these economic questions, or am I maybe missing some other component here?
I think that's very, very much on the line, on the mark, because the reality is we could all think of, sort of grand visions that we would like to see the world look like, but those are going to be really, really hard to get to. And if all we're thinking of is the grand vision, well, odds are we're not going to make any progress. And, people are living their lives. And if they go without health care, that's a really big deal. So we could have our grand vision, but they're not getting health care. If we're not doing anything to address climate change, again, we could have our grand vision of what the world should look like. But, if we're obsessed with them, we're not thinking, okay, what can we do tomorrow? What can we do that's going to have an impact? Now, ideally, you have a longer term strategy. So you aren't just doing things randomly like, oh, this is a good thing to do tomorrow, and then, well, something else to do the next day. You do have some framework in which these steps make sense. But to just say, oh, I have my grand vision, end of story, well, then you're going to be talking about your grand vision and basically doing nothing.
I guess to defend the view of those who have a more, you might have to tear it down to build it back up the right way mentality, they would maybe argue that when you look at some of the major economic issues, including, for example, inequality, the disproportionate power of corporations over our daily lives in endless different ways, when you ask what are the really big issues here, it's not crazy to think that unless you really do away with the power structures that got us to where we are, we will never have the bigger change. And maybe that's how someone would defend focusing on the grand vision rather than what we can do right now.
Well, I have to say that one really doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because the idea is somehow we're going to have it all come crashing down. I mean, that's I'm sorry, I just think that's crazy wishful thinking. And, at the end of the day, that means we're not doing anything, that we're not addressing really important issues, so we're going to hope it keeps it will come crashing down. In the meantime, we're going to destroy the planet with, throwing out so much greenhouse gas emissions that, I'm not going to say it's never irreversible, but it will devastate, life as we know it. That doesn't make sense to me.
When it comes to the discussions of recession, what is your barometer for determining if an economy is in a recession? Is it that important to make that determination in any kind of definitive way? If qualitatively you can identify things that are going well and things that are not going so well, what's your general sense of the way that discussion has been carried out?
Well, the conventional view of recession, 2 quarters of negative growth, that's not 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. That's not rigorously defined. I mean, in other words, the 2001 recession, we actually didn't have 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth. But in any case, to my view, whether we're technically in a recession or not may at the end of the day not be that important, because the big issues are things like, well, basically, do people have jobs? Are people seeing rising real wages? Do people feel they can quit their job if they don't like it? Because there's a strong labor market, they can quit their job and get another job somewhere else. Those are what I think of as big things. And right now, the economy, the labor market looks reasonably good. If it weakens, if we start to see the unemployment rate go up a lot and we start to see wages slow, that's a big problem, whether or not we're in a recession. So whether we could technically say, okay, negative growth, it's a recession, that won't matter if it turns out to be the case that the unemployment rate's rising and workers lose their ability to secure wage gains.
There's this indicator that I've looked a little bit at, which is kind of a proxy indicator to what may be coming, which is the percentage of people who are 90 days or more behind on car payments. The idea being that one's ability to stay current on car payments relates to a lot of other elements of the economy, being able to get to work, which often depends on that job, and that there may be some reasonable way in which it's a proxy indicator to what may be upcoming. Whether or not you want to comment on that particular metric, do you believe that there are advanced metrics that are more relevant to figuring out whether a recession is coming than others? Or is anybody who's telling you these are the three things you want to look at oversimplifying?
Well, when I look back at the recessions post World War II, there are common features. There are basically two stories with post World War II recessions. One is that we start to see higher inflation. The Fed raises interest rates to counter that, tries to slow the economy, and they go too far. So when they raise rates, that causes people to buy fewer cars, buy fewer houses. They stop refinancing mortgages. All those things dampen growth, and if they go too far, then it gives you a recession. The other way you get a recession is when a bubble bursts, and that's of course what happened in 2008, 2009, where the housing bubble burst and gave us a very severe recession. That was also really the story of the 2001 recession, that we had the stock bubble burst. And technically, that's not considered a serious recession. I consider it a bad one because if you look at the labor market, we continue to lose jobs. The recession officially ends in December of 2001. We continue to lose jobs all through 2002 and most of the way through 2003. And we didn't get back the jobs we lost until January of 2005. So to my view, that was a serious recession. But long and short, when we're looking for cues, advance warning, the two stories: one, do we have a bubble that's about to burst? And for that, I don't see any bubbles that are driving the economy. And I did see both the stock bubble and housing bubble. So, I do look for things like that. I don't see anything there now. The other story is the Fed raising interest rates aggressively. Well, we never got the interest rate all that high. I know Donald Trump was yelling about it, but the Fed's interest rate never got above 2.5%. They've just lowered it twice. I don't see either story of a recession. So the classic causality for a recession, the Fed or a bursting bubble, it's just not there. So I really don't see one on the horizon.
Looking forward, the topic of automation is getting more and more attention when it comes to the presidential race. It's been mostly Andrew Yang who has been talking about it. And I've read some pieces saying that this is an overblown fear, that in the same way that in the past technology has destroyed some jobs and industries but always created more, that will continue to happen. On the other hand, there are papers I've read which say the rate at which that has happened in the past is changing, and over time, technology will destroy more jobs than the number it creates. Possible to know that at this point in time? What's your sense of the importance of this automation issue?
Well, what I find ironic, and I just did a little paper looking at productivity and the share portion of productivity growth that's going to workers, and first point out is we're actually in a period of extraordinarily weak productivity growth. So for all the talk of automation, if you actually look at the data, we're actually losing jobs to technology at a historically low rate. And I know all these people, I know a lot of people push that argument. They go, oh, we have all this great technology. And maybe it is great, but the fact is it's not affecting the economy. So the idea that we're about to lose all these jobs to technology, I just see basically zero basis for that. And if it did happen, if we were to see a more rapid rate of productivity growth, that would be great. That would create a possibility of more rapid wage growth. We could work fewer hours. This is a story with basically no reality whatsoever to it. So it's not one of the things that keeps me up at night.
What is the thing that keeps you up at night when it comes to the economy?
Well, I'd have to say with the economy, I don't know whether you want to call it the economy or not. Global warming is a huge, huge issue. And, we're doing nothing on it. Donald Trump seems to think it's a good thing to throw as much greenhouse gases into the environment as possible. And unfortunately, the U.S. is still such a big actor in the world that if we just ignore any efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, it makes it a really big problem. And of course, it makes, other countries, obviously are looking to us, and not, you could say as a leader. But the other point is, well, if we're out there spewing as much greenhouse gases as we can into the atmosphere, it probably doesn't make sense for, France or Germany or UK to do anything, because it won't matter. So that is, to my view, far and away the most pressing thing. And I'm hugely concerned about inequality. And, what bothers me is we don't discuss the issue the right way. I was going on about patents and copyrights. I raised this with economists, and they look at me blank-faced. And it's not that I think economists are brilliant people, but this is their topic. And the idea that we can't, they'll give me this story about, upward redistribution of income. That's unfortunate, but that's just technology. And they go, well, suppose we didn't have patents and copyrights. And then look at me. Well, if we didn't have patents and copyrights, we'd have no incentive. I go, okay, fine. But then you just told me that's a policy. So, but anyhow, there's a tendency just to treat it as this blob that like, oh, we have inequality and it's really unfortunate. Even people on the left, I mean, they want to have progressive taxes, which I think are great, but they treat the underlying cause of inequality as being something that's intrinsic to the market, as opposed it was how we structured the market.
Yeah, and it's amazing how, I mean, when you talk about economics, invariably climate change comes up. When you talk about national security, invariably climate change comes up, and it's an issue with far-reaching tentacles for sure. We've been speaking with economist Dean Baker, who's a senior economist at the Center for Economic and Policy Research, also a visiting professor at the University of Utah. Dean, I really appreciate your time today.
Thanks a lot for having me on. I really enjoyed the discussion.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Left-wing Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is embroiled in a bit of a scandal after some pictures went public of him wearing blackface when he was in his late 20s. In one picture, Trudeau is wearing very, very dark makeup on his entire face and neck at an Arabian-themed nights party at the West Point Grey Academy, where he was teaching at the time. There's another picture in which Trudeau is wearing a less extreme version of the blackface during a high school talent show in which he sang a Jamaican folk song. So let's discuss this. Conservatives obviously are just falling all over themselves to attack the left of being hypocrites. Oh, when a right-winger wears blackface, they have to be destroyed, according to the left. But when a left-winger wears blackface, it's no big deal. Now, of course, this just isn't true. My analysis is the same on blackface no matter who did it. I don't care if it's Megyn Kelly defending blackface or Justin Trudeau wearing blackface or whatever the case may be. It's not okay. Blackface has a horrible racist past. You can debate, oh, it's for comedy or whatever. And then we get into that conversation about what can just be excused away as it being for comedic purposes, but there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It doesn't matter who did it. Blackface is not okay. The differences start to show up not in our analysis, but in the person who did its reaction to the blackface. And Justin Trudeau has immediately apologized with no caveats, period. Not, I apologize if anybody was offended, right? That bull, you know what it is. That BS thing. Almost forgot I was on broadcast radio and TV there. That BS thing about if anyone was offended, I apologize. Justin Trudeau saying, quote, I shouldn't have done that. I should have known better, and I didn't. I'm really sorry. This is what's called a real apology. When he was asked if he thought that the photograph was racist, he said, yes, it was. I didn't consider it racist at the time, but now we know better. So one set of very clear differences between some instances of blackface and other instances of blackface is the reaction from the person involved or the person commenting. You might remember former Fox News host, and is she former NBC? Has she completely been let go from NBC, or is she just in a reduced role? Megyn Kelly said on that really wacky daytime NBC show she had for a little while, what's the big deal with blackface anyway? Sort of like reminiscing nostalgically about the era of blackface. That is very different from Justin Trudeau saying this was wrong. Even if I didn't recognize it as racist at the time, it's racist. No excuses. I'm sorry. So that is one major difference. Number two, I do believe that it matters when the person can credibly say, this was a mistake, blackface is racist, but there's no link whatsoever to my policies as an elected official, versus a politician who was not only caught wearing blackface, but also supports racist policies, has a history of saying racist things, whatever. So it's not about, if the person is on the left, we treat them differently than if the person is on the right. It's just wrong. It's wrong, period. And there should be apologies with no caveats whatsoever. But there is a difference between someone who defends having worn blackface and perpetuates racist policies versus someone who doesn't and says it was completely wrong. Now, either way, this is not good for Justin Trudeau. There's no question about that. He actually has sort of what I think of as a bigger scandal that could be an impediment to his reelection in October's Canadian election, which is that he is accused of having pressured a prosecution to be dropped, which would be really, really bad. And by the way, the timing of the blackface thing, clearly someone had this for a long time. These were not pictures that were buried in some way and not available. Clearly, the timing of the release has been calculated. It doesn't make the blackface anything different than what it is, which is wrong. Not a defense of the blackface, but this isn't a yearbook that's been around forever. Clearly, this could have come out any time. And the timing, just literally a month ahead of the October 21st Canadian elections, we'll see what effect it has, and we will follow what happens with our friendly neighbors to the north. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. We often talk about the lower age limit to be president of the United States. You can't be 17 and be president. You can't be 21 and be president. Okay. This caller has a question about a different sort of age limit, an upper age limit on the presidency.
David, this is Dave from California. I want to ask you to ask your viewers a question. And it's a good question.
Oh, well, I'll be the judge of that.
Should there be an age limit if you're going to be elected president of the United States? Former President Jimmy Carter thinks there should be an age limit. I think there should be an age limit. Only because the job is so tough. You know what I mean? It could be so tough. So I think electing 70-year-olds maybe gets a little too old. But I could be wrong. But I think that would be something to do a poll on. Bye.
All right. Well, the caller, very, very confident that it is a good question and telling me that a poll should be done. But so here's the thing. I am open to the idea of an upper age limit to the presidency. But as I talked about several weeks ago, what about not setting an upper age limit, but just requiring in some way that candidates take a cognitive assessment, a real one, not the Montreal cognitive assessment, but an actual proper cognitive assessment. And when I suggested that a few weeks ago, some people wrote in saying that it is ageist to only require people of a certain age to take the cognitive assessment. I mean, I have no problem just saying any major party nominee should agree, regardless of their age, to take a cognitive assessment. That may circumvent some of the difficulties of setting an upper age limit on the presidency. I am not against it in principle. I just think that the application, the concern about ageism, anytime you're talking about age limits for anything, anytime you're talking about after a certain age, you have to be retested to maintain your driver's license, for example. If it is based on age, you are always opening yourself up to the possibility that it could be deemed ageist. The question is, what science backs up whatever it is that we are trying to implement or put in place? And can it be applied in a way where even if the concern is about people of a certain age, you are still at least applying it in a way that is equal under the law when it comes to age? And I think the answer is we could if we decided that this was a priority. Now, from a practical perspective, I don't know that this really is a priority that is going to make its way, maybe not even into the law, but just into tradition, as something like releasing your tax returns has become mostly tradition, which Donald Trump decided to ignore. But I think that there's definitely an interesting conversation to be had. On today's bonus show, the U.S. abortion rate is at its lowest ever. The pro-life right is saying it is abortion bans that have been the cause of that. I disagree. Studies disagree. We will talk about that on the bonus show. I will also talk about Joe Kennedy formally announcing that he is going to be running for Senate. And lastly, Burger King, not only now offering the Impossible Burger, I believe it's called, they also in the UK are getting rid of all of those plastic toys from kids' meals for environmental reasons. We will talk about, is it possible that these fast food chains will become the good guy at some point? All of those stories and more on the bonus show. 2 ways to get access: become a member at joinpacman.com or become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. I'll speak to you then.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
To order at 6:01. I have some additions. Under committee reports, I'm just going to do a quick update on the VSBA. And I have 3 executive sessions. And just so that administration can go home, I'm tucking them after unfinished business. And with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of 9/4.
So moved.
Thank you, Anne. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Emily. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Oh, I did have one thing. I'm sorry. Barb sent me 2 corrections. This may be sort of more of a note of bene than an actual correction. that the Dummerston clerk also had a problem with the date we were discussing.
Okay.
I know that 3 clerks were mentioned, but I don't think Dummerston was.
Okay.
But they wanted that added, and then I put someone's town of residence down wrong. So
Okay.
minor, but
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the approval of the minutes as amended by Tim, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Welcome, visitors. If you are here to speak on a particular issue that is on the agenda, we will take comment before a board decision is made. If you are making comments on something that is not on the agenda, we're holding that to the end. The administrators, and we've lost board members who need to go home, and we need to have we're down 1 board member, so we need to have board members here to make decisions. So we will take comment at the end of the meeting. Moving on, their bathrooms are, if you go out this door, there's bathrooms and water fountains to the right. You have to go right down a hall. So communications, I sent everybody the communications. I apologize. There was another communication which was sent to everyone from Stuart McDermott with concerns about permanent rubber infill. Sorry, it was in my junk, so I didn't cut and paste it. So, were there any other communications other than what I forwarded in the packet yesterday? Excellent. We're moving right along. Moving on to committee reports. So, first committee report that we have is finance. We have not met since 9/4. I don't know if you want to talk about the warrants now and our plan, or if you want to do that when we get to warrants, Sean.
I think we do when we get to warrants.
But fair enough.
Yep.
I did not see minutes for personnel, so I'm thinking personnel has not met.
Personnel has not met.
Personnel, please meet. It's a contract negotiation year, so we have to get that up and running. So Policy and Amendment Committee met last week. We continued to work on the dog policy. Tim made some tweaks on that and sent around the tweaked copy to everyone last night at 10 o'clock. And so since people haven't had a long time to look at that, I'm wondering if maybe we want to table discussion on that and you can get back to the board. It was the tweaks that we had talked about, plus there was a few other...
I think they added the language about the allergies, is that it?
yes, we added, yes.
About notification.
Yep. And that parents would be informed when animals were going to be regularly scheduled in the classroom, so that families would be aware of that beforehand. And there was some discussion about proof of insurance as well as proof of a rabies vaccination. I have spoken to a veterinarian who also thinks it's wise to get a negative fecal test, whatever that is. But because they will probably be leaving fecal matter on the premises, it was recommended by the veterinarian that we consider including that. So if you have any thoughts about the dog policy, please let one of your policy committee members know. Yes.
I printed that off of the net today, so do you have a new copy, or will it be on the net tonight? Because I had a couple of questions on it.
Did Barb get that?
I did send it to her, I'm not sure if it's posted. It's included on that email.
I'll take the question.
And I should say, I'm Jody Norrido from Dummerston. Well, my question, I think you answered one of them about, I said that, you know, the dogs, should have their veterinary certificates with all their shots and everything. Because quite frankly, I have no problem with having pets in the school. We're bubble wrapping our kids far too much these days. So that was basically my the other one was, in reading this, it's my understanding, and also chickens, because our school raises chickens. It's my understanding that the principal can make all the decisions for all of those that are following here that you say otherwise are not allowed. So
I
it's
believe so. Yeah, there's some that are not allowed. You can't bring like
no,
a wolf into the
not a
classroom.
wolf
even if the
or a
principal
bat
allows
or
it.
those. I understand that, but a kitten or a chicken, or chick or a dog that's got their rabies shot and everything, it's all up to the principal then.
There's some other, as we're talking about, there's some other parents have to be notified that the animal will be in there. For example, if there's a guinea pig in my classroom, I'm going to be heavily medicated. And so that would be a consideration in a classroom if a child has an allergy to dogs, I would think. So.
What about the Putney case where the dog comes to school now every day with the principal?
So that's what we're working on with this policy. This is the challenge of the harmonized district that,
I understand that.
that we now have a $50 million pot that someone can sue if a dog bites someone. So we just need to make sure that there's insurance in place, that our policy is covering us, because before the Putney board could have made their decision, but now we're exposing this whole district to the liability if something happens, and a dog bite to a child can be about $500,000. So that's a significant liability. So we just need to make sure that we're covered from the liability standpoint, and that we're thinking about the benefits of all kids, such as allergies. So and we've taken this from policies across the state. So, and to be honest, most policies across the state are just like, yeah, no animals in the classroom, unless they're a certified wildlife trainer. So we're moving it far. I just want to be clear. We're not just going with what other communities are doing. We've put a lot of time into this policy to try to figure this out.
Animals are very beneficial to a lot of students in a lot of ways.
Moving along. We have moved forward with the facility use policy. We took out the language about teachers not being able to participate in their own school's activities based on advice from our attorney that Lyle got. So that is ready to go. We didn't have it ready to go in time for warning it for this meeting, so we will warn it for the next meeting. And we continue to work on the representation model, which continues to be far more involved because of the voting requirements. Our attorney is working with Will Senning, who hasn't called back as far as we know at this point, to try to firm up the ballot language. There's been a lot of concern from the clerks about running an election all day, counting the votes all night, and then coming to Brattleboro to continue to count votes. And they're concerned about the accuracy of an election in that case. So we've kind of been pushing back on the attorney, and he thinks he's found a way that we can do that representation change and count the ballots in our individual districts, and then warn it from heretofore that we will count ballots in individual districts. So that's what he's thinking at this point, and we're waiting to hear back from him. We have an appointment to speak to him early next week, so hopefully he'll get in touch with the Secretary of State and make sure not Secretary of State, the Secretary of Elections Senning, sorry. Sorry about that, Tim, I do it every time. To make sure that we can do that. So we're still moving forward with that, but it is not moving as quickly as we would like, because there's a lot more issues in running an election than we considered. And with that, the PPE, Programmatic and Performance Equity Committee.
We met last Wednesday. So we started off by re-looking at our mission, which we have in draft form, and the hope is that we would finalize that for next time, next meeting, and then the whole board could take a look at it. We all did a survey just as kind of a base process to figure out, one, what were our processes, how are we going to manage the work, do we have the right people, what's the capacity for goal setting, and kind of where are we at.
Excuse me, Emily, can you speak up just a little bit?
Sorry.
Thanks.
So after that survey, which we kind of went through, we all filled out the survey and then went through and looked at what were a few things that stuck out to us, maybe things that we weren't ready to answer yet or that might make goals in the future, because I know eventually we'll be tasked with goal setting to figure out the equity piece across district and figure out what we'll be tracking across time. So what we decided is that one nice thing that we could do this fall is figure out what data exists, and then hopefully after we've heard from, I think Lyle had actually connected us to 4 folks in the district. After we have some presentations by those people, we can give a state of the kind of district to the board, and maybe have some of those folks present out too. Then we would look at what goals specifically we want to set and track, maybe aligned with the improvement plans of the schools or some of the board goals that we came up with at our board retreat. And then we could hopefully, as the principals are giving us different measures throughout time when they're presenting to us, we could hear about those goals. So there's some kind of consistency across. We also talked a little bit about not only having our own internal goals, but hearing from the public. Things may come up as they did before with the after school care, which is still on our, we have an issue tracker now. So like, you know, as things come up, we can put it there and say, what are we doing to make progress on this? So that's still just in the basic stage, but it is on there. So the hope is as we meet with folks from across the district, we hear a little bit about what exists across the district. And then we can start to think about maybe some strategies that could make things, what opportunities exist, equitable. And then the board could have a conversation about that. But right now we're in a phase of just learning a little bit, and the hope is to share out so we don't kind of make any goals that we actually, you know, wish we had had more information beforehand. So I don't want to be preemptive. I think that pretty much sums it up for now.
Excellent, thank you, Emily. I know Thomas is not with us today, so is there somebody that wants to report out from the Environmental Sustainability Committee?
Yeah. We also had our first meeting and focused on scope and mission. What we're looking to do is develop recommendations for action on climate change that are within the purview of the district. What kinds of things, what kind of actions are, would make sense. We also decided we wanted to be open. We'd like to be open to participation of board members, administration, staff, parents, students, and community members. It wouldn't just be us, but we'd try and get a broader participation. Most of the conversation was how do we establish priorities, finding out what the community thinks, what goals we should set, and how to develop them, and finding goals for curricula, exploring educational opportunities. We talked about it. We talked some about goals and some about strategies, but really it was more of trying to figure out why we were there and what we should be trying to undertake. And we'll be meeting every other week until we get that squared away.
And I saw that on the minutes there was some curriculum conversation at the last minute with Paul Smith.
Yeah, the question came up about educational opportunities that are science and opportunities to present science, and saying people aren't just exchanging views on what they think about climate change or any other environmental issues, sustainability issues. And the questions that we talked about were how is it being taught now? Where is it in this, just in the science curriculum? Where is information about climate change and thermodynamics and things like that being taught? And then where is argumentation happening? Evidence-based argumentation, which we assume would be in the social studies and literacy programs. So we wanted to explore what's happening now and where.
Excellent, thank you. Communications.
We met after the last meeting and discussed sort of immediate projects to work on, one of which was the press release that I think Emily sent around, or sent to you and to Anne. Mm-hmm. And basically we were just doing goal setting. We'll meet again tomorrow.
Excellent. And let's see, the WSESU. Who wants to cover that?
How about Kelly?
Carrie? So the WSESU convened for a reorganizational meeting, and we have retained Carrie Amadon, or re-elected her as chair of the WSESU. I'm serving as vice chair. The representation is one representative from each town, and then, so there's 4 from the WSESD, and then 1 from Vernon. We have invited Walter to sit in on our finance committee, well, which is we're a committee of the whole for the finance committee now, since it's only a committee of 5 people. But since Walter was the former chair of the finance committee, he's offered to attend our finance committee meetings for the WSESU which has its own $10 million budget, so it's a significant number of warrants to look at and things to consider. So we're very grateful, WSCSD is very grateful that Walter is willing to come and sit with the group when we're going over warrants in an advisory capacity. We also approved all the legacy warrants from the districts that happened, that because the legacy district stopped operating but money was still spent, we had a huge stack of warrants to approve and no boards to approve it. So the WSCSU board representatives that were sitting on a legacy board, signed for the documents, and the WSSU approved all those legacy warrants. And we also had a great presentation from the diversity committee, and they talked a little bit about their work. And no, that's not right. What is it? It's not the diversity committee. It's the diversity.
Equity and social
justice. The
Office
of Diversity, Equity, and Social Justice.
Thank you. The Office of Diversity, Equity, and Social Justice. We all got to try some Native American sumac tea, which is especially high in vitamin C, but I still have a cold. And heard a little bit about the work that they're starting off this year working on, because that's a new program that's been moved from the high school into the WSCSU budget, and we've increased the position from 1 FTE to 1.5 full-time equivalent employees. Did I miss any high points?
Special ed staff. The special ed staff also talked about new
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go for it. My voice is...
The special ed and special ed administrators and the curriculum staff reported and talked about a lot of new students, especially at the middle and high school level. An overwhelming number of them have very complex needs. We've had transfers from Wyndham Central, from New Hampshire, and from Massachusetts that are attracted by the quality of the services. And the behavior and social emotional services are expanding in all the schools at this point. So we asked them to come back and at our next meeting and talk about Act 173, which is the new special ed law, which is absorbing most of the professional development activities of the district right now.
And I think the other piece about 173 that's important for the board to understand is that the reimbursement that they're talking about is a reimbursement on the basis of population. And so if you have some very high need students, it could be difficult. And so as we're attracting more high need students with this reimbursement model changing, it could be really challenging for us financially. The money has to come from somewhere. So I know the VSBA and Principals Association and Superintendents Association have put a lawsuit together against the state because it doesn't comply with all the parts of IDEA, the federal law on special education. So it's an ongoing moving target, but the state's moving forward, so it's something to keep an eye on and just understand that this might be a challenge for our board in the next year as 173 gets rolled in.
Jody Nardo again. Thank you. I read about these students coming in from Massachusetts and New Hampshire and from Wyndham Central. I shouldn't assume, but I'm assuming that if they're special needs, that their districts cover the special needs cost?
If they're residents of this district.
No, not if they're in Massachusetts or Wyndham Central. They're not. And I read that they were coming in. I don't know whether I read it on Vermont Digger today or in the newspaper.
I didn't read that, but maybe Lyle can address that.
So the students that we were speaking of at the WSCSU meeting are students of families that have moved here specifically for services. So they're not the ones that we're talking about that are coming here through school choice. We have families moving to the area because we have great special education.
So they're residents.
They're residents.
But what the article made it seem like other people were tuitioning in.
There may be some Dover students, mostly.
This is Wyndham Central, they mentioned New Hampshire and Massachusetts.
Yeah, I only know about the residents that have moved in, not those that are tuitioning.
But if they're coming, if you are going to do that, they have to cover the special needs cost, correct? Okay, thank you.
The article she mentions does call that there are people coming in. If you could give us at the next meeting, maybe population of incoming, that would be great, because then you can see, you know, like, look at the variables, you know, what we have here, because it's a great system. And I think that's, you know, something really to.
Just a little point of order. If you could just raise your hand and state your name, and then I'll recognize you, because otherwise it's a big room. So,
Kim Rock.
So
yes.
can you just re-say, I missed the first part, so you're saying, how did the reimbursement change for the kids who have more significant disabilities?
Well, Frank could probably give you the more erudite explanation of 173 and the potential impact on our district. Do you feel comfortable doing that, Frank?
Sure, yeah, so it is all in kind of a developmental phase, the rulemaking phase, and the legislature's asked a task force to advise them on the implications of this transition. But the initial funding mechanism that has been described as the default, unless there are further changes, is the census-based funding. And as Christina mentioned, it is simply an amount of money times the number of students in the region, and it's a regular ed, you know, total student population count. So on a very preliminary level, when we take, we haven't been given an actual figure, you know, that the state is saying, oh, we're going to appropriate this amount, but there's an estimated amount, and that appears that it could be you know, $1 million less than what we're receiving now in special ed state aid. So that's a major concern as to how the system would be able to absorb that.
So they're basing it off to, so when you say regular ed population, they're saying there's an average number of special ed students who would be in the population given the size of your population.
They're just saying the census-based distribution of special ed funding would be based on your regular ed population. Yeah. And as Christina mentioned, many of us, including the business managers and the superintendents, are saying you really need to consider need. It's about meeting student need. You need to consider poverty. You need to consider the proportion of students that are eligible for special education services when you make these funding decisions. You know, a weighted funding system.
Thank you, Frank. Yes.
For Frank, I'm Tara Sullivan. Does that include also students who are on 504?
Tara, could you speak up a little bit?
Does that also include students who are on 504 disability plans?
It's all students. So the funding, there is no distinguishing any type of student.
You're saying special ed kids, though, and these kids aren't necessarily special ed kids. They just have physical needs, physical differences.
Well, what we're talking about is the current special ed funding formula is based on specifically the costs associated with students with individual education plans. So, yeah.
Okay. So it excludes students on 504 plans.
The current funding does, yes. The current funding, there is no funding in particular for 504 students. The new block grant is considering not capturing the costs associated with meeting a student's IEP needs, but just saying, here's a block grant times the number of kids in the entire system. And yeah, the difference is, you know, we really don't have specific numbers, but we've been receiving nearly $6 million in special education funding. You know, we're seeing preliminary numbers that would suggest maybe this would reduce that by $1 million.
Yes.
How many students are being paid for with the 504 or the IEPs as far as charter schools picking up the balance of these IEP students or the 504, students?
Could you just state your name for the...
Excuse me?
Could you state your name?
Kevin Mills.
Thank you.
Sure.
You're on TV.
So what is the ratio as far as what is the other charter schools picking up any of these 504 or IEP students?
I can't speak to the charter school enrollments.
You don't have solid numbers then?
I don't receive
Okay, thanks.
private school numbers.
Yeah, sure. So just, maybe somebody had actually asked for a percentage, I think, before, but I just wanted to clarify. So the percentage, so usually across the state, they'll say, okay, the average identification of special ed students is like, okay, 10% of the population. And then some districts will have 15% of the population, other districts will under-identify. Are we on kind of average identification, or is that what we're concerned about?
I think we're I don't know if you have an update, but I think the new enrollments, which we will see updates with very soon, are pushing us toward the higher end in terms of above state average, and I believe it's been nearly 15% of our student population. Now, statewide was 12% on average, so we've been a little higher. Yeah, we're concerned that our new enrollments are pushing us higher than that.
I think it'd be good to have it on the. I think it'd be great to have it on the SU agenda to sort of look at the special education and the budget and the lens, because that is the governance of special education is through the WSESU. So we keep it was great to have special education come and present, and I think we should keep on that because that is a significant portion of the SU budget. If there's anybody in the room that could help get that on the agenda, that would be awesome. Thank you.
Sarah Cassidy and Putney. You mentioned that the current plan doesn't include 504s. So is the concern with additional funding being that the new plan will include 504s, IEPs, and there's another designation for special education students? Or is it just Apple referring to IEPs to IEPs?
What we're seeing as our concern is the overall funding system. It looks like there's a cost shift where the local districts would be absorbing additional, possibly $1 million. It's definitely not a number that we can, the Agency of Ed has not defined it for us, but that's the issue. It's that the whole system may be looking at a cost shift which will increase the local share of the local tax rate.
Thank you.
Ruby Macri from Putney. This might be really kind of a very basic question, but can you explain to me, both from what you're talking about now and why we're talking about WSESU stuff, to budget time when our towns are voting, what does the WSESU cover and versus what you all here are doing?
I wish I have a very nice chart with a map and a graph and colors and everything. I wish I had brought it. So the WSESU is this governance arm, the WSESD, which manages the schools in Dummerston, Putney, Dummerston, Brattleboro, and Guilford. Vernon is a standalone district. Every district needs to have SU governance. So we still maintain a supervisory union that provides central office services for curriculum and instruction support, and special ed moved up to, it used to be managed in each individual district a couple years ago, and it moved up to be managed in the supervisory union so that resources could be shifted throughout a supervisory union. The SU budget also pays for transportation, and what else am I?
Diversity, equity, and social justice.
Oh yes, no, diversity, equity, and social justice. So there's various parts of our entire budget that are paid for through the governance arm of the WSESU, which has Vernon governance and WSCSD governance. And so we pay back to the two districts now that are part of the WSESU, pay on a per student basis for all the costs involved with the administration, all the SESU, WSESU costs.
And so the budget that we vote on is inclusive of these WSESU costs.
Exactly. It's like one of the very big line items is assessment to the WSESU, and then that's a separate budget that is not voted on by the public at this point with our governance. But it's available, and you can scroll through the whole budget, and paper clips, from paper clips to to Lyle. You can to the Lyle's office. You can see what the expenditures are for the WSSU. It is confusing. Okay, moving on to the Diversity and Equity Committee.
Okay, the Diversity and Equity Committee met at 5 o'clock this evening, and Dave has better notes because he was minuting. We received a report from the superintendent and from the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Social Justice about the activities that have gone on within them. Attempts to recruit teachers of various backgrounds, not just what we have now, and plans for the first of our two diversity days, with one of which will be in November, the other is in the first Friday in May. And Michaela is organizing a Teach for Vermont job fair. We began working on our mission statement, and we have a recommendation to offer to the board.
For the mission statement?
No.
Oh.
For an actual thing for the board to do.
Have at it.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to commit to it because nobody's had the
Right.
chance to review it.
Right, well, we didn't make the determination till tonight.
No, I
So,
gotcha.
no, we suggest the immediate or very soon placement of visible symbols of support for our marginalized students. The first thing that we have thought of is the rainbow flag. We'd like them to be placed centrally in all of our schools, probably in the lobbies. There are already some at UH6, which isn't 6 anymore.
Excellent.
I have a question.
Yes.
My name is Ruby, I'm in District 2. Will the rainbow flag also have a black and brown stripe on it?
We haven't discussed it yet, but when the full board discusses it, we certainly, I don't see any reason why not.
Thank you.
All set?
And Dave, do you have anything else from our minutes that?
Well, if you want to hear the things we talked about for the mission, but it'll be in the minutes, and then we have to, the board will have to approve it, but I'm happy to go through it.
I think I'm going to put that whole missioning, visioning thing onto our next meeting agenda because we have a pretty action-packed agenda. So while I love doing that stuff, I also like getting home by 10. So, the regional VSBA meeting was last night. We re-elected Dan MacArthur, the empty seat in the Windham region. The only nominee was Dan MacArthur, and he has been reappointed unanimously to serve another 2 years to represent our district. There are big changes the VSBA brought on by Act 46 because districts that used to be part of one SU are part of another, so they are revisioning the districts and the representation and making them a little bit closer to one person, one vote on a population. For example, Burlington had two, all of Burlington, Chittenden County, all of Burlington and South Burlington had 2 reps, and so did like Lamoille County with 3,000 people. So they split Burlington in 2 and combined some other districts to come up with a slightly different representation. Their regional meeting will be November 7th and 8th at Lake Maury, so you can sign up for that if you want to go. I was appointed the voter for the bylaws and resolution changes, which you should have received notice of, but I think the VSBA does not have very accurate mailing list right now, so I'm offered to work on that for them. So if you want to attend and hear about changes in the bylaws, including the change of the regions, which has to pass by a 60% majority before that happens, you're welcome to attend, and I will make sure that this board has a chance to review the resolutions and tell me how you want me to vote as your district, as your regional representative. And Carrie is on it for Vernon, and and Dan is reaching out to his neck of the woods so that, well, I'm the SU representative here actually, so for RSU, it's just Carrie and the WSESD that we are voting on the resolutions, and I'm voting at the direction of my fellow board members between Vernon and WSESD. So I think there's 18 resolutions, and there's a recommend, pass, or fail. And I don't think there's anything too terribly controversial for our neck of the woods in terms of the recommendations of the board. So should be a quiet read. We also went through the healthcare negotiations and got an update on that. One of the things the VSBA was concerned about is that it's been painted as a VSBA negotiating with the NEA. The VSBA is not negotiating for this. It was slipped into legislation. So the VSBA pays for the work, but the VSBA is not doing the work, which was kind of interesting. So the fact finder report, things did not move forward very smoothly, as things in healthcare probably often happen that way. And so the report went to fact finders, which came back yesterday, but it's confidential. They have 30 days to put their best offer forward, both the NEA and the school board negotiators. And then what is it called? The person who decides, the decider in the end.
The arbitrator?
The arbitrator, thank you. The arbitrator will pick one plan or the other. There's no horse trading. I want to take this from this plan. So it's either the NEA's plan or the school board plan. And that will, and how long it lasts. I said, how long does this last? We don't know. How long will we make it last? So, so we will know December 1st. But the good news is it's either going to be the NEA plan or the school board plan. So at least we have some idea of the possibilities and the cost sharing that might go into our budget for next year. So it'll just add a little more pressure to the business office this budgeting season. That will be a statewide plan, so, and I think they're hoping it lasts for 3 years, but that's still subject to the fact finder. And we also looked at the new snapshot, but which unfortunately the AOE had taken down. So we actually had to just do it on paper, which was maybe not the most effective demonstration, but their AOE has come out with a new way to sort of show you how your district is doing in terms of all kinds of metrics, not just looking at SBAC scores and things that we have before, teacher retention, long-term teacher stability, staff satisfaction with professional development, and it will show how your district is doing, how individual schools are doing. You can disaggregate it by population, but it's got a ways to go. So I think they'll have they're putting different metrics up. I think they're working on scores first, but I think by January they expect that all the metrics will be up we'll see if that happens. Ever hopeful. But they're targeting for that to be available in December, so it'd be an interesting thing to play with when you're not reading warrants or having fun time reading policy discussions. Any questions from the board on the SBA?
All of the material they gave us last night will be available on the website.
Yeah, and it was on the, I just received this from the Vermont School Board Association, and they have that, what you just described. I thought it was kind of interesting. They didn't give a total number of public school students. They just gave each individual region. And so I added them up, and it's 79,251 public school students in the state of Vermont.
Wow. We got a good chunk of those, don't we? Huh? You look at it that way. Did you have a question, Jody?
Ann answered one of my questions. The other question is, do we have any idea what's in the school boards and the teachers, what's in each of their plans?
It's secret. Yeah, it wasn't enough of this at the meeting to try to get it out of them either, because one of the representatives, negotiators, was there. But it's strictly confidential what the fact finders report said and what they. Well, I mean, you kind of had some ideas about what the teachers preferred, but no, we don't actually know what was in there. I should also say that the current director, Nicole Mace, is leaving to go into law practice, so There is a hiring committee that is hoping to hire a new director of the VSBA by mid-October, and so that person will be able to shadow Nicole at the annual meeting and be up and running right after the annual meeting. So. Okay, moving on to approval of the warrants. Sean, you want to explain our thought on that tonight?
Yeah, actually, the warrants are listed on the agenda and also the payroll. But because we have not met, if it is agreeable with Frank, what we would do would be to wait until October 2nd until we have a meeting in order to go over the warrants and the payroll. Is that acceptable?
That would be fine, yeah.
Okay.
So we will table those warrants and we'll put them on the agenda for October 2nd then. Thank you. Okay, so we have administrative update, and as we are planning on doing for the first meetings at each location is get a little 20-25 minute walk around so that we can walk through the schools, meet the administrators, because this is a brand new gig for you and for us, so it's nice to have names and faces and give those administrators and teachers who work so hard to make our schools so fabulous an opportunity to showcase what they're doing here, and so that we can really understand the programming. But I think, Lau, you had a few things before we take it away, right?
So before I introduce Kelly and John, you all received reports from all the schools. I want to make sure that you know that the numbers are greatly in flux because this is the start of the school year, and especially the free and reduced lunch numbers. Those will be more solid in the October report out. Just an FYI, Joe Rivers, middle school teacher, was featured on the Vermont Public Television program Made Here with one of his classes and the podcast that they do regarding Brattleboro history. And I've had a few calls from parents concerned about sidewalks and traffic around BUHS and BAMS. Today, Steve Perrin, Peter Elwell, town manager, and I walked around, looked at the crosswalks, looked at sidewalks, talked about some possible changes, upgrades. Peter is going to go back and work with Steve Barrett from the town crew, put together some ideas, and then be back in touch with Keith Lyman, principal at BAM, Steve Perrin, and myself with some ideas. To put in another sidewalk will be expensive. The town won't be able to afford that, possibly splitting the cost with the school, so that may be something we want to consider budgeting. But when you look at one of the crosswalks now, it's a crosswalk to no sidewalk, and that's what we're mainly looking at. Plus the Atwood Street where the sidewalk ends, but in the morning that's where BAM's kids walk to get to school, and there's no clear sidewalk or path for students to walk on. So those are the two areas that we are really focused on.
Thank you.
So, Academy School Principal Kelly Dias, Assistant Principal John Sessions. I'm going to turn it over to them.
Well, it's nice to meet you all. If I haven't met you, nice to see some familiar faces. John and I have a short presentation prepared that will be on this screen, so since everybody is sitting now, I think it makes sense to start with that, and then we can do a tour. See how it looks. We might want to hit one light.
teasing us. There we go. All right, it was asleep for a little while. So, welcome to Academy School. You're currently sitting in our music room. I'm not sure what's going on with that. This is the room where music classes happen for grades 2 through 6. Band happens, band lessons, full band, and any plays that we have for the school. It's not quite big enough to hold our whole school at one time, so we do gatherings in the gym, which you'll see when we do the tour. But a little context. Our theme for this year is equity, access, rigor, and engagement for all kids. So what John and I wanted to share with you, we know we're keeping it brief, is just some of the new initiatives that we have going on this year and how it relates to our continuous improvement plan. Our core belief statement. We're currently working on developing a mission statement as well for the full staff. So you'll see that come out soon. So first goal of our continuous improvement plan, every school has one in the state of Vermont. So there's a district plan that relates to our school plan. So the first goal being safe and healthy schools. We really measure the success of our school every day by, is everybody safe? Is everybody happy? Is everybody healthy? We spend a lot of time thinking about basic needs and how we can meet them. Are they hungry? Are they clean? Did they sleep last night? So thinking about those, and then thinking about how can they access learning. So John, you want to take this one?
Sure. So one of our core goals contained in our continuous improvement plan is around student behavior, and so we'll get into some priorities that we've established this year to address student behavior, both in establishing sort of core expectations within our school, and then how we as a staff respond to instances of challenging behavior, and that sort of gets at our approach to discipline system in our school. And things like that has really emerged as a priority for us as a school system, as a school. You'll see around our building and in our lobby that was painted by our art teacher. I don't know if you noticed when you came in, there's sort of a new sort of space astronaut theme that is new this year. That's all part of our universal behavior expectations. And so that's just establishing a core understanding throughout our building of what we expect from students, and that is essentially be safe, be kind, be responsible, and be respectful. Essentially, is sort of our core universal belief. And so we've worked with our classroom teachers to really spend a lot of time this year, really sort of establishing that classroom community and reinforcing some of those expectations and teaching that behavior in all contexts throughout the building. And taking the time to really establish that. Yeah.
How many direct support staff do you have that are addressing these students that are, accessing, better models of behavior?
Yeah, so that are specifically designed to support students who...
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, how many parents do you have? How many, one-on-ones, whatever?
Yeah, so within the context of our building, we have 21 classrooms, right? So we have 3 classrooms per grade level. We have roughly 15 paraeducators that support within those classrooms. We also have 1 full-time planning room coordinator who's sort of a positive behavior plan person that supports all students throughout the building. And then for those students that need a higher level of behavior support, we have our Supportive Teams for Educational Progress program, called the STEP program, which has 7 staff dedicated to it. That their goal is to support behavior within the building to a pretty high level.
And do you feel like that's enough, or do you need more? I mean, what?
Yeah, no, that's
your
really
perception.
Good.
I mean,
yeah,
I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think I speak for Kelly when I say that we feel pretty good about where we're at behaviorally and where we're headed. One of our core priorities that we've established over the last 2 years, really last year and into this year, is a restorative approach to discipline. And we've seen a pretty dramatic impact on our student behavior within the building and how we respond to student behavior. And I feel like we're adequately resourced to be able to do that in a really positive, productive, proactive way. I have a couple slides ahead. You'll see some of our data that I used to sort of touch on that. But yeah, good question.
I think too, it's important to remember that something like this is really the responsibility of every single staff member in the building. So every morning, I go to a different classroom and some students help me read the pledge over the PA. So that's one way that we're making our rounds to make sure that everybody knows what's expected. We also have what we're calling the wellness team, and that will come up a little bit later too, but that is comprised of the nurse, the family engagement and education coordinator, special ed, counseling. So all of these people pooling together to think about a wraparound way to support kids.
So the school-wide pledge, can we have a short synopsis of what the school-wide pledge, because I grew up with the Pledge of Allegiance, but I mean, I'm just saying, I'm okay with it. I just wanted to know what the pledge was.
So I'm just going to ask because they only have about 20 minutes to do this whole presentation.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was a question. I didn't know. Sorry.
Yeah, if there's a point of clarification or whatever. No worries. If there's a point of clarification, but I just don't want to take up their time for their presentation.
I'd love to know what the school-wide pledges do. Yeah, so we have 5 character traits that are in this pledge. It's a very short pledge. Vernon School does one too, which is why I got the idea, because I used to teach at Vernon. So it basically just says, I am an Academy star, I'm responsible for my own behavior, I will strive for excellence, things like that. And I could get a copy pulled up.
Mentioned responsibility, community, things like that. So that we hold core.
And we do the Pledge of Allegiance once a week at all schools. Yeah, got it. Okay. So on the next level, what you were referring to, students who might need a little bit more than a universal approach. We have the planning room, as John mentioned. We have staff available for a check-in, check-out in the morning, at lunchtime, before the end of the day. We have STEP services. We've also spent quite a bit of time refining our educational support team process, or EST, as you'll hear it called. And one of our staff members, our HCRS clinician, Lori Macy, owns a dog named Soxy. And she is a certified Vermont family therapy dog. And she comes once or twice per week. She sees kids individually and she goes into classrooms. She was here today. And if you're interested, we have a photo album over there that I'll pass out after that shows what she does with all the kids. But it's pretty phenomenal. Reluctant readers want to read to Soxy. Kids who are being questioned by DCF can have Soxy sit in with them. There's a lot of comfort and joy that she brings. So it's really been special for us because she doesn't go to any other school. She belongs to us. We all feel that she's our dog.
So as I mentioned, one of the initiatives that I'm most excited about that we've really spent a lot of time and energy in establishing is restorative practices and restorative approaches to discipline. And so Kelly and I both started in our roles last year. And one of the things that we noticed was that in the 2017-18 school year, there were 455 behavior referrals within our building and 31 days of suspension, which is a lot. That's an average of between 2 and 3 behavior referrals a day. And what we noticed is that it was the same students engaging in habitual behavior over and over again. And so behavior was not changing. And so last year we spent a lot of time and we assembled a committee of dedicated teachers and staff within the building to spend a lot of time researching restorative practices in our classrooms and restorative approaches to discipline in school. And so that looked like connecting with other schools around Vermont and around the country who have engaged restorative practices and discipline. I was talking with principals from around the country and looking at different classroom models and things like that, and really engaging in the literature and the research that's out there. And this year we've really sort of taken a big dive in terms of our discipline system and taken a restorative approach rather than a strictly punitive approach in how we address challenging behavior. Here's a couple of things that we do every day that is a part of that. We're engaged in training our student leaders and staff to facilitate restorative circles. So in instances of challenging behavior, we sit together, and those students who are impacted by the behavior sit with the person who committed the behavior, and we talk about it, and it's incredibly powerful to witness. And we're training our student leadership teams, our 5th grade leadership team, as well as our student senators, who are 4th and 5th graders, to facilitate some of that work, which is, again, a very powerful experience for me to witness some of those things. We focused on distributing accountability to those impacted by behavior. So I noticed that when a student engages in some challenging behavior, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for them to be accountable to me as the assistant principal, right? They're accountable to those who are impacted by the behavior, and sort of having that shift school-wide. We talk a lot about apologizing with action and thinking about ways to repair damage that's been done to our community, things like that. And something that we've really sort of focused on in the past year is identifying positive peer supports. So for those habitual students who continue to come up in behavior referrals, having them identify peers who can be positive supports for them within the classroom has been a really led to some pretty remarkable behavior change. Just as an anecdote, just a story from this week. So on Monday, this is sort of restorative practices in action, in my opinion. There was a referral made to me of 2 students who were throwing food in our cafeteria. And so in a traditional model of discipline, that would have come to an administrator. Consequence likely would have been a couple days out of the cafeteria for lunch, maybe eating by themselves in a separate spot. But we took the approach of sort of holding a circle and with those students that were throwing food and generating a list of all the people that were impacted by that behavior. And we came up with a list of the kitchen employees who made their food, right, who spent their morning preparing that food that they were throwing in the cafeteria. The custodians who had to clean up the food, and their class who saw them throw food, right, and all of those people were impacted. And we went around and we talked to every one of those people. And these students made snack for the cafeteria employees who had made their food that they'd done. Apologized to all the custodians and helped them sort of clean up other things throughout the building and apologized to the class. And it's a pretty powerful experience. And so that's how we sort of capture restorative practices within our building. Here's a couple pieces of data that I just pulled, and so we constantly reference data to see if what we're doing is effective. And so you see the graph on the left is just average behavior referrals per day, longitudinally. So dating back to 2016, 2017, and you see last year we saw a decline in behavior referrals per day, and to about 2. And this year, as of today, we had 8. Over 15 days of school, which is a pretty profound drop. Last year versus this year, at this point in the year, 30 behavior referrals over the first 13 days of school versus, again, this year, which is pretty profound. And there's many factors. I think one of those factors is how we're approaching behavior and discipline in our school. And one of the most important pieces for me is suspension. We do not like to suspend kids. That's a very hard message to give to students, that you're not welcome in school that day. And so, again, a really important piece of data for us is seeing a decline in time outside of school based on behavior. And so we saw a pretty significant reduction last year. And this year it's early, but we're So something that we're spending a lot of time thinking about at the school, and something that we're pretty excited about as administrators. Is that piece.
So one piece that kind of delves off of that is how we've decided to use teacher leaders this year. I know the board has asked us in the past to talk about how we use our teacher leaders. So John and I sat down this summer and really thought about what do we need. In the past, teacher leaders have run PLCs, committees, they have led professional development at staff meetings. They're always working, they're always meeting with each other, they're meeting with us, but there was some need for clarity among the whole staff in terms of what they do and why they do it. So we decided to take it back to our continuous improvement plan and loop it into 2 goals. So one way that we're going to use teacher leader is to have recess engagement specialists. So those people will help us reduce behavior referrals and increase engagement on the playground. Almost 50% of our behavior referrals were happening at lunch recess on the playground. That's pretty common. There's a lot of opportunity, it's unstructured, there's a lot of close physical contact, things happen outside. So these people will be researching recess and playground strategies and how to engage kids. What we're finding more and more is they're coming to kindergarten and first grade and they don't know how to play. They need us to teach them how to play. We'd like them to lead some recess activities, some structured games, whether it's tag, whether it's something more sophisticated. We also have a natural playground, so teaching kids how to climb safely, how to jump down safely. Things like that that they may not have experienced before they've come to school. We've also asked them to develop some staff training. So for staff meeting time, we'd like to build a resource library and have them teach us about their findings and meet with John and I on a regular basis to report out. So we're really excited about that. The next one is more about wellness and how we coordinate our approach. So I mentioned the wellness team. Weekly, we have a meeting with the counselor, the family engagement and education coordinator, the HCRS clinician, STEP services, which is our BCBA and our special educator, the nurse, and administration. So we both try to be there, but at least one of us will be there if we can. And the purpose of this is instead of going to an educational support team meeting, say, oh, hey, this child needs a reading intervention, and oh, every time math comes around, they're hiding under the table. What's up with that? We're now referring it back to the wellness team, and we can have a wraparound and say, okay, maybe they need to check in with the counselor. Maybe something's going on at home. Maybe they're hungry at that time of day and they just need a snack. Maybe they need a tutor. Maybe they need, you know, all these things, A, B, C, D. And then we can refer it back to the EST team, make a plan, check more fluidly for progress. So another one of our continuous improvement goals that goes with the distributed leadership is to increase the number of students who score at proficiency for math and reading, as measured by the SBAC. SBAC is taken for grades 3 through 6. So this is the other way we've decided to use our teacher leaders. We're asking for 7 people, 1 from each grade level, K through 6, to become a case manager and a data analyst. So what they will do is they'll coordinate grade level kid talks, which are monthly in team meetings. So each grade level team meets and they go through a protocol, a very specific protocol to talk about students, their achievement, what they might need, interventions. They'll compile and bring data to EST meetings, which happen as they're referred. They'll help to develop student-specific goals and actionable steps. One thing we found was that we really needed more clear, actionable steps out of these meetings. And communicate with all stakeholders. Bring in the parents, make sure that they can come to the meeting, make sure they know what we're doing to measure progress, and all of the staff who are involved with the student, which, as you can see, could be a lot. So they're really in charge of maintaining that plan, measuring progress, bringing it back to the team, bringing it to us.
Do you do this for every student in your school, or?
This is for all students who are brought to the educational support team meetings. And also on a grade level team basis, they'll be, the purpose of Kid Talk is to prevent EST, the need for EST. So sometimes when you've got 4 or 5 people all together, you can brainstorm and say, oh, have you tried this? Oh, good idea, let me try that before I make the referral. We're almost to the end. We're pretty excited about our professional development for the year with Judy Maynard. She's done a lot of work throughout Vermont and in our district. She's sort of an MTSS expert, that stands for Multi-Tiered Systems of Supports. Our goal as a school is to create a highly collaborative professional school culture. In order to do that, we all need to be on the same page in terms of what we're doing every day with our students. So Judy's helping us with that. She came in August and she'll be back in November for 2 days. And she's helping us with things like Act 173, how to differentiate for all levels of learners, how to be really inclusive and proactive. And this is our favorite part, and we're a little bit sad that it's dark so we can't take you to the forest. But we spend a lot of time out in our forest. You want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So out behind our building, actually stretching all the way up to Memorial Park, really is about 200 acres of beautiful forested land that is owned by the Smith Lang family, and they generously granted us seemingly unlimited use and take us out to walk trails all the way up and down. And it's really a remarkable gift to our school community that they provide us. And we have classes who are in the woods daily. The woods area is really full. Provides a remarkable learning opportunity for students. You know, last week I was out there one day and there were 6th graders huddled around a campfire who had just read the book Hatchet, you know, which talked about starting fire right in the cave, and so they started a fire and they were reading around this fire in the woods. And I said, how many of you have ever sat around a campfire before? Right, and 5 of them raised their hands. And simultaneously, a group of 3rd graders is writing poetry along a stream that goes right through the area, and then a kindergarten group are building forts back in this other area of the woods, and it's a phenomenal resource for our school community, and something that we really treasure, the opportunity to learn outside the building. And it's really, our teachers have done a phenomenal job sort of incorporating it into their academic work in the classroom. It's great. One of our kindergarten classrooms is in the forest all day, every Thursday, rain or shine. They all have rain suits and rain boots, and they're like little bobs of color floating way up. It's great. Last year we built a shelter out there, a sort of 3-sided shelter. It's really becoming an increasingly big part of what we do here. Something that we really value quite a bit.
And you'll never guess how many behavior referrals come out of the forest.
And one nice thing,
teamwork, the collaboration between kids who never would socialize in the school is huge.
And this year we made the decision to open that up as part of our playground. So that area is supervised and open during recess, which it's really neat to see, to go out there to see kids, building forts and structures and working together in a really sweet, great way. It's really powerful.
You could see a little bit of the shelter. And the very last thing is a short poem that John captured by a 3rd grader. He wrote outside.
I like being in the woods. It is cool when the birds go tweet, tweet. I hear a stream going swoosh, swoosh. And when people walk, it makes a crunching sound. All the trees are crooked and straight. All the stones are large and tiny, with moss swirled across in sheets. It makes a nice sound when the water trickles in.
questions, or you could, send them to us for next time. And do you want to do a building tour, or do you want to just move on?
I'm thinking we'll be back.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll do a building tour, especially as we're looking towards budgeting season and figuring out what the academy school needs are.
Okay.
That we have a better chance at remembering it than
Sounds great.
what academy looks like in our whirlwind tours. Thank you so much for that presentation. Okay, moving on to unfinished business. So Tim sent along the updated facility use policy. We're still waiting for the, it's not top of the list, but at some point we're going to have the costs for building use.
Yep,
And per school, it's going to vary per school. The cost of opening up the high school auditorium is going to be different than opening up the Dummerston Auditorium. So, but that isn't top on the list of administrators the first couple weeks of September. We made the tweaks on that policy, and Tim has sent that around. So if you have concerns or thoughts about that policy, please get back to the committee. We'll be meeting next week. So we can incorporate any positive. I hope to warn it for approval for next week so that we can move forward with that language that will make it clear that when people are using the building, it is not a school-sponsored activity. Animal policy as well. Moving forward with that, the committee has taken the policies from around the state, talked to veterinarians and lawyers, and feel pretty comfortable about this. There may be some tweaks, but let us know what you think of the animal policy. And thank you, Tim, for doing all that editing to make it a much more readable policy. Any questions on that? Moving on to the turf motion, tabled from the 8/7 meeting. And I apologize because I had thought we had finished that motion and then went back and looked and we had not. So the main amendment, the main motion was to have the RFPs include natural grass, crumb rubber infill with a synthetic turf, as well as alternatives to crumb rubber in the synthetic surface. So three different options for the RFP. There was a failed amendment to strike natural grass wording from the motion, and then immediately an amendment was made to include researching the purchase or lease of Famolari Field on a long-term basis, at which point we tabled the motion because it was getting late. So the motion on the table right now is to amend the motion to include researching the purchase lease of Famolari Field, and I believe that was David's motion. And I don't know if we had a second for that motion. I couldn't tell.
Well, we don't need one anyway.
So we'll need a second on that motion if we're going to discuss that motion.
We adopted the Roberts rules for small boards. We don't need a second.
I like a second, so I don't have to do a second. But if nobody wants to talk about it, then we can.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Emily. So the one thing I'm going to say about this is it doesn't seem germane to an RFP motion, because an RFP wouldn't really, an RFP that's going out to synthetic field or natural grass, I don't think a purchase of a field is particularly germane to that motion. So do you want to amend your motion maybe in some way, or?
Research the costs, various options and costs of securing Famolari Field and upgrading the facilities.
You got that?
Not entirely. Say it again.
Research the cost of long-term, for securing Famolari Field long-term, and the cost of upgrading the facilities.
I'm going to just go to the board first, and then I'll. So, any questions from the board? Thoughts? Good. It's a quiet board tonight. So now I'll put it out to the public. So, if you could just state your name, so that.
Yeah, my name is Jeff Stent. I live in Brattleboro. And didn't we vote on this twice already?
So there was a vote. This board has not voted on this.
No, but before this board came in, this was voted on twice in the past twice.
Were there 2 votes on it? I'm not aware of that. You're talking about a board that didn't, that I did not sit on.
Well, it was. Well, it did pass, right? Am I?
Yes.
June
Yes.
12th, the Brattleboro Union High School District had a public meeting, and it was 2 articles. And the second article was specifically, shall the voters approve the turf field improvement, and it was approved.
And it was approved.
Right, so that's one, I didn't know there were 2 votes, so I'm not aware of 2 votes for this, so.
So there was one.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Wyndham Southeast Unified Union School District Articles of Agreement. And under Article 5B, it states that the new union district shall apply all reserve fund for the fund-specific purpose, if identified, unless otherwise determined through appropriate legal procedures. So, have there been other appropriate legal procedures to amend this, to overturn this decision?
We are not surfacing the field. We're requesting RFPs for various methods of resurfacing, and we have not taken off synthetic
Wasn't there was money though allocated? There was a certain amount of money, but it was, and it was an argument about synthetic versus. I mean, there was. I mean, it went to the debates. It was I can argue either side of it, but you can't. But yeah, according to this, you have to put the funds where they were going to go.
Right, so we're talking about how would we resurface a field. It may be that the voters vote because we could get Famulari for free. I mean, I'm not saying that we're going down that path. We're really just talking about Famulari. Maybe we do that with other funds while we're considering this.
These funds, though, are allocated for that purpose, and you can't amend that according to Article 14. You can't amend that. That's where it's got to go.
So we're talking about the main motion on the table, which is not what we're talking about now, is resurfacing the field, but we're not talking about that motion. We're talking about researching Famulari Field, and it wouldn't negate the main motion. It's an addition to the other motion. So we're talking about possibly researching Famulari Field, which does not negate the main motion at all. We're not considering, the main motion includes RFPs for doing the work to resurface the field.
Okay.
So, but the motion on the table right now is whether we consider other, maybe additional options, what our long-term plan is, and make sure we've turned over every stone on every field to make sure we're looking at our options. That's the motion on the table right now. So how many people want to speak to this, just so I know ahead of time, because keep your hands up. Sorry, there's hands going up and down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So I feel very good with about 2 minutes if you can do it. And if you need to go longer, let me know. And Sean.
I will time 2 minutes, and I'll just hold up 2. If you go beyond, I'll continue to raise fingers.
Which finger, Sean?
Question, point of order.
Yes.
Kim Price from Brattleboro. Are we allowed to talk about the turf field, or are we only talking about this amendment right now?
This amendment on the table is Famulari Field, not the turf. We're down.
Then you need to make that clear, because people want to talk about the turf field, not this amendment right now.
Right. I thought I explained that the amendment on the table right now is just to add Famulari Field. That is the amendment. That's the amendment to the main motion was the Famulari Field amendment. I'm sorry that was not clear. I thought I clarified that. Steve.
So, Steve Perrin, Brattleboro Union High School principal. I did do some research on Famulari Field, and I did talk to the current owners. Right now, it is not on the market. So, at this point, it is not for sale. The building's near the grounds. The owner is going to talk to her family, but at this point, it's not an option because it's not on the market yet. It wasn't on the market; they pulled it off. Okay. And when they know more, they're going to contact me.
So, given that,
Well, no reason to see how much it costs. We already know it's not for sale.
not for sale.
Yeah.
So, do you want to withdraw your?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Tim Maciel, Brattleboro. The principal parent
looked into the possibility of buying it, but I didn't hear that he looked into the possibility of leasing it.
No, I did not, because I was asked by the board to look at the possibility of purchase, and that's what I did.
Okay, and leasing is another option.
Me?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Jody Norman for Dummerston. I understand the frustration with the fields, and I don't want to get into that. But I am really pushing the board to talk to the Familari family, and not anybody with a vested interest in it. What has been on the market, and it may come back on the market. As I've said at the past meeting, you know, if we control that land, if we could own it, we control it. Other than that, that land may get sold or in changing hands, and we would never have an opportunity to do that. I wish David would keep his amendment in play so that you can at least talk to them. I think there are people in the audience who know the family, and I know people who know the family. I don't think it's my position to talk to them, but I think we need to find out if there is any possibility there and not just throw it out tonight.
I believe that's, I'm sorry, that's what I said. I said the family's going to contact me when they talk to each other, so.
Oh, I'm sorry, he was having something.
Yeah, Jeff Brewer, I'm here representing the Brown Girls Youth Soccer Program. I don't know about the first thing I did when I bought my house was I ripped out all the old carpet because it was toxic and it was nasty. So I don't know how many people follow this, but the idea of putting more artificial products in this world and somewhere the recycling product has to come and create this field. So I'm certainly want to just make my point that football and soccer is a true.
We're actually, though, we're on the Familari field amendment, so that would really fall under the turf. So.
Right. I know Familari Field was available years ago, and the school turned it down. And I work with Phil Nadowich, and I learned a lot from what we didn't do, and now we're reeling from not having enough space. So, you know.
So just on the Familari motion. Sorry, I called on Jill. Jill, then Kim. Sorry.
Jill Stahl, Tyler Brattleboro. Just wondering if someone can clarify exactly what our agreement is with Familari right now, because we obviously are using those fields.
Sure. May I? So currently, we have a very generous lease agreement with Familari that we can use it for middle school and sub-varsity sports, with an eye towards using it for girls' sports in particular. And currently we have one field on there and that we maintain. In recent years, they put up a solar farm, and they've also put up a hemp garden or a hemp farm in part of that. So they're expanding their use of it as well. In terms of what it would look like, and I can't even begin to speculate what an engineering study would look like to renovate that to be the field that we need. Right now we do have issues with parking. We're not allowed to park up there. It is off-site, so for our athletic trainer to get there, and if there's an injury, there's a delay there as well. So our preference is to have everybody on campus if we can. But the short answer is we lease it for a very attractive price for the fall sports, for cross-country in the winter, and then spring sports.
And then a clarification question. And so if we were to purchase this land, we wouldn't just start using it for games and suddenly be able to?
No.
It would take some money.
A lot of work. It would take we'd have to look and kind of determine what kind of field space do we want. Again, I'm not a geologist, so I don't know the details, but I'm sure it would take some considerable excavation to make enough flat surfaces to get enough playing field out of that. And again, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mine was along similar lines, but if it's to be used instead of a turf field, Familari, what's the cost of lighting? Because you need to offer the lights for night games. You need to have facilities put in for using the bathroom. You need to have parking. What's the cost of all of that? And if you can put lights because you have houses right there next door, and that's why we can't have lights in the softball field. So the cost to try to do the Familari seems extravagant.
On Familari.
Yes. Yeah, Sarah Gagnon from Bratt. I guess I just have a question, David. Is your motion to purchase or look at leasing the Familari field in place of doing the turf field?
It's an option.
And what does that mean, though? An
That
option
means
for
that
what?
if what we're going to have to decide at some point is, can we afford it? Is it going to be more efficient and less costly to have a turf field than what we're doing now? Because cost is obviously a consideration. And we need to look at, is this going to have a health impact on students or not? Those are the questions we're going to have to answer. If it turns out that the turf field is less costly, is more efficient, and we have a definitive sense of, or at least a preponderance of an understanding of what the health effects are, then the turf field answers the need that the administration prepared. If those two things aren't, if it's more expensive and if there are health issues, we want to give them what they need as far as we can afford. But so we want to have options. We don't want to just say yes or no. Let's see if we can solve this problem a different way if that doesn't work.
You could just address the question. I'll let you do a quick follow-up because you were very quick, but just address the question to me.
So what would be the timeline? Like, how long would you take to investigate this, both the health risks and the costs?
So we don't need, we're waiting, when do you think we're going to get the RFPs back that you've already started to work on?
We're ready to share estimates. We can't do an RFP without an engineering study to take place, but Mr. Sawyer and Mr. Clark have been working very diligently, and they've researched the options that you asked in August, and they're ready to present those this evening.
Oh, that's new.
They're not formal RFPs.
Okay.
They are estimates, based on conversations with vendors.
Okay, let me get through the Familari motion. I can move back up to we're way down in the motions, moving back up to the top. You guys are giving me this challenge. Is there anybody else that wants to speak to the Familari motion who has not spoken?
Just briefly, Evan Chadwick from Brattleboro. What Mr. Stent said is it sounded like, Mr. Schultz, you were kind of leaving the option over of a replacement as opposed to in addition to the turf field that has already been approved. But as Mr. Stent said, and I agree with him, I think that ship has already sailed with regards to the approval of the turf field. The question is exactly what that looks like, but it sounds like this has been voted on and approved, and there's really no way to look at alternatives. There's just a mechanism to allow you to look at in addition to.
Can I respond to that? Yeah. I think if you look at the motion, you'll find that what was approved was borrowing money to do it. And the money has not been set aside. It hasn't been identified or contracted or in any way committed to that project. And the board that made that decision was, if you trust the judgment of the Agency of Education, none of the school boards really had the authority to make that decision, if you want to go in that direction. But we are now faced with this issue. We are the ones that have to figure out if it's the right thing for the students, if it's the right thing for the community, and if we can afford it. And the fact that the money the approval of borrowing the money if you decide to go forward with that was approved by that meeting doesn't tie our hands.
Can I ask a question about?
Is this a point of clarification or?
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
Tara Sullivan. So there were, I understand, $4 million or something in funds that have been voted toward projects, right? Including this field, like
No.
This school is getting a new.
Yes.
Like the outside classroom is getting replaced. There's some money toward that.
Those funds have not been allocated. Those
Okay,
conversations have been had, but no board with authority has authorized.
So we
any.
have to revisit all of those votes on all of that $4 million of capital spending?
I'm not sure what the $4 million is, but we never had a vote on the expansion of Sierra Academy.
Okay, so we're gonna have to vote on everything again? We're gonna have to vote on this academy thing again?
We never voted on the academy thing, huh?
Isn't there money put toward taking down this outside classroom?
So this is way beyond the Familari motion. This is really moved into a philosophical. I understand, Tara. I just.
It's not philosophical, I'm just
Well,
asking a clarification. Like we're putting out these.
So the motion to look at Familari is to look at another option and how we might consider that option, or if it's even an option, it's just to get data. Maybe they give it to us for nothing, and maybe it would be nothing, and everybody at BUHS would say, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. We're looking for data.
Are we looking at everything? I'm just trying to understand the new board and the old board and how they're coming together and what's new and what's different, and what, are we gonna look at every single thing? What are we gonna look at, including this field, right? Do we have to go back in all of these cases of where we?
You know, I think we have to take things, I mean, Putney needed a new teacher. They approved a budget without a teacher and they needed a teacher. So boom, there's another teacher. So it's a constantly evolving.
But did this board have to review whether we're gonna hire that new teacher for Putney?
Yes, we had to say, go ahead and hire the teacher, yeah.
So we have to go through every single thing that's coming up.
I mean,
As a new board, that's what the new board has to do.
when we approve a budget, when something lands in a budget, yes, then it has to be approved for the next time. So if there's going to be an expansion of academy, that will have to go in a budget that gets approved before the voters, and if it
Okay,
gets
so the
shut down.
idea was approved, but the money wasn't.
As far as I know, I was not on the Brattleboro board, so I can't speak to that, but I don't believe that money was expended for the expansion of academy. Is that correct?
So the Brattleboro Town School Board, as we have on the website, is the board approved in December during the budget development. So the Brattleboro Town School Board approved a 5-year capital plan. And in that plan, it did identify the academy project. The board did authorize the engineering and the architectural services, the preliminary permitting. That's actually well underway. I think is Kelly still here yet? The capital plan identifies a number of projects across all of our schools, and as of June 30th, certain things were approved. So in the academy expansion example, the design of the project was approved. That's probably a $30,000 cost. In the example of the Brattleboro Union High School, not only did the board approve the turf field expansion, but so did the public. The electorate voted on that. So those are, they're similar, but the Brattleboro Union High School vote is all the way down through the legal process. And I do think that Jeff's point speaks to that, whereas as David is clarifying, there was no vote on moving forward with a construction bid process for the addition. The project was contemplated, so it is in process, but it's a little different. But I would just say another sort of thing that most folks would recognize immediately, and this again is what this Article 5 does, is if there were endowment funds with a restricted purpose, that Article 5 was there to say that any reserve fund that was designated prior to the merger will be honored. So, you know, the restrictions that go with funding, and then you have to get into the, well, I think somebody mentioned, I think maybe it was David, you know, there's the idea of doing something, and then there's the funding. Article 5 speaks to if there's funding available, then there was a commitment and there were the resources available to do it. And Article 5 is basically saying you should follow through with that. But it's not saying just because on the website there's a $4 million plan for all of the projects at Brattleboro Union High School for the next 5 years, you know, this board is obliged to do that. That's not what, you know.
That was my question. Thank you.
I think I will say that this board has more than we can do, so we're generally going with what the good work of the previous board members, many who are in this room, have recommended. You know, I mean, we're not reinventing every wheel throughout the district. We cannot possibly do that. And so we have competent administrators and we had competent board members in place. So I think we're looking at maybe some tweaks along the way and making sure we have funding. And if we lose $1 million in special ed funding, we got real problems. I don't know what we're gonna, that's a real challenge that we'll need to respond to, because we can't not respond to students with special needs. So, and it's a merged board. So we have to consider all the students in 10 schools. So that's where we might be revisiting things that we have considered if we don't have the money and we're at the cap. Famolari Field, but thank you for the philosophical path. Well, thank you, Frank. Is there anybody else who hadn't spoken at all, Jill? And I'll give you a second shot. Yes.
Brian, just wondering if David's RFP or amendment to the RFP should be held as something totally separate, so that they can put out the current RFP for the turf field, not to hold that up, because this process is going to take quite a while, so that they can move that along while you research that.
That's an interesting amendment. Do you want to consider, I mean, I don't think.
I think the object of the amendment is so that we have as many options as we possibly can. I mean, when we see what they've got for estimates, and then we put out an actual proposal to see what this would cost, there's a lot of time in between there to explore what's available at Famolari Field. And I think one of the things that you didn't mention, Kim, was that they also needed changing spaces up there, so the kids don't have to go into the woods. That's part of the consideration. So, and that's what I'm asking, is let's find out what that really amounts to, and then we'll look at the options and see what's going to best satisfy the need that the administrators have identified.
I wouldn't expect that it would hold up any work we're doing on RFP getting.
But if you're attaching to that RFP, you're waiting for a number that could take months. We're saying an RFP on turf field, it sounds like they got pretty close numbers.
Well, just for a point of, just to make it more clear, would you like to make that as a separate motion?
Well, the intention isn't to hold up the RFP, so
Right.
I'd just leave it the way it is.
So,
But would you be able to review the RFP until questions on his amendment are answered?
this has been moving forward, and we haven't actually even asked them to get the RFP yet, and they've actually have estimates for us, so I don't think we're not stopping anything from moving forward. We have not as yet. We're still moving forward the administration is still moving forward, and this is sort of a pro forma.
The award of the project.
Sorry, I can't.
Could hold up the award of the project.
It could, yeah.
I think it'll be a pretty quick conversation to find out if it's even feasible. And then we'd have to revisit what we're going to do in terms of moving forward with the project. But I wouldn't expect we would hold up anything. Yes. Jill, I'm going to let you go because I keep calling on you, so I feel.
Well, I'm trying to understand. I think I get, David, where you're coming from on the amendment, but I'm also thinking that this whole project is, if I understand, is at least 10 years in the process of being evaluated and being researched. So the wording of the amendment of saying, it feels like the administrators have already done much of the work that you're stating in your amendment. I'm wondering if you're trying to get at something else when you say that, or if you want to be a little bit clearer. Because I know you know that there's a lot of work that's been done to get to this point on any project by the time it gets to this level.
Yeah, I think the information that we got is it might cost $1 million, it might cost $1.5 million, it might have to be replaced in 8 years, it might have to be replaced in 13 years. And that there are medical studies that say that there can be health issues with materials, and there are medical studies that say not necessarily. And we don't really know what the cost are. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered still. And I'm not assuming that because this is the proposal that the administrators came up with, that that's the best way to solve the problem, or even that it's a way that the community would support. So what I want to do is get other options to deal with the question that they raised. And, that's pretty much the whole purpose.
I have a friendly amendment that the board researches so that it is not on the administration, that the board reaches out to Famolari to see if there is any interest. so it comes off as
I'd
Steve's
like to
plan.
amend my motion to say that the board will do the research for Family Field.
Are you in agreement with that amendment? Second. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, the woman next to you has not had a chance to speak at all.
Marilyn Chiarella, Brattleboro. Just a point of clarification, because I'm hearing the term turf being used frequently, and there are two types of turf. There's synthetic artificial turf, and there's natural turf. So I would hope that people would clarify going forward which they're talking about.
Oh, there's so many, there's hybrid turf, I have read so much
Oh,
about
goodness.
turf, there are.
All right, living grass
Yeah,
turf.
so we should say natural grass, so the RFP now contains natural grass as well as synthetic from rubber, and then alternatives, as we have spoken to before, and the main motion that I'm waiting to get back up to.
No, I
includes
just
those
wanted
three
that
options,
clarification,
yeah.
because I'm hearing it bandying around. I know it's not on the Familari piece.
Yeah, just one more thing too. The other thing is, when I'm not here, well, on Tuesday nights before I come here, I'm at the school board. And I think you all remember, I know Jill does, the probably 18-year process of getting a skate park in place. And I don't know if you've been up in Memorial Park yet, but the skate park isn't there. And all of the estimates that they made and all the fundraising that they did and all the times that they thought they had it, they found out once they started getting the bids that they didn't have it. And so, well, I don't want that to happen again. I want to have a firm number that we know it's going to cost. I want real projections for the expectation of what it's going to cost and what it's going to be involved in taking it up and replacing it when it wears out. And is it 8 years or is it 13 years or do some of them go longer? I've also, I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that there are three other artificial turf fields in the state, and two of them were privately funded. So, I mean, I need to know more about this. It may have been a 10-year study, but I'm being asked to make this decision, and I'm not going to make it until I know. And it has to save money, and it has to not hurt the kids. And we have not had that information.
So still, we're talking about Familari. Kim Price.
Can you please put a time limit on this, that we need to have this information by a certain date? Because we can't spend another 10 years getting this information and getting another field.
I will put a call in as soon as the motion is approved within, 24 hours if the board authorizes me to do that.
Well, we're still going to need hard estimates, hard bids for this project.
But it may be that it's not resolvable within 2 years with the family, but to check in with Hillary and Jared and see what they're thinking. Who knows?
Christine?
Yes.
So, but the thing is, it seems like, from my understanding, if the motion was to include Familari Field, we would still be, let's say Familari Field, we get certain information and it says, okay, we need to get some bids, we could still move forward with, let's say we decided that prem rubber was the way we're gonna go, or grass. We can still move forward with that part if we so choose. So it's not, I mean, it could act to hold up something if we all wanted it to, but it doesn't actually have to. They're kind of separate. Is that correct?
I would say I would see it that way as well, because they're not making land. Well, they are actually. Volcanoes are making land all the time, but they're not making land contiguous to our campus. And so if there's an opportunity, I think we should consider it as a board. And we're talking about the athletic fields, as if they keep adding sports, it's something to consider as a board while we're looking at this whole process. And that might affect our thinking about how much we're going to invest in one thing versus the other. So I don't see it as holding up. I wouldn't expect it to hold up. I will try and get a hold of the owners of the field, assuming this motion passes. Yes?
Another thought.
And you are?
I'm Jody Norman from Dummerston. Another thought is back behind the baseball field and that whole area where the recycling was and everything. Has anybody looked into the possibility of reconfiguring that whole area and maybe getting some more land in that area that would be on campus with the lights and everything else?
Yes.
You have?
We haven't, but the administration is. Do you want to talk about that again?
Well, we don't own that land, that's town land, and so we would have to buy that from the town of Brattleboro, and that space where the recycling is not nearly, not nearly enough space. I mean, we need space for a full-size soccer pitch.
So even if you're dealing with the town, and the town and the schools go together hand in hand, and you reconfigured and changed the soccer field another direction and do all of that, there wouldn't be enough space there?
Well, so
I shouldn't
Yes,
talk
you
to,
may.
I should talk to Christina.
So one of the, a couple of things. First of all, as we speak, you know, we're putting a maintenance garage, which was approved 2 years ago, not by this board. We have a maintenance garage that's getting placed on that site. So that's going to be a big part of that footprint. That's been through the permitting process, through Act 50. So that's going to take up some of what that space might be. So then we also looked at the possibility of, do we, and I don't want to get struck by lightning, you know, do we look at deconstructing the tennis field grandstand, and do we move that back? Do we resituate? Do we resite that? That way, would we have enough space to put in two fields, two complete-sized fields in the outfield? As we've looked at that, we've determined that there's not sufficient space in the outfield to do that. And also, a lot of concerned citizens have rallied, and they've asked us to not tear down the grandstands and to leave it as is. And they're actually doing a fundraiser right now to rejuvenate those, which is fine. But you know, that is one of the options that we looked at. Based on that, we knew we wanted to keep sports on campus. We knew we wanted to keep people close as, you know, as we could. And so we looked at the idea that by completing, you know, what we think is the linchpin of that area, you know, we have the grandstands we put in 2011, press box in 2012, that by placing that synthetic surface there, what we would be doing is we'd be creating the centerpiece for boys sports, for girls sports. We could use it for soccer, field hockey, all of those sports, all fall long. Right now it's used, how many home games do we have?
14 varsity.
So no, football.
Football?
Yeah.
With playoffs of 6 or 7.
So we'd be going from 6 or 7 home games in the fall to in excess of, I would say, 50.
Okay, but back to the other field, the baseball field.
Right.
I mean, you've looked at it. Has it been do we have a survey on it so we actually know what's there?
We have looked at it. We've played with the diagrams where we've actually taken the size of a regulation soccer pitch and tried to fit them into the outfield. It doesn't fit. It's not big enough.
That answers my question,
Jody?
probably.
So this isn't actually Famulari, so.
No, we just threw another thing.
I know, well, you want to, yeah.
Rob Deshard, Brattleboro. I just want to comment on follow up with what Steve said. we're talking about sports, and like sports teams and this and that. I teach phys ed at BAMS, and I'm kind of thinking about all the kids. And I just wrote some numbers down. You know, I've taught there for 9 years, and usually we can't get out for class until after April vacation. So that's a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time in the spring because of, you know, whether it's mud, snow not melting. You know, we can't get on the fields because the condition. And, you know, I see over 150 students a day, and I just think about, like, the student physical education hours per day would be like 150, right? I multiply that times, and I've done my own research. I've talked to, you know, regular fields versus turf fields, and it's known that you can get out up to 7 weeks outside before than what I do now. You know, so say 35 extra school days, I get to bring my kids outside. And that equals 35 extra days times 150 students a day. That's 5,250 hours that those kids get to spend outside instead of being inside a gym. And you know, if you want to break that down even more, it's 218 extra days they get to be outside.
So I think you're on the motion that we're not talking about right now.
Right, I just wanted to make a point that, you know, I'm thinking about all the kids, not just the sports, and, you know, regular field versus, you know, artificial field. Our kids would have more time outside, which would ultimately...
Can we get this motion on or off the table about Famulari Field? We're looking into it, and then go back up to that motion. You got it in a second. Any other comment on Famulari so we can get to the motion everybody is so desiring to talk about, so we can either put this on the table? Yes, Sean?
Well, I would just say, Sean Murphy, I would just say, being on the BUHS board for many years, the idea of Famulari was like a balloon that would come in and then would go out of the room and it would come back in and it would go out. So it was like nobody could ever get their hands around it and say, yeah, this is going to work. And I think we're exactly the same place that we were probably 10 years ago thinking about Famulari. It has definite drawbacks in terms of a playable field. When my son was at BUHS, they played varsity lacrosse. It was totally inadequate. There was no place for spectators. There were no bathrooms. There was no changing. There was no access. There was no parking. So all those things, that's a myriad of questionable use for a field on a campus. All those things were problematical then, and they're still problematic. So I would say it would be interesting to know from the Famularis, but they've already been negotiated with and asked about, and the realtors have been engaged for many, many years. So it's not a new deal.
Well, I can't tell if you're speaking for or against the motion because you don't mind if I call.
I do not mind if you call,
Okay.
but I
So
just
that's-
wanted to do that as a little prelude. It's like the skateboard park. It's something that has never happened for reasons.
So I think, are we ready to vote on Famulari? So I think the motion is to authorize the chair of the board to contact the Famulari family to see if there is interest in some sort of long-term lease or purchase agreement for field space. Does that seem like the motion?
Second.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays, abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I'll be making a call tomorrow, Kim Price. Back to the main motion, which might be confusing to people. The main motion on the table is that we request of the administration to obtain RFPs for a natural grass option for resurfacing the field, a traditional, I hate to say that, a typical crumb rubber infill surface, as well as alternatives to the crumb rubber, a synthetic surface, but alternatives to the crumb rubber, such as a coconut or a cork or a wood. I'm not for the walnut because that has allergies. So, but some other alternatives. So that is the motion on the table. We're obtaining information and estimates, or moving forward with the RFP, but I believe the administration might have some late-breaking estimate information to share with the board.
We do. Are you ready?
Go for it.
Okay, so the direction that we thought we were given from the board was to go ahead and find RFPs and look at RFPs for those things. As we researched with Frank's help, we realized that we really could not do an RFP because we're not at that stage yet. Because for a lot of reasons, but mostly legally because of the bid process, that we really can't bring an RFP before this board until we are ready to move forward in that direction. So what Mr. Sawyer and Mr. Clark have done, and they spent a ton of time, is they've done a lot of research and they've looked at various options, and I'm going to ask them to share those options with you. One of the other things that's limited us is that to do this well as part of the RFP process is we have to go to an engineering study. And we have old engineering studies, but a new engineering study was going to cost us about $70,000. We were not ready to do that now. I mean, when we move forward, that'll be part of the project, but we weren't ready to say we're going to spend $70,000 for estimates. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So we chose to do it this way. So, as Chris and Robert have researched it, they've also done a lot of research on the health risks. They, for every person that tells me, there's an article in the Berkshire Eagle that somebody quoted about a doctor saying that knee injuries increase as much as 300% on artificial turf. what was neglected to say is in the next paragraph, another physician and resident said that had studies that said there are no more frequent or severe injuries. So, in one regard, we've been looking at data that people have chosen to present. And so Chris is going to kind of talk a little bit about that as well. He does have, we do have a crumb rubber. We have a base price to share with you. And then on top of that, we also have prices for, and Chris will talk more about it, encapsulated crumb rubber, as well as 2 options for organic surfaces, and then finally a cost for a natural grass replacement, with the caveat that that natural grass replacement has serious concerns if it's going to be used every year the way we want to use Natowich Field now. So I'm going to turn it over to Chris and Robert. I will pass this out to the board, yes.
And I think this is probably something that we're going to just take a general pass at tonight, because we have buildings and grounds as part of our finance committee. So I think that needs to be this needs to be on the buildings and grounds finance committee to really do the deep dive on the finances. But we're all excited to hear this late breaking flash.
So,
right, we're just hearing estimates.
So we will go quick with some proposals and estimates that we have gotten. As Mr. Perrin alluded to, we really do need to have a specific RFP or engineering study, because there are a lot of options for synthetic fields out there. There are a lot of companies who make it. There's a lot of manufacturers who make the fields, infields. So without specifically naming companies here tonight, we did the best we could to get ballpark figures that would pretty much satisfy every company that we could deal with. The first option that we pretty much vetted and did feasibility studies and have chosen the path of is a standard field of crumb rubber infill with a sand mixture with a monofilament fiber, and estimates would include all the stonework and the drainage that would go into building such a field. And the reason we chose that field is based on our geographic location and what we're trying to do on the field. Everybody's recommending crumb rubber is the best option to satisfy our needs. But a general price for a crumb rubber infield synthetic surface would be $10 a square foot all in. So our field is 93,400 square feet on Natowich, so a base price, we're looking at $934,000. So that would be a low-end estimate. There are options that we can put on turf fields. We want to put lines for every sport. We could play on it: field hockey, soccer, lacrosse, football. Probably missing one, but I don't mean to. But that would raise the price. So I think the maximum price we'd be looking at would be $11 a square foot. So right around $1 million for a crumb rubber field. The benefits of crumb rubber are, and this can go either way, and we can talk about some of the health concerns later, but crumb rubber is the most vetted product out there. It's been used for a long time. It's been studied by some of the most, respected universities. Yes.
I think we're trying to just limit it to cost tonight, and then.
Okay, I can do that.
And we could be here till 10 o'clock. So.
Well, I would like to address some of the health concerns later when this part is done. We did look at 2 other options for synthetic turf fields. One is not an organic option, but it is double coating a crumb rubber. Okay, so we take the crumb rubber and we double coat it with an acrylic product, and I guess you could say that stops the off-gassing and doesn't allow the crumb rubber to leach outside the tank. So that's the purpose of it. There's many different companies that make it. So to double coat crumb rubber, we would be looking at an additional cost of $1.50 a square foot, or another $140,000, upping the cost a little over $1 million. These kind of products are found in St. Michael's College, Dartmouth College, Burton Academy in Manchester, UNH, all have a double-coated crumb rubber field. Shock pad. So one option with a double-coated crumb rubber field would be the opportunity to put a shock pad in. So I've read in the newspaper, people have talked about concussions, some of the issues, and a shock pad does reduce concussions under a synthetic turf field. A shock pad probably costs $1 a square foot to put underneath a field. So to add a shock pad would be about, to this field, $93,400. However, when you combine a shock pad with double-coated chrome rubber, the price is the same because you have to use less infill. So when you use a shock pad, less infill is required. That would also be true of regular chrome rubber. So again, for a shock pad and double-coated chrome rubber, we're looking for an addition of $140,000 or a little over $1 million.
So can you not put a shock pad under the regular firm?
You do not need a shock pad for regular chrome rubber or double-coated. It could be an option.
But you could put, because you just didn't have it listed here, but you could add that.
Yes, you could.
Yeah.
The next option we looked at was an organic infill type product. There are several on the market. There are walnut, there are sage shell, there are pine. We chose to look at an organic infill product of 90% coconut husk and 10% cork, similar to what Landmark College uses. Using an organic product would require a shock pad, so it's not an option with organic products. And to do that, we'd be looking at, with the shock pad and the organic infill, an additional $170,000 to the base price of a chrome rubber field. So about $1.1 million for a field with an organic product. Finally, we did investigations on natural grass fields, and this was a little harder to get a specific estimate. With the synthetic estimates, it's pretty standard, but with grass fields, there are not a lot necessarily being built. So we called companies that recently installed grass fields to just get their estimate. We kind of figured out that $400,000 to $550,000 was an estimated range based on the research that we did. One engineering firm in Massachusetts that we spoke to said we could expect to pay $500,000 for an entry field and up to $750,000 for a high entry field. Again, with natural grass, there would be more maintenance costs, and right now, we really don't spend a lot of money on maintenance. But with a high-end natural grass field, if we want to do what we want to do, we really have to up that in terms of maybe $50,000 a year. And there'd be other issues as well.
So that last sentence, you're saying that there could be more time, more play time on a natural grass field with more maintenance.
Well, to do everything that we want to do, and I could just take a moment, I kind of follow some things in the newspaper, and I think there was an article written about a specialized sports turf manager, and Robert and I actually made phone calls this week to talk to some of these people. I'll have to find his name here, but...
John Lee Keller?
We spoke to Jared Minnick of the Natural Grass Advisory Group out of Baltimore, and so he's familiar with some things. And he did state that while he's a natural turf proponent, at some times synthetic turf is the only way to go. So for everything we want to do, he said there were options that we could try, including putting the hybrid turf between our hash marks and playing around with things, but he talked about lighting. But we just know that the maintenance to continually use the field the way we want to use it would be at least $50,000, if not more, and may result in needing to resod the field every year. So that's some of the things we talked about with him.
How much does it cost to resod the field?
Excuse me, could you just, if you want to speak, could you just raise your hand and I'll call on you, you can address it to me, and I'll phone a friend. Sorry.
Well, given the scope of the resod, because we don't always have to resod the entire field, but up to $50,000, I think, maybe per year.
Yeah, it's quite a bit. We did research the blended turf, which was a little strange.
Barcelona plays on it.
Yeah, you know what though? That's like, you want to like colleges try that first? I don't know, it's not proven.
But there are places that are,
Yeah, I know, but
it's been around for 6 years.
But it hasn't really been around that long. It's really a new thing.
Yeah, well, it's been in Europe for a really long time.
Yeah, I heard about the Europe.
Right, so that was his point. It is a scary thought, though, in the United States. It has been in Europe a lot. But as we see new fields being put in, we go back to Rutland High School, put in a brand new natural grass field about 2 years before they had to undo the field because it wasn't draining properly and put in a synthetic field. So while it's been in Europe, it's still new technologies, and we're a high school. our groundskeepers went to Middlebury College a few years back, and Middlebury College has a dedicated groundskeeper for each specific field that they use for each specific sport. And we're a high school, and our groundskeepers are in charge of a lot of things. So to think we're going to manage a program such as this is just a lot to put on them.
And here's the other thing that is not being considered is the amount of herbicides and pesticides that we are going to be applying that we do not apply now. And there's going to be a lot of that. So it's not really environmentally, socially interesting to use all those chemicals, and we try to stay away from it as much as possible.
I believe there's antibiotics you have to put on, they recommend antibiotics being put on the synthetic fields from what I understand because of MRSA concerns,
Yeah,
a lot of them.
actually I can speak to MRSA, but
But one of the things they recommend is antibiotics.
actually they don't anymore.
They don't anymore?
No, they just don't find it necessary because of the new infill systems. It's not a hospitable environment for MRSA or staff, and with the temperatures and the UV light, it doesn't survive very long. So.
So before I go to the citizens that have assembled, I just want to make sure the board has heard everything from the administration, if they have any clarifying questions, or?
I think I actually have two questions.
Yes.
When was the current Natowich field last resurfaced? And if you're not currently using, I'm blanking on the term, but chemical sprays, why would you need to in the future?
We do it on a very limited basis right now. But to maintain a field, once you build a $550,000 field for $750,000, I don't think people would like it if we just let it go and the next thing it was ground the next time you showed up at a game. So to maintain something like that, it is a lot of work. And you have to put those things down. Or you get infiltration of crabgrass and all kinds of other things, and pests. But they eat the roots of the grass and then it all turns brown.
Do you know when it was last resurfaced?
1965. In Natowich, 1965.
That's a long time ago.
So we have excellent keepers who have done a great job maintaining our fields. But it's not about the safety of our fields. We're adding more use to it, and we can't keep up with that use. So that field hasn't been done since 1965, and we're milking it, and we do a lot of management and scheduling around our field situation, but we're running out of that opportunity. And furthermore, we just want all of our students to have access to a first-rate facility that some of our teams enjoy, but not everybody.
I just have a question of process. So where in the process are we? Meaning we're not voting tonight to say we're going to do natural grass, but it seems like we have some estimates, but you had said that there needed to be a $70,000 engineering thing that goes on, and then we could put together the RFPs. So right now the motion on the table is just to consider this. That would still not change, I think, if we vote.
Right, and so if we decide to move forward with one of the other options, then, you know, with Frank's guidance, we'll prepare the RFPs. We'll probably do the engineering study then, because that engineering study will have to be done no matter what we do in the future. So we would probably do that step next with the board's permission, and then from there, you know, I guess what we're looking for the board to do is to kind of give us some guidance about, you know, which of these options do we look at? You know, because we don't want to bring RFPs for all four of these options. That doesn't make sense, and we're not going to get vendors. So what we really need to do is really need to get, you know, some options that you want us to pursue. From there, we would bring in the vendors, we would move the process along. I mean, our hope originally was to have this ready, you know, in June. Our hope was to have the field installed right after football season. Now, our hope is to hopefully get it installed for spring. If that doesn't happen, you know, we're going to look at getting it done right after graduation this year, you know, 2020. You know, we'd like it ready to be used for the fall, to 2020 at the very least. Another thing that Chris didn't mention, that, you know, were we to go with a pure natural field, we would probably not have home games for 1 or 2 years. Because that field needs a year or 2 years, I'm not sure which it is, to actually get ready to go. So that would be another
So we
piece.
would lose the field for up to 1 year, and again, there's no guarantee that we'd be able to do everything that we need to do on a natural grass field and have it stand up and be sustainable.
So could I speak to the framework again, also address that question? So thank you, Steve, that was good. We need to obviously follow the state law, the state bid law. We haven't talked about that because typically a board would authorize a project that a feasibility study would have shown its value and the ability to complete the project and achieve your solution. So really that's what we're looking for tonight. The state law is pretty straightforward. And we don't do more than $500,000 projects that often. We do them. I've managed many of them, but we're using language that doesn't go with the state bid law. So let me just map that out. It's pretty simple. Projects over $500,000 require a board to pre-qualify the vendors. The pre-qualification process says that there will be a criteria published, advertised meeting, by the board that establishes the criteria for which you will select at least 3 qualified contractors. So that criteria typically is, can they do the work you want them to do? So of course that is what Robert and Chris and Steve have been working, defining the work. That's the specification. That's what we refer to as what's in an RFP, a request for proposal. You're not asking for requests for proposals, and they're not giving them to you. They're giving you budgetary estimates. But the board hasn't given the administration a clear sense of what is the scope of the work. That's what we hope to accomplish tonight. So, but once we get there, it's board conducts establish a criteria to pre-qualify at least 3 vendors that can meet the board specification. So, second, within 30 days, you will have a board meeting to select those vendors. So the RFQ, request for qualification, is the first step. Vendors respond. The administration has done a great job sort of alerting the industry that we're interested. So we think that you'd get a very good response. You have a public meeting and listen to their presentations. So the vendors come, they present to you why they think they're the best firm. You select out of the pool, hopefully we get 6, you select at least 3. You might select all of them. And then no later than, or maybe I think it's no earlier than 30 days after that, you have a public bid. You have a sealed bid process, and you either award the bid at that time, or if you need to sort through the proposals, you have time to do that. So it's at a minimum a 60-day process. It's pre-qualifying the vendors first, having them come to your meeting, and you select them. Then they get the actual bid RFP that has the scope of the work, and it's going to either say, give me a turf field with alternates A, B, and C, or it's going to say something that we haven't contemplated yet. And then David, I think that's where you get all of the professional sort of insight. This is the best the industry can do. You get to ask your questions around, anything related to the, to the scope of the work. And then, so you have these decision points at least twice, generally 3 times. The first one is select contractor. The second one is to approve the RFP, the scope of the work. And the third is to say, yes, we can afford the bids that have come back to us based on our request. So it's generally in the school district's best interest to be very clear about the specification. If we ask for a very broad spec, we're going to get a really broad spectrum of quotes, And oftentimes, it will increase the cost a lot up to the project. If we haven't been definitive about, here's the problem that we want solved, and here's the scope of the solution that we want considered. So it's in our best interest to engage Chris, Steve, the prior board, Sean's work on the Brattleboro Union Finance Committee, all of that question and answer and analysis, so we have as narrow a scope as we can that's, responds to your questions and obviously the student need.
So are you asking the board to decide tonight what direction we go based on this without having any time to consider it? Is that what?
No, what would really be useful is to answer the kind of the key question that I think a lot of the folks in the public have raised, which is, are we moving forward with the June 12th vote, and what is the scope of the project? You really need to define the scope of the project in order to move forward.
What can you define for me? Can you clarify for me the scope of the project?
The scope of the project, under the understanding of all the work that the BUHS Finance Committee did and then the full board, was that it was going to be a turf field improvement. So if the administration is ready to move forward with developing a request for qualification that would get at least 3 firms in front of you for you to interview for a synthetic turf field. That was the argument that was made for the June 12th board meeting. The vote was favorable by the electorate. We're ready to move forward based on what you just heard tonight with that. So if you're comfortable saying yes, go ahead, you can have all of those answers for you over the course of those 3 events that we just talked about. But if you want to expand that, meaning adding grass turf, that's where we don't have a professional engineering study. That's where the district, the Windham SD district will have to incur additional costs.
We have to have an engineering study no matter what path we go, right? We're not off that $70,000 we're spending no matter what.
Because the turf field is it's sort of a modular product that is it's not like that it's a custom build for every time they go. It's a manufactured product. We don't have to spend $70,000 for a design plan like we would normally do when you build an addition, right? We've got the substantial, understanding of how that field was built, and Robert Clark has represented all of the anticipation of drainage and so on that has already been put under the field, and we would require the manufacturer and the installer to do that analysis and that work as part of the bid process. But we can't do that with a grass field, and it would not, my understanding, it would not be typical that the synthetic turf field bidder would also be in the same industry as putting a grass field in. Am I right about that, or is that?
With limited choices.
The field manufacturer, you're correct, engineers find both, but yeah, a field builder would not.
The installer is not going to have that expertise. I've had a brief conversation with folks that do consult on installing a turf field, with the best hybrid grass available that's the most durable and so on, and they're saying that the geology that Steve mentioned it's a very significant thing. You have to understand the existing conditions on your site, and as it relates to drainage, because these kinds of fields require so much irrigation and maintenance. That's where you've got to spend a fair amount of engineering that's very different than you would if you're putting in synthetic turf.
I think Sean was waiting for.
Yeah, I would just like to say that in a high school, there's so many different venues for expression. Art, music, sports, all these different things. So what happened at BUHS was that we had limited things that we could do in terms of sports. We couldn't have playoff soccer games because of the infield actually impinging on the pitch. And the Natowich Field now, which is a sod field, can only have very limited use. I would reiterate, my son was a lacrosse player, so he was able to play on that field just in the spring. Otherwise, it was, you couldn't go there. So it was football and lacrosse. So with a sod field, since there are so many athletes and student athletes at BUHS, a field that is lined for multiple events, that is extremely durable, it's actually a heck of a lot of fun to play on because it is perfect. You can see all the lines. It's a huge thing for people and also students. It's a huge thing for any kids that are interested in athletic endeavors. So, is it ideal? Probably not. Are there reservations? Probably are. But in terms of what it will actually give the students for enjoyment in the high school and the middle school and the career center, it would be a tremendous advantage to Brattleboro Union High School and all 5 towns, because the learning students would be playing on that field also. So, there are a lot of advantages to it, and it would mean a lot of playtime and a lot of enjoyment and a lot of good feeling. I'm awful feel.
Emily, did you want to?
I don't know what to say. I'm a little surprised that we have these, I guess. From conversations that I heard, it seemed like we were just going to be talking about tonight if we want to add this option, because we had tabled it. I'm glad that we have actually all these numbers, and thank you, and for explaining the process. As far as narrowing down the process, we had talked at the last board meeting of operating a little differently and having a press release so that more, it seems like everybody here found out about the meeting, so I'm glad you guys did. But we had talked about having a press release so that anybody who thought this issue might be coming up and we might be making some critical decisions, that narrowing the scope could be there. We had made that public knowledge we would do that, which we did draft the press release, but then I don't feel like there was a clear understanding that you guys would be expecting us to narrow it already. I like to know these timelines. That was helpful because, if we're, we need to make some decisions eventually. We can't just keep putting off things forever. And I don't know, I'm kind of combining a lot of different thoughts here. That's surprising, that's my one thought. I don't know if we're ready to narrow it. I'm not sure how everybody else feels. I'm hesitant to spend $70,000 on an engineering study, but I'm also hesitant to take that off the table because I don't know that we've heard all the opinions. But I did have a question though. My question was, we had this idea that it would go in November, and then it was, you said, the spring, and now it's maybe fall 2020 might be reasonable. We want to resurface the field because there's challenges with it. If there's big challenges with it, it would suggest that, can it last till fall 2020? I guess, I'm just confused at how can we push it back if there's challenges?
Sure. So the biggest challenge is access. And the idea that we can't use the field, therefore we can't have our teams practice as often as they want. Chris and I actually fielded a phone call from a parent a couple of weeks ago who's very upset that their JV player didn't have practice until 5:30. And what are they going to do from 3:30 to 5:30? Well, the reason they don't is because we don't have a field for them until 5:30. So those are the issues. Can we limp along the way we have? Yes. Will we have to rethink adding middle school lacrosse? Probably. Will we have to look at sports that people want us to add or maintain? We won't be able to keep doing it. So the reason there's the pressure is that we want to make sure that we can get boys and girls on that field using it all the time. We want to make sure that all of our sports can play in the centerpiece field that we have on campus. We want to make sure that we can have soccer games, field hockey games. You know, we have an incredibly competitive soccer team this year. They are going to go deep into the playoffs. These guys work really hard. And we're putting them on the smallest field in the state. And we're putting them on a field that is substandard. So we want to rectify that. You know, that's, for me, that's the pressure, is that I'm looking and I'm seeing a waste of space. I'm seeing an incredible waste of resources, especially in the fall. And so what I'd really like to see us do is I'd really like to see us, you know, and that's why we're recommending a turf surface, a synthetic surface, because it will let us use it earlier in the spring. It will let us practice, you know, it'll drain faster. We won't have to cancel practice and then say, well, it's not raining anymore, but we have to wait a day for the field to drain. It'll drain. We can use it. So I guess, and I don't know.
So I'm going to just...
I would just speak to the timeline real quick, just because.
Well, then everybody's going to want equal time, and you guys have a long platform.
The timeline is just specific for a reason, because there's only certain times these fields can be installed. We can't install it during a fall or spring season, so we need to contract out ahead of time. So the day after graduation, doing this in the summer would be ideal, but that's kind of why the timeline is created the way it is, so we can schedule those types of things.
Thank you. So I would like to clarify for Emily that the last conversation I had with Steve was he was not going to have anything for this meeting. And so I had not known that you were going to bring estimates to the meeting. That was not communicated to me. So the communications committee asked if they should send out a press release so that all interested citizens could attend. And so that I said, no, don't send out that press release, because we are not at the stage where we're considering what we're going to go with. So I'm now in a very difficult position. I do not like surprises sitting up here. That's when you find that I'm not so nice. But I feel very, we have told people in the community that we're interested, pro and con, that we were not discussing this tonight. And that was the top priority of our communications committee, and I had no knowledge. So I feel like it would be really irresponsible of our board to take action when we have told members of the community that no action would be taken, because I was not informed that there was any estimates coming up.
I think we should, well, we're not going to act tonight. And I think given that we're responsible for all of these schools now, not just high school, we need to put this into the mix and consider all of that. I also think that we did make a commitment to engage the public in this process, and we're going to do that. I suggest that we either add to next agenda or an upcoming agenda the public conversation and maybe even a decision about whether to go forward with the steps that Frank laid out or not. And I should write this down, because the other thing is that we should write down questions that we have that we need answered for ourselves, never mind the things that the public's going to suggest, and that we put that on an agenda for either the next meeting or the meeting after that, where there's not as much business, or have an additional Wednesday meeting on the 2nd or 4th, have an additional meeting basically, and a public meeting about this particular issue, and get as much information as we can to answer some of the questions. Some of them we're never going to get answered, but questions about what are the replacement costs and things like that, we certainly can get answered. And there are all kinds of, like, looking around, I know I see lots of people that have questions about the health issues as well, and they're respecting the agenda, and you're and haven't tried to talk about their side of it. Unless we're going to do that now and stay.
Oh, yeah, we do that once the board has
okay. Well, I would suggest
gotten their questions.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, September 17th meeting of the Select Board. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we entered into executive session this evening at 5:15 p.m. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the September 3rd meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. I do have chair's remarks this evening. They are important and they are longer than I usually would have, and so I have them written down and I will be referring to my notes beginning now. I want to take this time to extend a sincere thank you to Brattleboro's police officers for the excellent frontline work that they are doing to address the impacts of poverty in our community without criminalizing it or the people who suffer from it. The humanity and compassion of the officers in their person-to-person interaction with people who are struggling in our community is frankly amazing, and it is stressful and it is against the normal way that policing is done. The relationships formed are intimate and built over time with the folks they interact with the most. The department's leadership in reducing the use of trespass notices and other revolving door methods of enforcement is inspiring and shows a real understanding of systemic barriers and restorative justice. We know that the officers face criticism every day from mainstream individuals who want visible poverty to be removed from our public spaces. I can only imagine the stress and discouragement that that causes to people who are doing this kind of very high-pressure work every day. We are grateful for the officers' resilience and perseverance in addressing these situations within the boundaries of what is allowed by the United States Constitution and the Vermont court system. For instance, people who have no housing cannot legally be removed from public spaces unless there is a shelter to which they can be directed. You can Google that. It is a Ninth Circuit Court ruling that started out west and has already been upheld in Burlington with a financial impact to the town. If anything, our public spaces at this point may need to be assessed for future camping needs that are actually safe. When crimes are committed and an arrest is made, a lot of work goes into that people do not see. A lot of coordination with other law enforcement agencies, some of which might not be that pleasant to work with. And yet, the legal system, meaning the judiciary system, the court system, often releases people within a few hours, even after months and months and months of work has been done. I can only imagine this is just as demoralizing as having people come up to them on the street saying they're not doing their job. These releases can lead to the misconception that the PD is doing nothing, but that is not true. I want the community to know that the police department acts in accordance with the select board's direction and within the applicable laws. And to our police department, I say, keep up the awesome work. Thank you for what you bring to our community. What you do every day is not lost on me, and I would dare say is not lost on any of us sitting up here tonight. I also want to quickly mention that some of us who are on social media may have noticed the post from Sergeant Bissett, I believe, from the Berlin, Vermont Police Department, who I believe this weekend purchased sleeping bags, collected sleeping bags for the 43 homeless people, 19 of which were noted in one night in their town of population 2,887 as of the 2010 census. 43 homeless people. And their police department was quite clear about their refusal to criminalize poverty. And so I guess I'd say we're in good company, considering Brattleboro sits at a very uncomfortable 23.6%, or 1 of every 4.2 residents that live below the poverty line, the state line being 11.4%. With that, I would ask, are there managers' comments?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Are there other members of the select board who would like to make comments or committee reports?
No, thank you.
The diversity committee meets on Thursday, the first time since the spring.
Awesome.
Packed agenda.
Very good.
2 quick comments. There's going to be an informational, sort of a kickoff meeting at the Latches Theater Monday the 24th for COSU, which is the Windham County Consortium on Substance Abuse. What did I say?
Monday's the 23rd.
Oh, sorry about that. Tuesday, the 24th. And I think it's at the unfortunate time of 10 a.m. to 12. But there's a reason for that. There's going to be discussions going on afterwards at Turning Point. So if you don't know, this is a consortium of many different groups, 14 in total, I think, that are coming all together to address substance misuse in our community and throughout Windham County. So that's something you can check out and learn a lot more about. I'm hoping BCTV will be there, but we can't always assume that.
I'm getting a nod.
Getting a nod, good.
This is the
Great.
24th at 10 a.m.?
It is, yeah. I think it had to be moved, so that's, despite my confusion, I think that was the only one move it made from the 17th to the 24th now. The only other comment I wanted to make is I wasn't here at the last meeting, and the last meeting is when there was a little acknowledgement of Martha O'Connor's passing. I just wanted to add my personal grief that I experienced while I was on vacation, unfortunately, and I just want to say that I wouldn't be sitting here without Martha's encouragement at several points in me trying to decide if I should jump into this for the community. And I'm just incredibly impressed by both Martha and Tim's contributions to our community, and wish Kate and all the other kids a lot of love about that. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, absolutely. It still kind of stings, and we're several levels removed, so yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, I'm going to make a comment. We have a really packed agenda again, and so I am going to try, every day we strive to be a better version of ourselves. I'm going to try to be as open to public comment as I ever can be, while still saying that we need to keep things within the bounds of the time we have allotted with our interpreters and just in general. Having said that, I will now open the floor for public participation. This is your opportunity to speak about something that is not on tonight's agenda. George.
Hello, I'm George Harvey. I'm a resident of Brattleboro, town meeting rep. I want to make a criticism of the select board, and I want this to be heard as a positive criticism. And I'm going to start out by pointing out that in 1933, Prohibition ended, and the federal government passed a law that made it possible to make wine in the household, but not beer. And the reason that that law was what it was, and it remained on the books for 45 years, was because of a misplaced comma. The beer would have been allowed if the comma hadn't been misplaced, but it sat there for 45 years. And for that reason, everything that comes before any body, legislative body, whatever body, has got to be crafted well. Now, what I want to comment on is the vote that was taken a couple of times ago, several weeks ago, on the climate declaration. And what happened here was that a group of young people made the request.
George?
Yes.
That's on the agenda tonight. It hasn't been voted on.
Last term, the last time. I
We ever
want to
actually
comment
vote
on the way
We've never
that was.
voted on it.
We didn't vote.
We've never voted on it.
You didn't vote.
Because we wanted it to come back in front of the full
Yes,
board.
I understand. The comment is still valid, though.
Okay.
After that meeting, I went out and I heard what the kids were saying. They had come to you and they had said, we want a climate declaration. We believe this is an existential crisis. And what had happened was that went before the board. It was not voted on. I'm sorry I was wrong.
Okay.
But nonetheless, they looked like they were in shock. And I think the reason why they looked like they were in shock was because you were looking at this from the point of view of something that was coming before the select board that had to be right. It had to be well crafted. They were looking at it from the point of view of children who were coming to you and saying existential threat, which means children came to you and said, our lives are being threatened. And the response was, I can't vote for this paper's a mess. which to them meant, although it's valid in the select board process, to them it means, okay, you've said your life is in danger, we're telling you your term paper failed. And I think they really were in shock because of that. And I want to point out that 5 days ago, a story came out of a peer-reviewed publication coming out saying, our society is going to collapse in 30 years if we don't deal with this. This is a position that scientists are getting into. And I will point out that Stephen Hawking said he believed that the world was going to lose all life. This is possibly the biggest issue that will ever be before this body. And I would hope that as you deal with this, it will be treated with care, because you're dealing with children here.
Thank you, George.
Thank you very much.
Further comments about items, and I think I was a little lax there because really that should have waited until the item, but I'd like to have comments about items that are not at all listed on tonight's agenda. Nick.
Nick Nickerson, 67 years in the land of cotton, 5 years in the land of the Green Mountains. I want to say that Randy and I did not collude on this statement, if I can get through it.
What?
Yes, but you may notice this. This is something that phobics use to divert their anxiety by a little bit of pain. It's a very, very common technique.
So intrigued.
We'll see if it works.
Okay.
There are designated areas in Brattleboro that I believe are melodramatic and patronizing. These areas are designated safe areas, and by that designation blatantly and falsely say that the rest of Brattleboro is not safe. The select board, the police, and the people of Brattleboro work to keep Brattleboro safe, and they are largely successful. Brattleboro is not perfect, and neither are these safe spaces, especially if people started congregating there. To paraphrase a president who will probably make most of you feel unhappy, I want to say, Mr. Signhanger, tear down those smug signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Nick and I did collaborate on that. No, I'm just kidding. That was good. I want to take some of the credit.
You would have said it better.
It does. Further comments about things that are not on tonight's agenda? Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and I will entertain a motion to become liquor commissioners.
So moved.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Wonderful. We are liquor commissioners, and our first item is third-class liquor license renewals.
So Hillary is here if you'd like to take a deeper dive into this. But as she has laid out well in her memorandum to you dated September 11th, this is new because the state legislature in the most recent session added third-class licenses to the list of licenses that are addressed by local liquor commissioners. Third class are those that are issued for establishments to sell hard alcohol, not beer or wine. Beer and wine is second class if it's, let me get this wrong, second class to be sold to take out, and first class to be consumed on the premises. Those are both beer and wine. Third class is for hard liquor that is sold to be consumed on the premises. And so what's before you this evening with staff's recommendation for approval and a full explanation from Hillary about the background is for 4 establishments in Brattleboro to receive your approval for a 6-month Class 3 license, or third class license. The reason it's a 6-month license is the third class licenses are more expensive, and establishments are allowed to buy those in 6-month increments instead of in 1-year increments. When you see the full slate of renewals for first, second, and third class next early spring, late winter, you'll have a larger number of third class licenses on that list. But for tonight, including the representation in the backup that none of these have any violations in the last 12 months,
What's before you is a 6-month seasonal third-class license for Arkham, Echo, Flamingo Diner, and New England House, and we recommend approval.
Great, thank you very much. Are there members of the board that have questions or comments on these 4 establishments looking for 6-month third-class liquor licenses?
I have a comment.
What is it?
I just want to point out to everybody who's watching Money, which we are as well, that unlike the first and second class licenses, and you can back me up on this, Hillary, if I get it wrong, the third class, even though we are now tasked with approving at each of our approval processes, the town does not make money from the third class liquor licenses, even though they are the most expensive.
Not yet. So that's something that will be further discussed with DLC and with the legislators.
Also looking at
the upcoming session.
A representative hiding back there. Thank you.
Great. Further questions or comments from members of the board? Are there questions or comments from members of the public on these 6-month third-class liquor licenses for Arkham, Echo, Flamingo Diner, and New England House? Okay. With no more questions or comments, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 2019 seasonal third-class liquor licenses for Arkham, Echo Restaurant and Lounge, Flamingo Diner, and New England House as presented.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we are approved.
Thank you.
Very good. We now move on to first-class liquor license for Best Vittles, Inc., doing business as Pudge and T-Bones.
We have a representative
Do
present.
elaborate, yes.
Oh,
Do you want to come over to our fancy table for elaboration? Curious to hear more. Oh, I see. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
You can just state your name and
Sure.
your business.
Bruce Bonnet, Best Vittles, currently under the name of Green Mountain Market and Deli, the DBA. We're changing to Pudge and T-Bones, DBA, and changing the license to a first class.
Okay. Great.
Want to tell us a little bit about your business while you're here? You got a huge television audience.
Well, we sell barbecue, pizzas, home-cooked foods, and we have a full grill menu with everything is made on premises. We currently sell some grocery items, including beer and wine, to take out the second-class license. And we've had a lot of customers say that they would enjoy sitting and, drinking a beer while ordering a pizza or something. So that's why our food business is doing well. So we're looking to expand and we've had Pudge and T-Bones barbecue for quite some time. So we're going to expand more on that.
I like your pizza.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Would you like to talk about your name?
That's what I was going to ask.
My personal name, or?
No, the Pudge and T-Bones.
The Pudge and T-Bones.
Yeah.
Okay, Pudge and T-Bones is nicknames, high school nicknames,
Oh.
for two brothers.
Got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Enough said.
And I'm not going to tell you which is
Nope.
which.
We got. Are there further questions or comments from the board on this license? Are there comments or questions from anybody in the community on this first-class liquor license? Okay, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a first-class liquor license to Best Vittles, Inc., doing business as Pudge and T-Bones.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can have a beer. Oh, you do?
All right.
Okay. Nice.
Snuck that one in there.
That's good. Know your market. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I would now entertain a motion to convene as water and sewer commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. We are water and sewer commissioners, and our first item and only item of business is to authorize the purchase of a replacement generator through the Department of Public Works.
So as is set forth in a memorandum from Dan Tyler, the Superintendent of Highway and Utilities, dated September 11th, the generator that had been providing backup power at the Public Works headquarters, which is headquarters both to the Public Works operation and our town utilities operation, which is why this is a water and sewer utilities item. That generator had come from Vermont Yankee. It was a used generator that when it was first installed, it had run its course and failed recently. We had it inspected or diagnosed to see about the extent of the damage and what a repair would look like, and the cost was prohibitive. And so the department worked with A.L. Tyler, who had done the assessment of the electrical demand that a new generator would need to supply, to get pricing from 3 separate providers who could meet that demand, could provide a 35 kilowatt generator. And the prices that were provided were from Generac at $19,365, Kohler at $23,550, and Caterpillar $35,535. And so the recommendation is to award the contract for this generator to Generac in the amount of $19,365.
Thank you, Peter. Questions or comments from members of the board on this generator and this proposal?
Yeah. How long will this generator last for? Like, what's the lifespan of a new one?
Most newly purchased generators will last for decades.
Right.
They're run occasionally just to make sure that they are operational, and then in emergency situations when we need to power the facilities.
Right. Do you know if they've looked into the possibility of battery storage rather than a diesel generator?
I don't know that. And
Or
if the board would like us
natural gas
to examine that, then we can do that and bring this back for October 1st.
Does the generator require an air permit?
I don't believe so. This is replacing one that was existing, but again, that's a detail we could check if you'd like to bring the item back.
Yeah.
Definitely like to explore both those options.
Okay. I have a lot of experience with generators and off-grid solar and batteries, and I would suspect that there's a lot of problems with that idea.
Let's find out.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that battery storage systems are very heavy on the earth themselves, and maintaining them is a lot of work as well. So.
Thanks for that.
Thanks for that. I think we'd like to see this item come back.
Sure, will do.
Excellent, thank you. So because we're having the item come back, there will be no vote, so the vote I will take instead is to adjourn as Water and Sewer Commissioners.
So,
Excellent. We are now a regular Board of Select
Can we
persons.
vote on that?
Oh, yeah, all those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Our next item is what we're all waiting for. Unfinished business is the request for declaration of climate emergency. Who would like to come to our fancy table to begin this conversation? If you feel like you would like to come, but you don't think there's enough chairs, there are enough
We have
chairs.
more
You can just
chairs.
pull them around.
And they're comfy.
They are.
Better.
I don't know what we used to have. Okay, so I would have whoever is going to be the first speaker make sure that you introduce yourselves.
Okay.
I would also like to remind us that we've done this this is our third time now, I believe. And so I would invite us to offer new information, because as this being our third time hearing it, and most of us have read it more than 3 times as we're working to make our decisions, I believe a reiteration of already known facts could prove to not be that useful. We've read the climate emergency several times. We've talked about it 3 times. We've had a protest, which I was completely in favor of. So I would hope that anything that comes forward tonight is new information. Otherwise, you could give a brief summary and we could move on to talking about the vote that really needs to happen.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
Madam Chairwoman, could we have a member of the board read the proposal for the public?
Is there a member to read the I think we would read it if we approve it. What I'd like you to do is give a summary, a brief summary to anybody that might be watching about how this came about and what you're looking to do. And then we're going to move the conversation into discussion so that we can finally take the vote that these young people have been waiting for quite a long time.
You don't think it's improper to have the meeting without reading the proposal?
No, I do not.
Yeah, I have a short opening statement.
Oh.
I'm not sure it counts as old information.
Yeah, and speak right into that microphone, especially with the AC on.
Right. My name is Mark Tully. I live up the street. I do some contract work for Brattleboro Common Sense, which has brought this. I'm usually not up front. I don't really like it here, but I did ask to be here. Here's the basic thing. The resolution before you asks you to declare a state of emergency in relation to the crisis.
Yep.
And it asks you to do such a declaration in the same sense that a state or federal government would do it, and that is a declaration that activates government processes to expedite action on the crisis, not just a statement. The emergency mechanism it establishes is monthly meetings to take these things up. It's there to incubate and vet local climate rescue measures to eventually bring before this board. It's not a decision-making body, so it's not really a layer of bureaucracy. It's like an all-purpose public space for dealing with these kind of measures. It can serve as a hearing or a workshop, whatever is necessary at that time. Having a dedicated space for these issues expedites action. You know, a lot of the agendas here at this meeting are packed with climate rescue measures, and they last for 4 or 5 minutes. It would alleviate both the pressure on regular select board agendas, but would also give a break to people who have climate business before the board, who don't have to wait to the next 5-hour select board meeting to do it. I also want to mention this action will put Brattleboro right at the forefront of the climate rescue movement as far as local municipalities go. The Climate Mobilization, an international group who tracks these declarations, lists that outside of major cities in California, there are only 6 local municipalities that have passed declarations that have a government mechanism attached to it. That's only 6. From the Mississippi to the Atlantic, it's only Northampton and 2 counties in Connecticut. Now, I don't say that to appeal to a sense of status. I say that because the people in this town are clearly into doing work at the forefront of this movement, and what you have before you is the forefront of this movement. That's what's important to me. I have to say on behalf of the organization that the heart of this is its call for unity across all sectors of society, across demographics, across political ideologies. And a quick example I want to give you is that in this town, the folks who live in the floodplains of this town are about as frontline as you can get in the climate crisis in this town. There may be folks in that floodplain who do not believe that extreme weather events are caused by climate change. They might not even believe in the climate crisis altogether. But they do know they're one extreme weather event away from personal catastrophe. They have the best insights on their situation and what might help their situation. And since the current forums for bringing climate rescue ideas and measures forth are the climate activist movement, we're a pretty specific socio-political niche. And not everybody is going to be comfortable coming to and really not gain much traction in that niche. And so all these voices that are not being heard, and by establishing a public forum where anybody can come forward, no matter how isolated their ideas are, they are welcome equally as folks who come in with 100 people backing them up. And I wanted to stress that. Closing, establishing a regular public meeting sets an environment of political equality. In fact, an apolitical space to work on common projects together. Reports, ideas, and proposals can come forth regardless. I said that, how isolated they are, and this expedites access to government processes, and in that way expedites from a broad range of interest, the activist movement, folks who are in danger, the business community, which is not a group of voices that is being heard equally altogether in this town.
So for somebody who doesn't like to be in the front, I don't think I could have requested a better summary than what you just gave. That's exactly what I wanted to hear in your own words. Thank you very much. That's much, for me, much better than me reading something. I wanted to hear it reiterated in somebody's words from the committee. Okay. What is the pleasure from this board? Would we like to hear comment, or would we like to talk amongst ourselves and then hear comment?
I wonder if there's anything that the folks at the table want to add.
Is there anything you want to add to what Mark had to say? Yeah.
I was wondering, I do have some comments, but I don't know if they'd be better placed in the public, or the public discussion.
You're sitting at the table, you're welcome to speak right there. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to point out that last time I was a little bit confused by George Harvey's statement about us like treating this declaration as if you would treat like a proposal of children, because I think we really have put a lot of thought and effort into this, and it's not something that we just sort of decided to do because we're impulsive and young, because clearly the age group of this group isn't exactly on the younger side. But so I'd like to make a comment about that. I'd also like to point out that last time I think there were some comments about whether or not the select board should be the one to make the decision on this declaration, and I think it absolutely should be. The select board's decisions carry weight throughout the town. They have made decisions for people in the past, like in, when was it, 2003, there was a climate resolution passed for the town. And then another one on the Patriot Act in 2004. And I think that just because if you guys have concerns about maybe it somehow being undemocratic, I'd like to point out that passing this is absolutely democratic. It fosters a sense of community and public participation in what obviously affects the whole public. Yeah, I'd also like to point out that last time, I think that maybe we weren't rattled so much that it was not supported, but just that in the way that it was sort of pushed to the side, I think it didn't feel like there was a space for a space to receive and also reply to comments. It sort of felt like we were told like, oh, we don't have time for this, so therefore we will not debate it and we will not pass it tonight, which I felt was frustrating, but I really appreciate being able to be here tonight. There was one other thing. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Can I ask you to introduce yourself now?
I'm so sorry.
That's okay, it's fine.
I'm Maya McNeil. I'm in District 2 in Brattleboro.
Awesome, thank you, Maya. You wanting to speak
My
first?
name's Kurt Dimes. I live in Brattleboro. Briefly about the origin of the declaration. It is not solely the work of Brattleboro Common Sense, but in large measure it has several clauses which are required by the Climate Mobilization, which is a coalition, an international coalition, and I myself collaborated with people in England and I don't know where else, and people in Brattleboro by a Google Doc. And so it's got lots of these phrases are not just our own work, but a collaboration of local and international climate activists. Other thing I'd like to mention is about the feeling that Brattleboro has, and it's common with other people. People are very upset with their government. I am not any more upset with Brattleboro's government than any other government. And I want to apologize for if we gave that impression at our previous disruptions here. I think everybody around the world is paralyzed or nearly paralyzed by this terrible issue, this terrible crisis that faces us. That's nothing, no shame on Brattleboro or on the select board if we're all paralyzed like you. With that said, I think the paralysis has to be addressed by this declaration. To if you consider it, as I have come to consider it, as a measure of public health. The health of our, I'm sorry, I'm just very upset about this.
Take a breath.
I've been on the street most of the last few months, double time every day, every week. And I have been crying on the shoulders of strangers, and strangers have been crying on my shoulders. There is a terrible, terrible need for us to take action on this. There is a proliferation of articles about anxiety and sleep deprival and depression among children. And it's because we as a society do not have a beginning on the problem. On one side, all we grown-ups and governments are saying, oh, this is terrible. Oh, it looks like the world's about to end. And on the other side, we're doing nothing. That is terribly, terribly frightening for children to see their parents and their government paralyzed. On the other side of that issue, what do we do? The climate crisis, the climate declaration gives us a way to make laws ourselves. The people, not just the government, but the people can come to the hearings and make just temporary laws. That is, advise the government, and you, the select board, would then make their suggestions into temporary emergency ordinances. They can only be valid for 30 days. This, I think, also has two good benefits. It will give the people the feeling of a beginning. And secondly, if it gets to be a thing, Brattleboro could be very well benefited by becoming a kind of incubator of climate remedies. That would be awesome. That would really be very Brattleboro. And thank you.
You're welcome. I generally don't speak first. I try to speak last, but I need to speak if that's okay with my fellow board members.
Sure.
I am going to be inclined to vote for this. And I'm going to be inclined to vote for this because I spent a lot of time thinking about how it must feel to be between the ages of 18 and 23. As a parent, I'm already terrified of what my children, who are ages almost 5 and almost 7, because our birthday's in like 2 months and I never know what to say about their age, are going to grow up in. And I want people who are between the ages of 18, 25, I want everybody, but I'm going to specifically say that tonight, to understand the fight that's ahead of them and how their participation in the democratic process is going to be different than their parents. And I am now going to say very firmly that for those of us who have been in this kind of work for a long time, have a heavy burden on our shoulders that when we are mentoring young activists into young legislatures, to make sure that we are educating exactly how to navigate our system. I'm all for our system breaking, but right now it's there. And so when we're talking about things, I want to make sure that what is actionable at the state level is brought to the state. Because when I sit here and I see items that aren't actionable here, it makes me cringe. Doesn't mean I'm going to vote against it, but it sends up a red flag. Some things are actionable at the state level, some at the federal, some at the municipal. And since there's only either 9 or 11 Dillon's Rule State in this country, falling behind a national charter or a national movement, it is not guaranteed that they're going to take Dillon's Rule States into account when most of this country is a home rule state where municipalities have much more flexibility over what they can control. And we are not one of those. When we are mentoring children to come and fight in ways that they have to fight, we need to be able to direct them exactly, and I will tell you that the writing of this resolution and the way that it was worded is the reason that we are here for a third time. Having said that, I fully support the actions of our youth. I fully supported the die-in. Had I known it would happen, I would have not been getting ice cream with my toddler up on the common. I would have been laying right in the road and being removed with you. But we need to watch the way that we are mentoring children because they are going to navigate a political landscape that is terrifying. With that, I will ask the board if the board would like to make comments at this time, or if the board would like to direct to this moment of 10 to 15 minutes to the community to make their comments.
I vote for the community.
I'd like to make our comments first. So, there you go.
Somebody else say something.
Are there folks here who would like to speak about this? Maybe raise your hands. We'll see how
Yeah,
many
that
we
might
are.
be good.
We got 2 raised hands.
2.
3.
Okay.
David, do you feel okay
4.
since it's...
Yeah, I'm ready.
Could we set a time limit?
We are setting a time limit of 10 to 15 minutes for public participation.
Together or each person?
All together. All together. David, the interpreters.
So if the first person takes 10 minutes, the other people...
Yes, so be conscious of, if you are somebody who tends to speak a lot, know that you are taking time from the other speakers. Who would like to go first? Franz. Are you the timekeeper, Daniel?
I'm going to set a 3-minute timer, Franz, if that's okay.
He's about
Franz Reichsman, live in Brattleboro. I just would like to ask for clarification on what specific actions does this resolution commit the Select Board to take?
Excellent. The specific actions that it commits the Select Board to take is to strive for zero emissions across all sectors of the economy by 2030, and that this effort be observed and reported by a sustainability coordinator or other appropriate officer of the town. I read these out of order. And the other action I want to read,
12.
Number 12, thank you, is that the Select Board shall warn monthly hearings of the people for proposing remedies for this climate crisis and shall enact emergency ordinances per Charter Article 4, Section 6AA to test the proposals arising from those hearings. So basically, we would enact that we need to have emergency meetings, and those meetings would be used for the discussion of climate crisis. Those are the 2 actual actionable items. Okay.
And that the meetings would then result in emergency ordinances.
Well, yeah.
That's
if stuff came out of them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
They might.
That rose to that.
All right.
Further comments from the? Come forward and introduce yourself. That's okay. Come to the microphone though, because nobody on the TV will hear you if you don't.
Hi, my name is Django Grace. I'm a student here in Brattleboro. First of all, Brandy, your hair is awesome.
Thank you.
Also, your statement was awesome.
Thank you.
I have a letter
in that order.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, your hair's like super cool. I have a letter from a youth who, Rio Dimes, who could not be here tonight because she's at Croca learning about cool stuff. This is a letter from her, and she was really pushing the climate declaration, so I'll read that now. I regret my inability to be here on this important night. Despite my efforts, I was unable to make it here. But I want to bring the focus to the most important aspect of tonight, which is our heating climate. We, as Brattleboro, make a contribution to the climate crisis. We use various types of energy. We drive cars, we heat our homes, and our own municipal buildings. We use our stoves to make food. The list goes on, and this list is not blaming us for following in the society's footsteps, but rather taking responsibility in the fact that as this moment, it is inevitable that we will have some effect. Declaring a climate emergency in Brattleboro is a step we can take to show that we are ready to make those necessary progressions toward a sustainable town and world. If we make those moves now, we are a leader because others will follow. Brattleboro is a role model for making towns across this nation, for many towns across this nation, Instead of waiting for our final few years of draining hope to scramble and catch up, we need to be an example and this rise to the potential that we have. The climate is changing much faster rates than it has ever before. So we must change at an even faster one. We have to catch up while we still have time. While we still have these 11 years, which are decreasing as we speak, we have so much to do in these 11 years. We must start now. This declaration provides us with the chance to take these first few steps on this long journey. It opens up decisions making to our decision-making to our residents and provides compassion to our youth and to the other people who are being affected the most by the climate crisis. I think she's referring to the frontline communities. The declaration of climate emergency is so important, and I hope you understand this. It is an overarching statement of our town's commitment to do the right thing. Please support everyone. Support our youth, support everyone in the front line, support frontline communities, support our beautiful earth that we have the privilege to call home. Please declare a climate emergency.
Thank you, Jinko. That's a great way to bring people's comments when they can't be here, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep, that's exactly how to do it. And you stayed within your 3 minutes, according to Daniel's phone. Further comments from the community who's here? Did you have another? I thought you said you had two.
I wanted to talk, but
Well,
I just realized.
no, I just realized you said two. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm also kind of helping pushing the declaration, obviously. But I just wanted to speak from a youth's point of view and a student's point of view. So right now, as I'm kind of going into this crisis, I realize that it's going to be the rest of my life that I'm dealing with this thing, unless we stop it in the next 11 years. And probably after that, I'm going to keep having to deal with it. And going into it, I'm realizing that, like, as a youth, it is super hard for me to actually make any difference. The best thing I can do is tell adults to make a difference and trust that you guys are going to take responsibility for that. Of course, you guys don't have to. It's out of the goodness of your heart and for my future and your future, too. But when I read this declaration, at first I didn't understand because there's a lot of words. But then, as I read through it again, I realized that this would be so awesome for our Brattleboro if we adopted this thing. I mean, it would make us super popular, first of all. I mean, how awesome does, like, on all our street signs, on our, like, coming into Brattleboro, the climate incubator or something, I don't know. So, and second, like, it gives me a voice. It gives a youth a voice. These meetings where people can come and give suggestions that you guys could then enact and put into effect. I think that would be awesome and great, and people like me could have a voice. And I mean, going into this crisis, I want to have practice, I guess. Yeah. And please don't say that you guys are doing enough when you make your arguments, because you're not. Thank you.
Thanks, Jinko. Further questions or comments from the community? Ricky?
Hi, I'm Ricky Rosati from District 2, and I would appreciate a moment of the prolonged silence heard by the invited senators who are absent from attending tonight, particularly for the declaration. Also, I heard reference tonight to people advising people to utilize Google, whereas Google is a very corrupt business and there are safer alternative search engines to use and services like DuckDuckGo for search engines and ProtonMail for email encryption. And my primary concern with the declaration is that the word in it of war, which we would be braver to use the word peace and make a peace treaty instead. Thank you.
I agree with you on that one.
All right.
Yeah, I felt that way too. But semantics for me. Further questions or comments from the community before I bring it back to this table? Yes, Michael?
Michael Bosworth from Brattleboro. Just a few comments. I think there's really a lot that's good about the declaration. I'm not comfortable with all parts of it. I have not been at all involved with it. I'm not also comfortable with the war wording. But paragraph 13 particularly, I like that a whole lot. But I actually just came up to ask a little bit more about the question about paragraph 12. how does that actually translate? Does that mean every month there'll be meetings and potential ordinances would come to the select board out of that for 30-day trials? Is that what we're talking about?
Is that how it's usually enacted? That's how I understand it. And what I don't know is it supposed to be quorums? Because that seems out of our jurisdiction
All
too,
that has to
assume.
be explored.
Yeah.
Should I explain? May I explain?
You can briefly explain your idea, and then if it gets passed, we'll explore the actual details with Bob
Okay.
Fisher.
The charter has provisions for the select board to pass ordinances and for the representative town meeting to pass ordinances. There is an elaborate ratification process which involves a waiting period of, I think, 10 days, and then a hearing, and then another 20 days, and another hearing, and then so forth, and then a final vote. For emergency ordinances, there is a much shorter procedure because it's an emergency, and it involves just a short waiting period and one hearing. There is no quorum requirement at a hearing. It's just an officially sponsored meeting of any voter who wants to come and speak. And at the hearing, the ideas would be proposed and the minutes taken, presumably by a member of the select board. The select board is the default moderator, facilitator of all public hearings in the town. The select board can also assign the moderation to another person.
Thank you for your, does that answer your question?
I think so. And so if there's a declaration of emergency that gets approved, then it would mean these emergency ordinances would have be more obviously a tool to use. So.
Yeah, and not everything that comes out of these meetings might not be in ordinance form. It might be in a ballot measure form. You might make it into a ballot measure form. I mean, this is an incubator for the whole range of processes. The emergency ordinance one is the one listed.
Thank you. Okay, we've heard comment from this table. We've heard comment from the sitting community members, and I'm now going to bring it back to this table. Who would like to speak at this table?
I'm ready.
David?
First, I want to thank you for bringing this to us and participating in the process, which is frustrating, but you'll wind up with a better outcome than not taking time to think it through and talk it through, particularly when it's the public's business. We're elected leaders. Our job is to respond thoughtfully to members of the community, and sometimes that takes a while. The effort you're making here will make things better in this community, and I'm glad to support your activism and your citizenship. I think the only other thing I want to say is that it was actually, I won't use my words, but Jane Austen's words, and it's for my board members as well as you, that it's not what we feel or what we say, it's what we do that matters. That's it.
Tim?
Well, so I think this declaration is a mess. I have a lot of problems with many different parts of it. And I'd rather not even dive into all of the problems that I have with it, because I think it refuses to recognize that we sitting here have limited powers. I think it assumes a level of power and authority and actionable items that we do not possess. It's filled with vagueness and problems, one of which is declaring that whereas reliance on technology instead of our virtues has also caused the crisis and cannot alone save the world. I don't even know what that means. And I'm not sure you could define you could go on with pages what that sentence means, and it's not something that a municipal body would be appropriately enacting. Let me just say my piece.
It's going to stay at this table.
Mr. Dimes said that we were paralyzed. And sitting up here, honestly, am I optimistic or foolish? I don't feel paralyzed at all. I feel like this board has stated clearly that we see the climate crisis as a dangerous thing for our world, and that we have been taking meeting after meeting clear and very resolute steps to make a difference in our sphere of this world. In new business, item B, if you've read ahead that far, is a very important discussion about local investment in renewable energy projects. And that comes out of the last bit of what we want to do, which is make Brattleboro 100% renewable when it comes to the electricity that we use as a municipality in our buildings. So we're already at 90% or thereabouts, which is way ahead of the state, and it's ahead of Paris Accords as far as I'm understanding that aspect of those accords. So we're going to get there possibly tonight with a vote. We're going to get way ahead of a lot of areas to 100% renewable power. Again, that's a small step, but it's a step that actually we have control over as a community and as a board, okay? And I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between this document wanting to save the world and coming to the select board with an actual thing that we could support because it's within our powers to do so. We're here to do the business of the town, and that includes only those things that with a power that the town has a power to do business with. So I can't support this document. I do have a tidy little statement that I'd like to read to you, and I want to see what people think of this. Brattleboro should do its part to achieve or exceed the goals of the Paris Climate Accord and the Vermont Comprehensive Energy Plan. The Brattleboro Select Board commits the municipality to meeting these goals for greenhouse gas reduction and renewable energy adoption, and asks every household, organization, and business in town to do the same. We commit to joining those state, national, and international initiatives that best represent the intent of the Paris Climate Accord, and request that the Energy Committee track and inform us concerning appropriate options for us to sign on to. That was passed by the Brattleboro Select Board, not this board, not the previous board, but the board before that, exactly 2 years ago tonight. So that is the type of statement that I think is appropriate. It was passed unanimously with a very different board.
It was like, wait a minute, the board's over there.
Okay. But sort of politically different, let's say.
True.
Okay, sort of balanced, different balance. So that's, for me, that's good because it's a clear statement, it's a clear commitment, and now that we think about it, we now have this coordinator, which was a huge fight up here and within our community, and that fight was amazing and very healthy, I want to say, because I was on the losing end, but hopefully our whole community is going to be on the winning end of that decision. So why we would adopt something like this, which is, to be kind, a mess, I think, and not have our new person, which we hope is amazing for our community, this sustainability coordinator, be folded into decisions like this and recommend, along with the Energy Committee, things that we can get behind and things that we can get our whole community behind. And I'm going to be up here for the next 2 years or 2.5 years, you're stuck with me, constantly reminding people that for a lot of people using catastrophism and the word emergency is very polarizing. And I think it's inappropriate because people don't know what you mean by emergency. It's a very difficult term. I mean, when I hear emergency, I think this town has a public health emergency. And if I'm going to sign on to an emergency declaration calling for emergency meetings, I want those meetings to be about the opioid epidemic in our town, because people are dying every day in front of us. what's going on with the climate crisis in our world is very difficult for people to wrap their heads around, and they need to have hope, because there is hope in this situation. It really is not, there's no consensus that the world is, it's ridiculous to tell young people that the world's going to end in 12 years or 20 years or 30 years. The consensus is that there's going to be a lot of changes in our world. And what we need to act upon the things we can do to reel that back and slow that or bring them to a halt. But there's no consensus that there's some sort of doomsday scenario happening. And when you fall into that trap of doomsday saying, that's been happening through the millennia, and you are looking not like a legitimate someone speaking from science. So anyway, I've gone on long enough.
Thank you, Tim. This side of the table, who wants to go first, please?
I'll go. We'll leave the
In order.
suspense to Daniel at the end.
Oh, thanks.
Let him do
Wait,
that
didn't we
each
do
time.
that recently?
Yeah, this feels like a
Deja vu all over again.
Setting you up. Set you up.
Oh, he loves it. What, are you kidding me? So here we are again, and I think the board affirmed in several meetings that we all agree that climate change is real. And the reason why we have this matter before us again is because, not because of time constraints or scheduling per se, but because there were 3 no votes pending the last time it was heard. So Brandy's courtesy to all of us in revisiting this issue should be well taken. My vote has not changed. I do not think it's responsible for the select board to sign on behalf of the town of Brattleboro to this statement. I think there's so much wrong with this statement. We've already discussed the fact that there's kind of a warmongering attitude in this statement. It also is a vague anti-government screed, which if it had specifics, for example, if it said that the Trump administration has rolled back the methane gas standards, and that has the effect of the pollution from 64 million motor vehicles, that would be a fact. But this is much too vague for anyone to wrap their heads around, and similarly, the discussion about the environment, I felt the same way about that particular point that Tim raised. It was very vague and difficult to ascertain. And I think we're doing the youth of Brattleboro a disservice if we think that some national statement written by committee would be appropriate for the town of Brattleboro to sign on to. I don't think it is. I don't think it's well written. I think it's vague. And I don't think it's appropriate for Brattleboro. I don't think that there's, if we want collectively to affect climate change, the best thing that we could do is get the voters of New Hampshire to vote out the president. And we can all march and we can cheer and we can do whatever we want, but when it comes down to brass tacks, we all have to vote. So no, there'd be no way that I would sign on to this, but I do think that it would be appropriate for us now to reaffirm the statement that we made 2 years ago, to say that climate change is real, and what Tim read, that we can reaffirm that statement about the Paris Accords and the state energy plan, which is quite a vigorous plan, and then we can use what we decided on just at the last meeting of a sustainability coordinator let's let that person do their work. Be hired, evaluate what's appropriate for Brattleboro to do, and that person and the Energy Committee can come to the Select Board and we can find what's best for us to do. But this declaration of emergency is not at all appropriate for Brattleboro to sign on to.
Thank you, Liz. Daniel?
Where do you stand? I have really mixed feelings about it. I've actually worked with the Climate Emergency Organization in my previous job in passing something kind of like this in Berkeley, California. It was like 8 pages long. I'm glad this is only 2. So the way I feel about this is I think there are 4 things happening here. Like, number 1 is like a statement, right? A declaration that we have a crisis on our planet that is, humankind has not faced its like before. And maybe that's where we get to this kind of war language, right? It feels like we need to have a mobilization that's like the mobilizations we had during our world wars. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't want to wordsmith this within an inch of its life to be able to say, yes, we need to declare a climate emergency. I think that we could declare that we are in a climate crisis. I don't really know how to define emergency within this context, but yeah, we're absolutely in a crisis. And I think that part of the power of doing that is, Extinction Rebellion talk about telling the truth, right? Tell the truth about our current state. And so I think I could get behind telling the truth. I don't necessarily want to use these words, right? And then, so that's the first thing. The second thing is, for me, the thing that I get most excited about. I actually tried to get the town of Brattleboro to commit to ending its use of heating oil a few years back.
Yes, you
Came
did.
here with a tape measure one time.
Was that the tape measure night?
Yeah. I missed the fuel oil purchase last meeting. I was pretty glad to miss it. Because I would have felt bad.
It doesn't
voting
mean
for
it didn't happen. It was really
I know,
awkward.
we didn't need it. It's going to get cold this winter. So I would be supportive of a binding commitment from the town of Brattleboro to commit to ending its use of fossil fuels by 2030. I'm not interested in signing on for something where we strive or try. I've worked on those kinds of resolutions myself. We are striving and trying, right? Some of the actions we're going to take tonight are striving and trying. I would be very supportive of a firm commitment and fossil fuel use by 2030. So that's the second thing. And, I want to make sure that I'm clear about whose emissions we're talking about there. We're talking about the municipalities, right? I don't have control over what you do in your homes,
Nor should you.
No, I guess not. That would be bad. And then the third thing is that this declaration proposes public forums. Monthly hearings, right? A hearing is a legal term. I don't know whether this select board would like to be in charge of monthly hearings on top of our other business. I have my doubts about whether or not that kind of I don't want to call it a runaround our town government, but I think that we have a very functional town government, and we have ways in which to bring forward ideas and make decisions about them and look at our budget, and we have a lot of professional people working within this government, most of whom have spent all day working today and are at home watching this and thinking whatever they're thinking. So I think that we don't need to go around the town government and have these monthly hearings in order to propose remedies. And I certainly, the thing that I feel most strongly about is that I do not feel that we need to then enact emergency ordinances based on what happens in those hearings. I think that we have ways of vetting ideas that are solid, and I think that with the sustainability coordinator coming on board, and with a more functional energy committee, we have 2 people that are volunteering for it this evening, later on if we approve it. I think that we have the mechanisms in place to propose remedies. The public is entirely welcome to engage in that work. So I don't feel this need to have emergency ordinances coming from these public forums. I think we, as a community, we're pretty good at putting on public forums. I've been to a few of them, you know, and as part of the activist community, I know that we're capable of mobilizing people to come out and say what needs to be said, right? And that's why you're here, and I commend you for that. So I would support a binding commitment from this board for the town of Brattleboro to end its fossil fuel use by 2030. I would support a broad statement that yes, the town of Brattleboro acknowledges we are in a climate crisis, but I don't support the emergency ordinances, and I don't support the select board being in charge of monthly hearings.
Thank you, Daniel.
Let me try and change your mind at least on one of those, because the monthly hearings, to me, is probably the most important. Well, no, I don't want to go that far. It's very important in terms of Brattleboro, because it's an opportunity for us to engage the public in conversations, except for when we have a topical agenda. Nobody's here. Nobody comes to these meetings. And we've had forums on unexciting things, and people don't come to those either. But this would be exciting, and this would attract people. And if ideas came through those meetings that called for some for us to do something quickly, if some really good ideas came out of that and called for us to do something quickly, we have the means of doing it. It doesn't mean that we'll have to pass emergency ordinance for every idea that comes from that. It doesn't mean that we have to be at all those meetings.
Right.
What it means is that we'll have an opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
All set?
Yes.
Go ahead.
What it means is that we'll have the opportunity to hear public get ideas from the public, which is generally a good thing for a public board like us. I think we're not as smart as we think we are, and that we can't know what the effect of this is going to be. And it's entirely possible, it's likely that these kids will be right, and this will make a difference, and it might just energize them to do what you suggested, or what you encouraged, Liz, which is to go to New Hampshire and talk to their peers over there and get them to talk to their parents in their communities about getting somebody nominated for president. What happens in New Hampshire in 5 months is going to be huge for the future of all the things that you're concerned about. And if this adds 1 calorie of energy to your efforts to engage people in New Hampshire, it's absolutely worth doing. There are a dozen things in here that I could go through and say, well, I don't like the way that's worded. This isn't really a good one. I think, not pointing out the racist nature of the racist policies that created how do you describe them here? The frontline communities. All these things aren't perfect, and there are lots of things that always aren't perfect. I think people probably spent weeks, if not months, talking about some of the things that we raised tonight. I don't think that really matters. I think there's, as I said the first time this came up, this is an aspirational document. There are a lot of statements in here that people will take issue with. That's always the case. But the point is that we don't know what the impact is going to be. We don't know if it's going to make a difference. And I think we need to give the kids a chance.
I think what we established at our last meeting, and we spent $100,000, or committed at least $100,000 to, is a process by which we hire a sustainability coordinator, and that sustainability coordinator not only researches sustainable energy actions for the town, but also engages the public. And lastly, is support to the Energy Committee. And a revised Energy Committee would be the perfect venue for these discussions that we all want to have regarding what's best for the town, what measures can we take, and that combination of a sustainability coordinator and a revised Energy Committee seems like a home run in terms of what the aspirational goal before us here tonight is.
I was going to say something about that. Okay. From the job description for the sustainability coordinator, This went out to the world on Friday. We haven't hired somebody yet, but it's in the works. And the third thing that this person is responsible for is building capacity and relationships with a variety of entities, including other public agencies, civic organizations, community and faith-based organizations, businesses, philanthropic organizations, and community residents, and then to organize and execute internal and external stakeholder engagement. I feel like we don't need to rush today into, saying we're going to have a, monthly hearing on the climate crisis. I think that we'll hire a great person, and we'll bring this proposal to them. I mean, I don't mean like bring the whole declaration, but like that idea of like, how are we going to do stakeholder engagement? How are we going to do community engagement?
Any further comments from this board?
No, not for me.
Does this board feel like they're ready for a vote, or does this board feel like they need further comment from other people who are not on this board?
I'm ready to vote.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. Please.
Okay.
We need a motion.
We're not going out anymore. I think we've all heard enough at this third meeting.
So we need a motion, which I will be happy to make.
Okay.
I move that we support the declaration of climate emergency as presented.
David has made the motion that we approve the declaration of climate emergency as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say nay.
Nay.
Or no. I don't know why I went with nay. Motion has been defeated. Is there a further motion? If somebody else wanted to make a motion, could they make a separate motion on this board?
They could, but they don't need to. In the absence of approval of the document, you don't need to take any other particular action unless
There
you
was some
choose to.
conversation about reaffirming of the Paris Accord and some conversation from Daniel about a specific, and I didn't know if it could be smushed together and then voted.
Or we could just let the sustainability coordinator be hired.
The board's pleasure is not counting me.
And let that person's work come back to us in a form that we'd be more universally agreeable about.
Yeah, I don't see a need to reaffirm something that was a unanimous vote just 2 years ago.
The other thing I would like to mention is this is not the final option. This can also be put forth to petition to get, I don't know how many signatures are needed to get something in front of town meeting. Is it
5%.
5% of the voters can get it, so that instead of it coming to a 5-person board, it goes to the full representative town meeting body and is discussed on the floor at that time, which is an option I've always liked and is an option I'd like you to keep in mind. In that, I would recommend highly not taking a national document and bringing it to that body, really trying to keep it Brattleboro and Vermont specific as much as you can, because that's kind of the Vermont way. Vermont likes to have its own flavor, its own grassroots twist, and that's going to appeal to people. Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, are you allowing a final comment by the panel?
No, we have a
Thank you and good night.
Thank you and good night.
Thanks.
At this time,
No.
okay, we are going to move into new business. And our first item of new business is, this is actually really important as we talk about being a Dillon's rule state versus a home rule state. This is strategy to support municipal self-governance in the 2020 legislative session. This includes a discussion with Vermont League of Cities and Towns legislative advocacy team. Peter?
Yes, so I think it's actually a great segue, your final comment from the last item about the Vermont way and looking for local Vermont solutions to what we face here in our community is exactly what the self-governance movement among municipalities in Vermont is all about. We do have Gwen Zakoff with us this evening from the Vermont League of Cities and Towns. She's a municipal policy advocate there, one of two people who works every day throughout the legislative session with the legislators. And then in the off-season, so to speak, does a lot of legwork with municipalities and municipal officials to make sure that we're well informed about what's been passed as we come out of a legislative session, and the well coordinated in the preparations we make for the next round. We also have with us tonight Representative Molly Burke. Thanks for joining us, Molly, to be part of the discussion. Molly is one of the sponsors, along with the other two representatives from Brattleboro, of legislation in the House that is proposing a self-governance, limited self-governance pilot project for municipalities in Vermont that we've had quite a bit of discussion about here before. I won't go all back into the details of where that came from, what it's about. I think you'll want to hear from Gwynn about the broader statewide perspective of the municipalities, and perhaps from Molly about what's happening in the legislature around this. The one thing I would say is we had good, strong support out of Brattleboro for this, both from the select board level and from representative town meeting last spring, as part of the push when this was being considered in the Senate. And it was adopted in a modified form, not exactly as it had been presented, but with some restrictions attached to it. It was adopted as S-106 by a 21-8 vote in the Senate last year. And Senator Jeanette White was the sponsor from Putney, from Windham County, on our behalf. And she's also the chair of the Government Operations Committee, so she really was an important leader in this effort. Wasn't able to be with us tonight, but really carried the ball in the Senate. And so now what's ahead of us and what we'll be speaking about here this evening is looking ahead to when S-106 gets taken up by the House Government Operations Committee, and we hope ultimately by the full House in the coming legislative session, to see if we can get a pilot project moving, and some other consideration that is going on among municipalities, together with guidance from league staff around how we might achieve a greater degree of self-governance in Vermont. If it's okay with the board, I think the best thing to do would be to invite Gwen to come,
Yes.
perhaps Molly with her, and hear from them about the look ahead to the House.
That was going to be my next thing to say, absolutely.
Join us in our comfy chairs.
You're going to make people feel bad about the other chairs.
Well,
It's the second.
honestly, these are nice.
Yeah, they are.
And I think they're donated. We got them from the police
yeah.
station. So it's not like we paid a lot for them.
Sounds sustainable to me.
Oh my God. Okay, so Peter has given a pretty nice kickoff introduction, and I'd like to see where you take it from there.
Great. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi.
So exciting to be here. I don't make it down to Brattleboro all that often, but it's really awesome to drive through your downtown and it being so vibrant and local.
Get that, Chris?
Maybe you can write a letter to the
Get that
paper
for the
to that
paper?
effect.
Vibrant and local.
I mean, it truly is, actually. A lot of communities around the state are really struggling to have downtowns that look like yours, and so you should be really proud of what you've done. So,
thank you.
You're welcome. So thanks for inviting BLCT here to be here to have this discussion. It's really more of a sort of a check-in and here to answer any questions you might have about this self-governance initiative. It was, this is not a new idea, this whole idea of, getting more local control and more, municipal authority over municipal issues. I think it's sort of hit a real leap of sort of momentum forward from communities because of this real frustration. I think the last discussion you guys were having about the climate initiative and whatnot really speaks to it, is the frustration with not having the powers at the local level to really help your communities solve local problems locally. And you have two real extreme options right now, which is either to change general law, and you're changing general law that would impact a Burlington or a Brattleboro or a Brookfield or a Victory or a Cambridge. I mean, it's sort of a one-size-fits-all model, which doesn't really make sense. The other option is to have your charters. I know Brattleboro has a really robust charter, but those tend to also go through a vetting process through the legislature that can be highly restrictive, and it's also something that it's not very malleable. It doesn't really bend and break with sort of the issues that are here and now. So this proposal that we put forward this year was modeled off a West Virginia model that started off really small. It was a pilot program to sort of go from a Dillon's rule to a home rule for their communities. And long story short, over a 10-year period, it went from just a handful of communities to basically this year, the state legislature essentially granting broad home rule authority in the state of West Virginia, because the sort of doom and gloom scenarios just didn't manifest themselves when they let go of the reins and let municipalities sort of take care of themselves. So S-106, which is the bill that sort of got momentum, was voted out of the Senate very favorably. We have Molly did a fabulous job introducing in the House. She's not on the Government Operations Committee, so she doesn't really have the sort of sway that Senator White has. And Senator White, because she is the chair of that committee, was a total warrior for that bill and really pushed it out of committee, and we're really thankful for that. And the only problem with sort of how it looks now is that it is highly restrictive, and it looks very different from what we had initially wanted. And that's sort of the legislative, sausage making process, is you come up with a proposal and at the end it looks really different from what you wanted. The proposal we had, which the crux of it sort of falls on the idea that instead of the legislature having final say, that there would be some sort of commission with broad minds and broad powers to sort of grant in a pilot way certain levels of authority for communities in an application sort of process. We were told from the legislative legal counsel that was impossible under the state constitution. There was no way of challenging that from our perspective. Legally, it was very unfortunate. We see it as highly questionable, considering what happened with Act 46 and the legislature granting authority over to the State Board of Education to make really, basically determine the municipal path forward for school districts. They weren't looking at it in the same way for other municipalities being cities, towns, and villages. So I still sort of question that whole thing, but unfortunately there's really not any other way than to just stay your speaker piece and then let the chips fall where they may. So now the bill is in the House. We have 1 year left in the biennium. There's a lot going on in the legislature. We've been promised to a period of time where we can present the bill to the committee, talk about it, then take testimony. I will say that it's going to be a really heavy lift in the House, more so than the Senate. The House Government Operations Committee tends to start with the charters, for example. Generally, they start in the House and move their way to the Senate. They tend to go through things with a really fine-tooth comb, and they often deviate from sort of the proposals that municipalities put before them. So we're going to try our best to keep 106 alive, to massage it and make it a better bill, because right now we're not really happy with what it is. And we really are only hoping that if it moves forward that it's going to be better and an improved bill. And the reality is that that does not happen, or if it becomes politically clear that the House of Representatives, or at least the Committee of Jurisdiction, doesn't support it in sort of the way that our municipalities would like, and it doesn't give us what we need, we have other options out there. We are looking towards, and this is really coming from the, and your fabulous town manager spoke to it earlier, is that we're hearing from so many communities of different sizes that they need more tools in their toolbox to solve these problems. They're spending so much time trying to fit within, the confines of general law and charters they may have or may not have. And so using the tools that we do have, specifically our charters, looking at those as a possible vehicle for really pushing this issue of self-governance forward. And asking our communities, and communities have already stepped forward with ideas and proposals to put this on their town meeting ballot and to start holding public hearings about changing their charter or even adopting a charter that would increase the opportunity for voters to have some say in sort of some intentional self-governance initiatives, and ones that might be, that actually should be right-sized for their communities. And additionally, communities have stepped forward to include things on their in their charters potentially that would essentially grant them broad authority over other powers that have already been granted to other communities. So essentially saying, like, if Brattleboro has it in their charter, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and sort of being able to borrow from everybody else instead of each individually having to go before the legislature and go through this process of approval. We're obviously going to continue forcefully to lobby and to advocate against the any legislative efforts to preempt local initiatives that really respond to local issues. And looking towards 2020, again, it being the second year of the biennium, really make sure that self-governance becomes a real central issue in the 2020 election cycle. What I said earlier, I feel like it's really come to a peak and it's really come to a head that, everyone's sort of singing the same tune of really like, we need to find local solutions to these problems because it's not really happening at the larger level. And it's really encouraging to hear the discussions that are happening. I mean, I go to these select board meetings all over the state, and you are all doing like phenomenal work with very few tools in front of you. And you're the closest to the ground, and you hear, all of your communities from all of your community members directly. And I think the time is right for this, and we're hopeful that with the support of communities like yours, and I will say, like, hats off to Brattleboro for showing up to Local Government Day and for having a fabulous town manager who's a great advocate for your community, really, really fabulous advocate, and your representatives and your senators, they're a force to be reckoned with in all the best ways. So that's sort of the update of where we are. It's, again, sausage is being made, so it's hard to say what's going to happen, but we're not taking the foot off the acceleration pedal. We're trying to find a way forward and find that balance between getting the powers that are and the tools that our communities need, while also appeasing sort of the powers that be at the legislative level, who for over 150 years have sort of controlled everything. And the way I see it is that the state has a lot already on their plate, and the issues have gotten so big at the state level that it's really hard to also focus at the small details that fall down to the local government level. And this is a great opportunity for them to say, you know what, for these particular issues that are really municipal in nature, have at it. Solve those problems. We'll give you the tools you need. And so we're working towards that and remaining open to options on the table to get us to where we need to go and be creative with it. So.
Wow. Well, that's.
I agree with Ricky.
And thank you. Do you mind if I jump in?
No, I don't mind. Molly, do you want to add anything
Just
for Tim?
a couple things I want to say. It's just a real pleasure to work with Gwen and Karen of the BLCT. And, we've encountered these situations, say, in the Transportation Committee, trying to get more money for town highway aid.
She's
amazing. We've managed, but you're coming up against, very challenging state, municipality tugs, and naturally, that's naturally there. I think, I think all of our delegation will sort of use our own relationships among members of the committee that none of us are on, the Government Operations Committee in the House, to try to, make people understand that this can be good for their community too. I think that's the thing. I think it's just sort of been an issue that's off a lot of legislators' radar, maybe not select boards. But I think we need to, get that moving a little bit, and Gwen is a great person to do that. So we'll just do what we can and do our best and hope that, and also I think really get leadership on board and make it a really issue for priority for the majority caucus. So.
First of all, thanks for coming on down, and I'm really impressed with the LCT. I'm one of those nerds that gets the actual printed document because I really like what you put together and all of the ways you support municipalities. And I really liked what you said about, I'll put words into your mouth, but maybe using a carrot versus the stick, with the idea that maybe we could take some of the work off of Montpelier, right? With actions that are not controversial for the most part. And my question might be, is I see sort of a difference between support. I know I'm really happy to hear that some small communities are throwing their voice in too. But my main concern, and I sort of picked this up when I was up there on the town government day, is that there might be a perception that we refer to the hub community, and we have very unique pressures on our taxpayers here that non-hub communities don't have. So do you think one of the keys in success going forward in the next session is to bring in those smaller communities that might not be as aware of advantages to them? Because that's this sort of like idea that Brattleboro is and other larger towns are trying for some sort of power grab versus.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate to see that, but I think that I see that every day. There's sort of the haves and the have-nots of the world, and the divide between more populated or more affluent communities versus those that have a larger grand list or have more resources or amenities or whatnot. It's the divide is getting larger and larger. And so the smaller communities are really just trying to solve really small, really tiny problems, and are having the same frustrations, just in a different sort of dialogue. And so it's about
scale.
It's about scale, right? And it's about educating the Brattleboroughs that, you know, these smaller towns are really, they're saying the same things, they're just dealing with different problems, and vice versa. And I think communities are really receptive to that, and they just need to be sort of nudged forward and sort of explained to that it's not a have or have-nots discussion. Like, it should be a global discussion about how we, you know, move forward, and how, you know, you can still think regionally, you can still, you know, work with each other, but you sort of kind of need to support your neighbors and trust that the processes, the people in charge at all levels are going to be taking care of those folks that they're, you know, the voters have put them in charge to take care of, whether it be a select board or a representative or a senator. So yeah, I agree with you. There is that divide, but I will say that, you know, I'm actually hearing more from the smaller and the middle-sized communities that are interested in this, because I feel like there's a lot of communities, like, I'm not picking on any in particular, but you can have a Rutland City or a Burlington or any bigger community that already has a really robust charter. They might have a mayoral system, and they are okay with that. They don't necessarily feel like they need to find another way of going about things. But it's those sort of middle-sized and smaller communities that are actually saying, you know, like a charter, it's like, God, I don't know, a charter just seems like so, you know, rigid, and we don't have the administrative capacity to sort of keep up with this. And so having a more flexible application process for, like, sort of self-governance over X, Y, and Z makes a lot more sense to them. So it's such a new idea, and it's not even crafted in a very black and white manner yet, that you're always going to have that sort of, you know, knee-jerk reaction of being, you know, skepticism.
And I can see the town's not really, like, also not being used to having that. The idea of something being within their domain. They're so used to following the procedure as it has always been.
Yeah.
You know, sorry, I'll shut up now.
Just a quick clarification or amplification of one of the things that Gwen was speaking to. So the league staff has actually convened a task force of municipal officials this summer to work around these issues. And one of the things that has come forward from that is there is a really good broad cross-section of bigger towns and middle towns and smaller towns that are represented within that work. And at the same time, we have acknowledged that the Hubtown work needs to go forward, right?
Sure.
So that it's both and, as opposed to last session, it kind of felt like we were morphing a bit from a more narrow definition of it that was more about Hubtowns into the broader self-governance for all municipalities. Now that that effort is getting some momentum and is getting actually really sort of more complicated in exciting ways because of the input that's coming in from smaller communities and from a broader cross-section around the state, we're realizing that's going to have life. That's being better defined, both for the coming session and then the 2020 election. And at the same time, we need to get back to doing some of the work that's specific to Hubtowns about what we together as similar communities facing similar challenges can do to learn from each other. And so, for instance, at the upcoming annual conference at Town Fair, there'll be some of both things going on. There'll be some very heavy emphasis on self-governance because of the fact that affects everybody, and then also a program that is specific to Hubtowns, the work we can do together.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. There's the Cambridges of the world, there's the Facetons. I mean, there's all sorts of communities that have signed on. Their select boards have made statements specifically signing on to the sort of self-governance initiative. So it's a broad swath
Thank
support.
you. Liz and then David.
I'm puzzled that this is not a partisan issue. This is legislature versus town, which is interesting. And it seems to me that it's a modernization effort, and that people should realize that we need every tool in our toolbox to run a modern town and city.
100% concur.
Kind of following up on that, the information about the small and medium towns, do you have a strategy for how to get those towns and those select boards to contact their legislators and get this bill through? I mean, there are obviously problems. There were big issues in Montpelier, but I'm not a patient person, and frankly, I don't feel like we've got a lot of time to do a charter change and try and do it that way, and then wait until the legislature gets to that. So, is there? I mean, you talked about charters and town meetings having it on their ballots. Are you looking? Do you have a strategy basically to coordinate that effort and get select boards pushing their legislators, so you're not having to do it all on the floor of the State House?
Sure. So there's 246 towns and villages and cities. This is to find a coordinated effort for anything. When you have not everyone thinks like everybody else, not everyone has the same priorities as other people. It's impossible. So all we can do is provide the education and the tools and the knowledge to support those communities to move forward. We can certainly circle back when requested to senators and representatives to support their communities, but it would be a full-time job for 20 people to do that. So our strategy is really just to make the issue, the larger issue, the center issue, and basically direct it towards every other issue we're dealing with in the state, whether it's transportation funding, climate change initiatives, economic development, anything, and really drive that home. And that be the messaging. And the way the legislative process works, and I think that you can speak better to that, is it's really, really hard to get, every single representative on board. It's pretty much impossible. And there's a reason we're here right now having this conversation. We've tried this. My boss has been working for the Vermont League of Cities and Towns since 1987. This has been an initiative that we've had since 1987, probably even before she was on board. It's really difficult, again, for those in power to let go of the control. And that's essentially what we're dealing with right now. So,
And fear of the unknown, too.
Of course.
People just don't want to change.
I'm wondering if I don't understand, how you work or how the league works, but
Sure.
it seems like the effort should be to get and it sounds like the committee's already going to take testimony on it.
Sure.
So if identifying those legislators and getting their constituents.
Oh, sure, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I must have.
Yeah, when you went to the
misunderstood
246 towns, it's only.
Yeah, no,
12
we've
people.
already circled back with those representatives in those committees. So that's part of what we do every day for every bill that we're following. It's another thing to see things toward the finish line and to make it a priority for the entire body, and to get a bill that looks like it's going to work and gives the actual tools we need instead of just appeasing us or throwing us a bone here or there where
Barely.
we might as well just use a charter, So it's we can have those conversations, but really making everyone happy with it is really really difficult, if not impossible. So you try to get what you can, and we always have those conversations, and we're always trying to educate, and we're gradually moving. And the fact that we got a bill out of the Senate with a 21-8 vote is unheard of. So that was a huge victory for us, and it doesn't seem like a victory because it might not amount to anything if they don't follow suit in the House. But I think that there's momentum, and we're just trying to tend to that garden and help it grow a little bit more.
I'm not sure, I don't know if I would, I'm really happy that the Senate passed the bill, but I think the way the way I understand the legislature works, the chairs have a lot of influence, and Jeanette was the chair, and she pushed it. So it's not all that miraculous in my thinking. But that's the other part of the legislatures. Is leadership, and what's your plan to get the leadership to?
So we've already had support from the speaker. We've had lukewarm support from the chair of the House Government Operations Committee, but they are unwilling to commit to make this a priority. So that's where we stand.
So I would definitely recommend to our community members that if you can go online and you can look up the S-106 yourself, and particularly look at pages 8, 9, and half of 10, and see the restrictions that even with the bill that has come out that are being laid down on municipalities. And start being vocal with your legislators, because all of these things that you want to come and sit in your town and fight for, right now we have to pull that power away. And even in this bill that passed, which I'm glad something came out, it's 2.5 pages of things that they still don't want us to be able to do. Okay, and they're important things. They're money-making things. They're municipality shaping items. So the first thing that we can do is advocate as loudly as you can to your state legislators. Read this bill, read about Dillon's rule, read about how old Dillon's rule is and why that's even effective anymore, and start fighting so that you can start to have the control in your communities that you deserve to have.
1870 something.
Yeah.
Tell me that wasn't used to
64.
Hold power in a certain place.
And what's interesting is that where the state that came from is now a home rule state. So.
Hi, Franz Reichman. Hi, Molly. I've got a few questions. Who is the chair of government operations in the House?
In the House?
Yeah.
Sarah Copeland-Hansis from Brandon?
From Brandon.
Bradford, sorry.
From Bradford. Oh,
Yep.
It's a nice town. And you said Sarah?
Sarah Copeland.
Sarah Copeland. Okay. And is presumably she particularly opposed to this? You said her support was lukewarm. Is that?
It's not a priority in the committee.
Yeah.
Although we were told that they would take it up this year. There was no promises about support necessarily.
And with regard to David's question about leadership, we do have a member of our delegation who's part of the leadership. Has Tristan taken a particularly strong position on this?
I think all the Whitman County delegation, we had a meeting with Peter last fall, at the end of the fall, I think, and and I think everybody, all of us are on board, I believe. I can't say specifically, but it seemed like everybody who was at the meeting. And yes, so I think it's going to be a matter of trying to, get some pressure at the leadership level, get some pressure on the committee chair, maybe from leadership, get some, as I said, working our personal relationships with people on the committee, et cetera.
And in terms of community members contacting legislators, I mean, for me to contact you on this is probably not going to pay a big dividend at this point, but not that you wouldn't be glad of some support, but I'm just wondering who in particular should we be contacting?
I mean, I think that when you contact, like, I'm your representative. So when you contact me, even though I know you know that I support it, it means something.
Yeah.
When somebody gets an email from a constituent, not somebody from another district or whatever. So I think that when people contact their own representatives, it makes people pay attention that even, I support it, but, well, maybe I need to go a little bit further and do a little bit more work in terms of.
But how about the speaker, the majority leader,
sure, so
people like that?
If I can help maybe with that question. So the Committee of Jurisdiction is the Government Operations Committee. So if you look on the legislative website, they have all the members listed in there. It wouldn't hurt to send a letter of support or an email to the chair, vice chair, potentially all members of the committee. I can't speak to those representatives in those committees, so how much weight they're going to give any single correspondence, but that's definitely the most direct route. So when you're talking about any sort of advocacy group, whether you're a nonprofit or a for-profit or anything in between, whatever legislative bill is moving forward, you have access to all representatives and all senators.
So there's this other guy up there. I think they call him the governor. Is he taking a position on this?
The governor has said that he supports the idea, but he would like to see more details about the actual, structure of what it would look like. And again, the way legislature, the way bills work and how they form into law, it's hard to put a black and white document in front of an individual and say this is what we're going to be able to get at the end of the day.
So you're not looking for a lot of support from the governor's office?
We need to get through the legislature first before.
Well, but I mean, the governor presumably could exert some influence in the legislature as well. Is that?
I don't believe. I can't speak for
You don't think so?
governor. I just think that it's not perhaps not a priority for the governor right now.
Okay.
But doesn't mean he won't support it.
Exactly.
Yeah, in the end, but I'm just thinking along the way.
He's not going to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I would say, too, if you do write your letters, publish them in the local papers and share them on social media so you can raise awareness, pique people's interest to also do the same thing. I'm going to take it like this. David, you, Liz.
Okay, Franz, Mike Maluki is on that committee, and so talking to friends in Dummerston or Putney or Westminster to encourage him to promote it and move it would be sort of, immediately effective. But this is really disappointing when you started to talk about charter and town meeting ballots and the the next election and stuff like that. And you mentioned Act 46, and one of the effects of Act 46 is that it added 6 cents. The merger made it meant a 6 cent increase in our school budget from last year, and we're already 30 to 80% or 80 cents higher in our total property tax in all the surrounding towns. And with the healthcare cost, it's 12.9% increase that we're going to be looking at in the school district. That's going to make even more. And so being at that, if we don't have an alternative to the property tax and some other ways to raise revenue, and we just went to 7 cents on the rooms and on the, whichever one it was, the
local option,
the local option sales tax. And if we don't get some other ways to remedy this, the town that you find so appealing is not going to look like this. We got Less than half of the residences are owned by the people living in them. Vermont Yankee closed a few years ago, and we've had some pretty good investment and some industry that's moved in, but not nearly replacing that big a loss. We are next to New Hampshire. We're losing retailers. That's likely to continue. The social, I don't know how to describe it. Brandy did a really nice job. If you were here, you were at the beginning of the meeting. Is putting a lot of stress on our police and the entire town staff, the fire department and the public works and the town management staff as well. 60% of our kids aren't free reduced to lunch, and we've had to add a human resources and a sustainability coordinator to manage this town that's 6 times bigger than the surrounding towns that come here to make their living. So, I mean, I was hoping that you would have an idea or some thoughts about how you were going to get the towns where these other legislators on that committee lived to get those select boards to push those legislators to do it. And if they weren't that town, then find some other towns or somebody that knew them. And I mean, I know you have 246 towns and you have to negotiate for all, but I'm wondering if we might want to consider at some point hiring additional lobbyists in Montpelier to work on this for us, if that might be helpful to have Leon or somebody working in the legislature with you. Because, I mean, maybe it's just impossible and it's not going to happen this year, or we'll get the hearings, but the minimum wage and the family leave and those things are just going to take it, and then never mind the cost of the retirement promises that are in amazing deficit. It's just really discouraging to think that this is, we got this far last year, and it sounds to me like you're lowering our expectations. Or this is not personal. I am disappointed. I'm practically depressed at this point.
Oh, I'm tremendously disappointed.
Yeah, but you carry it well. I'm not doing so well with it. And
I see the glasses half empty. Should I make it half full?
No, thanks. Okay. And so I don't know what to say except, redouble your efforts. And if you need help, let us, talk to us, because we can do. We have resources, and we might be able to get some additional help. Maybe you can't do that because you're this private group and they're that private group, but the way it works up there is that if you have people in there talking, things get done. And often the grassroots part of it, the contacting towns and getting them to contact their legislatures, gets overlooked. And that's, we can't overlook any of it. Well, that's enough.
Thank you, David.
Hi.
Don't forget to introduce yourself.
Mark Still, and I just want to be clear on the references of what we're supporting and what we're fighting here. I'm not asking you to repeat the content, but to demonstrate my current confusion, I have support S106 but object to pages 8, 9, and 10. Like, that's where I'm at right now. So
right.
what is it?
That sounds pretty good.
That might have been my fault.
What is it that we're supporting? S106 but fighting some of the changes to it. Just
Sure.
what goes on the note I tell the Sergeant of Arms to send to.
I think support of S106 would probably suffice.
Okay.
It would be my job to sort of point out the pages that you referenced. I don't have the bill in front of me. To get those provisions that were mentioned out of the bill. Again, so it's broad support of the initiative. And you could probably just leave it at that, and I'll do my job to get out the bad stuff.
Thanks, Gwen.
But it's the exceptions to, it's all these lists of things.
Yeah,
that towns
essentially
can't do.
it was saying, hey, you have authority, Brattleboro, whatever town, but you can't do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Y, J, K.
Okay, and object to all of those, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go, please.
I want to give a quick explanation of the backstory to that for the benefit of anybody who's listening and who might want to get involved in this advocacy work. So the bill that was originally proposed as S106 and its companion in the House the idea was to have an experiment, to have a pilot project for 5 years where a handful of municipalities would be approved by this committee that was proposed to exercise a greater degree of local control over local issues. And the language was really quite broad so that it would be a good, full experiment. And then the state could judge for itself whether this was improving the governance broadly in the state. Following the lead of the example of the pilot project down in West Virginia, where after 5 years of 4 municipalities being allowed to exercise some additional authority, they loved it so much they had 34 municipalities for the second 5 years, and after that, as Gwen indicated, now they've adopted home rule. So, we're encouraging the legislature to look on this as an opportunity to take a small step, a cautious step with only a few municipalities, but allow it to be a real experiment. What came out of the Senate instead was, more or less the same structure of a pilot program, but with 2.5 pages of limitations on what authority can be exercised. And so the concern is that's not really a good legitimate exercise anymore, or a good legitimate experiment anymore. It's going to be actually just sort of a different way of exercising very limited authority. And in fact, in this case, under sort of extra scrutiny by being a participant in the pilot project. To speak for Senator White, which I probably shouldn't, but I've had a lot of conversations with her about this, and she doesn't have the opportunity to be here tonight. She's disappointed by that outcome too, but you do the best you can with what you got, and that's what she got in the Senate through that process. And it was great that it got voted out positively by not a razor-thin margin, 21-8. And so that's where we launch from for this session when we go over to the House, is to try to get a better S-106, try to get it not as laden with so many different restrictions, because people like Senator White will fight in the resolution of the differences between those two documents. We'll fight over on the Senate side to adopt the better bill we hope to get out of the House.
That was very good. Thank you for that.
Sure.
Liz?
I'm done.
You never even started.
That's the beauty of it.
That was the Daniel, you haven't said much. You have anything
Good,
you
I'm
want to tell
happy
us
to
in?
listen.
You're also done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Got a lot of experts in the room. You
Do
don't
you
need
feel
my
like
opinion.
you have further things that you want to add to what you've brought to our table, a very important topic you've brought tonight?
I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
We want to say thank you.
Thank you for fighting.
Thanks for the local option text that you'll be dropping on our town.
Brattleboro has been in one of the examples of this sort of incubator for change, and sort of, whether it be your, plastic bags, ordinance or otherwise, or even just how you function as a town government. I mean, you're a model of what could be, and when you feed sort of a structure like that where you empower those at this level to do what's best for the community, really good things happen. So I know your town manager doesn't love being the center of attention for this discussion and likes to have, but truthfully speaking, Brattleboro's doing the right things, and having the tough discussions and struggling with the same issues that other communities are struggling with, but like pushing forward and not saying, and like I was saying earlier, not taking your foot off the acceleration and moving forward. And so thank you for that.
Thanks. Molly?
I just want to say, Gwen does a fabulous job. We're in really good hands with Gwen and Karen Horn. And, VLCT is very well respected in the State House. And so, I know that, I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also, she's just fun to work with.
I can tell.
Molly, thank you for
I feel good.
Yeah.
I see you, Ricky. Do you want to come forward? Ricky and Pooch.
Hi, I'm Ricky from District 2, and I've continued having 3 major concerns with the proposal. The first being that we shouldn't be relying on senators to motion this forward, and that I would propose us to hold a public vote and see what direct democracy would result in, because the way that this proposal is written, restricting to only 10 municipalities to apply, whereas there's over 250 in Vermont, is just moving towards a more local representation of fascism. And what we could do as an alternative of the 12-member commission that's numbered in the proposal, instead of those being appointed by anyone, I would really encourage us to have those be elected positions too by direct public democracy. Do you have any response to that by the select board or
do you wish to
the
answer?
table?
The proposal in front of that you're the bill that you're looking at is sort of the best, how to word this? It's many minds in many levels of power have sort of put that structure together for other commissions and other proposals that work at the state and municipal level. The options that you're bringing up are interesting and insightful to sort of help the discussion about the larger model of pushing this forward, but getting all 246 communities to sort of support that. It's not up to me. It's up to the communities themselves to respond to that. So I can't really speak to whether we could support that or not support that because it's not my decision to make. The League of Cities and Towns represents the municipalities, so I just am sort of the voice. So I can't really answer that question directly, other than to say that it's kind of out of my power.
I think Tim has a clarifier.
I would just point out that at RTM, we did vote for overwhelming, strong support for this action and this direction. So there was a very strong public vote to support what we're doing and what the efforts you're making.
And for the record, we would love to have every community be involved, and that's the end goal. But sometimes you have to start off small to sort of lead the horse to water and hopefully make it drink. So
I think the public is ready, and I'm really disappointed by the last 60 years of representative town meeting that not being a form of direct democracy at all. The public should not be entitling people to vote on our behalf or for us. We really have our own voice that we're ready to use.
Did you say you had another point, Ricky?
Does anyone have a response to that? Does anyone have an argue against that? Does anyone not support what I'm saying?
I don't believe that this board is fascist, nor do I believe that our state legislature is fascist.
How do you define fascism?
Oh, okay.
That's getting a little off topic.
Yeah.
He's making a statement of what he is not, so define that. What are you not?
You mentioned earlier that we were fascists, and that's not the case.
Fascism is when there is a body making decisions for the majority. The majority can make decisions for ourselves. And that's through fair elections, elections where we can direct the ballot ourselves. We should be voting on these ballot issues.
Thank you, Ricky. I actually support direct democracy over representative town meeting myself.
Thank you.
But I don't support the fascist thing. Any closing comments tonight from any of us? Thanks.
No.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much for coming.
Enjoy your stay in Broward.
Great.
Yes. Okay.
Drop downtown.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
all of this, I've buried the agenda. Here we are. So now still,
I'm sorry. I was trying to whisper in your ear, Patrick.
Patrick,
Hi.
oh, thank you. So now we're going to move on to item B under new business, which is investment in local renewable energy projects. And for that, I will look to Patrick Moreland. Bye, Colin.
My surprise. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. So the memo that's included in the board packet will start off by reminding everybody that at representative town meeting in 2018, Mr. Dimes put forward a resolution under other business asking the select board to commit to purchasing renewable or to purchasing electricity produced from renewable sources and offered cow power as a method of achieving that. At a select board meeting not long after that town meeting, staff was asked to take a look at cow power, to do an analysis of our energy usage, and to come back. And in May of that year, 2018, staff did just that. Cow power is, of course, a program of Green Mountain Power. In a nutshell, when you're a consumer of electricity and you subscribe to cow power, nothing really changes. Your power is the same coming through the socket as it always was. What's different is you pay a 4 cent per kilowatt hour premium to Green Mountain Power for that electricity that you consume. Green Mountain Power uses those funds to provide an additional subsidy to some renewable energy projects that have signed on with them. all of which exist in northern Vermont. Many of them are farms, and so there's a variety of different renewable energy projects. There's a list of them here in the memo. I don't recall the names of them, but there's a series of farms that produce renewable energy and are paid a premium for the electricity that they generate by virtue of the 4 cents that the customers contribute. Staff recommended at that time that the board consider a possible alternative, which was at the conclusion of each fiscal year, we conduct an analysis of our energy consumption, and then we make a determination as to the percentage or the kilowatt hours which are derived from sources which are not renewable. There's a on page 3 of the memo, there's a little bit of a chart. Before I start walking us through the chart, I would just remind everybody that the 18 largest accounts, electric accounts by consumption that the town has, have been assigned to the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District solar project, which came into being just about a year ago, and is, I believe, the largest single solar field in the state of Vermont. When you assign electric accounts to a solar project such as that, you need to sort of hedge your bets so that you're not ending up purchasing credits that are in excess of the amount of electricity that you use. So you, generally speaking, assign about 80% of that account to the solar project. The remaining 20% obviously isn't coming from that solar project. And in addition to that, so let me just back it up a little bit. If you look at the middle box, among our solar projects, I've broken it out by 80%, which is from the solar, and 20% which isn't. That leaves about 469,000 kilowatt hours. If you add that in the third box to the sum of all kilowatt hours not assigned to any of our solar projects, that's about 551,000 kilowatt hours, you end up with a little over a million, or 1,020,820 of kilowatt hours, which are which are not, I'm sorry, this is a little complicated for me, and as I'm sure it is for you, which are not derived from the solar array at Wyndham Solid Waste Management. Next, we recognize from our communication with Green Mountain Power that 60% of their base electricity is derived from renewables. So we apply 40% to this 1,020,820, and what we end up with is 408,328 kilowatt hours not derived from renewable sources. Then, if we apply the same premium that we would pay if we were purchasing cow power at 4 cents per kilowatt hours, we end up with $16,333.12. And so the proposal, or the concept before you this evening, is that with your blessing, staff would move forward soliciting feedback from local renewable energy projects, asking them about how much energy do they produce, what's it used for, are there any other ancillary benefits that accrue to the community or beyond just the off-takers, and then we bring that back to the board and we make payment in some fashion to the project that the board deems to be most worthy.
Excellent. Liz?
I love this idea. First of all, I really like the analysis of your weeding out the various sums that are sustainable in some fashion or other, and then getting to this amount that we would be paying cow power, which I think is a really large markup. And then you're saying, let's support a local project. So it's sustainable and it's local. And I think it's a wonderful idea.
I agree with Liz. I think it's fantastic. It's a no-brainer for me.
Thanks for doing the math.
I apologize for the difficulty in explaining it.
It's okay. It's pretty complicated.
You did fine.
It is.
No, you did great.
Yep.
I have a comment.
I
and a
understood
question.
it.
Yes, sir.
So looking at it a different way to someone who's like not looking at this chart, or actually it doesn't help sometimes if you're not really paying attention. No, not your fault. That's not. That was not. I was not intended to throw your chart under the bus.
No offense taken.
It can be confusing, right? So, what we're essentially doing is instead of paying a premium of 0.04 on the dollar or 4 cents on the kilowatt hour to a northern interest and northern farms, but we're trying to funnel that into a local project. The goal by which is to be able to say we are, in our municipal energy use, 100% renewable. Is that pretty accurate? Because that's another way to look at it.
I think that's pretty accurate. I'm not an energy expert, but I think this rationale is meaningful. And, if we're going to be paying a premium to somebody, there are good folks up in northern Vermont, but there are good projects in Brattleboro, and perhaps there's a good project out there right now that could really use our help, and we just don't know about it. So
Sure.
Love it.
My only question, and certainly I don't want to question any of the math, but the 80% that we started with on what we assign to municipal electricity, what's the science behind that? Why not 85 or 88 or 90?
I think it's certainly a judgment call, and what you want to do is not overcommit yourself, right? So we're going to continue to move forward with projects, some of which we know, some of which we haven't even conceived of yet. But there's a reasonable. It's not unreasonable to believe that we're not going to move forward with other energy-saving measures, right? And so hopefully our overall electric consumption will reduce as time goes on. And so you don't wish to be assigning more value, because you need to commit certain accounts to the solar field, and then certain values within it, and you can find yourself in a position where you've overcommitted and you're actually paying for something you're not then receiving.
Yeah.
So in an effort to try and avoid that, you sort of hedge your bets, believing that over time we're gonna adopt other additional energy saving measures, and hopefully our overall electric consumption will come down, bringing that kind of closer to the 80% level.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there that let's make sure it's best practice to be at that level instead
At
of
the
85.
time that, when we considered the contract of the waste district to do this, all of that was unknown, but we were looking at a multi-year contract, commitment to buy this much electricity, so.
Right.
Leaving the cushion was.
Sounds prudent.
I believe it's a 20-year time frame, so over that 20 years, hopefully, we can adopt different things, we can
Hopefully
reduce
we'll
our
find
electric
out 80
consumption.
wasn't enough because we cut 20% of our usage, but we'll see.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Do we have like a sense of the criteria that we'll use to judge these various projects?
I think the judgment of the select board.
Might
All right.
be up to us.
Maybe the sustainability coordinator gets to weigh in?
Yeah, Daniel.
Energy committee.
We should give it to the energy committee, like we give the art things to the art committee and have them consider it.
Have a committee?
Bring
do something?
recommendations.
Sounds good.
Peter has a
We'll
plan.
be very pleased to handle it that way. I think that makes a lot of sense. But the path we were on, we were actually feeling some sense of urgency because of the fact that we had to wait. This concept was originally approved about a year ago, and then we had to wait until the end of the fiscal year to be able to run the calculation. And so here we are a few months later bringing it to you. So we were going to move forward very quickly to solicit information about these different projects. I don't think there's any necessity to do that, and if you'd rather we wait the extra, couple of months to get a sustainability coordinator hired and get them here and get their feet on the ground, and then work with the energy committee so that sometime in the winter this comes back to you, that makes a lot of sense to me. But you should know that it will require that delay.
I think that sounds like a nice idea, but I don't feel like waiting.
Yeah, you're responding because this was approved at town meeting. Or discussed at town
Yeah,
meeting?
it came out of originally the town meeting that was a year and a half ago, but then in the follow-up to that town meeting, the select board approved the concept of doing a local investment rather than cow power. And so everybody understood that there would be a delay until the end of the fiscal year so we could know how much that investment would be, and here we are.
And
Well,
all
I
we
think
need
we
is
should-
your direction
yeah.
about whether to keep moving as fast as we can or whether to wait for the coordinator.
I would vote to go ahead.
Might be flaunting the will of the previous select board if you
Yeah.
delay this.
I think we should go ahead and you know, this sustainability coordinator can weigh in when he or she takes office.
Or if we start doing it and we feel like we're not the right place for it, we can always then say, yeah, we should have waited for this, let's wait for the sustainability coordinator. I want to see right now what's out there. I don't want to wait.
Okay, I want to see projects, but
I
I
wanna see
want
projects.
considerations beyond financial to be part of our decision.
Heard, yeah. I mostly just want to see the projects. I'm excited to see what's out there.
Okay.
And then we can figure out what to do with it.
I just have to confess that when I heard cow power, thought it had something to do with methane gas, and
Why
I
would
was
you
very
think
wrong.
that? That's what anybody would think. Yeah.
That's
what
why
it
it's
is.
farms, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
what
believe
it
so.
is.
But I hear if you feed the cows seaweed, it makes a big difference.
I didn't know that.
I wish.
Good.
I don't.
Very good.
Please don't take this as being snarky. But I do wish that Kurt Dimes had stuck around because this
Because it was
did
his initiative.
originate with his resolution. So
Well, hopefully he's watching from home.
Is there room for a question?
Yeah. Please come up, Mark.
Mark again. When we say like, okay, Brattleboro's getting so much percentage from renewable sources, are we talking about like Green Mountain Power telling us we're getting it from renewable sources, or is there a link between those? I mean, are we getting it from renewable sources, or are we getting it from Green Mountain Power?
Patrick, do you want to be interrogated or you want Peter?
I think I know the answer.
I'd be happy to answer. You know, a portion of the base electricity provided by Green Mountain Power to customers here in Vermont is procured from renewable sources. And so, you know, what this analysis does is it says, you know, those kilowatt hours that we purchase from Green Mountain Power, if 60% of the power that they sell to their customers is derived from renewable sources, then 60% of those kilowatt hours we ought to be able to claim are renewable.
Great, that actually answers my question. I also want to caution all of us in this town that this sustainability coordinator is going to be very busy, and I think it's poor practice and poor form to use that position as a bureaucratic vortex into which all climate action in this town goes to be in a vortex. They're going to be very busy, so doing things outside of that job is a very good idea.
Thanks, Mark. Other feedback from community members? Okay. Do we need a motion on this item?
Please.
I've long since lost my agenda thing.
Oh, I'd love to make this motion.
Do it, Daniel.
Good.
Can we do it with that, David? Yeah, I guess. I move that we authorize staff to solicit letters of interest from existing or imminent renewable energy projects in Brattleboro for a town contribution of $16,333.12.
Thank you, Daniel. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0 because Daniel was not in the room. David was not in the room. Thank you. Okay, still under new business, and we move on to the FY19 year-end financial reports, final but unaudited. Peter.
Yes, so the detailed report is in the backup materials that have been provided to the select board and have been available online on the town's website. I will just cite from the memorandum that I provided to you dated September 11th, a few of the highlights, and then be happy to answer any questions that you might have about the line-by-line details. But most importantly, overall, we were just shy of $400,000 to the good this year. So it's not technically a surplus because we had planned to use $770,000 worth of fund balance in this budget, and we ended up only having to use $376,000 and $582 of fund balance. And so the management of the budget in a way that we had less expenditures than we were budgeted to spend, we had greater revenues than what we had forecast to receive, caused us to be to the tune of $393,418 able to avoid using all of that fund balance. And what that means is, as we approach the upcoming budget process, this 393,418 will have fallen back into the general fund balance. And when we get looking at particularly capital expenses and other decisions to be made in the upcoming budget process, we'll have a little bit more flexibility because of that. We've had discussion at this moment in time in this report in prior years about the magnitude of these, I'm going to call it a surplus just to make the nomenclature simpler for the conversation. We have had surpluses in the last 5 years as high as $900,000, and this is actually the smallest one that we've had in the last 5 years. The years when we were larger, we had, I think, a 750 and a 900. That resulted from very significant changes that were made in town programs during the course of a year that resulted in very significant under expenditures. We expect more typically to be in the $300,000 to $500,000 a year range. As our budget goes up, maybe a little higher than that will, be a normal level of surplus. We shoot for being in that 2 to 3% sweet spot, and the reason for that is if we were shooting for less than 2, any kind of bad surprise, a really bad winter, this budget was actually affected by a moderately bad winter where we did overexpend our winter roads maintenance budget. But if we had a really bad winter or some other kind of significant event in the community that impacted us to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, it wouldn't take much if we were operating on that thinner margin to actually fall into deficit, which would be a real problem. And then we're drawing off a fund balance that doesn't really exist for that purpose, and we'd be eating into our 10% sort of rainy day fund. So what we try to do is always have a little bit of a surplus, and we shoot for that around 2 to 3%. This year's was 2.2%, solidly right there, because it allows us then to roll that money into next year and use it as far as as part of the decision making for how to address the needs of the community, particularly as it relates to capital going forward. Part of our strategy there, we'll talk about that in the long-term plan item in a moment, is by budgeting in real time $1 million a year of revenue to be spent on capital and relying on some amount of surplus from the prior year to roll over. We hope to be in a position where we can be routinely spending $1.25 million, $1.5 million, because our needs still exceed that. So a couple of other highlights from this past year, reasons why this 393,418 occurred. Staffing in the police department costs about $156,000 less than was budgeted because of vacancies there, and that's the net of the savings in the salaries and then the over expenditure of overtime for the police officers who picked up that slack. The town's health insurance program cost about $78,000 less than was budgeted. That's primarily because of our the savings that have accrued from the implementation of the HRA portion of the budget, where we assume some of the risk and don't fully insure for all the costs of the plan. The meals, alcohol, rooms, local option tax exceeded budget by $72,000. This is an important one to note. We wouldn't expect to have happen again because we had a couple of years in a row. This was the second of the 2 years in a row where we had a significant over collection. And based on that, when we saw that coming, in the current year's budget, we actually increased the budget very substantially. So we would expect that any excess rooms and meals tax in next year's final report would be much smaller than $70,000. The investment income, because of the change in our method of investment, increased by actually came in over budget by $64,000. And staffing within the town manager's office was $57,000 under budget, unfortunately, because it took us a while to hire Sally Nix, who we're really delighted to have on board as the HR director. But because for most of the last fiscal year that position was vacant, there was a substantial savings in town manager's office salaries. I guess that's probably a good place for me to stop and just ask whether you have questions.
I have a question.
Yeah, Liz?
I just wanted to make sure that the intent for the additional 1% sales tax was to reduce the property tax, and that will maintain that intent going forward?
Oh, yeah.
So,
Which is
forgive me
kinda
for
hard
giving
to do,
a
but yeah.
sort of town manager's dance answer to that, but that's actually, that's fully our intent. We understand the context in which it was approved. And so in the budget that we as staff will propose to you about 6 weeks from now, we will have that in mind, but where we go from there in the couple of months that follow is up to you, and then where we go after that is up to town meeting. So
So we need to keep it in, you need to keep it in mind, we need to keep
Yes,
it in
ma'am.
mind, and town manager needs, town
yeah, it's a
meeting
long
needs to
process,
be-
and it involves a lot of public participation, and so I don't presume we'll necessarily end there. I can assure you that's where we'll start.
Good answer.
Thank you.
I want to actually take this time to remind members of our community that you're about to tonight hear the words financial, budget, financial 3 times in a row. And you just heard Peter say that he'll be bringing us a budget within 6 weeks. As we're moving into the fall, you can anticipate that you will see less kind of social needs items on the agendas as we really refocus our efforts into hearing from department heads, hearing from town managers, from all of our departments about what budgets need to look like. There's going to be a lot of back and forth on that, and we're going to be spending the bulk of the fall preparing the budget so that it can be sent off to representative town meeting. Generally, I believe that needs to be finished by January, is that
Yes,
true?
we'll finish by the end of January.
Right, so we have a time constraint, we have a lot of departments, we have a lot of work to do to make sure that our budget is reflective of community needs, of department needs, and of taxpayer needs as well. And so you can rest assured and be forewarned that that is going to be the bulk of our focus through the fall.
I love it when Banker Brandy comes out.
She only comes out in the fall. Any other comments on the board, questions on the board?
No idea why that got me so excited for budget season.
Staffing, savings, right, or things that cost us
Yeah.
less, right? It's the police staffing.
Yeah.
Cost saving is because we're understaffed.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
Not
that's
a
not.
huge reason to celebrate.
It's not a happy
We'd
reason.
much rather not.
Right.
spend
Yeah,
that
we
money,
don't want that savings.
But
I
yeah,
just want to
that's,
kind of
You are dead right.
point it out.
Would members of the community seated tonight like to have any questions or comments on this report? Franz? And Ricky's here too.
Or Russ.
Okay.
It's like the
Or Russ.
Maytag repairman over there.
Okay, so there's no motion needed, and we're gonna move right into the monthly financial report for August.
yes, and of the 3 financial items tonight, this is clearly the simplest and easiest, and it's just good news. We're 2 months into the fiscal year, and there's nothing scary to report.
We're not in the hole.
Excellent.
We're 16.7% of the fiscal year through, and slightly under 16% expended, and revenues are, as expected at this time of year. We're fine. I mean, I can go into greater detail if you'd like me to, but I think in the interest of time, it'd probably be good to move on to long-term plan.
Sounds like a plan to me, fellow board members.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
One super detail-oriented question. I do have other more detail-oriented. This is most top level. I looked at the sales tax revenue line, and I see that that is 1.46%
Yes.
of what we project, and we are
Yes.
16.7% into the year.
Yes.
So how do those things?
Yep.
The state has it.
Good catch. So there's a delay in the those funds being passed on by the state. We actually were puzzled by the first check we received from the state because it seemed to relate to the period of time prior to July 1st. We weren't really able to get a good straight answer out of the state, and what we actually think might have happened is some of the businesses might have started reporting in their filings for that last quarter of the last fiscal year,
7%.
instead of waiting for July 1st so it might not be just the July 1st and forward period that they filed for. They might actually have submitted a small amount of money from receipts prior to July 1st. We don't know for sure that that's what it was because the state wasn't able to confirm that. What we know is this is not yet representative of anything that we can draw conclusions from. And probably even that first quarter is going to have gaps in it. So while there may have been some folks who filed early, there's likely to be some folks who have to play catch up. It's a new system, and it's going to be a while before we see sort of a steady trend.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes.
Oh my lord, where is it? It's about sidewalk repairs.
Yes.
Which is the bread and butter of this work.
Sidewalk.
Yeah.
I could have sworn you said cyborg.
No. Sidewalk repairs, yes.
Where are you?
I am on page 11 of 15.
11. Yep. Probably 20 years.
When do sidewalk repairs happen?
So this is a moment when I wish Steve was present, but
it's happening right now.
No reason why he
on
needed to
Elliott.
be. They happen sometimes in conjunction with other capital projects. So the timing of that would be, maybe when a road is being repaved, they'll go out and they'll do sidewalks on that road just prior to the repaving. But then there's other times when it's just like a really bad segment of sidewalk and it's its own project and they find time in the work schedule. There's really not a single particular time of year. If Steve were here, he might be able to give you a something that feels a little more scientific than that. But what I know to be true is unlike paving, where we do sort of 2 batches of it each year, sidewalk work is a little more sporadic.
Okay. Steve can email me. I know he's watching at home.
Sure. and in fact, let me say from staff's point of view, we'd be happy to answer the additional questions you have tonight, or I'd be happy to talk with you offline about the additional things that you're interested in.
Great. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, looks like we're moving on to the long-term financial plan, which I already turned my page to. I realized.
So this one, I'll ask the board if you'd like a relatively full presentation of it, and if you would, I'll apologize in advance that it might take me 15 or 20 minutes, but there's a lot here, and it's 5 minutes of 9. If you would like that level of presentation, I'm happy to provide it. Otherwise, I'll be much more summary.
What do you think we have left in this meeting outside of this?
Long.
Not too much.
Long.
Long? Really?
Schedule in.
No,
Take 20 and then we have 20.
I'd like,
I say take
I'd
20.
like the
longer
full.
presentation.
Yeah.
I thought you were saying
saying
we have,
long.
and it's also
Yeah.
the table setter. There's a reason we do the
let's hear
long-term
it.
plan,
Yeah.
which is so that we ground ourselves
Yes.
in
No,
where we are in
Yes.
financial condition in the big picture before we go into the,
Yeah.
the decisions for the year ahead.
I think we had a
When we-
misunderstanding.
I'm
of the
sorry.
context.
When we set the agenda, we intentionally hoped
Yeah.
that we would be at
Perfect.
this point.
So
or
that's what I
earlier.
thought. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. So, with that advance apology,
Drum roll,
I'll take
please.
15 or 20 minutes and walk you through it.
And if you need a break, we can ask questions in between.
Sure, yeah, interrupt me at any time, please. I will say again for the folks who are watching at home, if you have access to the town's website, this material is on that website. And it's item E of the new business part of the agenda, and there's a relatively detailed memorandum that I'm going to be speaking to that served as cover to a 5-year forecast of the town's budget in the normal budget format, the line item format that we review it as an annual budget.
Oh.
As of this afternoon,
Kicking it off.
if you went to the website,
And over on the right-hand side, there's a little place you could click on long-term financial plan.
Yes.
If you did that this afternoon, you got the previous year's long-term financial plan. You have to look in the material for this meeting in order to find this long-term financial plan if anybody is doing that at home.
Apologize for that.
Okay, yeah. It'd be
Not very
nice
helpful
to,
to you tonight, but we'll correct that tomorrow morning.
okay.
But you're such a good
but
sleuth.
not much of it is different. Just 1 year would be different.
But what you're saying is
The
if you follow
sustainability
along,
coordinator help with this.
if you're following along live, you can find it. You just have to go into this evening's documents.
That's right.
Thanks.
So we always start at sort of the ending and then work our way back to it. Because every year the bottom line of the budget from the community's perspective is what's happening with the tax rate. And so what I can tell you is that the sum total of everything that's going on in this long-term financial plan projects that the increase for FY21, which will be our next year's budget, in the property tax rate would be 3.5%. Or 4.4 cents. I should provide the caveat that is in the memorandum for those who read it through more thoroughly, that each of these estimates of property tax increase is higher than we actually think it will end up. And the reason for that is we purposely try to be cautious on both sides of the equation. So we try not to be overly aggressive and optimistic about revenues, and we try not to be overly optimistic and take the risk of being too low on expenditures. Ideally, if we're doing that well, then scary trends will pop out so we can see which parts of the budget need our extra attention to make sure that we manage them so they don't become financial problems for the town. But overall, we'll end up in a place that's a little better than projected, because you always want to be there instead of a little worse than projected and have to tax people more than predicted. So with that caveat, we're looking at 4.4 cents and 3.5% for next year. And the years that follow vary between 2.6 cents and a 1.9% increase, and as high as 4.2 cents or a 3% increase.
And we can't just skip to fiscal year 23 and get the 1.9.
No, wouldn't that be great? So
Well, there's a box on your tax form.
But one thing you will see when we start wrestling with the details of the FY21 budget is we got to be really careful. One of the reasons why we try to be steady about things like capital equipment replacement is because if we take a year off and have to play catch up, that can be really painful. So we could have a year, for instance, let me just say arbitrarily, with no relation to actual decisions we're going to make. If we said, boy, we don't want to do 4.4 cents next year, that's a lot, let's do 2 cents. Well, that just means that we're either going to end up cutting things that matter, programs and activities that matter to the community, or we're going to have a much more significant tax increase in the next year after that or the next year after that in order to keep up with it.
Or we're going to find a few things that aren't as important to our community through vigorous discussion.
Thank you. Or we find those, or we find additional revenues. I will say that historically, finding the things that don't so much matter and finding the additional revenues have both proven really challenging. So it's part of the hard work we do, but you got to find quite a bit of that for it to have a meaningful impact on these numbers.
Sure
One
wish
of
we
the
could
things-
find some revenues from S106.
There you go.
Pages 7 through 10. Sorry, go ahead, Liz.
One of the things is, investing our surplus, and it has become a good
Absolutely.
moneymaker.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is already reflected in these numbers, though. So that was a real nice kick to the budget over the last couple of fiscal years, and now it's reflected in this
And now
five-year
there's
forecast
nothing
as
left.
steady as we go. Yeah, it's still there, and it's still there in the bigger number each year, so it's a good thing. But we don't see a benefit to the tax rate projections because we've already experienced that benefit. Another way to keep in perspective the increases, which we always try to keep as small as possible, but yet even increases of this magnitude relate to an average over this period of an increase in $72 per year or $18 per quarter for more than half of the property homeowners. So for single-family residences in town and for condominiums, so multifamily that's individually owned, the average homeowner will see an increase of $72 per year or less in their taxes to fund everything that is going on in this report. The non-tax revenues we assume will be flat. Sometimes we do find ways to modestly increase those. We'll always keep looking for that. The five-year forecast presumes that there'll be no increase in those, and so that's one of the ways in which this is a conservative forecast. I quote myself here from the memo. We've been exceedingly cautious, and I said that on purpose about the projection of meals and rooms taxes and local option sales taxes. In both cases, trends would indicate that we can expect more than just absolutely flat on those, but we know that the economy can be fickle, and we wanted to be careful here to not predict any future growth in that. So One thing is that our initial estimate for the local option sales tax is just that. It's an estimate. We have no experience with it yet, so we wanted to be careful there. But even with Meals and Rooms, where we've seen steady increases over the years, we thought it would not be responsible to project additional steady increases in the future. So this report predicts those to be flat. This is the first time that you've seen in any of our financial reporting projections of the impact of having employees begin to share in the cost of the premiums for the health insurance benefit for employees. That's a really normal sort of an arrangement for most employers, but the town several years back in 2012, 2013, changed to a high deductible plan, and at that time, part of that transition was that employees no longer contributed anything towards the premium. Over the 6 or 7 years since then, the cost of that benefit has increased substantially because we had switched to a system where employee costs were fixed, or at least the maximum out-of-pocket cost for employees, households were fixed, and all of those increases were borne by the town. We approached the employees, the 4 unions and the non-union group this past year and talked about a way in which to reintroduce as gently as possible cost sharing. The select board agreed and the unions agreed that that would be 1% of the premium paid by the employees in FY21, 3% in FY22, and 5% in FY23. We have reflected that in these forecasts and reflected that 5% also in 24 and 25. The forecast reflects the continuing commitment to invest at least $1 million a year into capital. So that's the figure that is shown in the capital. Again, we would rely upon, as we have, sort of the system that we've established over these last few years, $1 million of real-time revenue being devoted to capital, and then relying on that prior year surplus to carry us to a greater degree of investment. Some years, because of those larger surpluses and because of the great needs we've had, we've been as high as $2 million commitment to capital. In other years, we've been as low as about 1.3, 1.4. This will be a year, again, when I think we'll be at about 1.3 or 1.4 when we bring forward the proposed budget. We assume no use of fund balance. That's another thing that makes this conservative, but the reason for that is because we can't accurately predict years ahead, when we're going to have good winters or harsh winters or so on. We don't know how much fund balance will roll over, how much annual surplus there will be, but because we expect them to be in the range of 2 or 3%, they've been as high as 4 or 5% in recent memory. We again expect to be able to make that greater commitment to capital without having projected use of fund balance in this forecast. We anticipate townwide increase in employee salaries of 4% for FY21, 2.5% to 3% for the following years of the forecast. The reason for the slightly larger increase in FY21 is the impact of the new collective bargaining agreements that have been approved this year, and then sort of more steady during the additional 2 years of those collective bargaining agreements, and then the 2 additional years of the forecast.
May I ask a question about that?
Yes.
So because those negotiations happen or decisions happen in executive session, the community as a whole doesn't really have much of a knowledge base with regards to those salary increases, why they're that amount, what the basis for the decisions happen to be. And so I'm wondering if at some point we could hear more about that. I don't know if that's more of the budget discussion as opposed to the long-term financial plan discussion. But I get it that that's a difficult process. But I think at least after the fact, we need to know what happened.
We'll be happy to do that. And the other thing is, you had made appropriately a comment during the approval of some of the agreements earlier this year that it would be helpful to the public to have the agreements. Once we do reach a tentative agreement with the unions and an item is ready to come to the board for final approval, that each particular collective bargaining agreement that's ready for board approval be available to the public for review for more than just the weekend prior to the meeting. These are complicated documents, and we are happy to do that. We will make a habit out of that as we go forward.
I like that.
Really, I said that?
You did?
Sorry?
I remember.
Yeah, I heard you just say.
No, I do
Thanks for
remember that.
understanding
Yes,
my
thank you,
idea.
Peter.
Yeah.
Ricky, I see your hand up.
I really value these financial reports and would appreciate them being scheduled separate from select board meetings at a more reasonable hour of the day, like in the afternoon, because trying to go over these figures this late at night is pretty difficult for me personally. I have sleep apnea, so just my capacity to pay attention, as much as I want to follow along with this, I might assume for other people as well, might be better within business hours. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Tough for us, of course. Many of us are working full-time jobs as well.
Yeah, fortunately. But part of what will be good is having these discussions at least earlier, closer to 6 o'clock through the fall is gonna really help all of us a lot. It's hard. I'm having a hard time too.
The funding of retirement benefits, the town's contribution, so for the employee pension system, employees contribute into the fund, and the town contributes on employees' behalf into the fund. The employer contribution made by the town is projected to increase during this 5-year period by $58,000. I want to note that we still haven't reached the point where the current year expense exceeds the FY17 expense. It'll be another year or two before we get to that point. We made substantial changes in the plan at that time, actually improved the plan. It was just a really great win-win situation where we were able to join the VEMR's program, the Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System, so that employees would have a defined benefit pension that they can count on in retirement at lower cost to the town than what the town had been providing as a contribution towards a defined contribution system where employees had to save their own funds for retirement. So the taxpayers won, the employees won, and we still haven't reached yet the level of expense that we had prior to FY17.
Right.
The rate of increase overall for employee benefits has stabilized, but an area where we would expect to have substantial additional increases in the future is in the health insurance program. And the reason for that is that we've had a couple of years, actually 3 years, where the creation of the health reimbursement arrangement enabled the town to really contain cost increases, and then we had actually 1 year when our premium went down, even though the overall cost of the program went up, but because we were taking on some of the risk with the HRA, and we had 2 years of very small increases. Last year, of course, was the opposite of that, with a substantial increase in the premium. That led to the discussions that we had with the employees, that has led to the agreement that employees will again contribute to the premium. But we do predict that going forward, health insurance costs will drive the increases in employee benefit, the overall employee benefit increase that's forecast to be about 3.4%. The departmental forecast, departmental expenses is sort of everything else. When you think about, all the different the salaries and the benefits and the capital and the different categories of expenditure that are all pretty specifically identifiable. And then there's just, the basic operations of town government. So the office supplies and the costs of maintaining and operating the buildings. So the departments that actually are housed in their own particular building have some facility expenses that, for instance, some of the departments in this building don't have because the municipal center stands on it as a program of its own. So those expenses in total across all the departments are expected to increase by approximately $360,000 over the course of the 5-year period. That increase is approximately about a 3% increase a year.
Yep. If you're going to the next one, can I just underline something?
Please.
Primarily because of a new public works stormwater program. Is that?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I should have called that out.
Because I
So-
just want to
Yep.
underline that for
Yeah.
the public, that.
Thank you.
This is a mandate from the state that's basically unfunded.
Yep.
And unfunded mandate should be a phrase we use a lot, just like
I agree.
home rule.
They
and-
promised they weren't gonna do that.
Unfunded mandate, which
Yeah.
means we have to do it, we get no money for it.
Exactly, and so actually, I just, in the spirit of truth, we were talking earlier tonight about making sure we
Yeah.
put it out there.
Truth is good.
So we do get some funding. It's not uncommon that this phenomenon that's happening with this program is how a new state program rolls out. So the state will only occasionally say, municipalities, you all have to do this, this, and this now, and not fund anything. One of the things about being a Dillon's Rule state is there's some sort of paternalistic interest that we usually do get from Montpelier, where they'll say, we're going to require you to do this, and so we're going to provide you some funding. And almost always the funding is not just a little, but materially inadequate. And that's what's happening here. So there is some funding that's being provided by the state. It's not nearly enough for us to do all the things we need to do to comply with the program. And
Great.
that's why it's going to be it's going to cause an increase in our budget over the coming years.
Thanks for that.
No, thank you for calling it out.
Thank you for bringing it up.
And the next area is another one of those areas. This is not state mandated, although actually, I mean, the law comes from the state, but it's not their fault. It is our experience in workers' comp that has caused us to realize that that's an area where we need to pay more attention. We have been paying more attention there. We have been making some strides. But as we've talked about in prior years, it takes about a 5-year cycle before you really start to see the financial benefits of that.
We're
because
getting there. It's almost
we are
5
getting
years
there.
now, yeah.
But the actuaries use multiple years of experience in order to calculate rate increases or rate, well, I don't know, it would be decreases, but the magnitude of rate increases will reflect multi-year periods, and we're still sort of trailing off some of our bad years of experience that are causing us to predict conservatively 10% increase in workers' compensation expenses for each year. We do think that's actually a reasonable figure for the first couple of years of this forecast. We would certainly hope that as we get to the later years of the forecast that that's higher than what we're going to experience.
So, so you're trying for each workplace to be safer?
Yes, it's a combination of better work in preventing injuries from occurring, and also we've instituted a significantly different and better policy for how we handle actual workers' comp claims. So both in the management of the medical treatment that an employee might need in order to make sure that they get the best care and get heal as quickly as possible. And statistics are really clear that when an employee is out on workers' comp, the longer they're out, the less, the worse the long-term performance of both physical recovery and the rest of their employment goes for that employee. So it's in the employee's best interest and in the town's best interest that we get people back to work as quickly as possible. And what we've instituted is a program where departments share that responsibility. So somebody who's not yet physically able to come back to the job that they're regularly employed by us for can have an opportunity to go do something that's less demanding physically.
Oh, that's a great idea.
And be back employed and receiving a paycheck instead of at home and receiving workers' comp.
Great.
The human services funding, we've proposed to remain flat because frankly, we just don't know what else to predict here. That's going to be, fully, it'll be affected by the decisions of this board, but it'll be fully controlled at representative town meeting.
That's
and
right.
so I've referred in this paragraph to the 1% marker that has received some discussion. We know that's not actually been adopted by anybody, including representative town meeting, as a policy. But I thought it might be helpful for there to be some reference to, what does this look like in reference to that 1% marker? What it does look like if we go with flat funding through this period is the first year it's slightly larger, slightly more than 1% of the prior year's budget, and then going forward from there it is just slightly less by a little bit more each year.
Good.
Well, so why didn't you project it to be 1%?
Because that's not been adopted as a policy. It's been something that's received a fair amount of consideration, but I think it's a not yet fully resolved question, either here or at representative town meeting.
Something that really requires a robust discussion.
Will we get to have that discussion, or is that a town
It's a town
meeting
meeting
only
discussion.
discussion?
So, here's how you have it. The town meeting committee that makes recommendations regarding these items gets to recommend what it believes is the appropriate amount of funding. You get to decide whether or not to put into the select board's recommended budget the amount that the committee is recommending. If you align, then that launches the conversation at representative town meeting and kind of more efficiently, but you don't have to align. If the sensibility of the 5 of you was to a different number, higher or lower than the committee, then your budget could reflect something different than the committee's recommendation.
And I think that's especially salient this year, sorry to speak out of turn again, because it just went up substantially both years in a row. So we need to think about, is there a limit to this?
I also think, too, that robust discussion at town meeting stepped on the toes of and the logic of the committee.
Yeah, well,
and we
that's-
should listen closely to what the committee has to tell us.
It's all part of the future discussion coming up.
This is
Stay
my
tuned.
favorite time of year, by the way.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I love
this
it.
is where the rubber
leaves,
meets
the
the
leaves
road.
are nice, right?
Yeah, you can have as many like
Every Tuesday
lofty
meeting.
ideas as you want, but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it comes down to the fall budget planning.
Great.
That's why I love it.
And will the Human Services Committee be coming to us
They
during the
will.
budget
Oh, yeah.
process?
Late in the process, you'll hear from them. You need, as a ministerial duty, to warn for town meeting what the committee asks you to warn.
Right.
But whether you include that same number in your budget is a decision you'll make near the end of the process.
All right. Sounds like fun.
It is.
It is.
And
Okay.
terrible. Yeah.
It's terribly fun.
Pardon?
He said it's,
It's fun and terrible.
He said
It's
it's
terrible
terribly fun.
decisions to make.
The ambulance expenses are projected to increase by about $50,000. That's a 20% increase over the 5-year forecast. But during this 5-year forecast, we will finish phasing out that discount that we used to receive.
Yep.
And so from, as we move forward, we're going to see increases that are much less, much smaller magnitude increases annually in the ambulance costs, unless something really significant changes in the relationship. But actually, rescues increases have been quite small lately, just a couple of %. But our budgetary cost of ambulance services has gone up quite a lot because we've been phasing out that discount.
And we got the discount because...
We got the discount because way back when, I don't know exactly when it started, but decades ago, literally 20 or 30 years ago, the town received credit for a number of different ways in which we were actually providing services to Rescue Inc. And over the years, Rescue's operation became more robust and certain things didn't make sense for the town to do it anymore and the town stopped doing it. But the discount, the sort of rate of discount stayed the same. And so there came a time 4 years or so ago when Rescue came to the town and said, you're getting a $70,000 discount compared to the other towns that are paying into the regional service. We really can't justify that anymore. We agreed with them, but to have had a, something like 40% or 50% increase in the cost of the service in 1 year would have been a terrible burden. So we asked them, how about if we phase it out $10,000 at a time over about a 6 or 7 year period, and then get to steady as we go after that. They said fine. We signed an agreement to that effect, and we're within the last 2 or 3 years of that now.
They pay property taxes in the town?
So that's interesting. When we get down to the final year, no,
You
it's
said
great.
you said you liked this
It's
time.
great.
I love it.
I just was
Keep
like,
it coming. No,
there we
and
go.
Just ignore the eyebrows. I can't.
and actually, so when we get done, one factor in this much more complicated discount was the property taxes that were forgiven. Okay, so that was a cost that the town absorbed, and so we got credit back for it in the discount. The understanding with Rescue is they'll probably just start paying taxes because it's simpler. But if they decide that for some reason it's beneficial to them to ask town meeting to continue their tax exemption, then they'll do that and we'll get that credited back. That'll be the only remaining credit in the future years after that would be the amount of their taxes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Rescuing, for your work. Yes.
Yes.
And also,
Friendly negotiation.
So they're not a nonprofit.
They are a nonprofit. Yeah, they are a nonprofit.
And their work is invaluable.
Yes.
Yes. The debt service of the town goes down a little bit
I saw that.
over time until such a time as we need to go out and borrow some more money. So right now we don't see that on the horizon, and over the course of these 5 years we expect the debt service to decline by about $440,000.
And when you say that, you're not referring to our water sewer future debt needs.
No, I'm not at all. Thanks
Just wanna
for that
throw that out.
clarification. I'm talking
We may not have.
in
enough
all respects
if
what
we
we're
save the
talking
fund.
about here. I'm sorry, Dave?
We may not have to borrow money for that if we're able to save enough for the rates.
Your glass is half full suddenly.
So we will have utility-related discussion later in the fall, and we do expect to have some borrowing needs there, but of a magnitude that it's going to be driven by lots of decisions, a variety of different decisions that you'll be making regarding both future rates and the magnitude of the water treatment plant project. In the meantime, everything, I should clarify, everything we're talking about in this report relates to the general fund and not to the utility fund at all. And finally, for the municipal center, because we expect that very significant changes are going to happen here at the building, but we don't yet know exactly what impact they'll have on our budget. We don't know the details yet of what we will be undertaking here. We've just, for the purposes of this report, forecasted 5 more years as if nothing was going to change.
Yep. Sounds conservative and good.
Fantastic.
Never thought you'd
Well,
hear me say those two
I was
words
gonna
before.
say.
Yeah.
I was gonna
Mark
say.
that down as one and only time.
Thank you, that was very good.
No, you go.
A couple of comments. We haven't always had a long-term financial plan. I think this is 3 or 4 years now that it's been in place.
Yes.
And the finance committee, and particularly Spoon and Agave, pushed really hard for this. And obviously, Peter was very receptive and kind of outlined some goals that seemed to be really important. Obviously, the select board affirmed them, and I don't know why it didn't strike me that we might actually start to see some achieving of those goals. But there are a few things in here that were really important. I just want to point out that we're actually getting there. One of them is the continuing commitment to $1 million each year for capital projects instead of being whacked every year by, oh God, we need a grader. And then the fact that we're actually sometimes able to put more than that using surplus for that is, it's like, yeah, that's a great idea. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do that? We're actually doing it. It's really nice. I don't know why I'm surprised, because if you set out to do something, you can expect it to happen. The other is stabilizing the rate of increase of employee benefits, which is like really hard to do. And it's really there, and pensions as well. Actually reduced pensions, and now we'll see the increases, and having healthcare drive our budget increases will just put us in the same boat with everybody else that employs a lot of people. And the other thing is that the reducing the debt service payments, trying to use cash and reserves when necessary instead of borrowing. And again, it's kind of amazing that we're getting down to hardly anything left. I mean, this was millions in debt service not that long ago, or over $1 million. So I just wanted to point those things out. It's really nice to see a plan that's actually working really well.
Since David jumped in with a quick comment, I'll jump in with a very quick. I know I had a meeting with Peter where I kind of hassled you, maybe unfairly, about that level line of meals, alcohol, and rooms, and the level line of sales tax. Certainly don't begrudge you of the leveling of meals, alcohol, and rooms, because that kind of goes crazy up and down. But the sales tax. Whoa.
Liz is watching the meeting on VCT at the same time as being in the meeting.
I was a little too fascinating for me. Sorry.
Let me tell you the story of.
Can you see past it?
Can I tell you the story of Ken Schneck? No, I won't. You don't want to. You don't want to. So sales tax. That was the conservative projection, right? Not including internet.
That's correct.
Right.
Just want to point that out, that it's a living document, right, to some extent, so it
Oh,
could
yeah.
get tweaked going forward.
will.
That 6:30,
Yeah.
we, even though, I love the phrase, by the way, staff was not aggressively optimistic. I love that. But if you were going to be slightly aggressively optimistic,
Do you
you
have
might,
a phrase book for those type of things?
well, I just love that phrase. I just so possibly that is a conservative estimate for the.
We believe it is,
Right.
but
you don't want to be.
But we just don't know.
Yeah. And I think it's
Aggressively
good to have I think we can assume all of these are probably conservative estimates at this date.
And I would
As
suggest to
stated.
you,
As they should be.
from our perspective, so let me say something about the living document. Absolutely, it's an evolving document. Not quite a living document in the same way that, say, the town plan is when it's updated from time to time, or a particular budget is from the time it's proposed till the time it's adopted. The long-term plan is not meant, there's a reason why we don't ask you to adopt it, right? It's not meant to be an indication of policy. It's actually meant to be, staff's analytical snapshot of sort of where we are and where we're headed. And to help it, it's intended to help inform the policy decisions that you're gonna make and you're gonna recommend to town meeting. And because of that, it's very likely these numbers might look different next year, but I wouldn't necessarily wanna say new information, a couple of months from now might drive us to do something different here. What'll happen next year is we'll do another annual update. And if there's information available that tells us, for instance, if our wildest dreams come through and we get $1 million instead of 630, well, we're not gonna show you, 5 more years of 630,
Sure.
of course.
Right.
But if we get,
But you're not going to show us $1 million either. You're going to show us 800,000.
we'll see, I guess, we'll see what
It's not a criticism.
what the reasons are.
It's not a criticism, but anybody watching, I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that's a new item, and people are excited to see revenue coming in.
Yep.
That's not taxpayer
Absolutely.
revenue.
I think it's
And if,
So
and
I
if we
just
see
want to
something
point
right
out that-
around 630, we're likely to show you next year 5 more years of 630, even though we'll all be hopeful that the internet will bring in more revenue than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good clarifier for people watching.
It's also, we're in the 11th year of an economic growth cycle, which is, I think, probably the longest we've ever had. And it's just, counting on that is not a good idea. We need to start looking over our shoulders.
Growth for some, not for others. Anyway, it's all kickoff to budget season.
Stay tuned.
Which is an excellent segue to this next item.
There you go.
Good.
Do you guys have any?
No.
Anything else?
No. Keep losing my agenda.
So, the next item is our proposed schedule of meetings. It's just tentative at this point. Basically, what we're looking for is if it looks like you think this will work for you, we're not locking anything into stone at this point, but we'd like to start gearing towards this as we bring forward a proposed budget. We definitely will be proposing a budget about the 1st of November for presentation at the November 5th Select Board meeting. And staff is building, the applicable staff are building their calendars around these particular nights. So if you have a real substantial problem with one of these, you say, I don't think we can do a meeting that night, please call it out to us. Otherwise, we'll look at this as, the schedule of until such time as you tell us that maybe we might not need all those meetings that come after the initial presentations and discussions, but they're there for us if we need them. And for the benefit of the public, what I would say is this represents basically every Tuesday night in November, December, and January, except in that period right around the holidays. So we'd have a hiatus from December 17th to January 7th, but otherwise would be meeting every Tuesday night in November, December, and January. And on the off nights, as we refer to them, the purpose Town's done this a lot of different ways over the years. We've been in the habit of this for the last several years, and I will tell you, I think it's important that we do it. So the reason why is the public gets used to us meeting on Tuesday nights at 6:15. And by doing budget work this way, rather than, sometimes in the past it's been like take a big bite out of it on several
Sunday
hours on a
afternoon,
Saturday or a
yeah.
Sunday, or even sometimes come in for, early morning meetings or lunchtime meetings. And the problem with that is those tend to be very compressed and less available to the general public. And so here at 6:15 on Tuesday nights, we come and we do our work. And on the off nights during this 3-month period, there's ample opportunity to really take that deep dive that we need to into various budget issues, because that's all we'll be doing.
And so off nights would be second and fourth Tuesdays, because on nights are the currently standing first and third Tuesdays.
That's correct. Thanks.
And on these odd nights,
Yes.
there's no executive session?
There can be if we need one. That's up to, sort of how things are flowing and your availability.
Yeah, but it's usually just straight budget items, and regular ongoing town business is, we try to save for the regular first and third Tuesdays of the month.
Exactly.
And these meetings are generally, we try to keep them shorter than.
Right.
Yes,
Sometimes they're
exactly.
very
Yeah,
short.
Always short.
The ones that are
They're
strictly
shorter.
budget usually are shorter. But what we also do is, on those nights, we tend to, particularly in the first half of this process, when departments are coming in to present, we pick the larger, more complicated departments to come in on those nights so that they don't have to get squeezed into a night when we've got a lot of regular town business to do.
It's also, for some reason, once it gets cold, people don't come to meetings as much.
Nobody wants to be our friend anymore.
One of the things I've been thinking about for the last several meetings, because pretty much every meeting, one person or another representing one issue or another, or one perspective or another, has said, gee, can't you schedule this a little bit early in the meetings, because why, this is really important, and you leave it till real late. And when we get into this pattern of doing it every week, you just kind of pay attention to how it fits into your life, because it might be really smart for us to meet every week instead of meeting every other week and staying till 10 o'clock or later. Just something to think about. We can maybe get through our agendas more quickly, and when something big came along, not plan as many things, because next week we can pick it up. It wouldn't be a 2-week break gap. So.
On that note, we are closing in close to 10 o'clock. I don't know how long these next few items are going to take.
Shouldn't take long.
What's that, Franz? Yeah, go ahead. Of course.
How about the utilities budget matters? How do they fit in with the schedule here?
So-
When's that going to happen?
Typically, that doesn't happen until spring. This particular year, because of the significance of the water capital work that is needed, we are planning on having a discussion in late October. The board meetings in October are the 1st and the 15th. It's a really unusual month that way. So either on the 22nd or the 29th, if the board is available, is when we were planning on actually bringing a substantial update on all of that. I will say that I'm not certain staff will be ready for that. We're working towards that still, but the reason we haven't actually set that meeting is because we're not sure that we'll be able to keep that. So if everybody can kind of have that in mind, that we're working towards October 22nd or 29th, we're hoping to have a big review of utilities that night. That would work great. If that doesn't happen, then we might need to use one of these other nights for the utilities discussion, or possibly do like a Thursday night instead of a Tuesday night or something. That wouldn't be ideal. But we want to make sure that the information is properly assembled to bring forward about that.
No, it's really important to me, the Tuesday thing, so if you need
If
more
we
time.
can,
If
right.
you can, yeah, on a Tuesday.
Absolutely. I think that works better for the public.
Would you consider doing the budget overview on the 29th of October instead of November 5th?
Oh, is that better for you?
No. I'm just trying to see how all this is going to get.
Yeah,
That's funny.
If we run later than we hope on the utility piece, that juggle I don't think is going to help us, because the overview is pretty brief compared to a night of taking a deep dive into utilities. And on the 5th, when we have a regular select board meeting, that won't be a good night to take that deep dive into utilities. So, but we'll work through that. Within the next week or two, I'll know for sure whether we as staff can be ready for that utilities discussion in October. And if we can't, we'll find a way to do that fit into this other schedule.
Sunday afternoon.
Stop it.
I like the Sunday thing. Didn't we do a Sunday thing?
I'm not doing
We did a Saturday morning
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Well, the cool thing was that everybody got to present in one day, the overview, and I think that's when we first joined the board.
Did we have pizza?
Something.
I'm not cooking. You
I'll
know.
bring Smarties.
I don't want Smarties, I want pizza.
I must have completely repressed.
Smarties.
Bring Smarties, I'll bring Dum Dums.
They were there. What about Smarties?
We're getting late.
We're getting,
All right.
I think we're getting a little busy. It's getting late. We're all getting a little
Item G
silly.
needs your action.
Yep.
Oh, good. Thanks.
So
for
item
being
G
here.
is.
Hi, thank you.
Or, but, yes.
Ricky, District 2, and I really do appreciate the comments about catering food to the meetings, though, because food for thought is very important, and I would appreciate healthy catering because we're making budget decisions that are affecting people's lives directly in the future, and we should be eating healthier food than pizza and candy.
Sorry, Ricky.
Don't be sorry.
That's my stress love.
We just need to make bids to catering companies. Like I would recommend either Super Fresh or like the Indian cuisine options. I heard that Dan Yates likes the Vermont Table
Yes, he
and
does.
with the Porch Deli.
Porch too.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yep. I want to hope Dan was watching for that. Thanks, Ricky. Okay, so we're moving to item G, which does require action, which is VTran's 2019 Bicycle and Pedestrian Grant Program. Peter?
Yes. So we've talked briefly before about the suggestion that's been made to the town that we create a bike lane on Western Avenue between down on the east. It would come potentially all the way to Main Street, or potentially just to around the Cedar and Spruce area, but then go on the western side out to exit 2. I want to reassure anybody who might still be hanging in there with us tonight that there is going to be a robust public engagement process around this. All we're asking for tonight is for you to accept and appropriate the grant, which is a $32,000 grant from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Program of the Vermont Agency of Transportation. This will fund our hiring of a consultant who will lead us through the scoping study and the public engagement, which ultimately will then make a recommendation of whether, and if so, how we might move forward with a bike lane.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarification, Peter.
Are we ready for a motion?
I think let's get the money.
Oh, wait.
We're just getting the money.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring up, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm super dismissive sometimes. Bicycles, Brattleboro. This weekend, we have the Better Block Challenge,
Yes.
which will have a temporary bike lane on Flat Street between Elliott Street and the Preston Lot.
Good point.
From Saturday through to the end of Sunday.
That
And
sounds
that's like a good way to test
Yeah.
bike lanes in this town. Right?
There's actually a window of time each of the 2 days. It won't stay in place overnight for safety reasons, sorry. But there is a long window on Saturday and a shorter window on Sunday, both in the
Are you gonna
morning into the afternoon hours.
And the other planning elements
Yes.
are in evidence, and it's also Friday night, but not the bike lane.
Yes,
Not the
Correct.
you have to bike unsafely outside of those other times.
Or just a
Ooh,
little
that's-
extra carefully
that's-
without
I'll
the
be riding my
government's
bike
help.
home after this. Please be careful, drivers.
We would be remiss if we didn't say how sustainable this action is.
I agree with that.
True.
Yep.
So should we make?
Yeah, somebody make a motion.
I move we accept and appropriate a grant in the amount of $32,000 from the Vermont Agency of Transportation for a scoping study for a bicycle lane along Route 9 from the intersection of Main and High Streets to the exit 2 interchange.
Excellent. David has made the motion to get this money. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, our next item is the reappointment of a deputy town health officer.
So
So earlier this year, when we were creating the registration and inspection program for rental housing, we actually spent quite a bit more time talking about how the health officer work occurs in town than we normally have in the past. And you know from those discussions that along with Health Officer Leonard Howard, We have several deputy health officers who work in various areas of expertise across the town government. One of whom is Brian Bannon, who does a really excellent job of addressing ordinance violations of primarily land use, but not exclusively land use type. These are things that are related to, but not always directly part of his zoning administrator responsibilities. And he's really attentive to those. Some of them are pretty gnarly situations where, he'll work with an owner and get a situation cleaned up, and then it recurs again, a month or two later, and then you start the process all over again. It takes a lot of perseverance. He's good at that, and his 3-year appointment has come due. So the way this works under Dylan's rule is the state actually makes the appointment of these local officials to be health officers and deputy health officers. They seek the select board's recommendation of whom to appoint. So we're asking you tonight to recommend to the state that Brian be reappointed as deputy health officer.
Well, I can't make the motion, but having worked with Brian, I highly make the recommendation. Somebody else wants to make the motion?
I'd be happy to make the motion.
I think Ricky wanted to
Ricky.
say something.
Hi, I'm Ricky, District 2, and I feel disappointed by the appointing process in general. I would encourage considering the town health officer to be another elected position, and that I feel personally disappointed by how the issues I've brought that he would be responsible for, he hasn't really responded to me with. I have never heard any updates from him about what my concerns were. So,
Thank you.
Okay, I recommend to the Vermont Department, I recommend that the board recommend to the Vermont Department of Health the reappointment of zoning administrator Brian Bannon as deputy health officer.
Okay, Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We move to committee appointments. And we are appointing tonight to the Town Arts Committee and the Town Energy Committee.
Write it down.
Okay, so who would like to make a nomination for the Arts, or who would like to read the slate?
I'll read the slate.
Great.
There's one vacancy for the Arts Committee, and the applicant is Kate Richardson. And I will nominate her, I believe. And for the Energy Committee, there are 3 vacancies and 2 applicants, Tony Duncan for a 1-year term and Rick Foley for a 2-year term.
Excellent. Tim has made the nomination to move the slate for the Arts Committee, being 1 vacancy, Kate Richardson, and the Energy Committee being 3 vacancies with Tony Duncan for a 1-year term, Rick Foley for a 2-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries, and I'd like to note that that does leave a vacancy. We're always looking for applicants. That's all we have tonight for business, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. Meeting adjourns. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry about
It was unnecessary. I think it's just long. As long as it had to be. As long as it had to be.
All right,
Even
so,
though you did my cultural
Brattleboro
work.
Planning Commission,
Are you ready, Austin?
meeting of Monday, September 9th is called to order at 6:03 PM. Are there announcements?
I have an announcement. We have hired a recent college graduate who will become the planning tech. He is scheduled to start on October 1st. Super excited about him. He's gonna kind of be floating in the planning and zoning world. He's really likes long-term planning. He'll be moving to Brattleboro for the position, so it will help bring some capacity to getting some of the stuff that I've been a little bit behind on getting done for the planning commission as well. So I'm sure you will be meeting. His name is Andrew. I'm sure you'll meet him in the beginning of October.
Great.
Congratulations.
With, not that I'm checking his credentials or anything, but I'm just curious, with a bachelor's degree in what?
Urban planning and sustainability from Western Washington University.
Washington State?
Yes.
He's moving here from Washington.
Connecticut.
Okay.
He's currently in college.
Yep.
Great.
Any other announcements?
Have you or we decided on that state municipal planning grant?
No.
Okay.
We could talk about that if you want. I mean,
I don't have anything to add. I thought the ideas were good.
yeah,
proposed,
it's
and yours.
kind of one of those capacity things
Right.
at this point. I think we'll probably be in a stronger position to apply next year, not having one.
Oh, I see.
So, yeah, but it's something we can talk about some more. We would have to, if we want to apply for something, we would need to get it before the select board at their next meeting, which is probably still time, because the town's grant process requires that. They sign off on grant applications.
Maybe Andrew can have a formidable challenge.
How's it
for his
going?
first week. Just kidding.
No, it's
What's
the end of
the
September.
date for
I
the
know,
end of September, so it's-
comes in October or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I don't-
Candy.
Well,
Hey.
you know more about that world than I do. That's for sure.
Well,
So
I
that
guess
sounds
I-
like reasonable.
So here's a couple
strategy.
of other things that are on tap for into the new year, at least for the department and as involved as the planning commission wants to be. We recently were awarded a scoping grant to look at a bike lane from exit 2, basically down to Main Street, with the priority being exit 2 to kind of the Green Street intersection. So that's a pretty heavily intensive public outreach. We basically will hire engineers. They'll kind of come up with three alternatives, and they have to look at right away, they have to look at historic resources, there's a whole bunch of things they need to assess. But there'll also be public meetings with that. So that's one of the projects that'll have to be done probably by next summer as well. And then I'm pretty excited about this one, although I don't know if I haven't heard anything yet. There's this nonprofit EcoAdapt that was soliciting communities to do some climate adaptation workshops and to come up with plans. And so it's a partnership that EcoAdapt has with Virginia Tech from funding from the National Science Foundation to basically study what makes a community successful in implementing the mitigation strategies and whatnot. So I'm hopeful. A woman from Western Mass who works for them had reached out encouraging the town to apply. So we did do that. And then we also have the planning department needs to update the hazard mitigation plan. We'll start that in 2020 as well. So.
That's weather hazards.
Yeah.
When do we hear about the ADAPT grant?
I'm not exactly sure when we'll hear about that.
And do we have money for the hazard mitigation plan, or is that just something we do?
It comes out of our budget for the most part. That will, if we get the EcoAdapt, the climate mitigation workshop, that would go towards, we put that towards the stormwater, for the
hazard mitigation plan as well.
Okay. And I see that we don't have the sustainability coordinator on our agenda. Can you update us on where that is and how that's going?
So we are probably just a couple of days away from putting the announcement out there with the job description. Bless you.
Cool. Exciting. For me personally.
Who's writing the job description?
Is it the same one?
Staff.
That was?
It's changed a little bit, but that's the gist.
When does that person targeted to actually join?
It will depend. I mean, so say it gets out this week and, you know, by the end of the month, we start reviewing candidates and then interviews, and I hope by the end of the year, but I think it will depend on the candidate and the number of interviewees and the number of rounds.
And can we ask, how much of the 100,000 is going towards that?
It's 55 to 58,000, I think
is this
the range.
And then and then benefits and all that stuff, does that actually take the 100, or is there
I
left
do
over?
not know.
Their bike, buy their bike. Yeah, give them a bike, exactly, yeah, right, that could go up to the.
I wanted a Hilltop Assist bike for the office, in Eastville.
I understand, you know, you can only do so much at a time, but the bike lane from exit 2 to Main reminds me, or makes me think of biking up to Putney Road. And
Yes.
that's a hairy little spot there until you get to the bike lane that's already there.
Yep.
Has anyone, you know, has there been look into that?
Yes.
I realize that's a state road too, but
It is a
isn't-
state road
Is
that's-
Western Ave, it's Route 9, but is that not a state road there?
So Western Avenue is a state road that parts of it are maintained by the town, so we have greater,
Control.
I'm not exactly sure where the lines are on Western Avenue.
Oh.
So we have a little bit more control. We'll need to work with V-Trans to, you know, get their approval for a bike lane, but the, basically from Vermont Avenue on Putney Road, so if you're coming into Brattleboro, into downtown, so if you cross the bridge and then you start heading up the hill, kind of at the crest of the hill, from there all the way north, that is maintained by V-Trans, by the state, and they are responsible for maintenance, construction, all of that stuff. So there is a large plan, a Putney Road plan, that they are working towards. They've had conversations with property owners about land that they're gonna need, the preliminary. They are getting close to some preliminary plans for that. It's probably the earliest we'd see any construction on it is 2024 or 2025. It's a huge project with 4 roundabouts. But it is moving forward. And I know it feels like it's really slow, but, and that would have actually a multi-use path that would be wider than the 5-foot bike lane that is separated by a green strip.
And would there be something on this side of the West River? Like some for
No,
access?
that project area does not. It goes to the bridge. It basically starts in the, kind of the, where that fitness shop is and the, so it won't come all the way.
Yeah, it's kind of a little hairy spot.
Yeah,
Because the street lights are into the 1
Yeah,
foot
yeah.
shoulder and the sidewalk's bumpy.
Yeah.
All right, any more announcements? Okey-dokey. Public comments? Hearing none, we'll move on. Approval of the minutes of August 5th and August 14th that were circulated. I guess, can we move them as a slate and then edit?
Sure. I was only here for one of the meetings.
So does somebody want to move to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
I see a typo.
The minutes of August 5th and August 14th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. Discussion. I had one general comment that you and I have spoken about, Sue, but that there be a standardization of, we cut the miss and the miss.
Oh, where did I forget that?
Use,
Which ones did I do that?
I think it was August, I think it was the July. Because there's, I'm
July?
Efrate, but other people are Ms. Odlin.
Yeah, she put the July.
And Kathy and I
minutes in
are,
there.
are both, but there's Mr. Heller.
I think I'd mentioned the reason that sometimes happen is, so when I do Conservation Commission, it's always been the first initial and the last name, but Planning Commission, I don't know, it was always different, and so I would sometimes find myself going back and forth. You're looking at July though?
I'm both July and August,
That
so
was in
here's,
the
now
email.
I'm looking at August and there's Mr. Jones.
Which one?
It's pretty regular. I mean, they're mostly the initial, but then every once in a while, so August 14th, there's Mr. Jones shared some additional information
Oh,
about
yeah,
this and
okay.
laser type proposal.
Fixing a formatting.
What's that?
There was some formatting weirdness in the Word doc, so I fixed it.
That was my only comment.
Okay.
Other changes? Anybody else?
There's an E on the end of my last name, but I don't care if people do that all the time.
Oh no, I fixed that.
That's how people know you're not.
You're right
well.
on the August 5th. Did it right.
Oh yeah, no, you always do it right, except for that one time I just now noticed. I honestly don't care.
I put that extra E on August 5th under excused.
Okay.
Okay, are we good to go? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Are you a member?
Am I a member now?
You are.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
That happened. I just wanted to confirm.
I mean, are you a member again?
All right, minutes are approved as amended. All righty. Do. Brattleboro Brownfields Program, overuse.
So I put a new file on that, which I apologize, it wasn't up earlier. So basically, we have no funds left for the hazardous site assessments. I did request an extension because we have a couple projects going on. So originally, the grant was supposed to end at the end of September 30, but we have a couple of projects that won't be wrapped up by then. This is actually showing.
It's in the drive. You have to go to the drive.
I can pass this around too. The budget is actually showing that we have a deficit, which is true, but what I'll do is I will move staff time to cover it. So within our $400,000 grant, or the $200,000 for hazardous, we have the money. It's just some more was committed to assessments, and we'll, like I said, we'll take that out of another. We have 4 categories. So while it shows in this table as a deficit, it's not to the entire grant. It's just some moving around I have to do with the EPA.
Can we go over just the couple of ones that are still in progress or where site work's about to begin? So the ABCA cap.
Yes. So 250 Burge Street is the floodplain restoration project on the Whetstone. And
okay.
So let me see how I can best explain this. So the state requires the ABCA analysis of brownfield corrective actions / CAP, the corrective action plan. They require that before you move into cleanup. One of the issues on that site is we still don't know where the urban fill soils are going to go. If they go to an urban receiving site, they're not considered contaminated, and that's fine, they can move along. If they go to a rural receiving site, then there might need to be some monitoring and documentation of where they're going. This is yards and yards and yards of soils, so we haven't found a place yet. What our environmental consultant was hoping that we could do is when we put it out to bid, we would kind of deal with it at that time. And it's been held up because the state doesn't like that response. They would like to know where they're going. So we haven't been able to finalize the ABCA cap. In the meantime, Vermont River Conservancy, who is the property owner, has gone out to kind of work on the cleanup phase of it. And they have hired a different environmental professional than the one we were working with. So it remains to be seen whether LE Environmental will finish off the APCA cap when we have the information, or if their new consultant, who is not one of our pre-qualified, will. Not sure how that's gonna work yet, so it's kind of an open question, but.
Who'd they hire? Is that
They
more-
hired Cass.
Okay.
And the interesting thing is, Cass has this idea, and it hasn't, I'm not sure if they've floated it with the state yet, that they could over-excavate in parts of the property which need to have soils removed, and they could take the soils, the urban soils from one part of the site and put them where it's been over-excavated, and then put clean soil on top of it. And that would be one way to reduce energy costs from both the trucking and, and moving them around and keeping them on an urban site. So it's interesting, and they're gonna basically see if the state will be agreeable to that. And if that's the case, then maybe we can finish off the APCA cap. But it's just kind of been a long process.
This might be a stupid question. Who has the control of where the soil goes?
It's really the choice of, I guess, the Vermont River Conservancy, the property owner has that can make that decision. Because there's so much soil that needs to be moved, it's in everybody's interest to keep it as close to the site as possible.
Yep, just to keep costs down.
To keep costs down.
How is it possible that it needs to be moved, but it can only be, it's possible to move it a couple of feet in one direction?
So the state, it has to do with the background levels, yeah. It has to do with the state soil standards. So previously, there was one set of standards that applied to any soils in the state. But urban areas tend to have a higher background level of PAH, just because, there's more burning going on. There's more roads, there's more grills. I mean, just kind of the fallout from atmosphere. And so they did some sampling, and they basically came up with 2 tiers. They had the urban soils and rural soils. And the urban soils have a higher level of PAHs, can have a background level that's higher. This site is in an urban area. But when you look at the mapped urban areas, it's not that expansive. So it's easier to keep it in an urban area, because then you don't even have to treat it like, the state doesn't care. Then you're like, just move it around and take it, and because it meets, for these particular soils on the site, they meet that urban level.
But why, if it's in an urban area already, why can't we just leave it there?
Well, we need to excavate the soils because it's a floodplain restoration. We need to reduce.
Gotta get a total amount of soil out.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We're not taking the contaminated, we have to take the clean out and leave the contaminated there.
Well, so the over excavation is, we take, so there's like thirds of the site. One area needs like 6 feet dug out, one area needs 4 feet, and then the north part needs like 2 feet taken out. Well, the thought is, if you over excavate in that 2 feet area where it's all clean, because that part of the site is clean.
Then you put the dirty stuff where.
You put the dirty soil, put some clean on top. I know. But it's all about reducing exposure. And so usually you can put like 12 inches of clean fill on top of something, and they consider that an appropriate area.
And is there like a biological or like a breakdown process for the PAHs in terms of their in the soil? Like if it's reforested, or if it's like anaerobic or aerobic, is there a process where it starts to?
I don't know about PAHs. I'm trying to think.
Like, I'm wondering if there's bioremediation on
Right.
site that could be done over the course of however long.
I don't know about bioremediation for PAHs. I'm trying to think of the one that there is some bioremediation. I found Vermont DEC to be, they're not opposed to bioremediation, but it's generally not the accepted thing because it takes a long time. So they're still gonna want that clean.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not saying, I'm just saying,
Just in
as
general,
a project,
how
in
long-
addition, right, to
Mhm.
like help clean it up over however many decades or something.
And the archaeology?
I haven't heard from Vermont River Conservancy. They're funding that, or they might be approaching the Wyndham Regional Commission brownfields. But they did need that additional level of assessment. I'm not sure that the state has directed exactly what they want on that, so I'm not sure where it is for the archaeology. I did have a meeting with the Vermont River Conservancy, so one of the things that so they're gonna need to go through the Act 250 process. They need to put together a maintenance plan that the town will be involved with, because if it was to become town property, the maintenance plan will basically say you can do this, you can't do this, that kind of thing. So they are interested in the town leading some of those conversations. So we talked about, and I expressed my concern over my schedule the next couple of months. But we talked about having some sort of event, maybe with the speaker, and then some conversation about what kind of restrictions we might want to put on the site. So that might be more of a November through winter conversation that we'll need to have. And they want to do some outreach, because if they're moving, even if they stay on site moving, there's going to be a lot of truck traffic when this is constructed. And they still have not heard from, they've applied for a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant, and they have not heard whether or not they have that funding yet. So that's been the case with FEMA. It's been super slow. It was for the Melrose Terrace, but they were finally awarded. So it's definitely slowed down.
But it's not stalled.
It's
just,
not stalled.
Yeah, it's slowing down. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's so many, with the finding some pre-contact artifacts and whatnot.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
And so we spent it all. There's no more money.
There's no more hazardous. We do still have a lot of petroleum. I've not done great outreach on the petroleum funding, so that was something that Andrew will be working on, because we have a year to use it.
So that 61,000 we still have.
Yes.
Okay.
Who's Andrew?
Will be our
guy.
new hire come October 1st.
Oh, okay. That must have been what you started with.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Where's he from, or anything?
He is a recent undergraduate college graduate. He went to school in Western Washington State, or Western Washington University, and he's originally from Connecticut.
Cool.
Boom.
And then the 48 Elm Street, sorry, before we move on from
Yeah,
the
no,
hazardous,
it's fine.
48 Elm Street, is that the NYT property? And it says additional testing?
It is.
Okay.
You know what? I didn't change the color on that. That is completed.
That's done.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
then Longview Paperboard.
Longview Paperboard is currently, that's the site that we are funding a portion of, and then the Vermont DEC is funding like another 70 or 60,000 on that site. It's owned by BDCC. It's the former Nina paper mill up on off of Putney Road, off of Wellington. It sits on the Connecticut River. Nina paper was closing last December, and BDCC stepped in. Longview Paperboard is actually operating it, but BDCC is the owner. Once they get a notice that they've completed all the environmental and put any caps in place that they need to, the intent is for Longview to take it over.
That was just because of the sale transaction, that a site like assessment had to be done? Or?
I think Longview was interested in it because it's actually Long Falls, sorry. There's a Longview forestry that works for the town. I think it's something Long Falls was interested in. I mean, paper manufacturers are notoriously dioxins
Yeah.
and whatnot. So I think they didn't want that liability. So if they were to just purchase it like that, then they would be in the chain of liability.
So BDCC is holding it for them, but then they're gonna use it to make paper.
They are right now. They're operating. They were able to step in.
Oh, so it's being operated, but then it's gonna get
It's being
assessed.
operated, but it's being assessed at the same time. And then, so BDCC was able to get a $500,000 grant from the EPA that for assessment and for cleanup. But we're doing this kind of initial, my expectation, I mean, ideally, there'll be no further testing needed, but they're looking at a host of things. There was documented underground storage tank leaks and other kind of above ground storage tank leaks. There was documented chlorinated solvents found and refrigerants. They're assessing.
Right on the river.
They're assessing the groundwater, the soils. Also, they have their own wastewater treatment plant, so they're assessing the sludge from the lagoons.
Crikey, and when they're done with the assessment, is that public information? Where do I get it?
You'll be able to get it from me, and you'll be able to get it from the Vermont DEC, and you could ask BDCC as well. It's federal funds that are paying for this,
Yeah.
it's public.
How long does that assessment take?
This
When should they
assessment,
be
well,
done?
expecting some results by the end of next week and a report in October, but one never knows. They already had delays. They had a particular drill rig that they were using and the surface, they had to bring in a different one, so I set it back. I think, we're expecting results possibly next week.
But the plan, that 500,000 from the EPA is for remediation, so whatever you find, there's money there already to deal with it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they're looking at PFAS, PAH, dioxins and furans, VOCs, semi-VOCs, metals, so a whole host of potential chemicals.
Good.
Yeah.
Okey dokey, are we good on all that?
So those are the sites.
And we're still waiting to hear if the extension will come through for the petroleum funds, or are we assuming?
Well, it's
that-
for these funds as well. I thought it was just gonna be for these funds, and they said, no, the whole thing gets extended another year, so. It's just a matter of them processing the paperwork, the EPA processing the paperwork at the same time as getting all these new grants out. But we'll be in a good position to apply for additional funds this year, so that is the intent.
All right, downtown design plan.
All right. So, in the share file, I put kind of our upcoming public meetings. And I just wanted to walk through that with you and start off by saying we will not have a regularly scheduled October Planning Commission meeting, which I think was October 7th. I think it was scheduled for October 7th, so
Yeah.
we won't have a regular scheduled one. The Better Block Challenge is the next set of events. That's going to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the weekend of September 20th.
Wait, so sorry, are you looking at what are you looking at?
It's in the folder.
The downtown plan meetings?
Yeah.
Sorry.
In the Google Drive?
Yeah.
So we have a
cannot remember how to
meeting,
get
we have a
to the
meeting
Drive.
Friday, September 20th from 5 to 8.
No.
No.
Let me walk through it.
Okay, you walk through, yeah. you walk through.
So the Better Block Challenge is the 3 projects that we awarded, the alley project next to Candle of the Night and Penelope Ware, the bike lane on Flat Street, and the story walk up Main Street with art in front of the library. They basically will be installing on the Friday, and then 5 to 8, that's kind of the gallery, no, it's not gallery walk hour, sorry. Basically, they need to kind of staff these sites in these hours. We're also gonna have a headquarters at the Latches Arts, the little building, the little space where we met with the Brattleboro Listening Project, with probably some interactive stuff, so I'll be there. It would be great if you guys have time over any of that time, and you can give an hour or come check them out. I think the expectation for planning commissioners that weekend would be to check them out.
Which
and
weekend? I apologize.
2021, 22. So
Of
Friday, the 20th, 5 to 8.
Of October?
No,
No,
September.
Okay, I was gonna say that's
This month, next weekend,
September.
basically. Not the one,
Yeah.
the one after that.
Yeah.
So can everybody do that?
Yeah.
Do we want to just make sure that every day there's somebody on Friday, somebody on Saturday, somebody on Sunday?
I can be there on Saturday.
I cannot be there Friday or Saturday. I could do Sunday though.
Okay.
The 22nd.
Weekend's complicated. I don't know.
It doesn't have to be the entire time.
Yeah,
though,
you just
right?
want people to
Like,
just drop by, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you can spend an hour in the headquarters, that would be great. But also really make it a point to stop by and check out the pop-ups.
Yep. So can you, I was listening, but I also wasn't. What's the deal with the 22nd? I can't find it on Google Drive.
So it's 5 to 8 on Friday night. I can do an hour that night.
10 a.m.
Oh, I'm pretty flexible. Well, I'll commit to Friday
Okay.
if they were still opening there.
Friday, 5 to 8.
Yeah.
Saturday, 9 to 3.
I'll be there early if you want to be there late. Super.
You can count on me to be late.
Great. I'll do 5 to 6:30. You can do 6:30 to 8. Somebody's there. Jessica's there on Saturday. Josh is there on Sunday.
I'll be there the entire time too, so.
Oof.
Well, the Sunday I think is just
Overtime,
walk
right?
around and look at the
No.
things.
Yeah, you're Saturday.
Downtown.
So Friday
Yeah, but
is
that's
in
okay.
that,
See,
is
my
in
girls will
that
be at
place.
gymnastics Friday night. They'll be at gymnastics for 3 hours on Saturday, so. Spend a lot of time downtown anyway.
Okay, so we got that covered. What's next?
Next is, we were originally gonna have a meeting on the 25th because the idea was to have a winner, and I thought there were way too many meetings and we didn't necessarily need a winner. So we canceled that meeting.
No winner.
No winner. Did
I
you
like
want a
that.
winner?
No, I like
Okay.
that. I don't like a winner.
Okay, I didn't
Winning
like
is-
it, and then I looked,
Winning is overrated.
and when I put all this down, I was like, oh, no. So we got rid of that. So then Thursday, October 3rd, this would be, this would be a great one to have good representation from the planning commission. So like, if you're available that Thursday night, please, this is a public meeting. You can do it, it's all right.
I have a different advisory council meeting.
This is gonna be an interactive with stations that the consultants will be putting on. This is kind of to kick off the charrette weekend.
So it's
6:30 to 8:30.
okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be here.
And that's gonna
Can I
be
show up
right here.
late and just
Yeah, I
be
might
like,
be
hey,
able
what's
to come
going
and
on?
show up late.
Yeah,
And where is it?
it's gonna be here, in the municipal,
Okay.
this, in here, we might have breakouts in the planning department and maybe the Hannah Cosmo.
All right, I'll be there. That sounds interesting. That's
Um,
sufficient if there.
How late will it go until?
8:30 at the latest.
At the latest, there's no time.
And that will be the kickoff. So
Yes,
it'll be
that's-
mostly presentations and not much participation.
No,
from the
it's
crowd.
gonna be a presentation and then there's gonna be breakout sessions, so.
Okay.
Good one to drive the public to.
6:30.
All right, how about the 4th?
So the 4th, there's gonna be a series of walk and talks during the day. These are the consultants that are leading them. So there'll be one on kind of green stormwater infrastructure, one on biking and walking in the downtown. So the idea is they'll go out at various times. I think there'll be 2 in each session, that will repeat. So that people have different options of times to come to it, but kind of leading walks throughout the downtown and discussions with, people who come on them. So this is, if you have time and you can do it, that's great, but it's really consultant. I mean, Thursday night's consultant led too, but if you're available and, can make it, I think the themes are there: resilient downtown, sustainable downtown,
So it goes
bikeable downtown.
like 10 to 4:30, or is it gonna go after people are out of work and school, or before at all?
Oh, which one am I?
Friday, October 4th.
Yeah,
10
Friday,
to
October
4.
4th
Oh,
looks
that
like it's
10
all
to
during
4?
the working.
No.
working day.
I've got the wrong time on that 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The next one, the open house. I have that time wrong.
That's the place where people show it.
Yeah.
Host open
Well, what
house.
are the walk and talks
open
all
house.
Okay, so the
during that
walk and
working day?
talks
Okay.
are
Yeah.
10, 12, and 2, basically.
I can speak to them about that. Yes. Maybe they can lead one in the evening too.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, when does the time change?
November.
Oh, okay, so we should still have
Yeah.
light until post-work hours?
Yeah. So the open house, again, I have the wrong times. I feel like that might be a 5 to 7 open house. And actually Ward Joyce and Brandy are coming down later this week. Ward has some, I think he wants to focus on kind of art making in that open house. He has some ideas. So we were gonna meet and he was gonna kind of share how he thinks it'll go. But I'm pretty sure the hours are 5 to 7.
For the
open
on
house.
On the 4th.
Yeah.
And it's at 118 Elliott.
So do we have anybody who can go
this
to
is all messed up.
the walk
Yeah,
and
I
talks?
was trying to.
I might be able to go. It depends on
5 to
how
7 on
coaching.
the 4th.
This is-
That's during
this is-
gallery walk.
Yeah. Because the Saturday thing isn't there. The Saturday was supposed to be.
I'm starting to not trust the times I put my phone.
I'm sorry.
I'm getting confused now, too.
Okay. On August 4th.
Well, 'cause it repeats.
October 4th, yeah. There's there's 2 activities on the Friday.
Oh, okay.
On Saturday, there is an open house. So the idea is, the consultants are in there, they're doing their design work, and people can stop in and see, and there'll be some interactive boards. It's again, it's not one of those things that we need to staff. I will be there. It'd be great if you guys could stop in, but it's not on the Saturday, which isn't showing on here. It's the 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They're in there working. People can come by and see things.
And how do they get the information that they're gonna use to be working on?
All
Is
these
it-
other events.
All these other events?
In the background, yeah.
And the background research they've been doing so far, okay. So the walk and talks, you're gonna see whether or not some of them can be post-work hours?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, I can commit to Thursday the 3rd.
Okay, so just to recap, so I'm understanding this correctly. Thursday the 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, there's a stakeholder meeting, like evening thing.
Yep.
And then there's the 3 walks, 10, 12, and whatever, 1:30 or 1 on the 4th. And then there is on the 5th from 10 to 4, the working studio at 118 Elliott Street. Did I miss something?
That Friday night, I think from 5 to 7 is also, it's gonna be an open house.
Downtown Design Shred open house.
Yeah.
And is that just like the thing on Saturday? or
Also
is
at
that
Elliott
different?
Street.
It's different.
Okay.
And that's
It's
at
118
118.
Elliott, yeah.
So that's why they have the walk and talks during the days, because they're gonna be working in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have
Okay.
a wedding to go to that weekend, but it's like the people are kind of removed from me, so it's not, I think I should go.
I think you should go to the
I
wedding.
think I
the
should
weddings
go.
are important.
Especially if you
should go.
RSVP'd, yes.
And then wrap up Wednesday, October 9th.
Yeah, so this is where they're gonna present the work to the community. This is gonna be at the museum, and more of a community discussion. So that would, again, be if you can make it, please be there.
6:30 to 8:30, right?
That's a Thursday.
That's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh, wait,
Yeah, October 9th.
October 9th. Okay.
So do we have some people who can definitely go?
I should be able to.
Go back. At what times?
I can go. Is that like a? you
I
said
think
the
it's
whole
actually, the
time?
hours are gonna be 6:30 to 8.
So that sounded really important, like you really want people to show up. Okay.
Because the community
Yeah.
meetings, it's nice to just have a
I'm only
ever say
asking
who's the-
to keep like the
Yes.
important, the level
Yes.
of importance in order, so this is a good one.
This is one.
This is
Yeah,
a good one to
cool.
show up for.
Awesome.
Okay, well, we've got two people, so Josh,
Yep,
can
I
bring you down.
can, yes, according to my schedule, I can go someplace.
Jessica, can you go?
And what's gonna occur that
maybe.
evening, wrap up thing?
So they're basically the open studio work and all the stuff they've done, they're gonna be presenting it and having discussions, because then they're gonna take it away and kind of formulate the plan.
And send us back a plan. And do we have any input on the plan?
Yes.
Okay,
We'll
so
have
we should go to this because then we'll
Yeah.
need to listen to what the community says so we can assess the
Mhm.
quality of the plan.
Yes.
Are they gonna be recorded?
Yes, BCTV is
So
recording.
the off chance that we miss piece of it, we can watch it. Okay, cool.
Okay,
All right,
okay, got it, all right.
everybody good on that?
See why we're not meeting in October? Oh, wait, we are.
Over and over. And
Over and
I will
over and
fix
over
this
again.
schedule.
Okay,
I was copying, pasting.
all right.
So maybe when you send it out, you could put the people's names next to it so we remember what we've agreed to do.
Sure.
That would be very helpful.
I haven't agreed to anything.
Yes, you have. I have you down for Thursday, October 3rd, 6:30 to 8:30, and Wednesday, October
Really?
9th, 6:30 to
Didn't
8:30.
I didn't hear that.
Let's play the tape back. I'm sure you said that.
I will try, I'm in Lyme, I'm supposed to be in Lyme in a reception from 4 to 6.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yes,
So-
you said you might be able to come late.
Yeah,
Right.
so like
But
assuming I run out of Lyme, it's an hour away, I would get here at like 7 or something. and Hopefully I
Is
would
that
be
for
eating
the-
at that
for the
reception in Lyme.
third?
Huh?
For the 3rd?
That's for the 3rd, yeah.
Okay. I'll put
So, but these are all in my calendar, I will try to show up as much as possible.
Cool. Okey doke.
Okay,
So.
now we got surveys?
Yeah.
Yes, the surveys.
Okay. So Brandy wants to do some surveys. What she's found effective, Felicity and I saw a first version of this and we're like, what? This is the shortest survey, like what is the point?
You didn't
She's
see it, don't you?
she's found it to be effective to like go out with a short survey and build up the list and then send out other short ones. She's done it with town plans and feel that people are responsive rather than hitting them with, you know, a longer survey.
Wait, going out meaning emailing a survey?
Right, so we have this email list that we put it out, but you know, we get it out there other ways, front porch forum and iBrattleboro and stuff to get people to take the survey. And then once you have their information, you kind of go out with another survey. So that's kind of what she's thinking of doing. So the first one is kind of the short one. Why are you in downtown? Followed this, and survey 2 would be a follow-up.
This sounds like you would be doing it when people are downtown, like face to face.
Like an intercept survey?
No, it's meant to be online.
Why
mean, I
would it
guess
say
it would
what
be
brings you downtown? Oh. Okay, I think even if I'm sitting at my desk at home and I read what brings you downtown, I would think, I'm not downtown. You know what I mean? Like,
Okay, so
I'm reading it as
phrasing.
like, what brings you downtown? Like, as opposed to,
Why
like,
did you
why
go
would you
to-
go
why
downtown?
do
Or
you
why
go
do you
downtown?
go
The
downtown?
first question is how frequently do you go downtown Brattleboro on? So it kind of sets up the second one. What brings you downtown?
I know, I'm just telling you what,
Yeah.
even
yeah,
though
no,
I read the
hear
first
you,
one,
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, what? I'm not
Well, we can
downtown.
change it to why do you go downtown?
Yeah. 14 times a day.
It's better. I mean, it's better than the one I saw before.
Brings you downtown.
Yeah.
But can you go through what exactly is that they want? Like, what are they hoping? What sort of information are they hoping to get from people in these surveys? How
What three
important
words
are
do
they?
you use to describe downtown?
It doesn't seem tailored to our RFP. You know, the themes of our RFP, it just seems general.
Well, this is general.
Right.
The other ones are going to be a bit more specific.
So there will be more.
Yes, so survey 2 is one of the follow-up surveys that deals with, you know, biking and walking and the comfort of downtown.
Oh, right,
and,
okay.
um,
Okay, So that's one, and then number two, the formatting on this, I'm sorry, you're gonna maybe have to walk us through this, because the formatting, at least what I'm looking at, oh, you know what, I opened it in, hang on a sec.
Yeah, I don't think it seems, I mean, the formatting on the line.
No, I opened it in Google Docs and it messed it all up.
Oh, okay.
So number two.
I am kind of, I do think it's weird though, still. I think that the demographic information is kind of tied to how they feel about downtown, possibly.
Is she gonna link it to an
There's a bit of a suggestion of somehow we're trying to figure out who you are and why you feel the way you feel.
But you wouldn't, if you take these separate, you're not gonna get that.
Right.
I mean, I almost feel like this should be one survey, and then if she's got follow-up surveys. I was really struggling when I was on the phone trying to, no, I think we should just go out with one survey.
Yeah, and then just hammer it and remind people over and over again to take it until.
Right, because I mean, where.
I still feel like survey one is.
Survey one isn't terribly useful. I think survey two, the one thing that I'm struck by survey two is this question of there are comfortable places to sit and rest. I'm thinking, well, what if everybody says there aren't?
Then there aren't.
But is that something that we're looking, is that part of what we're trying to understand? Is whether or not downtown is a place where people can sit in public space and feel comfortable and rest?
I think like the public spaces really needs to be pronounced here, like made in bold
Capitalized?
or capitalized or something, because
this is what we care
what
about. Is public
defines a
space.
you know, I'm like, yeah, the works. Like if you're actually asking about public spaces, I don't even know, like, are there particular spaces you have in mind? Because like, is the space inside the Brooks house that's part of CCV a public space?
No.
Yeah.
So there is not much public space in Bratt.
Well, the sidewalk, there used to be some more street furniture along the sidewalk and it was pulled out. So the transportation center, I mean, there used to be more seating there. That's been removed. There used to be, well, there's Whetstone Pathway, there's seating. There used to be more street furniture.
But you can name, there's like 5 places where, well, I mean, some of this would apply to those particular places and some of it applies to something else. I don't know, I think there might just be some cognitive dissonance around what is public space and which places you're talking about.
Yeah,
Because like there are safe places to walk, yeah, and no.
Yeah.
There are safe places to bike, yeah, and no, like depending.
Right.
Downtown? There are fun places to play. For me? For my kid? And is that public space? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like,
Yeah.
Stone Church?
No, the
Like,
public space question is a really interesting one. I mean, and it seems to me like we haven't actually articulated that we're so concerned with public space in this process. But this survey seems to focus, I mean, I'd be more than happy to say, let's go for public space.
But I think placemaking is all about improving the public space.
But the alley project is private. So we approved a Better Block Challenge
And
project.
wouldn't the
that's
alley
on
next to Inside be private too?
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's
what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's the
The new
other you're
Insight?
talking
Are
about.
you talking about the new Insight?
Except it's a place, yeah, I mean, yes, it is private,
Am I talking about what?
but it's also a place that people walk to get to a business.
Right, but this is, I guess, to this point of like, what's public space? Is it public? I mean, obviously, it's not public if we
Right.
call it public, because it's actually a legal term. So if it's private, it's private. Even if people think it's public.
Yep.
If the landowner comes in and says you can't be here anymore, it's very much private. And they have the right to do
You
that.
can't be on this stoop, or you
Yes,
can't.
you can't be on the stoop, you can't walk through this alley, you
You
can't put
can't
that
lean
picture
on this
here, you
building.
can't perform, do whatever it is you're doing here.
Yeah.
So it seemed, I mean, and this is a really touchy subject, right? So I'm curious about what kind of responses we're gonna get and whether it's actually gonna be really helpful. It could just be really confusing and divisive and distressing. Especially because we got a lot of things like strongly agree or unsure or strongly disagree that are not necessarily gonna tell us very much.
And I think I'm more struggling with the fact that you're not actually being able to extrapolate this to any particular spot in town. You know, because it's not actually asking about any particular spot in town. So, downtown.
So are we stuck on the public space question?
It's a
or
very
on the-
general
It's
vibe
too
about
general.
whether you're kind of comfortable
Downtown.
or not, is what it comes down to. That's, I can't imagine what else you would.
And if you
Is
think
that
that
what they're
Brooks
looking
House,
for?
if you think Brooks House, that little space is public, and you are very happy to go in and get your coffee and sit there and nobody bothers you because of the way you look, then you're gonna say strongly agree.
Yeah.
But if you're one of those people who knows that that's private space and doesn't feel comfortable sitting in there, then you're gonna say something different. I mean, and it's not gonna tell us very much in the end.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm on the planning commission and I cannot clearly identify what would be a public and what would be a private space, most of the people, you know what I mean? Like, Right.
A lot of folks don't understand businesses are private spaces.
Yeah.
I do agree that this should be one survey. Like if we sprinkle the first survey and the second survey together, you know, I think it would be a little more coherent for people to understand like what this is about instead of separating two different surveys.
Or if there is a second survey, it should be a deep dive, not just another very general.
Yeah.
Because they're all interesting questions, they're all good questions in one survey.
Is it possible to create a map of the public space in the town and add that to the piece?
Yeah.
Having a look at the map, which identifies very
Yeah.
clearly.
That's what this map is.
Yes,
Little dots there.
three little places over here that are
When
determined.
we did the parking study, that was a long survey, had a really good response regardless. And it did go through and evaluate the public, like we were specific. What do you think about Preston Lot? What do you think about the Harris Lot? What do you think about Hybrid? And it was, you know, similar to this, but it was, had a certain number of questions.
So maybe we could actually identify the 3 or 4 or 5 public spaces and say, do you feel comfortable in Plain
In
Park?
these specific
Yeah.
spaces, yeah.
And then you could put an openness, I mean, okay, so sorry. I was gonna say, I'm not sure how useful that is. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, I might be more interested in how do people feel about the streetscape rather than the parks. I mean, we know that there's some discomfort at times in certain parts of downtown. I don't know that we need to assess every little.
Yeah. If we draw attention to it, then we're gonna get a whole bunch of.
I'm just
like
sort
a
of
whole lot of
thinking
opinion.
if we
Yeah.
discover that people would be happy to go to these spaces if there was more seating, that would be worth knowing.
Or
Yeah.
easier access, like cross.
So
better
the question should
cross-access.
be,
Or
Wi-Fi,
yeah.
like public Wi-Fi.
would you utilize this space more if it had X, Y, Z question instead of a vague public space?
Are you comfortable?
Yeah, are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Although
Would you
there's
be more
been-
comfortable in this space if it had?
There's been oodles of studies done on urban design, and they categorically say people are happier when there's a place to sit down. So it seems silly for us to revisit that question. We should just put more seating as part of our downtown master plan.
Well, I mean, it was like Friday night at the transportation center alley, actually. I thought it, curious to your opinions, but there was lighting, there was music, there was seating, there was, we had over 300 people that came through there and stopped and talked with other people, and it was a wide variety of people. It was really good and comfortable.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, I guess there's just some of these things that seem like no-brainers and some of them that seem, I don't know what kind of information.
So you're still feeling like this is way too generic. So what are,
Well,
I guess, what are
I think the question is, what are they really trying to learn from these surveys? And if it's like, do people feel comfortable, and what are people interested in? And I mean, I think how do they feel about downtown? If that helps in their design process, great. I mean, maybe they use that in a way that we just don't.
We can't
wrap our
understand.
brains around.
Yeah, I
And
guess
that's
I'm-
fine.
But they have all the data, the same data that we have, that we've been living in with the all of the, what's the turmoil around the underhoused. So it's hard, especially since that turmoil is ongoing and keeps on getting produced in the media. It just seems like this is going to be back to that again. And we know all that. We've got pretty good information on how people feel and how divisive an issue that is. Is there some place we can go beyond that rather than give them an opportunity to revisit it?
You know, I was just reading all these in my mind, taking out the words public spaces in every question, and every single time I was like, oh, that makes more sense. Like if you just remove public spaces, and like, because it's clearly like getting at kind of a general feeling about being downtown. So I think you would, like with public space in it, there's all this cognitive dissonance about
So
what
I-
are they talking about?
Well,
You know, as
they're
opposed to
talking
being
about
like, how do you
streets.
feel downtown?
Yeah, they're talking about the streets, sidewalks, parks, parking lots, but then again, you know,
Et
there's
cetera.
the alleys and the, yeah.
So please indicate the level of agreement with the following statements about downtown Brattleboro.
Yeah. Either yeah, and then I feel like I could easily answer those. You know, I'd be like, yes, that like easily.
But then,
But when it's defining the public space, and then you're like, I do not feel at risk from traffic. I'm like, in the public space. Isn't the road public? You know what I mean? It's just it becomes completely confusing to me.
But like when I visit the park in front of the courthouse, I do feel at risk from traffic. Right?
Getting over there for sure.
Getting there is terrifying. It's a lovely park though.
and I mean, there are
Very
comfortable places to sit and rest if you have the money to buy a cup of coffee.
Yes.
But maybe not if you don't. So if we take out public space there, then we get an
Right.
ambiguous response.
Right.
So we might have to
Yeah.
So we'll leave
that
it
one.
in. You're saying?
Well, I'm saying for some of the, I mean, again, it seems like it really kind of depends on what they want to know.
Well, can we start there's obviously, taking a few minutes, there's a paragraph about the survey. Can we go into a little bit more detail about what the survey is about, just to explain to people, like, kind of like guide the process?
I don't think you want to put too much
I know,
out.
because then you're gonna read it, and then you're
People
gonna
don't
get
read
bored
it.
and
Don't read it.
stop.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll
also you
just-
don't want to
I wouldn't
like.
read that at all.
But I think that there is that question of like specific town managed public spaces or generally how do you feel downtown? And which one do they want to know, which one's really going to help them with their process? And maybe that's the two surveys, is that they get this general feel in their initial one.
Yeah.
And they do a deeper dive on another one with specifically this park or this place or this sidewalk. Or
Well, the
this.
survey
There
one.
should just be one survey.
What's that?
I think there should just be one survey too. It's not like either of
If
these
it
are
worked
long
with
enough that
parking.
you would, like,
Half of the questions in the first one are just
It's
repeated in the
same.
second one.
I do
5
like-
through 10.
I do like the question number 2, why do you go to downtown? And I like it because
Yeah.
you gave me a different reason that was on here. And I thought, well, you know, people have all sorts of reasons
Yeah.
for going to downtown and
Yeah.
share what yours
Oh
was.
yeah, sure. I mean, I lived right near downtown and I'd go downtown when I was bored or had to take my daughter for a walk or like wanted a place to hang out and a place to run into people. Like it was because it was growing up in mall rat culture, like it was our mall because we don't have one anywhere near here.
Just a general
this-
sense of vibrancy or excitement.
What is she actually trying to get out of
Is
this
that it?
question?
Which one?
Oh.
The number
Yeah,
what brings
I
you
mean-
downtown?
Why do you,
Community. It was community.
are people shopping downtown? Like, why do you primarily go to downtown? Because you're visiting the stores or it's your social life or, I mean, it's.
To see another human being.
Right?
What I'm asking, many of these things are almost obligate, you know, or you go downtown because it's our downtown, you know.
it's not necessarily what brings me there. You know what I mean? Like, if I lived in Greenfield, there might be something in Brattleboro that would bring me here. But, you know, going to the library, going for what, I mean, all these things are like, there's nothing distinct. In this question, you're not identifying what might be distinct that would actually bring you to downtown Brattleboro. These are all just things that you find in a downtown that if you need, you go downtown to get. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You like go, you do your mission to one of these places,
Right.
and you leave.
Right.
You hope you didn't get a parking ticket.
You hope
and
you
leave.
didn't.
And I could see that you might get some variability in the responses.
For the record, my husband got a parking ticket in the city of Keene, so it happens elsewhere.
I was there 2 days in a row when she gave me the first ticket, and I neglected to pay my parking ticket twice. I was working there for 8-hour shifts, 2 days in a row, and I forgot. And I was like, oh my God. You know, like run outside roughly, like an hour and a half each time. And then I was like, oh, I gotta go pay it. I never got a ticket.
Mark said he was there for 15
Towed one
minutes.
time.
Yeah.
I got towed when I was setting up for a fundraiser.
Sorry.
It's all right.
No,
Anyways, yeah.
so this is going to get at one aspect of it, but and I could see that you might get a lot of that you would be able to discern what is bringing people downtown among these choices, right? Like, oh, everybody's shopping, or everybody's just trying to eat, or people are only going downtown for an appointment or something.
I think the idea is to, you know, figure out what is attracting people to downtown. What,
And if that's the situation, like if we want honest answers, like are we really that concerned about people being divisive? Like, or
well, this one I don't think is.
This one isn't,
right,
this
yeah.
one isn't, it's more about the public space.
How comfortable
yeah,
do you feel?
but
How
I mean, like
comfortable do
if
you
people,
feel? How safe do you feel?
with the negative comments, you know, we should listen to those also. You know. and
Yeah,
hear
no,
those
I just don't want to, I mean, we tend to, I mean, there's
Yeah.
this sort of circular over and over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
where there's a lot of information we already have. We don't need to hear that information again.
Yeah, especially for the
Nice
purpose
to
of
know.
this survey.
Right.
I get that, but if that's what comes out, you know. then
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like-
we'll come out,
Yeah.
it'll come out
Yeah.
at a free form. It did with the parking study.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it just seems like there might be, is there more we can learn with this rather
Yeah.
than learn what we already know?
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, like if we could phrase the questions in a better way to be more.
Yeah, and
so
presumably these place sense have read all of the Commons articles and the Reformer articles and all that kind of stuff. So based upon that, is there a way
Join the
that they can
Brattleboro.
frame these questions
Well,
so
that's an
that it
excellent place
suggests
of
that
people
they
being
do
engaging,
know that?
You know, it's scary, but it's a good place to work.
Because I can imagine a person saying, oh, this is an outside, you know, consultant, they don't know, I have to tell them.
Right.
And I have another question about the surveys. How will they be
So typically it's SurveyMonkey or whatever, so, you know, we'll have to publicize the survey. And then we make hard copies available as well, usually at the library, but I'm sure we could do Groundworks or the Transportation Center, like we can drop them in different places with a box. So we did the parking study. So that there's paper as well as the digital.
So can we solve the question of the public space?
Yes. We can try. We can give guidance.
Yes, we can give guidance.
I think it would be, I think there's a general comfort question about downtown, comfort, safety question, which these questions would get to. But then I think it might also make sense to do a map or try to pull out the particular places you're talking about, and figure out how to ask a question about those places that wouldn't be divisive. Like, are you safe here? You know what I mean? Like, you know, it could be like, which of these places would you go to if you wanted to sit and have a conversation? Which of these places would you go to have a cup of coffee? Which of these places would you take your kid to play, if that applies? You know what I mean? And then use that to
Rather
frame.
than I don't feel comfortable here, but yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Or something like that.
Or do like just a little like a bullet point of like an educational element of like, did you know there are only 5 public spaces downtown? Or something like that. Just, or did you know that businesses aren't public spaces? Like something like that,
Not educating, we're just surveying.
Okay, but I mean like to help with the survey, you know, to like kind of guide it maybe.
Yeah.
You know.
And is Crowley Lot downtown?
No.
Yeah, so I don't.
It's not.
I mean, when
What
I'm
about the
when I'm
Elm Street
looking at
Park?
these and it's like, where would the kids play? I'm like, there's no place to take the kids to play downtown.
Rec center, the green space, the.
Boys and Girls Club.
Plenty Park. I don't think of the rec
Oh,
center as
public
a
spaces.
space.
Right.
It's not, it doesn't come to
Some
mind at all.
programs, yeah, no, you're right. It's
You know what I mean? I'm
building with
thinking like
programs and-
outdoor
yeah.
areas and stuff. So.
Yeah,
And
well,
one
I mean,
thing
but
not
that in itself
included-
is kind of telling, like, where do you take your kids in public spaces downtown?
Well,
Here in
I'm
front of
thinking
the
things
church.
like the block parties, like the Elliott Street, that's not on the first survey, I don't think. That kind of like street fairs or something is something that would bring you downtown. I don't know, take my kids to the Works, and Mocha Joe's, bookstore.
Beatniks
Beatniks.
is a favorite.
Kids' Yeah. place.
Yeah, none of that is
Hmm?
problem, right?
No.
None of it's problem.
Because I'm thinking like Kids Place and Boys and Girls Club, but they're not public.
Right. I mean, occasionally, like if there's a protest at Plenty Park, but that's not really, you know what I mean? Like we'll go in
Right.
there, we'll go join. The kids run around in there, so they figure out how to play in there. But it's not a destination.
And is that a public space? Is Plenty
Yeah,
Park a public?
that would be.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
So, what if we go through survey 2 and cross out the divisive kind of questions, or the, you know, we don't need this.
Well,
I mean-
if we start, public spaces in downtown, streets, that's self-explanatory, sidewalks, self-explanatory. And then name the parks and name the parking lots.
You mean at the
And then
top?
take out the et cetera.
Yes.
Because really, that's it, you've just listed them all, right?
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be bad to just have a map, you know,
Up
just
there,
a
yeah,
drawn,
being
a drawn
like Plenty
line
Park,
map, it doesn't have to be
Yeah.
any sort of special.
Yeah.
And then maybe we can rephrase comfortable and just say, are there places to sit and rest? Because comfortable, I mean, I think just whether or not there are places to sit and rest seems like a really important thing to know versus whether or not they're comfortable, because that's such a, I mean, one person's comfort is another person's discomfort.
Right, but do they exist?
Do they
Is maybe
exist
a
is-
different question than would you use them, or do you feel safe using them, or are you comfortable using, right? What makes you feel comfortable in town? And what makes you
Right.
feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
We are asking about downtown here, define the same as,
Yeah, I mean, we can define it, I'm just not sure about the software, putting up a map in the particular.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking about like like a line drawing.
Mhm.
It just kind of has downtown, dunk, dunk, dunk. Those are the.
Mhm.
So in the comfort question, how important is it that people are comfortable?
If they're not comfortable, they're not gonna use it.
Okay, so
It's true.
so I guess I was thinking about softness. But comfortable is like I'm happy to sit and rest here, and I'm not going to be accosted, or I'm not going to feel vulnerable, or that's what comfortable place to sit and rest is.
It's so interesting.
So, I mean, that's good. What's comfortable, well, you said your initial thing was, is there a comfortable surface to sit
Yeah,
on?
no, that's what I was thinking. When I read that, I was thinking, you know, is it like a bench that's designed to, you know, is it the right height and blah, 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 these are really design questions versus, even though it looks very comfortable, I'm not gonna sit there because I would be afraid. It's a different question, or different response.
You could almost ask both questions. There are places to sit and rest. There are comfortable places to sit and rest, you know, and you would get slightly different answers. And then,
What are your favorite or most comfortable places?
all right.
Maybe if all the questions were just open-ended.
No.
I love those kinds of surveys.
I don't
think they're
yeah,
wonderful.
They're really hard to,
get people to answer.
well, no, they're just hard to get anything out of it though, too, like to compile the results and you need to have free form in there, but.
Yeah, I mean, the safe thing seems like safe places to bike, that's a really good one, right? There either are or there aren't. And it's not a question of somebody's opinion, right? It's, you know, safety is pretty straightforward, right? It's that, am I afraid I'm gonna get hit by a car or not?
Well, but it depends on where. I mean, again, it's like,
you really
there are
think
safe
that,
places
though?
to bike. I would
Downtown?
say like.
In
Victoria.
downtown?
Well, that's kind of the way I
It's
felt
just
about the
this
flat,
this very narrow area.
about the
No,
flat
I
street
know.
project. I was like, a bike lane there? That's like a chill street. But then, I think they brought up some good points about why a bike lane could be an asset there.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think Main Street is a very safe place to bike.
It's terrifying.
See, it's
Yeah.
totally like Connor and I biked downtown onto Main Street and parked our bikes, and I in no way felt not safe at all because the traffic is slow and you know I didn't feel like
You have to feel confident like
With the
taking up the
parallel
lane.
parking and the trucks.
no, he went on the
He-
sidewalk, I went on the road, whatever.
You're not
And it
supposed to
was
bike on
like-
the sidewalk.
No.
No.
I feel like I'm gonna run somebody down if I bike on the sidewalk.
Yeah, look that video.
Yeah, really. All right, where are we going? We gotta do something here.
Okay, so
So I
hard.
feel, so I think
Surveys are really
I think you're right about the divisiveness, and I think that this question number 3 on the second survey, about feeling safe, it may not be helpful to move forward. I think knowing the triggers that make people feel unsafe might be more helpful than just knowing if people feel unsafe.
Yeah, I would totally agree with you. And the way these are worded, I know she's trying to mix it up by saying I do not feel at risk from traffic, but I'm literally like, I do not, you know, it requires too much thinking to figure out how you feel about it to even answer it.
And like you were talking about earlier, the location, like some streets, like Flat Street, I don't feel at risk of traffic.
Yeah.
You know, but Elliott Street, I do. You know,
Yeah,
Main
yeah.
Street, you know.
Okay, so I think three is kind of one of the, 3 and.
Although these days. I
Like,
feel
what
at
are
risk
some of the things that make you avoid an area
People are
downtown?
horrible these days.
People are horrible. Is it important for us to know? I mean, we know that there are some people who don't feel safe downtown.
Yeah.
And we know that there are places downtown that aren't safe.
And if we get answers
They're
about
perceived not to be
other
safe.
people
They're perceived,
downtown,
exactly.
we can't do a lot about how other people use public space.
Right.
However,
And
we can do things about lighting and sound and smell and color and
I'm just trying to think on the flip side, some of these questions, is it useful to know because we think that there's some other, to use the popular term now, the narrative is, is one way, but it's not necessarily shared. I mean, that would be the point of asking some of these questions, I get, but I think the potential for them to be more divisive or this to be a dumping place rather than constructive is probably outweighs it in my mind.
I'm also wondering if the level of, if there's like a direct correlation between the usefulness of a space and the comfort or the safety in a space, right? I don't know where I'm going with that.
What,
Usefulness meaning like the diversity of things you could do there, right? So if you think of like Planey Park, you can sit and wait for a bus. There's a garbage can, you can protest.
You can have a
Sometimes there
concert.
might be music. There's really nothing to play on. You know what I mean? Like there aren't lights at night. There's not.
During Christmas.
Christmas.
No, I see
and
where
then
you're
it's a
going,
sad
though. It's
tree.
the-
You know what I mean? So it's like if you took a space and expanded its the diversity of use in the space, then
Yeah, it just seems to me that there's so much that we already know from basic planning information and data that yeah, spaces that draw people in have lots of things to do. The spaces that have more people in them, more people go to because they're safer. These are things that, you know, are pretty basic.
yeah, and our
Yeah, I
public
think-
space, like I'm trying to think of the public, they're really actually just not that useful.
Right,
Like
they're not-
from a, you know, like I go downtown every day to work. I'm never sitting in any one of our public spaces because they are not useful. Because there's no Wi-Fi, it's not comfortable to sit there, that's not,
They're
you
dangerous to
know,
get
like,
to.
they kind of
Yeah,
copy
you have
to
to go-
sit,
yeah.
there's no cover, there's, you know.
Right, everything that you need in a public space, we don't have in our public spaces. We already know that.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll come out in the survey.
So are these with the merchants?
Isn't there something we don't
Randy
know
and I
that we
had a
don't know?
meeting with the DBA merchants and at their merchants meeting, and it was not well attended, unfortunately, and I'm sure some of these will be put out in other places, but they were given kind of a scorecard for public spaces that they wanted to assess that was more, I mean, I'd almost, I can go get it, it's sitting in my office, but it might be better than trying to do this kind of survey or something. I hear what you're saying, Kathy. I'm thinking of a park in Littleton, New Hampshire that is, you know, there's parking in front of it, and then along the back there's all these instruments, and I like to go and play them. And then there's like a path that you can walk on. You know, and then the alleyway to get down there has umbrellas covering it, and it's artsy and it's fun and interactive.
Yeah.
And something as simple as Wi-Fi. I mean, sit down, check your email, whatever. People don't do that anymore, do they?
There's
So
some,
I'm hearing like we want to assess the quality of the space, not so much like.
why you visit it or why you don't visit it.
Well, and also we
Yeah.
want to go beyond what we already know. We
Right.
already know that our public spaces are not really very useful.
So what would make them useful?
What would make them useful?
Specifically,
You know, I
like
mean,
each
sort of,
space, what
you know,
would make it, how would it become useful?
Yeah, I mean, and I don't, it would be, I mean, the survey can't be too directive, right? But, you know, would you go here if there were games? Would you go here if there were instruments? Would you go here if
There's a-
there was Wi-Fi? Would you go here if the chairs were more comfortable?
This is totally off subject. There was an NEA grant a few years ago, and this one gentleman put out, he was going to build park benches that were musical instruments. You know, he didn't get the grant, you know, other folks did. You know, I was like, that's amazing. You know, like, why didn't he get the money?
Yeah.
What's that? It's
That would be very cool.
Yeah, they got the folks that did like the beads on the parking garage got the money instead. Yeah, but there's a guy like he was gonna make benches that you can also hit with like sticks and stuff, and they're like musical instruments. But yeah, he didn't get it. He didn't get the money. So totally off subject, but
Yeah, no, well,
there's a
not
lot
me-
of missed opportunity in this area.
Yeah.
So
There, yeah, I guess that's all. So what do we all suggest?
Back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing
Yeah, a
board?
little bit, yeah. And, I mean, many of these I think are great, and on survey one, the what brings you downtown, how frequently you go downtown, those sort of basic ones I think are totally workable. It's just that the where you dig in more needs to be.
we're gonna ask her to redo the survey completely.
Sure.
Back to the drawing board.
Keep survey one
Well,
and make
survey
it
one's
into
fine.
one general
Yeah,
one.
this is
and
not-
Define the public
This
space.
was like 35 minutes. Sorry.
And take out question 3.
Yeah.
Or change it to.
On
would you-
survey 2?
On survey 2, would you spend more time in the public parks if there were 1, toys, 2, Wi-Fi, 3, comfortable seats?
And have another option.
Yeah, and other, and then people can check all that apply, you know, how many people want toys, how many people want comfortable seats, how many people want Wi-Fi?
Do you think it would also be useful to actually like rank if you took the public spaces and have people rank them, like the Pliny Park, what's the park at the fountain?
At Dysfunction Junction, that one?
No, the one up here? All of them, so Wells Fountain, that one,
That's
this one.
Wells Fountain,
Right.
the other one is,
Where's the fountain? Where's
Our
Wells?
planning director does not know.
No, the name of the park at the bottom of Main
Regard-
Street.
Whatever it's called,
Main Street
right?
Park
Like
has
Main
a-
Street Park.
Yeah.
Like if you took
Not Main Street
those
Park.
and you asked a question about ranking
That's
them,
why we
like
should
which
that.
of these would you be more likely to sit in or you know hang out
Yeah,
I
in
think they
and
still
why
have
or
to
something.
right.
You could maybe at least get a sense of which of the spaces is preferred.
Right.
If there is a preference.
And then it would be interesting to know why. I mean, because maybe it's the easiest one to get to. Maybe it's the one that's closest to XYZ, more safe area of town.
It may be familiarity. I mean, I would say
Right.
like I would tend to Pliny Park and sitting in those seats just because I've been in that area with groups of people. Whereas the one at the other end, you know, I have only ever walked through on my way to the co-op between there and Marlboro. And then I don't even think of Wells Fountain as a park. Like,
oh, it's really nice.
you know what I mean? Frederick and I did sit over there
I mean, if
the
you
other
play
night.
Pokemon Go, you'll go through it.
Oh.
It's interesting that Brattleboro Common is not in the downtown.
No, it's not. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
But, I mean, actually, the green space.
Oh, right.
Down
there's-
on-
Down by the river?
Yep, down by the
Street.
river. I think it's worth getting some information on that.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be a
Not
focus
even
of the
thought of
charrette.
that.
It's gonna be a
Right.
focus of the charrette, but you may as well collect some information that could be useful.
All right, good.
Sorry, Brandy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad.
Oh, no, she's gonna watch this
no.
video. She
Yeah.
get the full
Yeah,
conversation.
she'll get the full conversation.
I wish she was here so she could explain the phrasing of the questions. But obviously, it's fine that she's not. And I think we're figuring it out.
Additional outreach, what's up with that?
So I am meeting, Brandy and I met with the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance merchants last week. I have a meeting on Wednesday night with the Town Arts Committee, because they've been wanting to identify some public art spaces. So that's at 5:30 at the Hatch Space. So they're kind of reconstituting.
When is that?
It's 5:30 on Wednesday.
What is the hatch space?
That is the maker space, where Cultural Intrigue used to be.
Oh.
Where Mocha Joe's offices are and storage.
Is Hatch a person's name, or is that in Hatch like chicken?
Like an incubator.
Incubator. It's a woodworking space.
Okay, cool.
It doesn't have anything to do with the hatch, with like Tom Bodett and.
It is,
Tom
it's
Bodett,
the
yeah.
hatch.
It's that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh.
It's the Hatch, not the Hatch space.
So who is on the Arts Committee?
Well, no, I don't know.
It's Hatch Space.
Is the Arts Committee a thing still?
It is.
back
It's
to being a thing.
It's back to being.
Plus, they have some money, right?
No.
Oh.
No, that didn't. Where did that go?
Right, I thought they were, yeah.
Did that go to the downtown group?
No. It's, I think the Arts Council of Wyndham County is kind of shepherding that.
Oh, cool.
Okay, so Jack Haley, Robin Flatley, Ben Schriefter, Amy Ballin, Joseph Rivera, and Kay Kubas. I am okay.
I don't know any of them.
Yeah, I've never heard of any of them. So they're the Arts Committee that's listed in the town plan as having, they're the one that when we did the town plan,
Yes.
they were defunct and now they're undefunct.
Yes, but
Great.
they are newly
They're all new.
kind of reconstituted
Okay,
and stuff,
cool.
so I'll meet with them. So another group that I thought of meeting with, I have a meeting this week, actually, so I don't know if I can't get on the agenda, it's too late, but is the ADA committee. So I'll have to see when they meet again, my guess is it's not until October, but they've been a very active committee, kind of assessing conditions around the town. Sidewalk parking, they were instrumental in getting the parking, the handicap spot on the eastern side of Main Street near the Hooker Dome. They also helped improve the back of the parking lot here that was, the pavement was in poor condition and kind of a gap to get into the building. Yeah, so anyway, I mean, a couple of other ideas is kind of reaching out to the Groundworks community, see if they can help with some outreach. But I don't know if you guys had any thoughts of groups we should be trying to meet with.
I just like the front porch forum idea.
What happened with the Brattleboro Listening Project and all the people who participated in that and the sort of groundswell around absence of affordable artist spaces?
I don't know where that is at. I know that Sharon is the chair of the Arts Council of Wyndham County now.
Oh,
I think
okay.
she's the chair. And I'll probably be meeting with her in the near future. And then Chrissy, who is also involved, I think is on maternity leave right now. So I'm not really sure where they are with the listening project results. And
so, but
I think the Arts Council of Wyndham County is also another organization that's just getting its feedback on the ground and stuff, so.
But is that data getting to the place since people, if Chrissy's not there to carry it forward, is somebody else taking that data and
I will
sending
check
it
into
to
that. I mean, I'm sure that Chrissy has shared it, but
Seems like there was a lot of info there.
yeah.
Another good question. There's a bunch of folks working on, you know, all the homelessness and panhandling and addiction, and there's a ton of people working on that. Is there any other agencies, you know, beyond Groundworks that we can reach out to?
Youth services.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah. Is that on the list then, or is, like, are we coming up with a list right now, or are we brainstorming ideas on who to reach out to? Is
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Turning Point, I think it's often. And there's another group that meets downtown. It's kind of got a techie name, like a pretty clinical name. I can't remember what it is off the top of my head.
I'm bad at remembering all the names of all the agencies and nonprofits also.
Oh, and I wanted to reach out to the high school students.
The Insight students, often classes take them all over downtown. And also the Center for Children in the White Church. They take the kids
Yeah, they walk
out on downtown strolls a lot.
On a
I
leash.
think they'd be the teachers, they love the group to reach out to.
Yeah.
And the kids. Boy, they'd have opinions.
Should we consider reaching out to communities around us? Marlborough College, or just towns in general? Putney, Vernon? Just post it on their front porch forums, or however the majority of people find out about stuff.
Like Putney school students bus down 2 days a week
Yeah.
to come hang out in town.
Yeah, and the more incentivized they are to come, nice to have youth downtown.
Yeah, and there might be some partnering there with the library, like the children's room and the teen room in the library.
It would be cool if the surveys or something could
get passed out on the buses.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily have to do them online. What about the more economic, business? We've only got the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. Are there other business groups that are?
The chamber.
Yeah.
And both of them are pretty good. In the past, they've put out our surveys.
But I mean,
Which is
in terms
general
of
outreach.
general outreach of participating, I mean, maybe their perspective, they might have a different kind of perspective on what they think we need.
The Heifer Association.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is the Welcome Center next to the hardware store like frequently?
That's the chamber.
Oh, that's the chamber.
Yeah.
And
It
how
gets a
about-
lot. It gets walking traffic.
Okay.
How about
Yeah,
the
because whoever
BDCC?
staffs that or manages, it's a chamber.
Does the BDCC ever weigh in on the aesthetic of downtown?
Yeah.
I'm having trouble reading that.
Well, I wouldn't say the aesthetic.
But I guess just in
Conditions of
terms of sort of, yeah, I mean, it's the quality of the welcome and other sorts of things. I don't know.
I wouldn't say that they're real local and that kind of stuff.
Since that is, I mean, isn't that was on the RFP, is the sort of notion of making, improving business, the quality of business in downtown. Might have some opinions.
Maybe there's some, I just thought of this now, some comparable towns in Vermont or nearby states that have things, admirable things that we like. We could reach out to them and they could say, hey, this is why we think your town's falling short, because we have this and you don't. Or this is why I moved here to this town, or why I stayed here.
Exit surveys, I've thought about that. Yeah, Brattleboro exit surveys. We see you
Why are
moving
you
out.
leaving?
Why are you leaving?
Well, it makes me think of the Welcome Center.
Smart idea.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about that the other day.
Exit
It would be
surveys,
really
a lot of people are
useful to
leaving.
say, why are you
Oh my
leaving?
God.
Well, how do we catch them? There's a lot of roads there.
Are we not
Yeah.
paying you enough to be here?
What can we get you to do to get you to reconsider? That would be about,
That's actually
since
a
we're,
really good idea.
we're trying to get more people
Yeah.
to move
Move
here.
here, why don't we figure
We're
out
not
why-
asking why
Yeah.
people are leaving.
We all-
We just think we know.
Except you don't know when people are
Like,
leaving.
I'm like, how do you know who?
Oh, usually they do it in like the quiet of the night. You know, like-
People sell their
Yeah,
homes
okay.
and move away. I mean,
No,
it's happening all the
I
time.
know a lot of people that are leaving this area, and I know like usually why they're doing it, but it's all like personal, it'd be great to make it like public, and also the people I don't know that are leaving, I would love to hear like why people are doing it. Why-
Yeah, I mean,
why
we
are
could
people
put it
taking
in,
off?
we could put it in the newspaper, are you leaving Brattleboro? We'd like to know why.
Yeah.
I mean, private organizations do that. We do it every time a student leaves Marlboro. We have them do an exit.
Has there ever been a town, I wonder, that's ever done exit interviews? Like, is this like a
so
first?
crazy.
Yeah,
Like
is
the
this like a first
welcome
time this has ever
committee,
been-
what about
I think we might make the national news.
Farewell.
That's a good thing. Yeah, that's
I'm surely trying to think this through. Like Marlboro, it's so specific, right? It's a school and they're leaving this particular, like there could be so many reasons why people would leave Brattleboro, many or almost all of them having absolutely nothing to do with Brattleboro, you know what I mean?
Right,
Because
but
people
then,
move so much anyway.
yeah, people move so much anyway, but I mean, it might not. It might be that, there were one or two things that people who live here like, some people think there's lots to do here. Other people think there's nothing to do here.
Yeah, it's such a weird perspective. As someone who lives in Putney, they were like, we avoid going to Brattleboro. They basically like the wolves have to drag them to Brattleboro. They hate it. They would never go downtown, and they think it's the most. And I'm like, wow, really? That's so weird. Like I live here, and we come downtown all the time, just eat or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
And it could just be a rural urban preference.
Where do you eat? There are good restaurants downtown.
Don't know how to eat.
Yeah, listen.
All right. Are we ready to move on to
Land
G?
use regulations?
I don't have anything for G. So.
Oh.
Beautiful! Sorry. All right. Do I
You
have
both
a-
slammed your
Do I have an
fingers.
emotion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.
What is this pen made of?
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for humoring us for a few minutes late. We were all kind of rolling in here. On behalf of the Windham County delegation, we will all introduce ourselves. Thank you very much for coming out tonight. We hope to leave here with actionable next steps on broadband and connectivity. So we thought it was important to gather all of you, bring down the department to talk about the bill that was passed and how that can be leveraged this year, and then see what next steps are. So, Laura Sabellian, for those of you that don't know me, I'm going to start down here.
So hi, I'm Sarah Coffey, rep for Guilford and Vernon. I just want to welcome you all and thank you all for making the time to be here tonight.
I echo that. Emily Long. I'm the rep from Newfane, and I represent Newfane, Marlborough, and Townsend.
Hello, I'm Emily Kornheiser, representative from Brattleboro, District 1, which is mostly West Brattleboro.
Kelly Bayala, I represent Londonderry, Weston, Stratton, Windhall, and Jamaica.
Rebecca Ballant, one of two senators from Windham County. I live in Brattleboro and I represent all of Windham County.
John Gannon, I'm from right here in Wilmington, and I also represent Halifax and Whitingham, most of Whitingham.
So Laura asked me if I wanted to say a few words. The only words that I want to say are words that will embarrass her, but I want you all to know that this woman was like a dog on a bone in this session. She came in with a plan, making sure that we could get a broadband connectivity bill through the House. She and Tim Briglin, the chair of that committee, worked incredibly hard to get it to us in finance on the Senate side, which I serve on, and was very diligent and persistent in making sure that we could get something to the governor's office. So I just really want to take this opportunity to thank her for this leadership that she showed.
Nobody's connected yet, right? So let's get to work.
Yeah.
Come on up. Without further ado, Clay Purvis from the Department of Public Service, and we've asked him to speak a little bit about how we can leverage the new tools.
Great.
Thank
All
you for
right.
making it
Thank
back.
you. All right. Thank you. It was a nice introduction, and happy to be here. I am Clay Purvis. I am the Director for Telecommunications at the Department of Public Service. My department, by and large, utility regulator. We are the ratepayer advocate in proceedings before the Public Utility Commission. So in cases like electric power rate cases, we represent the public interest. In gas cases, water cases, and the telephone service cases. So right now, we're litigating with the telephone company, your telephone company, over their service quality. But when it comes to broadband, we don't do anything at the Public Utility Commission because we can't regulate it. Federal law prohibits us from doing that. We wouldn't be here if we could, because we would just make them sell everyone broadband service, and that would be the end of it. But we're not allowed to do that, so we are left with economic development tools, throwing money at the problem, finding new ways to leverage new technologies to get broadband-capable networks deeper into rural areas. The connectivity issue is a rural issue and an urban issue, but very different in that in urban areas they have the services there. It's a matter of affordability. Out here, it's a matter of being able to finance the construction of capital investment to build those facilities and bring them to people. And that's the problem we're trying to resolve here today. So just a quick overview. I think if you're in the room, you probably know that you don't have broadband, and you probably know why. I touched on this already. Light touch regulation, we can't regulate them. Competition is a competitive market, unlike electricity or gas or water. There are telecom companies out there fighting for business in the urban markets where there's revenue and profit to be had. And private investment is geared towards building networks where they think they can make money. And then geography, our geography is really challenging in Vermont. We're dispersed, we have small towns, we have farming communities, so the distance between service locations is far, and so the cost of deploying broadband is more expensive per location. And you've heard this before. The same goes for wireless. We're hilly areas, we're hilly states, so hills are the enemy of wireless technology. And it requires a lot more towers, for instance, to bring cell coverage to the same number of people. This is just a list of things that go into building a broadband network. This is a really high-level list of costs. This is just to let you know that it's an expensive and complicated thing to do. Same with this list. Things to think about. So this is the bill that passed this past year is really geared toward getting communities motivated around broadband. And communities are not broadband companies. Most of the folks in your community probably don't have a background in telecommunications and may not be aware of what you need to think about. And so this is a list of some of the things at a very high level that folks think about when they're thinking about starting a broadband company. Thankfully, there are programs available. This past year with Act 79, the legislature gave us many new resources that we can utilize to tackle this problem. And there are already resources out there, both at the state and federal level. This first one, the Communication Union District, is very important. This is a law that was passed in 2015. It allows towns to band together to create a regional organization that can do telecommunication services. It works a lot like trash districts. So like the town I lived in, Randolph, Brookfield, and Braintree shared trash services, about water districts, things like that. This is the same thing. Towns can come together for a common cause, that being broadband. And we have one of these in Vermont already. It's EC Fiber, the East Vermont Telecommunications Communication Union District. And that is an organization of 10 towns, or excuse me, 26 towns that have come together. They have built a network together. They started with private donations, private investments from residents, and they slowly built a network. They started in Barnard, Royalton, and they have over 3,000 customers now. They're building out entire towns in the Upper Valley, towns like Granville and Hancock and Tunbridge, Brookfield, places that private investment has never gone before. And they've been successful over the past 10 years, but they had a slow start. It took them 10 years to get where they are today. And so this law, the Communication Union District, and all of the other tools that are provided in Act 79 are intended to speed up that process. So rather than taking 10 years, can you do it in 3 years? And that's what we're looking at. So communication union districts provide a legal entity for municipalities to start doing a telecom project. It provides structure and governance. So you have a board, you have members from each town. You're putting the beginning or the formation of that organization to town vote. So it's something that would go on your ballot, say at town meeting day, and you would vote to join. An important aspect of municipal broadband in Vermont is that you can't pledge tax dollars to build a broadband network. Sorry, is my tie off or something? No.
You got our attention.
What's that?
You got our attention.
Well, they were laughing at me. Where was I? So you can't use your tax dollars. So you can't pledge, the grand list to build a telecom network. There are good things about that. You don't want to bankrupt a town trying to build a telecom network. That's actually helpful to communication union districts because it allows towns to join them free of the risk of floating tax bonds and losing that revenue. However, it does make it more difficult because it makes it more difficult to finance the construction of the network. So, communication union district is a very important first step. We have 2 in the state. We have EC Fiber. They're started. They're on their way. And then we have the Central Vermont Fiber, which is a group of towns around the Montpelier area that have come together. They came together 2 years ago, and they are slowly making their way towards building the starting project. So a very important and powerful tool gives you legal, it makes you a legal thing that other financing groups like banks and other private investment can recognize. We have the Connectivity Initiative. This was a grant program that began in 2014. It is funded through the Universal Service Fund. We have funded over 1,000 broadband connections with this program. It's run out of my shop at the Department of Public Service. And it funds the last mile. So this is money for actual construction of broadband facilities that are aimed at serving actual customers. This isn't trickle-down broadband. We're not building middle-mile fiber. We're not putting conduit in the ground. So maybe broadband can come someday. Stuff has to go up on the poles. Connections have to be made to people's homes and businesses. We utilize broadband mapping data, so we collect broadband mapping data from the providers and from what we know based on maps we have at the cable plant, for instance, that allow us to target this funding where there's no broadband today. So we're not funding places, we're not overbuilding Comcast with fiber, we're not overbuilding good DSL with Comcast. Cable, we are building broadband networks to places that have nothing today. We're technology agnostic, so if it's wireless, doesn't matter if it's fiber, if it's cable, as long as it meets a certain threshold for bandwidth, and that's 25 megabits per second down for we'll fund it. And it's scalable. If the legislature gives us money, we'll spend it, and we'll serve people with broadband. Anyone can, anyone that runs a broadband company, any ISP can apply for it, so it's there. And this past year, the legislature approved a 0.4% increase to the Universal Service Fund charge which will go to fund this program. So we're expecting to have between $600,000 and $700,000 a year to give out in broadband money. And so we just need folks to take it. And right now, EC Fiber is a big taker, Comcast is a big taker, Consolidated Communications is a big taker, but some of the communities around Vermont, especially down here, we don't get applications for money because there's no one that wants to serve those towns. So another important program that would provide funding for actual construction, but we need people to take it. The Vermont High Cost Fund, I'm going to skip that actually. That's probably not that helpful here. Broadband is getting lots of attention and lots of money. There's money everywhere. So money's not really an issue. The issue is getting the money. This past month, or last month rather, the FCC announced the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. We've been calling it RDOF in my office, which I wish they would change the name of it, but they're going to give away $20 billion over the next 10 years. That's a lot of money. This replaces the Connect America Fund program, which you may have heard about. The Connect America Fund gave incumbent telephone companies money to build broadband networks. In Vermont, Consolidated Communications got $50 million to build out to 24,000 locations. They've completed that project, so that money has come and gone. So this is round 2, or I should say round 3. It's really the third broadband program that the FCC's funded. This is going to be different, and so it's very important to think about this one. They're going to give away the money in a reverse auction. So rather than giving the money to the incumbent telephone company in a lump sum, they're going to auction off money in census blocks. That means that we could have different carriers in different areas of the state bidding on the money. You can have multiple carriers bidding for the same area, and it'll go to the carrier that will serve that location for the lowest cost. This is very important for non-incumbent telecom providers, companies like EC Fiber, which were foreclosed. They were foreclosed from CAF2. They didn't win other FCC grant opportunities. So this is now a recognition that the government can probably serve locations cheaper by auctioning off the money. They know this works because CAF2, our telephone company took CAF2. In other states, the telephone company refused the money. So when they had a company refuse the money, they would auction off that money. So in Massachusetts, for instance, Verizon said, we don't want the money, we're not taking it. So in Massachusetts, they auctioned the money off. In Iowa, they auctioned the money off. Electric co-ops took the money, wireless companies took the money, satellite companies took the money. You had all kinds of different companies taking the money and doing different kinds of projects. So they thought that that was very successful, and that is driving their decision to do a reverse auction in RDOF. It's not set in stone yet. RDOF, the rules haven't been written, they're writing the rules now. And the devil's always in the details at the FCC. So stay tuned for that. And if you want to comment on that proceeding, the comments are now open. Mobility Fund Phase 2, this is at a standstill. This is $4.5 billion for wireless. To the extent that there's a company out there in Vermont that wants to do wireless, that might be an opportunity. The USDA right now has the most broadband money ready to give away. They have a few programs. The Reconnect program, they have $600 million to give away. This is a great opportunity, but for the fact that there are very few areas in Vermont that are eligible for Reconnect funding. And that's because there's another grantee who has a project in repayment. So they have loans in repayment for the same census blocks that they haven't really served yet. So we are, we're stuck in that program until I think next year, at which point the USDA is going to reevaluate those census blocks and determine whether they should be reopened. We're hopeful that that will happen. My sense is in this program across the nation, no one's really taking the money, so the money's still there. The National Broadband Map, I'll skip, that's not helpful. E-rate is a very helpful program, one you should consider. E-rate provides, is a federal program that provides money to schools and libraries. And most schools and libraries already participate in E-rate. The Agency of Education has staff that help communities apply for E-rate. E-rate can be used for lots of things. A lot of schools are doing Wi-Fi networks in their schools. They're buying equipment, but you can build fiber with E-rate, and that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Fiber can be built with E-rate. And lastly, you have the Economic Development Administration. Well, we have a group of different federal agencies that can do stuff here. The EDA has money available, they'll do telecom. Northern Borders Regional Commission has given away a lot of money for broadband in Vermont. Craftsbury is a community that took advantage of a Northern Borders grant. They built a fiber network in their town. It's operating. There's 50 customers online right now. So that's a great resource. And then I want to really highlight this next one up here. The USDA have non-broadband grant programs that can be used for broadband. They have programs. There are lots of USDA programs that can be used for all kinds of different things, and one of them is broadband, and you ought to really investigate what programs they have available. The best way to do that is to call up your local USDA office and tell them exactly what you want to do, and they will find the program for you. Rather than look for the program yourself, they will help you pinpoint the right program. They have lots of different things that they can make something work. So now we get to H513. This passed last year. It's now law, and we're implementing that law as fast as we can. We had $205,000 for the connectivity initiative. We're going to get ongoing support of about $600,000 to $700,000. That's great. We're ready to give it away to you. The Broadband Innovation Grant Program, I'm going to talk about that in some detail in just a minute. It's a wonderful thing. The Vermont Economic Development Authority has a loan program. This is also very important. It's open to CUDs. It's open to nonprofit organizations. It's also open to for-profit companies that want to build broadband networks. They will loan up to $4 million per project, which seems like a lot. It's not, but it can get a project started, and it's going to launch this year. So this fiscal year, we're going to see that launch. We're going to have technical assistance at the Department of Public Service. So we are hiring for that position right now. That means in a month or two, you won't have to look at me anymore. You'll have hopefully a more knowledgeable person who can come down and really spend good quality time with your town working through the options. That means not just this kind of presentation on an introduction, but the whole process will be there for us.
Will you please make sure and let the communities know when that position is filled?
Absolutely. We'll work with the League of Cities and Towns and the Regional Planning Commissions to make sure word is out. We have several meetings already scheduled with towns, so if you're interested in having us come down to your planning commission or your select board, we're happy to meet with you. So give us a call. But that person is going to be a resource. They will know inside and out the federal grant programs, our state grant programs, They will be able to give you advice on who to talk to and reading your grant applications, and they'll be able to give you this kind of overview as well. So not just in the beginning, but the whole process. Lastly, we have $100,000 for municipal technical assistance with wireless coverage. This is an artifact of the Coverage Co project, but we have $100,000 that we can spend on a consultant that will come talk to your town about wireless coverage and what your town can do to improve wireless coverage. We have an RFP out right now for that consultant, so we will hopefully have that person ready to go in the next couple of months. All right, so this is, so I talked about the World Broadband Technical Assistance Specialist. We do broadband mapping. So the first step, when you sit down and say, let's do something about broadband, you want to know what you already have and where you have it. We can help you with that. We do a lot with broadband mapping, both wireless and wireline. So happy to provide maps of your town, where you have service. We own a middle mile fiber network. We don't have much middle mile fiber down here. We have some in Putney. So if you're in Putney, we can help you. But if you're not in Putney, I'm sorry. Lastly, we do work with wireless licensing of state-owned properties. This is not something we've been talking about that much, but we actually work with other state agencies to get them to lease or license land and buildings to wireless companies. So if a wireless company is looking to site a facility in your town, state government property, if such property exists in your town, it might be a good place to look. State forests, for instance, state buildings, I'm thinking in Barrie, for instance, or Montpelier, we have lots of state buildings, many of which have wireless facilities on top of them. But we've worked with AOT, Public Safety has many towers around Forest Parks and Recreation. So if it's a wireless project, think about siting on state-owned property. We may be able to do something. All right, so the Broadband Innovation Grant, or BIG, as we've been calling it, is $700,000 of grant funding. This funding is going to go to anyone who wants to do broadband planning. So this doesn't build stuff, this is to plan a broadband network. We're going to issue this money in 3 rounds. Round 1 is already out. So if you want to apply, applications need to be in by August 26th. August 25th. There we go. It's on my PowerPoint.
August?
I mean October. Excuse me, October. We've issued round 1 because we know there are folks ready to go. We have several organizations. I mentioned Central Vermont Fiber. There's folks in Newberry. There's all kinds of folks all over the state that have been thinking about broadband for a while. They're organized. They have a group of citizens that have come together and they have some kind of structure. They're ready to do something, and this money's available now for them to do something. But if you're not ready, don't worry, because we're going to have 2 other rounds. Our second round will be for electric utilities only. We're allowed to give grants to up to 2 electric utilities after we do another study. It's in section 11 of the law. So we'll do that in February. After the studies come out, we'll issue that. We're going to wait until after town hall meeting day to give out the majority of the money. So that is the perfect opportunity to organize, get a communication union district on your town meeting ballots, and organize something, have your first meeting, then we'll issue the planning grant, and you can apply for it. We're going to give at least 2 months to get applications in. We understand select boards meetings or planning commission meetings. You got to get someone to write the application. That takes time, and we understand. We work in government, so we know how slow government can be. So we'll give you plenty of time to get that together. The grants are for up to $60,000 per grantee. It's not, it may not be enough, but it's a substantial amount of money for this kind of activity. So we're hopeful that you'll be able to make the most of it. We totally expect towns to hire consultants to do this kind of planning. The grants are going to be given out in 2 parts. We want you to first do a feasibility study. Answer this question: is it possible? The thing we want to do. We want to do fiber to the premises in downtown Wilmington. Is it possible? Then the second question is, or not question, but task, is to put together a business plan that is bankable. You can take it to, say, VITA, which has now $12 million in loans to give out. Could you take it to VITA and get a loan? So, 2 parts. One is feasibility. We want you to do a survey looking for what your subscriber take rate is going to be. Who would sign up? How much would it cost? Your inventory your vertical assets. Take a high-level look at the pole plant if you want to do a fiber to the premises project. Kind of figure a ballpark what make ready is going to cost. Look at what's already out there as far as competitive broadband providers. How much of your town is cable? How much of your town is DSL? Are you going to be overbuilding existing networks? How much? And who are they? It's an important question. If your town is 95% served with cable, I wish you the best of luck, but it's going to be a very difficult task to win that fight. If you're looking at overbuilding DSL with a substantial number of locations that are unserved, you might have a better chance. And that's what the other communication union districts are looking at. How can we avoid cable? How can we avoid other fiber-based providers and really target the areas that need broadband the most? We want you to look at the anchor institutions, the manufacturing, the large companies. How am I doing with time? Sure, fine. Okay, great. Schools are served. So they're an anchor institution, but they're served. Are they going to buy your service? We don't know. Colleges, hospitals, anyone who might want your service, look at that. Your bandwidth needs. What do your residents want? What are they willing to pay for? Raise your hand if you would like fiber to your house. Put your hands up. Yeah, everyone puts their hand up. Who wants to pay $50 a month for fiber to the premises? Yeah. Who wants to pay $100 a month? Big spenders here. $200. I mean, people are price sensitive, and we've looked at this, we've surveyed this, and everyone says they want fiber to the home, and then you say, well, you pay $10 more for that service, then the take rate goes down $20, it goes down even more. So price is important. So you're looking at competitors, who else is there? You're looking at how much can you sell this service for? And what most broadband customers do is they churn. They go back and forth between who's giving them the best deal. So you want to look at, what are my competitors doing? What kind of service are they providing? And can I do it at, a price point that my people buy?
Hey, Clyde. Yeah. Chris Cave with them Regional Commission. Back in 2011, we along with the other RBCs developed a broadband adoption plan because under the American Reinvestment and Recovery Act, there's fiber coming to Vermont, right? And other telecom coming through that process. And so Clay's point is really important because the big question was, okay, so if we have fiber coming into towns, will people actually use it? And how will they use it? Now this is kind of before high definition television. So now kind of demand has become a bit more ubiquitous in ways that used to be, then the conversation was people might maybe Skyping with grandchildren. Now it's streaming Netflix as fast as you can and make it uninterrupted. But that's important, it may sound silly that that question is asking about what you're willing to pay, because there was an assumption like, yes, I want fiber to my home, oh, I have to pay for it. And you wouldn't ask that same question about telephone or cable, but that's kind of one of the issues that kept coming up. So as we have these conversations, that survey, the development of a business plan, is going to be critical. Because like I said, I'm on cable now, my phone and cable monthly bill is $123. I would expect fiber to my house would cost at least that much, right? And so, but of course other people don't have access, but they may not understand exactly how much this is going to cost. So that may sound silly because most everybody in this room wants fiber to their home, but the big question is, will people pay for it? And so it's not, so that's one of them. As towns, if you have conversations with your community, that's an important piece that you need to ask, what will you pay for it?
Thank you. Yeah, it's what the other companies are thinking about, and it's why they're not going to the end of your town. They're not going to the end of that dirt road because they don't think they can sell it to the folks down there, or they can't make money selling it to the folks down there. So that's what we want you to do. Is this possible? Is this even possible? It's okay. It's okay if the answer is no. We have to spend a little bit of money to look at this, and it has to be okay if the answer is no. You don't want to start with your conclusion, yeah, wait, this absolutely can work, and then force fit the facts to meet that conclusion. That's not being honest. And it's certainly valuable, even if the answer is no, because it can tell you have to look somewhere else. You have to look at some other model for bringing broadband service. Maybe it will work. It works in a lot of places where people thought it wouldn't work. The Upper Valley, Craftsbury. It would be crazy to do fiber to premises in Craftsbury because it's so out there. But the people organized around it. They wanted it. So far, it's working, and let's hope that it keeps working. But it might not work, and that's an important question to answer honestly and truthfully, because the risk is you go out of business. You have all these stranded assets out there. Maybe you bankrupt your town in the process. We don't want any of that to happen. If the answer is yes, the business plan is in order. It's time to get out sharpen the pencils and do some math. Take a closer look at your polls. Do some high-level engineering. Where are you going to start this project? Maybe go from a survey, would you buy fiber, to getting people to pre-subscribe to the service or commit to it. Do a more in-depth market analysis. Look at financing models. How are you going to cobble this together? We talked about a slew of different federal programs, loans, grants. There's not going to be one program that takes care of everything. You're going to have to cobble this stuff together. You're going to have to come up with estimated construction costs. I see we have a gentleman from Matrix. I'm sure I'd love to talk to you if you get to that stage. And then ideal operational models. Is your town going to run an ISP? Are you going to have employees doing billing and marketing and operations and management? Are you going to farm that out to a contractor? Are you just going to build an open access fiber ring around your town and hope that someone leases it and starts providing service? That last one was the Craftsbury model, hiring contractors, the EC fiber model. Burlington Telecom was the full-on retail, let's do this, we're all in, just run it like a municipal utility. So we have examples of all three of those in our state: Burlington Telecom, Craftsberry, EC Fiber. So that's what you get for $60,000. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Clay, very much. And if you would stay up here. What we would like to do is maybe, and if any of the other members of the delegation want to come up, what we want to do is maybe talk a little bit about why we thought it was important to gather all of you and what the possible next steps are, as well as give you time for some questions. So first of all, can everybody raise their hand if you are employed in a town to connect fiber throughout your town? Is there anybody here that will be paid to build fiber or build out connectivity in their town? We just find out who's in the room. Yes. Okay. So this is kind of the premise that we were operating. That we have volunteers out here looking to build out a really critical infrastructure in terms of connectivity. And so this program, with the staff that Clay has coming in, with these grants, they're supposed to help our volunteer communities get their arms around them. I know this feels a little bit like going through a firehouse. One, drinking from a firehouse, right? Yes. Right? Does it? Exactly. So, one of the first things that I think would be really important for all of you in the district, and actually Representative Kornheiser was just suggesting this, is to make sure we leave room for individual towns to talk that may want to work together. That's number one. The formation of a communications union district, figuring out how to do that, is probably the first thing that we should do. I think it's going to be difficult. I know in Vermont we love to work by ourselves, but these are big, hard projects. And so working together, I think, is going to be really important. So figuring out if we can put together a communications union district. I shared with Clay, I shared with Senator Ballant. On the way down here, I actually heard from EC Fiber. They've recently received a significant federal grant, which provides them with the ability to offer technical assistance. And so they're hoping to provide technical assistance in southern Vermont for the formation of a CUD. And they're actually thinking that they're in line for the October grant round, which I was surprised to hear. So were you. So, lots of surprises. In order to work with them, we would need 2 towns. That's all we would need. We need 2 towns to say, yes, I want to work with this other town to look at this. That is how a communications union district forms. Other towns are added by a vote of the town. So you heard Clay say they're looking at this 3rd round of grants after town meeting and have votes at town meeting, right? If we're able to move that quickly and have towns say they want to come on board. So what else am I missing besides we want these grants to come in to the district so we can understand the plans that are needed, you know, what it's going to take, what the technology is, what the dollars are, what the obstacles are, so that we can help with those. And I think the important thing too is to remember we do have models for success, and we need to use those as resources for our potential CUDs. And so I think, and I appreciate Clay coming and being very clear-eyed and sober in his assessment that it isn't necessarily a guarantee that it's going to work, and I appreciate that. But I also don't want us to remain paralyzed. Because that's where we've been. We have remained paralyzed and we need to do something different. And so I know Laura and I feel very strongly about this. We have to start communicating better across town lines and come together as these larger union districts to make this happen. Absolutely. Absolutely. So with that, any other points, delegation, that you think we should bring up before we take questions from folks? Representative Coffey.
So, I mean, I think getting this presentation into the hands of people will be important.
Chris, are you willing to?
Yeah, we'll put it to our website.
And also, I'm just imagining, I know there's some folks from smaller municipalities who are here from select boards. You know, it's almost like we need to walk away or follow up on this meeting with kind of a little FAQ sheet about what it means. Because I can imagine there are all sorts of questions that are going to come up from our select boards and our towns about you know, how do we get started? You know, like how do we do this? And so that we can, you know, guide, learn from the great lessons that we have, you know, the models that are working. I know that those folks probably have some things that would be helpful to all of us.
Questions? Peter?
Yeah.
And if you could announce for the rest of the room what town you're from, I think that would be helpful for all of our neighbors.
It's Peter Sebastian, I'm on the Wardsboro Select Board. I think the point that you made about among the first things that towns should do is get together with other towns. Is there a way that this grant money can be used, say, for Wyndham Regional Commission as a central sort of hub that things spread out to here? Just going town by town seems awful difficult in that, imagine what the electric grid would look like if each town kind of put it together back in the 30s. And I kind of feel that we're sort of doing the same thing. We need some type of organization that will bring us together to form that union.
So question being, can the regional commission be a convener?
Well, yeah, we can absolutely be a convener, but I think the piece that you just mentioned about EC Fiber having resources to provide technical assistance, like actually knowing the technical side of this, the accounting side of it, the whole thing, that's a big deal, because that would make our job a lot easier. Because then we can play more of a supporting role of like helping with the convenings and that kind of thing, but you actually have somebody, an entity in the room who knows what they're talking about, actually frankly knows what questions need to be asked of everyone. So we can figure out whether or not we need to apply for grant. I'm not right now, but right now I think the main thing is we can certainly help communicate, get word out to the towns. We can certainly help with the convenings. I think the bigger question is seeing what happens with this EC Fiber bid and kind of getting more of an idea about what their capacity is to do, what their intent is to do. Because then we could actually convene a meeting like of all towns with them, for them to explain like what scale union district are we talking about? Are we talking within the Wyndham region? Is it 27 towns? Is it 2 districts of 1 of 14 and 1 of 13? Is it 3? I mean, because those are the kinds of questions I don't think anybody in the room knows yet. But I think if we could get together with them to start asking, understand even what questions we need to ask, Peter, that'll help us know better what our role is. Because our biggest barrier has just been, we're really good at convening towns, we're good at facilitating conversations, but when it gets to the economics of broadband, the technical aspects, we're at a bit of a loss. And so the other thing that we'd like to potentially do is provide office space, and that could even help contribute to a local match. Hopefully, I would imagine they too are really good at figuring out how do you leverage like $60,000 of state money against federal money, which typically is going to require a 50% match, right? So how do you take this state money and leverage that into like the 60? How do you leverage that into 120,000 or more? So we can definitely play a role. I would say collaboration with BDCC. We'll figure it out, but I don't know that we know what the structure looks like right this minute. Does that make sense?
And so Sarah is here from BDCC, and in the past she has helped to convene a number of towns around broadband. I think really what we're looking at is first getting organized, and then a plan, and then financing. So the organized, we can have some assistance from EC Fiber and the department when we bring on that person. The planning, again, some assistance from the department, and then financing will come from them. Yes, sir.
My name is Munson Hicks. I'm a former chairman of the Fiber Optics Subcommittee of the Vernon Planning Commission. One thing that we did, and it took us 2 years to get through, was to get the Planning Commission to include fiber optics or broadband internet as an essential service, recognized as an essential service, at the same level as roads and electricity and so forth. It took a long time just to get that. We are in Vernon, we did have a number of talks individually and then specifically with Guilford, as it seemed like a perfect match. The problem with Vernon is that we are well served, so that we can't we aren't going to be eligible for any money. Well served, of course, is the 25-4 requirement, which is not in any way prepared for the future.
Not at all well served.
Not at all well served, no.
No.
You seriously have to think about a 1 VA network if you are going to be have anything available in the next 5 years, after 5 years. If we build out now for 3 years, we're 6 years behind. But I'm very interested in reconnecting with Guilford. It seems to be a perfect fit. We did a lot of work to begin with. We found out it would cost, Vernon is very compact, and so we could build a fiber optic network for $2 million. We also worked with Guilford and figured it would probably be $5 million because they have 2.5 times the roads that we do. My question is, because we are well served and because Guilford isn't well served, by combining our maps, is Vernon able to essentially borrow Guilford's needs to get money?
If we form a CUD.
If we form a CUD.
Yeah, I would just add on the CUD point that town boundaries are pretty meaningless when it comes to building a broadband network.
How about state boundaries?
State boundaries are also fairly meaningless. It actually took Verizon, when they sold to Fairpoint, it was a big fiasco getting them to try to cut at the town line. The companies don't think in terms of political boundaries. They're looking at the pole plant, and they're looking at where their customers are, and that's where they're going. As towns or government would think about political boundaries, but really, you form a communication union district, you're going to be looking at the kind of town boundaries go away, and you're looking at this greater kind of blob of land that you're going to want to serve, going a little bit over here and a little bit over there. They didn't do EC Fiber didn't do whole towns. Central Vermont Fiber is not looking at whole towns. They're looking at neighborhoods of need and their proximity to other assets that would help them serve.
Just one quick follow-up, because I'm confused about it. If the towns are not allowed to have municipal bonds, but only revenue bonds, how do we bridge the gap of if you're going to build something out and it's going to take you 1.5 to 2 years, you have no revenue, or it's going to be in 4 years before you set it up. How do you deal with revenue bonds when there is no revenue?
So first of all, the governor put forward the VIA loans this year, which helps with that first bit. Those allow for risk. We also included in the bill, he also asked for regular bonding, which we said, feels a little risky. We want to go back to bond bank, treasurer, and get a recommendation. So that may be coming. That's available in some other states. But VITA is, I think, the answer.
And I mentioned the state thing just real quick, because there may be cases, and I don't know the answer to this, but to me it's a question we need to ask. Like, for instance, for Vernon and Guilford, does it also make sense to look, is there opportunity to pair with the Massachusetts towns to your south and collaborate with what's already been organized down there? It may or may not make sense. But that's what and then same thing potentially like with Dummerston, Brattleboro, is there a pairing potentially like with Chesterfield going up the river? Because in some cases in New Hampshire, you've got the development close to the riverside and then not much. So there may be opportunities to cross the river too. There may not be also, but to the extent that the goal is to make it work though, right? So that's.
Ma'am.
Edgar Waterman, Reedsboro, Vermont resident. Do you have business cards passed out? I'd like one, please.
Sure.
Omar?
Omar Smith, Reedsboro, Vermont, Broadband Committee. Just curious on the CUDs, so you form, 3 towns, 5 towns, whatever it is, and like he was talking about the disparity. How would that work with grant dispersion if you've got one little project here, another project there, and you're applying for grant as a group, as
Well, I mean, that certainly could be a complicated question. And I think it's one that the other CDs are grappling with.
EC Fiber, I believe, has been building up town by town,
They're
right?
doing town by town now because they have been applying for or issuing revenue bonds and getting millions of dollars. But when they started out and what they had was, less than $100,000 to work with, they were really looking at take rates, and they were looking at where can they go where they can avoid their competition. And I think among the members, I don't want to speak for them, but I could see where that kind of strategy would make other towns upset. You have a wealthy town that's going to have 100% take rate, and that's where they decide to start. It leaves kind of a less wealthy town, in the dark. That would be an issue. I think that the communication union districts would have to think about amongst themselves, amongst the members. How are we going to deal with questions of equity and fairness? There is an argument to be made that the communication union district actually helps towns who wouldn't be able to do it on their own. You take a very wealthy town, could do a broadband project on their own. Burlington did it on their own, right? Winooski did not. But if there was a communication union district, could they have thought about a system that was planned on a more regional basis that would have taken into account the fact that a neighboring town wouldn't be able to do this on their own? And so I think there's a lot of value in that.
Just to clarify, I think the rule is actually that you don't have to be contiguous to be part of a communication district. So you can connect with somebody who isn't your neighbor for an advantage if it works.
In the corner there.
Thank you. Hi, Tristan Roberts. I live in Halifax. You need to actually get home soon, but I just wanted to say I've got 100 questions, and I wanted to sort of put as a town, our name in the hat as far as wanting to collaborate with other towns. So any sort of next steps or connecting with folks, want to do that.
So I just want to make sure that everyone also has hopefully signed the sign-in sheet with email so that we can continue to be in touch with you and connect towns.
Michael Bosworth from Brattleboro. I'm not sure how well served Brattleboro is, probably better than some other towns, but several questions. So Brattleboro would have to figure out what are the advantages of banding together with other towns. Are the $60,000 grants just available to union districts, or? No?
They're available to a wide variety of different organizations. Pretty much anyone that's a something can apply. For-profit companies, non-profit organizations, communication union districts, municipalities are all included. So it doesn't have to be just a communication union district.
And the second question, so earlier you offered your office can do a broadband. Where is broadband in your town already? And that's even without getting a grant. You could just do that today if a town asked for that. Is that what you said or not?
Yep, and I actually believe we corresponded with someone in the Brattleboro municipal offices, planning. You? Okay. So you have those maps, and if you need them updated, we're happy to do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Tim Scoggins, Shaftesbury Select Board. I think I'm piecing together the answer here that what towns can do, what select boards can do. A town can apply for the $60,000 feasibility grant, but a town cannot build anything until they make a CUD, correct?
No, I mean, a town, so theoretically, a town could get the grant, could come up with a plan, working with the department, could figure out how they're going to operate, on their own, or could partner with an existing provider. You could do that. We think that with the number of volunteers that are in this room, that are staffing this effort in Southern Vermont, it's probably more efficient to go with a CUD. You don't have to.
But you said towns can't borrow money to build.
They can't pledge taxpayer resources, whether they're in a CUD or not. You can't pledge the grand list to build a broadband network.
Now remember, the 60,000 is to conduct a feasibility study of the business plan. You're not building anything with the 60,000.
You're
Right.
Yeah, you're
But I
coming
mean,
in
we're going to be looking at how can we build something, but we have to figure out a way to do it that doesn't pledge tax money.
So, for instance, in Chesterfield is working, right, Chesterfield, New Hampshire is working with Consolidated. They came up with a whole town plan. They worked with Consolidated on a means of financing that. That's one thing. In Massachusetts, Comcast has come in and worked with tenants. I don't know how that financing. So you could work with an existing provider. You could work with, we've got Matrix here who is looking at, models to potentially build and get connected and operating. So, I think the first piece is, do you want to go by yourself? Or do you have neighbors that it would be, maybe advantageous to work on? And then do the plan. The plan does not cost you money. And the plan helps us and you understand, what's possible and what's not. Wendy.
Hi, Wendy Harrison, Rockingham and Bellows Falls. Is there a logical, either geographic size, either like maximum size for these districts, or is there a rational population minimum that you'd want? So you want to get a town with some density with some low density areas?
Clay's dealing with all of these, but so he can answer in more depth. EC Fiber is 27 towns?
26, I think.
26 towns. That's pretty big.
Central Vermont, I think it's 24. They're kind of coalescing around the Montpelier area. Montpelier's in the Central Vermont. They'll probably be the last to serve because they're 100% served with cable. But towns like Plainfield and Worcester, we call it the donut problem because you have a town center that's well served. I bet Wilmington's probably fairly well served. But the towns around it or the areas around it are not. That's the donut ring, and that's the problem you're solving for.
Right.
And so a lot of these communication union districts kind of form around, or they're thinking about forming around kind of a municipal center, but they're really looking at the ring. Brattleboro, I would think, would be your hole in the donut, and you'd be looking at the towns around it. Or Bennington, if it's so the space between Brattleboro and Bennington would probably be a natural fit. But down here, there are some towns where you can't get there from here, and maybe it doesn't make sense because there aren't roads that go to that town, or the pole plant doesn't go that way. So, it's something to think about. But I think for some towns, it's just a natural fit. Like, this is our community. We're the Upper Valley. We're doing it in the Upper Valley. We're Central Vermont. We're doing it in Central Vermont.
And that's again why I suggested, again, the state line question, because for some of our more southern tier towns, it may make more sense to look south as opposed to north, just because of geography.
Right, or east instead of west.
Exactly, yeah.
I would think mountain.
And that's where it'd be helpful with the EC Fiber, or what the technical service person, once you get them hired, to help us answer those kinds of questions, to help us know what kind of questions to ask.
I do think it would be possible to do a county CUD.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be practical, but.
If I could just say, Wendy, to your question too, I just want you to know that all the conversations that happened in the House and the Senate, we wanted to make it as flexible and as malleable as it could be, because the towns have been struggling with this for years, and entities have been really wrestling with this, and we didn't want it to be a very narrow lens of what you need to fit into. And so I know it feels a little amorphous. It was intentional, because we felt like we didn't know the conditions on the ground in each of our senatorial districts, and we wanted to give you that flexibility.
Thanks.
Yeah. Sorry.
Can we
Yep.
Hi, I'm Vicki Capitani. I'm from the Dover Select Board. We have already done DSL within the town, and we've also gone out for a couple of different bids, with one over the telephone lines and one not over telephone lines. Something that we have learned is we are a former Vermont Electric, former Halifax Electric. Our electric lines do not run on the roads. Huge problem. Lots and lots of new poles if we want to go that way and not use our telephone lines, which Consolidated has now. So I would encourage other towns, I know there are other towns here that have the same problem where your electrical lines run through fields, woods, they're not accessible by roads. That maybe that we're a group that should work together because we have that same problem. So.
And I think, you know, an excellent example of what we can find out from doing these planning processes. You know, what are the pieces? You know, there's probably going to be commonalities that, you know, maybe there'll be additional solutions. Joel?
Yeah, I'm just wondering on the technology that allows towns to not be contiguous. I'm not clear on that. I don't know how to ask that question.
Well, it's a complicated answer, I guess. I could see two towns that are apart. They have, let's say they build a fiber network and they have a common contractor run kind of both distribution networks, and they're tied together with the same backhaul provider. A backhaul provider is a kind of an internet company's internet company. They provide the connection between your retail internet company and the public internet. So you can reach that server in Mountain View, California. So I don't think that would be a problem necessarily. Telephone companies do this. Cable companies do this. They don't necessarily serve contiguous towns, and it's just a matter of buying backhaul service.
Can I add just a little detail to that? I
Yeah.
think it's more a question of they're sharing a market base or a micro market base rather than they're sharing a technology solution that's connected. And so you're making the available market for this provider a little bigger by creating more customers that might be in separate places but have the same communication pathways and billing pathways.
Or if you're doing fiber optic, they have to connect someplace.
That backhaul providers would connect them. Sovereign, or now their First Light is an example of a backhaul provider. Consolidated provides backhaul, AT&T. There's a half dozen in the state that do it. There's actually fiber all over the place here, but it's all middle mile backhaul fiber.
So I want to be just a check-in with everybody. We have about 15 more minutes. We asked Clay to stay till 7:30. And we want to give you time for questions. I'm happy to stay afterwards and talk with folks. I do want to make sure that we reemphasize making sure that Chris has your email address and contact information so we can reach back out to you with other questions.
Yes, just again, just a comment, because we ran across it in the beginnings of this. You have to be very careful about the words. Wireless means different things to different people. People are talking about, I have no wireless service on my phone. That's an entirely different problem than internet service or wired service or even wireless internet service. So just be careful to be clear about what kind of communications you're talking about, because you'll just confuse people.
I have a potentially different take on the CUD that some people might get clarification from it, assuming it's correct. But one of the reasons for a CUD is the number of people who are technically knowledgeable in this internet stuff. I'm one of them. But I think I'm the only one within 100 miles of here. If you can't, one person can't serve many different towns, but if many different towns have formed a CUD, then those particular people can provide information and cooperate with the CUD, even though, to find out what you can build and how it works, even though the two towns are not directly connected, because I knew immediately when we were asked that question the answer about the backhaul providers, because that's the kind of thing I do all the time, every day. But, you know, if Whitingham, Halifax, and Reedsboro all needed to have somebody advising their own thing, that would be more than I could help. But if they got together and formed a CUD, then I could help them do the technical part of it as a group, and then the towns can figure out what's available for individual towns if we need to separate it out, or if there's something where we can benefit from hiring one contractor. So it's a slightly different way to look at the way the CUD is. It's a way to group together so that you can use the more scarce resources.
And I'm sorry, what's the town that you're from?
My name is Michael Patton, and I'm from Whitingham.
Jen?
And I wanted to that point, I just wanted to, forgive me if I'm wrong, I think one of the advantages of the CUD is the ability to sort of aggregate volunteer capacity, talent. So it's less about the on the ground, but it's also to provide service, and that it's good to share that service area, even if it's scattered. But also, especially back to that list of the resources, to your question, Tim, about like how do you get the money then to build it? It takes some capacity, and those are all wonderful but difficult funders to work with, and so it requires a certain amount of expertise. True, but then when you get but as soon as you get to the next thing, the USDA, it takes some capacity, some skill, some compliance ability, and so being able to share that to go after those, because you don't have the bonding as an option to finance this, you're going to have to use these more complex tools. Like the CUD, it makes a much more realistic organizational structure for towns to sort of get it financed. So.
Yeah, David Jones, Halifax. So I have a similar question to this other gentleman who is from Halifax and who I just met today. But it's a similar question. What would be the process for people to network to understand what their options are? I'm not a member of town government. I have some experience in this field, although more on the business side and on the technical side. But it's the same thing. How would capable volunteers sort of learn about the existence of the others, and how could they form reasonable, well thought out districts? What would be the process for figuring that out? Do we just make it up as we go along?
I'll tell you some follow-up that we're going to do.
Yeah.
And you can ignore all of it and do what you want, but here's some follow-up that we're going to do. Okay, we have the list. We will make sure that we reach out to that list. We arrange a meeting with EC Fiber folks around the formation of a CUD, so folks could come for that. If you are interested in, I want to talk with my neighbors, this town, that town, this town, that town, reach out to Chris, reach out to me, reach out to your representative.
To help convene.
Yeah, to help convene you. So, I think the first step is showing up. You're here. Yes. And you've got your name on the list. Second step. So just keep showing up.
And to your point, are we all making this up as we go along? Yes, we are.
Sort of.
But there are exactly, that's what I'm saying. But those of us here, and we have people who have more expertise, but in terms of us trying to finally wrestle with last mile connectivity, yes, we're down to the people who have been trying to get connected for years and years. And yes, it's the time when we take it back and we figure it out ourselves, because it hasn't worked out the other way.
Right.
So.
And grab a cup of coffee with the person you just met tonight from your town. That's the next step before all this other stuff. Yes.
And it's going to require, as we kind of reiterated, and I think everybody probably knows this, but I'll say it's going to require some time and patience. Just figuring out even the questions to ask, right? Because we know we want to fly, we understand the concept of the airplane. We've been on an airplane, we've accessed the airplane, but we're not necessarily aeronautics experts. So we should probably, consult with somebody who's actually built an airplane before we embark upon that. It will save some time and effort, and frankly, just better understand the questions we should be asking. So you're asking absolutely the right questions, and Wendy and everybody else. But we're not going to know the answers until really we have somebody who kind of begins to advise who's done this before. And hopefully that's where the state is going to have resources if the CC Fiber thing works out. It sounds like we've got other volunteers here who are going to have some answers. So, but the key is you're here tonight and we get this process started. And the story of EC Fiber, I think that's going to be part of it too, is telling that story in central Vermont. Just about how it is somewhat incremental.
Can I ask let's go out on a limb here. Would people be willing to stand up if they're interested in meeting with other folks that are interested in the CUD? Would you be willing to stand up?
So what we have as legislators is we have the ability to bring a lot of people together. And so what you may not understand is that the Windham County delegation, and including folks who straddle both Bennington and Windham County, we meet regularly as a House and senatorial team. And we can help convene, and we are in constant communication with each other about how to get information to all of you. So that's a resource.
We will help. We will help.
So, I'm Zahn Eastis from Guilford. It seems to me as we go forward, one of the issues would need to be to start divvying people up, as it were, into those who have technical expertise and those who have policy decision-making capacity and those who are just interested in moving this process forward from a funding point of view, the different aspects of really making it happen. The quicker it could be, that kind of thing can be delineated, I think the more efficient it would be, rather than us all just continually meeting about issues that we don't know the answers
So
to.
we'll pull together a quick survey and send it out to the list. And so it'll be real basic, right? But we'll ask you to share, even, it's not just fill in the blank, it's not going to be a doodle poll. But we'll ask you to kind of tell us a little bit more about what you think you can bring to it.
And we will put together a meeting with EC Fiber. It's probably going to be quick. It's probably going to be in the next month or so. So, sorry.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good.
Other questions? Yeah, Ann.
I'm Ann Ryan, I'm on the select board. And I would just like to tell anybody here who lives in the Deerfield Valley area, we have our kind of an economic arena here that is a little different than the valley towns down along the Connecticut River. And personally, in my opinion, we would be a really great group of towns to get together. And so if there's anybody here who would like to be part of a conversation that you guys can lead, Dover, Whitingham, Halifax, Wardsboro would all be, Marlborough even, Searsburg, that would be a great collection of towns. And I'm here to tell you that I, as one member anyway of the Wilmington Select Board, am very interested in seeing that happen.
Don't forget Reedsboro.
Yes. Okay, any other questions? Thank you all for coming out. We will be back in touch. We can do this. We can do this. So, thank you.
Wyndham Grows is a project of Sterling and the Heifers. It's a socially responsible accelerator that builds on the food and agricultural sector and connects socially conscious and early stage businesses.
I was down in Boston the other day and I went into a store completely blind. We've had 29 companies come through Wyndham Grows and just randomly found 5 products of Wyndham Grows companies in one very small store in Boston. Complete surprise.
So to me, the secret ingredient for Wyndham Grows is the sense of community that we create, an environment that allows for natural relationships and authentic networking. These bonds carry out through the whole entire curriculum and then beyond. And that's often the intangible missing link that businesses are struggling with.
It's fairly easy to start a business and get to a certain size in the food space. It's much harder to scale that business up, and we felt that we could, if we applied ourselves and developed some curriculum and some content and worked and mentored these companies, we could help them break through and scale up.
And it's really the wonderful support that we provide. High caliber people participate in the program and provide in-kind time. We have lots of consultation that we provide each person, and in the program, participants are able to see tremendous growth within 6 months.
What attracted me was all the different type of resources that they provide for new business owners. And as a farmer, it's not thought about before, so I knew that Wyndham Grows could give me the basics and kind of accelerated environment so that I could get up to speed and get my business going.
There's a lot of diverse entrepreneurs regarding what their actual businesses are, and they're at different stages of their growth. So it's fun for me to be able to, work with each of them on their individual needs, figuring out the strategy behind how to grow effectively and efficiently.
These are people already have started businesses, so it's already, they have some revenue, they have a model that's working, so they're a little bit more mature, more developed than a lot of the other startups I've dealt with.
One thing that I think I can say we all have in common is we all started organizations that nobody thought were needed, and they all have been quite needed. And the work that we're doing has been quite needed.
Honestly, that was my favorite part, was really meeting and working with other people that were had similar issues.
Well, being with a cohort of other businesses that are like yours and not necessarily exactly like, most of them were food-based or food-related, really gives you a chance to reflect on, see that your problems don't exist in a vacuum. Right, so one-on-one help is super valuable and important, but also hearing the same stories of pain that other people have, sort of makes you feel like you're not alone.
So our job is to add value to the food that comes out of the earth, to make it healthy, to create jobs in agriculture, in our local economy, and that is exactly what Wyndham Grows is doing.
Hey, Emily.
All right, so 7 o'clock. I will do it. We can call the meeting to order. Do we have, before we get started, just for the camera and also for our 2 new board members, is it, how do you, it's Trey, right? It was longer on the name tag, and I apologize for not even remembering.
Trey.
Trainer?
Yes.
You go by Trey?
Yeah.
Okay, and Trey Krieger and Abby Hazelton are our student board members, and we'll talk a little bit about how they got here under, new business probably, or old business. That's an addition and correction, which we'll get to. But let's just introduce ourselves. Go ahead, Leanne, start, and we'll go around the room here for the public and the camera and the new board members.
Leanne Gilson, I'm from Brookline.
Ken McFadden, Newfane.
Mike Foley, at-large member. Clausen, Townsend.
Trish Scott, at-large member.
Bill Anton, superintendent.
Joe Winrick from Townsend.
Emily Long, Newfane. Lindsay Bertram, Newfane.
Drew Hazelton, Jamaica.
Abby Hazelton,
Trey Krieger, Newfane.
Bob Siegel, London Grade Principal.
Lori Garland, Central Office.
Craig Roach, Townsend Elementary Principal. Scotty Tabachnik, Newbrook Elementary School Principal.
All right, thank you. So do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda?
No, but I'm going maybe during correspondence, I'll add something for the next meeting.
Okay.
Under old business, you wanted to say?
Yeah, I want to add student process under old business, just 2 minutes so that Bob can talk about how this all happened. I mean,
Oh, no, I just wanted to add something.
Yeah.
To the committee assignments, I just wanted to talk about potentially a budget committee, and then also I have a document I just want to talk about with budget development and execution.
do you want the budget development and execution under the committee piece, or under like new business as we talk about how we're going to do the budget?
Sure, there.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? Yes, Al?
Winter activities. Like to discuss winter activities?
In what context?
Just kind of heard through the grapevine that we may have a shortfall. Just wanted to explore options.
Okay, so we probably need to task somebody with something there and get a report back. It's not a big discussion. Let's put that under administration assignments for the next meeting. Okay, anything else? Alrighty. So the first, we agreed at our retreat to go through to create board norms and just go through them at the beginning of the meeting. So these are the norms that we agreed at the retreat that we would conduct our meetings on. We're going to maintain our focus, which means we're going to try and stick to the agenda and stay on time. We're going to also, we have at the bottom of the agenda our vision statement, and also at the top of the norms. That's our focus, folks. We need to communicate respectfully, listen, and cultivate opportunity for everyone to participate. We need to be present, and we're doing a good job. We're almost all here, and hopefully prepared. To keep the board productive and effective, once we've made a decision, we agreed to move forward as a board on that decision. And we're going to respect the agenda. We'll try and stay on topic, start and end on time, which I will really try to do. And we'll also be flexible to allow, especially members of the public who want to be on the agenda, time. So that's it. We'll do this at the beginning of every meeting just to keep them fresh. And I think, Leanne, you're the only one who, and they're on the back of your name tag. So they're in front of you at the whole meeting. And if for some reason you feel like those norms aren't being observed, it's the responsibility of everybody here on the board to budget on the norm. I mean, if I'm not, say something. If somebody's not, say something. That's how we're going to get ourselves to ingrain these things. Okay? All right. Members of the public, if you're here for a specific item on the agenda, we'd ask you to wait until then. If there's something else that's on your mind, like you, Rick, now's your time.
Yeah. Two very simple related questions. First one is how many tuition-free students are currently enrolled? And the second one was, now that the school year has begun, will somebody be able to just pick up and change their mind in the middle of the school year and say, I want to move to another school? Well, you have to take them tuition-free. Those are my questions.
Okay, so the first question is for 3 sixth graders and 1 kindergartner.
Let me just double check that. Did that other 6th grade student come?
The other one. There were, I believe we have 1 from Putney and a couple from Wyndham.
So we have 5 total.
Okay, so we have 4 sixth grade students and 1 kindergartner.
Yes.
Okay, that's changed since I got my answer yesterday.
That is correct.
And the second question, the answer is the choice process has run its course. So any new choice, choice into our district or even within the district would be subject to the review of the superintendent and at his discretion.
The language that we have in the procedure is school changes mid-year will be considered on a case-by-case basis. Parents apply through the WCSU central office. Final decision made by superintendent.
But this would apply to students from outside.
Yes.
Wishing to come tuition free.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify it.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. Anybody else with a question not on the agenda? Okay. Any correspondence at all, folks?
Emily said she was.
Oh yeah, you have.
Well, I did. I didn't want to add anything to the agenda, but there was a member of the town of Newfane who got a hold of Ken and I, and he unfortunately didn't get to see his email before, so because it happened just late today, with a person who was interested in coming to the meeting tonight because there was an item on the agenda that wasn't on the agenda that she thought was going to be discussed. I checked in with Joe, found out it wasn't going to be discussed tonight, so that was fine. But the second part of her request was, will there be childcare? And I would like to formally ask, this, I'm speaking, paraphrasing what she asked me, us, Ken and I would like to see it at every meeting. So I think that's a great question. I think it's a great request. We've had it before. I think given the fact that we don't always have heavily attended meetings, I don't know how we're going to go about it, but I'd love to ask for it to be on the agenda for the future and see what we can do to make it easier for our residents in these 5 towns to come to our meetings.
Okay.
So if you want to put that under number 8, we can make that into a task.
I was going to say we can put that on a future agenda for sure. Okay. I have a bunch of correspondence, but it's actually down under new business. It's just letters. I have the resignation letter. I have some letters of interest for the position that's being vacated by Christina, but we can handle that under new business. Okay, so old business. You should have the board values, right? You sent those. Okay, there's a staple packet in front of you. There's copies in front of everybody. The top sheet is some additional work that I had asked Jen to do after looking at the board values that we had written down and revised and gone through with, pre-K to 5, middle school, and high school. I said there's a lot, like every one of them starts with high quality instruction. Can we take a look at what would happen if we pulled that out and had just board values and then put the separate things that applied only to certain areas? Like, we probably don't, we may not have some things in middle school that we have in high school or high school and middle school. They may not all translate, but there were a lot of them such as, high quality instruction, effective communication, listening and responding to stakeholders, safe environments, access to healthy local food. Those were in every single place. So that top sheet is additional work. That's not necessarily, there's no change in there's just a change in the organization, and it's really just for you to think about, and we could discuss maybe moving in that direction at some point. The other 3 sheets are the values that we actually came up with and wrote down the revised values, and if those look okay to folks, we'll get these kind of posters that we have behind us revised so that we have those values available to us at all times when we're doing this kind of work. Yes. Oh, sorry.
That's the question. So do these replace these, or are these in addition to these?
These replace those.
Replace those. Okay.
Yeah.
So things that were on this list but are not on this list.
Such as?
Well, there's some specifics at the high school level, AP, Journey East,
Yeah.
things like that. Those are not on the, unless you interpret it through another way. New and different experiences. So I guess I'm trying to figure out where those things stand as far as the value goes.
We didn't take anything off of that list. We just sort of consolidated it down. AP fits in sort of the AP fits in a bunch of them. It kind of crosses a bunch of it to, I mean, individual growth academically. Some students are ready for AP earlier, later, whatever. Let them go as far as they can possibly go. The opportunities that provide options as well as new and different experiences. That's all the travel, not just Journey East, but any.
We haven't devalued any of those things.
No.
We just rephrased it and categorized it into broader.
We were trying to rephrase it and make slightly broader buckets, but we're not losing sight of any of the things that we liked up there. Yes.
Sort of following up on that comment, I don't know when we're looking to read through this and give our thumbs up that yes, we're ready to put that on there, but I haven't had time to go through this, and I'm hoping we'll have time. Plus,
go through
these lists, and that just prompted me to think, because I wasn't thinking about, the eliminating the other values and readopting these. I'm not saying that I wouldn't be fine with doing that. I just want to take the time to make sure that we are reflecting what our values are as a board. And I don't know how to do that if we approve these tonight without.
We don't.
And I'll just say one more thing. Yep. You all are going to get tired of hearing me say it, because I've been saying it forever, but play-based and outdoor education. My first focus on that has always been early childhood or pre-K. And it's not listed there, but it is listed on the other ones, or at least on elementary and middle. If we're going to list it there, it should be listed here.
Agreed. Yeah, good.
And there may be others like that, so I just want to take the time to review.
Yeah, well, that top sheet, no one's seen until now. The bottom sheet is just our work again, but you make a good point. There may be things that we want to miss. The other thing that I can do is have these values sent to everyone again, so that you can do that comparison work between what we started with and where we ended up. And I believe we actually even have images of the sheets that we wrote on and all that work that we did. So I can get that all to you. And we don't have to take action tonight and adopt these values. We did this work at the retreat, and we want to continue with this work so that we can actually publish them. So if we send out the handwritten images as well as the old values and put it on next month's agenda to take a look at it again, does that give the board the time it needs?
Can I follow up?
Yes, ma'am.
The process for changing, if I don't know whether the board's going to agree with that or not, but if the board wants to adopt these tonight, which is fine, what's the process for adding or taking away from values down the road if we feel like we've left something out? Did we have that? I don't remember whether we talked about that.
No.
So I think it's a good idea for us to wait.
We set these, and we never talked about changing them until the retreat again, where we said, let's look at them. We've worked with them for a year, and we tried to update, consolidate. So, So I think, we definitely have time to look at the work that we did previously and make sure that this is exactly what we want to say are our values.
Thank you.
Ken, was that?
No, I'm just referring back up there.
Okay. So, does anybody want anything other than the original values that we developed at our first retreat and our handwritten work to take a look at before the next meeting?
I got one more. Sorry, but if these things that keep coming up to me, I'm going to keep bringing them up. I'm going to go back to play-based outdoor education. It's become one term, and outdoor isn't just play-based, or play-based isn't just outdoor. It should be slash. That was always my intention. Play-based / outdoor education as much as we possibly can, especially in the weekend.
Okay.
They're not one thing.
Understood.
Thank you.
We're editing the term. Okay. Anybody else? If you think of something else, let me know. I'll get that material. I'll get those other materials for you quickly, and we'll put it on the. We'll put another discussion on the agenda next month, and we maybe can come up with what we actually publish. Question?
Yeah, I think you just answered my question. We're going to get the information, then we can go back and edit some of these?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. We were going to talk a little bit about the process that got the student board members on.
Yeah, so
Take it away.
I think it was the August meeting. I think it was the August meeting where you guys agreed for us to continue exploring this and getting this up and running. So we started the school year. Joe and Bill came to our opening assembly and talked a little bit about the importance of having students on the board, as well as welcoming our students back. We had put together a process, as I described in the proposal to you guys, an application process, and we collected some applications. I reviewed them, and I had these two students sitting next to me here who both really shone quite brightly as far as not only their interest, but their aptitude for this kind of work. I think we haven't talked formally, but I think they're both interested in working with me outside of the scope of the board meetings to put together a credit experience that they will have on their transcript as well, to talk about you guys behind your back. No, just kidding. To debrief the meetings after and to prepare them for the meetings in advance, talk about school governance, budget process. Maybe we'll have some guest speakers. Who knows? But that's the idea. So these guys both applied, and we talked about the idea there'd be a 2-year term for each person, but obviously we're just starting out. So Trey, as a senior, only has a 1-year term, and Abby is a junior, so she will have a 2-year term, so she'll be with us next year as well. But I want to thank them for their interest in doing this. I want to thank you guys for this possibility for them to be here. And I'll be here to kind of keep bugging folks, but I want to emphasize that we want them to be a legitimate part of the board process to the extent that they can be. We know that there's statutory stuff around voting and executive sessions, things like that. But I would encourage you guys all to engage them in conversations that are going to be germane to them. I think like a values statement around what the middle school and high school should be. I think it'd be great to hear from these guys at some point about that. We can talk about it behind the scenes, and then they can come back and talk a little bit about it next time. But really encourage their voice to be heard, and really listen, because I think the kids have a lot to say, and these two in particular are very bright and very articulate. So looking forward to having them here.
Thank you. I think we're all looking forward to having them here. The student voice is important, and it's hard to make decisions in a vacuum. So it's nice to have that. It's nice to have that input, and don't be afraid to speak up.
So one of the things that we've already talked about was the idea of what do you want from them. I was sharing with them the agenda and the administrative reports, and so they said, well, should we be writing a report, and what should be in it? I said, well, we should ask the board what they want before we just make any assumptions. So I don't know if this is the right time to do so, but I think it would be good for you guys to talk about what you are hoping for from them. Were you looking for something in writing in advance, or just presence and then dialogue, or some hybrid?
Anybody? I mean, personally, I don't necessarily think they have to come with a written report. Presence and dialogue. If there's something that, you know, they want to have on the agenda, I would expect them to reach out to me just like any other board member and say, you know, could we put this on the agenda? Is this appropriate? You know, and work through the process. But, you know, if there's something that, you know, if there's some piece that needs to be brought to the board's attention or that you feel like you want to bring to the board's attention, you certainly can, but I don't think you need to submit a written report. You know, it's hard enough to come spend 2 hours here and speak up. Well, why make you write too, right? But anyway, what do you guys say? I mean, in the past we've had students write reports. We've also not had students write reports. It's, you know, and I'm not sure. You know, I think it's just as good if they don't, as long as you come and participate in the dialogue, speak to the issues if you need to. Okay.
Do that.
All right.
What do you guys think?
I'll honestly do anything the board needs me to. If I need to report, like my mom and I were talking about this before, if I need to report like some of the sports scores and things like that from the week, I can do that. Whatever you guys need me to do, I can do it without much trouble.
Yeah,
Just something like
Go ahead.
Well, maybe we could sort of play this out. And if you guys want to come with a written report, great. And if you don't, because I go exam weeks and stuff like that, and I'm not going to have the time for doing that. So if you want to do it, great. Or if we decide that we need a report from you, we should ask for it, but maybe not expect it for every meeting. All right. Because I agree with Joe. It's a lot.
Yeah, and I think the assignment piece too, the way you guys are doing this with assignments for next time, if there's things that you want to hear specifically from the kids on, they will have a month to maybe talk to other students and collect some data and then share some stuff out if you have a specific thing in mind you'd like them to share. I think that would be a good, really good too. So
You already touched on one. I mean, we're gonna go back into values a little bit and publish those. You have that packet. You've got a month or so to take a look at those. You're on the email. I will get you the old as well as the work that we did. And you know, we'd like your input on those.
Definitely. Great.
All right, thank you. New business. Okay, so I actually have the letter of resignation from Christina Robinson explaining that as a boys JV soccer coach, she's required to resign because it's a conflict of interest. We'll get that posted as correspondence. And then I have 3 letters of interest for the seat that she's vacating, which I'll also post. One is from Jennifer Dorta Duque, who you may know from the Jamaica board. One is from Marianne Bouchard, who's a Jamaica resident who's interested in this, and I'll post this. And the third one is from Keegan Eaker. I apologize. Again, expressing interest in the position. I answered all 3 of the letters of interest, basically saying that you know, the procedure going forward for appointing a new board member was that once the resignation was official, we would accept these letters of interest, and that then this board appoints the new board member to serve until March 2020, when Jamaica would elect them for the remainder of the term, in consultation with the Jamaica Select Board. Looking at the timetable, Jamaica Select Board meets October 14th, and I can go meet with them and we'll try and get them all the letters of interest. They can give us their thoughts on the members, and then we'll have all the letters of interest at our board, and we could make the decision then October 21st, which is our next meeting. So, you know, that's sort of the time. I didn't go into that much detail with them about timetable, but I said we would try and be making the decision in our October meeting, barring some change. And then I don't know if we'll get more letters of interest or not, but we have the 3 now. We do need a motion to accept Christina's resignation.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Other than thank you and we'll miss you? And the boys JV should go undefeated?
No pressure,
No pressure, no pressure.
I can promise that they will. I guarantee it.
Really?
I'm playing with them in some of the games, so I promise we'll be undefeated.
All right, remember, these minutes are recorded and there's a way to hold your feet to the fire on that. Okay.
I want to report on that.
Uh-oh, now you're gonna be writing. Okay, anything else on that one? All right, all in favor of accepting the letter of resignation, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it.
We will not let you go ever.
I wonder if we refuse to accept a resignation, would it become not official?
I tried that once, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
The board member doesn't come back.
I know. Okay, so that's sort of item A and item B, the process for appointing a new board member. I reached out to Jamaica today by email asking them if I could meet with the select board about this on the 12th. I was hoping to have a response so that I could let you guys know that was what was going on, make sure that was what you'd like me to do, board, and see if anybody felt like they wanted to come with me. A Jamaica representative, but they didn't get back to me in time, so I don't think it's going to be a problem. I can email you and let you know what's going on if you want to like bless that mission. And if anybody wants to come, as long as it's not 5 of us, we don't have to warn them at the meeting. 6, sorry. Thank you. Thoughts, folks?
Have at it.
Thank you.
Being we have a vacant seat, it would be 5 now.
No, it's still 6.
No, it's still total of the board.
But if there's a vacant seat,
No, it's still 6.
That's why it's hard when you have
the board
vacant
has to
seats.
fill it.
Yes.
Because it's 10. Still 6.
Okay, so that's the plan. I'll let you know that it's going forward or not, depending on what Jamaica says to me. I'll just shoot you an email and let you know what's going on, but that's the plan. And so I would get you all the letters of interest prior to the October 21st meeting, and hopefully we can have a discussion and make an appointment that night. Oh, I did in the response to the folks that expressed interest, tell them that they were always welcome at any board meeting, but I actually was inviting them to come to the 21st meeting because I figure we're going to be appointing one of them.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question about that meeting that night?
Yes.
What's the process at night? Formal interviews? I mean, we have more than one person. We are very fortunate to have more than one person. It's fairly unusual that we have more than one person applying for a vacancy. So I'm just curious about what the plan is for that night, and if there's going to be, I'll just go on to say, if there's going to be dialogue between people who are asking to be appointed and the board, we might want to schedule a little time ahead of time to allow that instead of taking up time in our meeting, like say meet at 6:30 or something, I don't know. I'm just trying to allow extra time.
Yep, good thought. We have appointed one other board member, and there was one applicant, so the process was, she'll do it. Thank you. And
Gotcha.
so we don't have, and to tell you the truth, I hadn't really thought about the process for that, whether there would be a little interview, a little allow them to speak, maybe just read their letters and say, okay, this is the one we.
Or even a subcommittee?
Yeah, or even a subcommittee.
I mean, I'm just questioning what we should do.
I am too. I hadn't thought of that.
I would think that, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would think that the select board's opinion should count for an awful lot because it is their town being represented.
I agree.
I agree.
Right.
Well,
that's true.
It should and it shouldn't. I mean, we're trustees of public education. It's ultimately our decision as to what happens on the board. And, yes, they elect them, but it's not the select board has input. They don't have if they say this is the one we want, we're not obligated to take it. We're not obligated to take that person. It's just a consultation and they have input. But you're right. I mean, if they have a candidate that they feel strongly about, obviously I would report that. No. Any thoughts on process? Do we, meet them do we ask them to come a half hour early, convene the board member meeting a little early and talk to each one for 10 minutes or so and see what happens? Do we develop a little interview like we would if we were hiring a position and ask them the same 4 questions? Yes.
Have we asked other boards who've had more than one person? I know this is fairly unusual, I will admit.
No.
So I'm just wondering how other boards have handled it.
It could be a task. It could be a task.
Could just have a special election from that town.
No.
Yes, you could.
Well, yes, you could, but they would have to warn it that much in advance. Plus, is it statute that defines the procedure now? For us, it's already statute that defines our procedure where we appoint in consultation with the select board, and it's only until the next election. So we're going to get a board member in October our way. If we hold a special election, it'll be November or December. They'll get a 3-month term, and they won't be here for budget season. So it's there's a reason why it is the way it is, I guess. But all right, yes.
I would like to suggest that we task Bill with looking into what other boards have done if they have been in similar situations, and if he can't come up with something, to wing it really awesomely.
Like that strategy.
Yeah, with a process.
Okay. Is that enough direction for you, Will?
Well, we're going to do it at number 8.
Number 8? All right.
We'll do it at 8.
All right.
Good suggestion.
Thank you, Lindsay. Okay, so we good with that? Moving right along. Signing contracts. Bill has a file folder of contracts here that he wants to talk about.
These are all the West River contracts that was found that I signed and the person signed, but I had them in a pile to bring to you guys in July, and I did not bring it to you in July, so I still need you guys to sign these contracts. So it is all the employees of West River Modified Unified Union School District. So you guys can look at them all, but I need a motion for the board chair to sign on behalf. All these people are currently employed. They are all currently being paid. I just need you to complete the deal by signing them.
I move the chair sign the employee contracts for the West River District.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion on this?
Discussion?
Sure.
There's been a question about transparency of signing contracts and making sure that we specify for whose contracts we're approving. Should we in fact go through every named individual so that the record knows who we're employing?
Could
absolutely the board's decision to make, absolutely. Yes.
Could you provide us a list rather than have us read what's probably 75 contracts? We can just stick them in the minutes? Is this on a spreadsheet somewhere? We could just...
Yes, but I agree with Drew and the transparency, so I am fine, either taking the time to just read them aloud now and then provide them for the minutes to be included. I think that might be the most efficient and the most transparent.
Do we do that, please?
Sure. You just want names, right? Bethany Barton.
Do you want to be totally transparent?
Chris Barton.
Say how much you're paying them to?
Rennie Bernard. Patricia Brandley. Michelle Bostrom. Elizabeth Brown. Kevin Burke. Bryn Casamassa. Thank you. Chen Tong. Sarah Sipat. Matthew Clark. Tammy Clausen. Jenna Colasino. Phoebe Connolly. Katie Costa. Mary Davis. Teresa Davidson Berger. Monica Deuce. Dan DeWalt. Rachel Doty. Kathleen Gatto-Gurney. Sarah Grasso. Jason Gregan. Priscilla Halvey. Susan Haskins, Patricia Hines, Gerald Julian Sese, Chris Jers, Susan Jones, Mary Lindsley, Johanna Laskowski-Dope, Mary Martin, Addison Mash.
No.
Ashley Madison.
Matson.
Matson. Barbara Marchant. Karen Meyer. Ed McGrath. Carrie Noble. Rory O'Donnell. Chris Parker. Suzanne Paw. Thank you. James Pecksock. Ellen Peters. Jessica Riemenschneider. Craig Roach. Megan Richardson. Jessica Rowan. Heidi Russ. Caitlin Saunders. Anne Marie Scott. Lauren Shockley. Heather Sperling. Scott Kabachnik. Marty Testo again. Robert Tebow. Joseph Toll. Paul Weber. Joyce Van Camelin. And Bruce Whitman. There they are. All right, so there's a motion to direct me to sign these things. It's been seconded. It's been discussed. Further discussion?
That's not all the employees.
These are all the unsigned contracts.
That's all the unsigned contracts for the West River District.
Okay.
They're not signed.
It's good clarification.
To date.
To date. I mean, we might find
To
some
date.
more.
To date.
Thank you, Lori.
Those aren't signed.
I know.
Okay. Well, I thought you were taking them, like, I gotta sign them.
Maybe more coming.
Okay, so, all in favor of having me sign those contracts, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The ayes have it, we're good. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Speaking of transparency, are there other names we should be reading? For other contracts that are previously signed, or we haven't done this process for everybody else, should we?
Yeah, when we bring contracts to you, you guys will go through that exact process.
Okay.
Okay. So, Lori, budget development, it's you.
Yes, I have a document that I handed out to you, some draft form here.
I only have one set of
I've-
signatures, right?
Just my guess.
Budget development and execution, guiding principles, procedures, and timelines. So I put together this document to go through the budget process. I've shared it with the leaders, and I've also shared it with other boards. So I wasn't able to come to your retreat, so that's why I'm sharing it tonight. I would love for you guys to read through it. The guiding principles were basically pulled from your values on a high level. So, and then the budget timeline is attached, and it's, well, no, it's not attached, I'm sorry, it's a separate sheet here. This is just the first draft of the budget timeline. So things may shift around, but as you can see, West River's first draft will be presented on December 9th. That's all I wanted to share with you.
So
that you have this as we head into budget season.
Okay, so it's a timeline.
So, could I?
Yes, sir.
So at the bottom of your agenda, and also on the sheet that Lori gave you, the WRED, if you can just, those first 4 dates, December 9th, 6th, the 13th, 27th, those are not your regular meeting times. So we wanted to give you 3 months advance notice for that. But working with 6 different budgets, we have to time them all out.
Is this something that you might be able to email, Laura? Thank you. Both, yeah. Never know where I'm going to be when I have a minute to really dig in.
Great.
Okay. We'll get that emailed out.
Quick question.
Sure.
Will this timeline give us enough time to get our annual report out? With the budget in it?
We should have enough time because the usual end date is the end of January. That's why the 27th is our go time for.
Because our goal is to have the budget in the annual report.
Within that beautiful little document.
What? Yes?
So following up on what Drew's question was, these 4 meeting dates are dates that we are meeting specifically to talk about the budget, so,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And it's very possible we'll wrap up budget on the 13th. Is that
It is,
possible?
and then it would be necessary.
So, right, so I just wanted to say, it doesn't necessarily, we have to be thoughtful about this because we want people to know that, you know, these are tentative budget meetings, we may not need all 4. If we get one done on the 13th, I would hate to have anybody come in on the 27th to say. I just think we have to be very transparent about that, what the timeline is for the budget.
So we're going to start on December 9th
Ninth.
with a draft of the budget and keep pushing forward. We must be done by January 27th. The hope is that we will finish earlier with a budget we all love.
Great.
So would now be the time to say, Lori, can you try to keep that down as low as possible?
Put it under the task list there.
Wishful thinking. We're still preparing 2 separate budgets.
We can talk about that under the administration assignment.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Lori. Okay. The next piece is the administration's reports. We have the reports from each principal. If anyone has any questions about any of the material covered in any of the principals' reports, we have 3 principals here, and I'm sure they would be happy to answer any questions you would have. Anybody have any questions for anybody? I just had one. Scotty, I noticed in yours, your Principals Advisory Committee is interested in pre-K in the building, and you're working with the Director of Operations to see if that's going to work for you. So at some point, do you anticipate then coming back to the board you'll put it in your budget and you'll put it in your request for budget, and we'll get that as a budgetary item for next year?
For you all to make a choice.
Mm-hmm. So that's the plan?
Yep.
Okay.
Bill, is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I just pointed you in the direction of Chris Medina, so.
Yeah.
So it's out there, you're working on it, and we'll see it in budget season as a request to us to put it in the budget, right?
Or before.
Or before. But at some point, you'll actually say, okay, we're doing it, this is how, and we're moving forward with it, or we'd like to move forward with it.
Yes, and then I'll be looking for funding.
Okay. Just checking, because I saw it in there, I saw the mention of it, and I knew there was already correspondence about pre-K. Should have come tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So when it does come, I think we'll have some discussion.
That was my question.
That was my only question after reading all the reports. Thank you. They were very thorough. I like the format, so they all kind of match.
You can tell there's a mastermind behind it all.
Yeah. Anybody else? Al?
I just had a comment on, I love the report that came out about climate and culture. It's a fantastic report. Only one question. So there were 2 administrators that are on behavior referrals? Is that what
They're both for me.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 layers of referrals. There's one that's sort of a teacher handled one, and then there's administrative ones. So that's what that is.
Okay.
So we don't have misbehaving administrators, we just have administrators referring students versus teachers.
Not as far as this board knows.
those are handled in a whole different. That was a significant decline over
That was
last year.
awesome.
That was awesome.
Yep, first month is looking good. And I think if you open the slideshow earlier, she did add some stuff to it, including that data later in the day. So if you didn't look at it recently, go back and look at it again. Because the data for the number of referrals, the comp from last year, this year, so far, very favorable this year.
Yeah, that's great. Anybody else? Questions, comments?
I have a question.
Sure.
Regarding that. Trey, would you and Abby, do you guys feel a difference in the building?
I mean, I don't, well, define difference.
Just the number of behavioral referrals. I feel that same thing, Bob, in my building. I feel like we've started off really positively, and I wonder whether that's just translating to me and Bob, or whether or not it feels different to be a student in the building.
Compared to last year, for me, no. I mean, other than the teachers I have, I still see them. So, and the ones that I don't get along with so well, I typically avoid. So for me, I don't feel that much of a difference. And amongst my friends, there's no one's gotten too much trouble.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, I haven't
Give
seen
it to
much
her.
of a difference either.
It'll be important to follow up on though. It's a good question.
That is a good question.
Thank you. All right, so that covers principals' reports. Cabinet report. Questions for this one? Bill or Lori, a couple cabinet members. Any questions? I didn't have any. What? You have questions on the superintendent's report? Oh,
Passenger report, yeah.
did you guys got these, right? Abby and Trey? These documents?
I got a very big email from me.
Okay. Trey left. Okay, so no questions for you either, or Lori.
That's good.
Kate.
Keeping you well informed.
Yeah, very well informed. It's amazing, there's this much going on in the first, week and a half of school. It's like, no wonder it's going so smoothly. There's a lot going on. Okay, so we've put a lot of things down under item 8 here at tasks for the administration for the next meeting. One we had put on the agenda as a reminder there was the proficiency-based graduation requirements as a task. That was, we were talking about it before we were planning the agenda, and it was really just sort of a, do we want to task the administration with sort of starting that work? I know the teachers have been working on it for quite a while and have the idea, but we at some point actually have to develop the proficiency-based graduation requirement policy.
So the policy committee provided the model policy for you all that you have adopted, but it needs to be updated to add its specificity. So the task, there's a couple tasks. One is the task of taking the current policy, which was adopted right at the very beginning, and making it specific to what is happening at Leland and Gray. And then the second one is just the board being informed about what does proficiency look like at the high school, so you understand the flesh of the policy itself. So, those are the two things that I believe need to be taken care of for the board to actively be involved in that. So that's what I would see as the two tasks. And I would be happy to, and Bob and I, provide some feedback to the policy committee about updating that policy. And then I feel comfortable, Bob and his team, if they received a task from the board, and we could do the date and the time, to flesh out how proficiency-based looks at the high school. That would be my suggestion.
Okay. Does that sound like work we need to have done? You have a task?
All right, so this is new. So the task, right, is to provide recommendations to the policy committee. Task 1, fair enough?
And before we get to that, our policy committee is standing and still exists as it was previous?
It currently is in existence as right now, but you guys will get to number 9 and confirm that.
Well, actually, one person left.
We have 3 standing
We
members
still have
of the
3,
policy
right.
committee, right? Mike?
That's
Lindsay? Ken?
Correct.
Right, under 9, we're going to talk about what committees exist, what committees we may need to form and give a charge to, and if there's duties for the standing committees now. And, you know, obviously policy is going to get some. Yes, sir.
I might just make a suggestion that one of your 2 student reps might be interested in being on policy. I spent a lot of time on policy years and years ago, and there's an awful lot that helps you understand how and why schools are run as you sit and you talk about these policies. So it's just a suggestion.
Yeah. It is. We'll see if there's any interest.
But we're not making you do reports.
So
That's great.
So the task is to.
So task is twofold. It's around proficiency-based graduation requirements. One is a policy recommendation to the policy committee from Bob and his team and myself. And the other one is, and we can do that by October 21st, due date October 21st. And the other one is an update on how proficiency is being rolled out in the high school. And I would defer to Bob on what good timing would be for something like that.
It could be October as well.
On the 21st?
Yeah. Are you looking for, I mean, there's some of the members here who are on the Leland and Gray Board have already had a presentation from me before about sort of the nuts and bolts of what it is, but I'm happy to do that part again as well. So sort of a tutorial around what it means and then where we are in that journey. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what we need, yeah.
October 21st is fine for that, if you guys want to put that all in one meeting.
All right.
So if you're gonna have that ready for that meeting, then we're gonna have to warn a policy meeting for a half hour before.
You are on number 9. Good man.
Okay.
Good thinking.
So there's the admin tasks. There was, we had talked about something.
Winter sports.
Winter sports, yep.
So
we want to have you.
Well, we got to hear from Al.
Yeah,
right?
Do something with that. Yeah, Al. I was going to say we want to have you do something with that. So Al, what do we need? What do we need?
So I heard through the grapevine that there's a shortfall in winter activities.
Define shortfall in winter activities, please.
As in a budgetary shortfall in winter activities, or a need for funding.
Funding to
support winter activities. Approximately, Bob could help me out, but probably around $3,000, give or take.
Give or take.
So, just wanted to see if there's anything we could do to explore ways to help that. I mean, this winter activities has been around for, I don't know, 40 or 50 years.
Is this across the district or just at the high school level?
Yeah, I think it's just as far as I know at the high school level, but it could be more pervasive. I'm not.
Part of one district, so.
Yeah.
I was just curious how widespread the problem was.
I'm not sure what the problem is.
I'm not
besides
sure what the
money.
problem is besides we're
Not enough
short on money. But
So the task is for our administration to figure out what the problem is and give us a solution.
Should I tell you the problem?
Yeah.
Sure, that would help us out.
I know the problem.
Do now.
I can do it now. So Al, referenced that this has been a long-standing thing in here in the valley. Someone says it's been going on Leland and Gray for 40 or 50 years. At some point in the recent past, the GISP program changed and it stopped going into the high school. So what that meant was, in the old days, what still happens through 5th grade, is that kids can buy these GISP passes.
Junior instruction to ski program or something.
You got it. And they could ski on winter activity days very cheaply. And then some other days they can go up as well. And the mountain, as part of that program, used to provide, and probably does, I don't know, at the elementary schools, still some passes for chaperones to go up and do these ski groups. And sometimes there are staff, sometimes there are family members, parents, whoever. But that's how, you know, when you're sending that many kids to the mountain, that's how you ran the system. So when GISP changed, I don't know if it coincided with the new ownership at Stratton or not, but I've been told that it did. That we were faced with trying to figure out how to get kids passes and then how to simultaneously get chaperones up there. The pass problem has been solved by the collaborative and refuse to use program. So if kids attend these sessions that they and make a pledge to not use substances, they get a pass for a very cheap amount, similar to what the GISP amount was. And so that covered that. And then initially with the refuse to use program, they provided instructors, if you will, passes. And so we had a bunch of adults who were involved with that, and they would take their passes and go to the mountain on Wednesdays, and then it would be the chaperones. Recently, and I assume again it's related to cost, the refuse to use program has reduced the number of adult passes to 4. And not all the 4 people who run the programming for those evenings are employees or even ski with the kids. I think we have maybe 2 that are. So basically the shortfall, other than the usual shortfall in transportation costs, which always runs higher than we expect it to, the shortfall is the amount it cost us to get the chaperones to the mountain. So last year we worked a lot with Build Up, who some of you know is up at Stratton. I think he's a CFO. CEO, yeah. But has had kids come through here and been part of the program himself and was a big supporter. To try to figure out how to close that gap, he was unable to get that to work. When we had a shortfall last year, and there was an anonymous donation that covered a chunk of that, and I think we used some other gate receipts or some other kind of thing from basketball to help make up the difference. So this year I've told my staff that, you know, we can't rely on an anonymous donor every year, and we have the shortfall to figure out how to make that work. We found a loophole, if you will, to purchasing passes for those chaperones. Some sort of like afternoon friend pack, I forget what the name of it is at Stratton, but it's a discounted deal if you bring a bunch of people. So we're going to use those bunch of people to be the chaperones, and so it's a little bit cheaper than it was last year, but even still, as Alice pointed out, we're probably about $3 grand short of being able to make that happen. Without the Stratton program, we have 9 or 10 other winter activities that happen as well, but Stratton has historically been at least half, if not more. Historically, it was probably even higher of the kids that go and do that. So without that, it kind of puts our winter activity program in jeopardy. So we had a big powwow recently to find out who wanted to be involved with thinking up solutions. We looked at other mountains, we talked about other deals, and we had a couple of staff members who volunteered to lead some fundraising efforts to try to get that money. But that's where we're at right now, so that's what I was talking about. That's the problem, is the cost of chaperones to go to accompany kids who refuse to use passes. Is that clear as mud?
No, it's very
clear. It's very clear.
So is the task that you would like the administration to report back as to the progress on what has just been explained to you about the Winter Activities Challenge?
I'd say both the progress, and then is there anything else that we can do as a board or the administration? I mean, can we tap into the Stratton Foundation or some other kind of grant money to cover the gap?
So progress on what is going on and possible recommendations.
What is the timeline on purchasing the tickets, the discounted tickets that you're needing to?
I think you can do them the day of, but the ticket sales for those passes open up November maybe. We can purchase them in advance. We wouldn't do that because we would, if we had a cancellation, we wouldn't want to spend the money if we didn't use it. And I guess one of the things that I'm unclear about in the new district is, I mean, I don't believe historically Leland and Gray has had any local money go into the program. I don't know what other districts did prior to the merger, and so I would just ask that you guys considering all of this together as an equity thing, if there's local money going into this in any way, if that's what people are thinking about, or if you're really just talking about grants and other types of donations. So I don't know. I just want to put that out there because I know
I think the equity is a great point.
Something to think about, yeah.
All right, we can deliver that to you. 21st?
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm just reporting where that committee stands at that
Yeah,
point.
and I'll collect something together to have.
Anybody else besides me getting tasks this meeting, or is it just?
Lori, you and I just got one.
All right.
Yeah, we should task Bob to figure that out.
How to get out of tasks, that's my next task.
Well, don't you just go back and delegate these down anyway?
All right, next one, childcare. Emily, what is the task you would like?
It was just a request, and I didn't want to have a big discussion about it tonight because it wasn't on the agenda, so I just was hoping that we could have that conversation at a future board meeting. I said to this person who asked that again, it's not like our meetings have been always, sometimes we have a room full, but often we don't. And we have provided, have we not provided?
Yeah. Periodically.
Yeah, but it's usually on an as-needed basis, basically, because we know there's a big topic. And there's gonna be a lot of people, but we don't always know that ahead of time. And the request was to provide it, have it available at every meeting. I don't know how to do that, so.
So
The feasibility of that.
You can task
Yeah.
us with the feasibility
That's what I'm
of what the
hoping.
okay, and we'll report back on October 21st.
Yep, because I wasn't even sure how we did it in the past.
I think that in the past when we've done it, it's been, I'm sorry?
I think it was high school.
I was gonna say,
Community
it was done as a community service
Right.
thing. Phoebe took it, Phoebe was the staff member who was usually involved, and then it was some high school students doing some community service kind of stuff. I was gonna say, can we make this explore it, no-cost, low-cost options? I mean, is it fair to say, yes, we'll provide childcare, but it's gonna cost you $5 so that, or something? I mean, it's $10 an hour to get a babysitter.
If it's
When I had
service,
kids
we
that
need
needed it.
to, right.
Well, but can we get it for community service?
Yeah, but who are we gonna task to do that?
Bill is
Explore the options.
exploring the option, and I'll report back on the 21st the options that. And this is where Trey and Abby might be very helpful.
There might be a
Assisting
student
me.
club that wants to, do the service. Maybe there's a fundraiser, there's a little fundraiser in here, I don't know,
I mean, my biggest concern was about how do we know when we need it?
So in the past, we've done it like during budget season, we've done 2 or 3 when we have a big pre-meeting before Act 46 things, we've done that.
Right.
But we have never done it on a regular basis, but that doesn't mean that can't be investigated and report back to the board.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we have to remember that if we do start something where we have somebody here available and nobody shows up for the first couple of meetings, doesn't mean it's a failure. It just means that word hasn't caught on yet.
Yeah.
Maybe.
All right.
Or nobody really cares.
That's nothing for you.
I know, that's why I'm excited about it.
Values comparison work is entirely work by the board.
Okay.
And I have a deliverable of getting the stuff from the old and the handwritten, but I'll take care of that.
Okay, great.
You want to write that down?
No, that's
So you can
that's
bug
an
me on the
agenda
board.
item, not an assignment.
That's a Joe assignment.
All right. Applicant process, right? That was the other one for me?
Oh, yeah, that was the other one for you.
Okay. So the deliverable on this, again, on October 20, it's going to have to be before the 21st, right?
Well, it could be,
Can I communicate with the officers?
I was gonna say, do you want board input on that? We can have you and the officers develop this.
If you do, that's what you should do. We
That's-
just need to know
that's what
ahead of
I-
time if we have to meet ahead. That's all.
And you should let the applicants know what the process is going to have.
Yes.
Right, when we develop it, we'll let the applicants know, and then we'll say, we're gonna interview you.
All right, so I'm going to make the due date on this October 1st. Okay, and I will do the research on different processes, run it through the officers, and the board is going to allow the officers to decide on that process. Everybody cool with that?
Good with that, board?
Okay. So process, board, October 1st.
All right, and then so once we have the process in place, we'll have some idea of how many applicants,
And we'll
and we'll
communicate
communicate how much early on the 21st we'll have to meet to give them a chance to talk to us, to go through the process. Okay? Any more?
Yep, one more.
Oh, the two budget question.
Yes.
I just had to look at my notes.
So I can give you I can answer Drew's question in a short answer. I might be able to deliver the deliverable tonight. So right now we are set up by our Articles of Agreement. We are bound to have two votes, a K through 6 vote and a 7 through 12 vote. Unless the Articles of Agreement are amended, that is the way that your budget has to be presented. The only way to do that is to build a pre-K through 12 budget and then to artificially separate them by equalized people. So we either have to replicate what we did last year, which some voters found very confusing, or you can amend your Articles of Agreement, which would be the process of warning a special meeting, having a special meeting, having an information meeting before the special meeting, and then having a vote, and then waiting 30 days for reconsideration, and then the Articles of Agreement, the specific article that you are amending could be amended in that manner. And the recommendation from the attorney is that if you are going to do that, you would simply make it in a very simple fashion where it would just be all members of the West River Education District get to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. Right now it is very specific to if you are operating your own pre-K through 6 school, you can only vote on the 7 through 12 portion of the budget instead of being able to vote on the pre-K through 12 budget. So I'm happy to do more work and give you guys more information, but essentially that's the decision the board has to make, to decide if you want to amend the Articles of Agreement to allow the citizens of Wyndham to vote on a pre-K through 12 budget, or you want to stay with what you've got and we will artificially split the budget into 2 votes.
Yes.
Lori?
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
What's easier for you?
Well, we all know the answer.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, that's easy.
We knew that last.
One budget, let everybody vote, right?
So that's question 1. What's easier? We all know that, right?
Yeah.
And what's easier for the public to understand? I think those are 2 pretty important questions to weigh.
Yeah. You have thoughts?
Yeah, I'll just follow Al's with my own thoughts. I have absolutely no problem with having this one budget and having Wyndham voters vote on the whole thing. My biggest concern actually right now is actually around our voters and the burden that they've been feeling, having to get out and make so many changes so quickly, so many times to the ballot box, so many challenges that they've been facing. And it just feels like one more burden. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't do it because of that. I just want us to be mindful of what we've been asking of the major changes that we've been going through in the West River District. And, you know, we have done our absolute best to make sure that we have minimized that, and it still has been really challenging. So I just lay it out there for everybody to think about when we make the decision. But personally, I'm fine with one budget.
In line with what Emily has just said, if I remember correctly, you had a whole 160 people vote for the bond.
Perfect.
Out of
Right on.
4,000 or so registered voters.
Yes.
So I think you really have to remember the voter burnout is real at the moment. Just putting it out there.
Agreed.
Well, we're just gonna have to burn them out one more time. The one budget's simpler for the office to do, it's less time consuming, right? Than splitting up 2 budgets, right?
Yeah,
So
and also
that's saving money there. We gotta look where we can save money, people.
it was also complicated when it went up to the state, actually. It was interesting. I had spent a great deal of time with Brad James on the phone because of the way you have to report up to the state to make sure that you all got the tax rates that we thought you were going to get. And you did. So it worked. But it was more complicated all the way around. But I'll do what I need to do.
Go ahead. Emily, go ahead. Well, you were saying, look at the timing on that. You know, no question that it's easier to prepare one pre-K-12 budget and let everybody vote on it. But to address what is very real, you know, voter fatigue, for lack of a better term, you know, can we do the artificial split one more time? We've explained it, we'll explain it again, and we'll also, in the same context, explain that as part of this budget vote, we're proposing this amendment and we'll never have to do this again, and going forward it'll be one budget, and now you're only going to the polls once, and it's gonna end this problem, and, you know, it's sort of do it all at once and fix the problem, rather than try and rush ahead and fix it now prior to the budget vote in March, you know, the end of March again. That's just thinking about it, you know, can we deal with it as a timing issue thing? So I saw hands everywhere when I said that. Yeah, Emily first, then Lindsay, then Drew, then I.
My question's for Lori. Lori, you mentioned that about Brad James and spending all the time. Is there anyone else in the state who has a split vote? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think there might be one other.
Huntington. Is it Huntington? Yeah,
Huntington,
you're right.
Where there was the same issue.
But there are several other districts that are set up like this, but they do vote with one
That
budget.
is correct,
It's
yes.
very important to know that it's not just, you know, we're not doing an outlier by going to one budget. Most of the modified districts actually do vote
That is
with one
correct.
budget.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we've been accused plenty in the past of not really listening to our constituents, and that we've sort of snowballed over things. And I think that it's unfair to say that by us having a vote, it's snowballing over people, because they can come out and vote. But realistically, the voter fatigue is very real, and we understand that. And it's a little like not hearing everyone's opinion about not getting everyone's opinion in the vote, because we know that not everybody that normally would vote is going to get out at this point. So I mean, even people that would normally get out and vote, the few that do, those numbers are significantly reduced. I just feel like it's not necessarily getting a real fair cross-section of the population.
You had your hand up, and has a plan?
If we vote a single budget, how does the Wyndham tax rate get set? How do you determine the per pupil spending for 7-12 if we don't split the budget?
Yeah, I mean, you have to do a back calculation, because there still needs to be a certain portion of the 7 through 12 budget that they're paying on, right?
So in some ways, you have to split it regardless.
In some ways, yeah. Right. It's a little bit different than, you know, basically going through line item type of thing, but yes.
So it is easier, just to follow up on that, it is easier to do it one budget and do that back split to do the tax rate than it is to all the way
split,
down.
but
Gotcha.
yeah, I think the only other comment I would make about splitting the budget is the confusion when it goes to the voters. But they have had one round of it, so, you know, and I think that we need to be careful, or I need to be better equipped to explain the split this year.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, well, it's definitely, I agree, one budget, much simpler, much less confusing to the voters. I have heard so many comments regarding the voter fatigue at this point that I honestly don't know that we could get away with another one without a revolt at this point. It would make more sense to see if maybe we could somehow more effectively explain the split budget one last year and warn it for the annual meeting as a vote to the change to the Articles of Agreement.
When would we need an answer by?
I mean, you warn it, you wait 30 days, you have it. I mean, you need, on a tight timeline, you need 70 days. I mean, you don't have to have an answer on the 21st. I mean, you could have the vote in January and have 30 days to pass. Just to follow up on what Leanne said, voter fatigue is obviously extremely real, but we probably wouldn't want to have the vote at the annual meeting because they're going to be voting on the budget at the actual annual meeting. But we do have an election next year.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Oh, I forgot those were separate, yes, the way it works now.
that could be, if the board was to decide to respect the voter fatigue and know that you wanted to split it again for a year, you might want to consider, if you did want to have a vote on the Articles of Agreement at a time when you'd have high voter turnout to a foundational document of this board. So,
That makes sense. Oh, yes, Rick.
Did we not change things so that the representatives are voted on at the same time as the budget?
yeah, on the at-large.
Right, okay, that, I didn't hear that.
Sorry.
Come out that way, okay.
Yeah, we have one at-large vote on the 27th, 25th. Last year's 27th, this year's 27th. Sorry.
Any more thoughts? Yes.
So my question on the voter fatigue piece and the bond, the second bond vote was mentioned as a low turnout for that. Is that do we think that's a function of voter fatigue or a function of
Last minute.
or just the perceived, like, that wasn't controversial? People supported it widely the first time. People didn't think they had to go out because it might not be controversial. And I would also add to that, the split vote initially, that you may recall, there was some level of controversy floating around that had nothing, well, some people believe it had nothing to do with the budget itself, but other things that were happening, board decisions. So I'm just asking, I guess, from a clarifying question, when people are hearing from folks about voter fatigue, is there a root cause of that we can really analyze, or is it really just people don't want to come out and vote? You know what I mean? Like, what do we think that's really about, or is it really about the actual act of going out and voting? Not only, I mean, maybe it's a more rhetorical question, but I just wondered if that could help inform. If we knew the answer to that, it might help inform which direction you go with that.
I'll just,
Go ahead.
from my perspective, the low turnout isn't the reason why I talked about voter fatigue, from my perspective alone. And I do agree, I think some of the reason why that was low is because I have people say, oh, I didn't vote because I was sure that, we were saving money. Why wouldn't people just get out and vote yes? And, I think there was some of that timing as well, the time of year. I was saying it because I hear feedback a lot, and I think it has a lot less to do with the details of what we're doing or what we're voting on or how we're doing it than it is overall. This has been a significant change for the 5 towns, and there have been multiple times when folks have been asked to go out over multiple different reasons for whatever, whether it's voting or whether it's having to come to meetings, reading articles in the paper. There's just a lot of change. And let's face it, Act 46 has been pretty controversial, especially in our area. And I think that from my perspective, that feels a lot more about what voter fatigue is. And I can't say it without saying that when it comes to voting and voting Australian ballot, our town offices, our town clerks, and the folks who work the polls are really burdened when we have these types of votes. So to say that there's a lot of hours spent, and it's tough when there's only 160 people who vote in 5 towns.
Yeah.
When I went in, I had in the town meeting, one person came in while I was in there, and I was in there a while, and thank God the people who work at the polls had books with them to read. That was a long day.
Okay.
While I agree that there's been a lot of votes this year, this is a whole new process, this whole new merger, and I think that the one budget is more important than worrying about if everybody's getting fatigued on voting. because it'll answer a lot of questions before the vote. In other words, well, we had this article, this article, this article. It'll be, this is the budget, this is it. It's not split. There's not going to be 100 other articles on with just the budget vote. Hopefully, it should just be the budget vote this year. And it'll be one simple vote. People can get out, vote, and understand what they're voting on, and there won't be any confusion. So I say, right now, I just say call the question and, or not call the question, but I'd like to make a motion that we set a date for a vote to amend the Articles of Agreement.
Since he's not suggesting a date, I have no problem with the motion as long as it is, the right, well, I'll wait till somebody seconds.
Does somebody want to second that?
I'll second it so we can discuss it. How about that?
There you go.
Could I make a suggestion? Sure. What if it wasn't a motion, but it was a task that I came back on the 21st with a proposed layout, a whole plan layout. I could have the warning, Bratt, I could have the date that it could happen, and then you guys could have a discussion about whether that made sense at that time while gathering input from your constituents over the next 4 weeks.
Well, if something like that were to happen, I might just withdraw my motion.
You, and then you, or you and then you, I don't know. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that if that were to happen, it would make a lot of sense to encourage some community input on such a big decision.
And your thought?
My thought was not day, but dates, potential dates, because, I'm still not convinced that this is the time. I'm not convinced of what's the right timing yet. And so coming to us with a recommendation of one date is pretty limited, I think. So it would be great to have options for dates.
Okay. So Bill's making another task on his list.
No, this is good. All right. So a
can
process.
So can I withdraw my motion?
Yeah.
Yes, yes, you can.
Would you withdraw your second? Okay.
Okay, the motion is withdrawn. Bill has another task to come back with a recommendation.
Process, warning, and dates for amending the articles for discussion and possible action for the board.
Wonderful.
Sounds good. Sorry, Bill, I'll help you.
That's fine.
And can we do this in a timeline before Lori starts on the budget? Or budgets?
Yeah, there'll be a little concurrence.
Yeah, there'll probably be some concurrence.
I will start building the budget as a pre-K through 12 budget, and then it will be.
We would separate it out at the end.
At the end, anyway.
All right, that's fine.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, so anything else?
Let's get to you guys.
Yeah, anything else for the, administration? All right, they're never coming to the meeting again. Okay, so now, to committees, item 9. We had talked, we have a standing policy committee. Ken is the chair, Mike and Lindsay.
Hey, that one.
Your name flew out of my head when you gave me the eyebrows.
I saw it go.
Who are you? Are members of that committee, and we also have a building committee that is Al, Drew, and myself. Yeah.
Well, before, I will have something.
Okay, I gotcha. So the question is, the building committee has an existing charge. We've been working with the director of operations. We're going through, what the facilities look like, and we're scheduled to actually come back to the whole board prior to budget season and give a recommendation as to what we need to do with the physical plants before the budget gets built. The policy committee got the proficiency-based graduation policy update as an assignment tonight, and I believe there are still outstanding some of the recommended policies that have not been gone through and adopted by us, right?
Mhm.
We've got all the requireds, but we haven't done all the recommendeds.
And they're apparently, according to the VSBA, that all just changed.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you read that?
Yeah.
Started.
Yeah, so.
I think I would just do the
Oh, of
PVGR one.
Oh, my goodness.
So there is work for that
I
committee.
printed it out.
We had discussed at the retreat, Lori had asked about a budget committee, and one of the things we'll get from her is the actual sort of what you're looking for out of that committee in terms of work and charge and everything. And then we had also talked about having a committee to engage in some communications things. And, you know, do we need that committee? Do we have a specific charge for that committee? We had discussed again at the retreat, these committees were not necessarily standing committees, but were, you know, ad hoc, formed with a task and then would go away, with the exception of policy, which, you know, there's always going to be policy. So I guess, you know, we can confirm the membership on those committees. You know, it was suggested that one of the students might want to be on the policy committee. We can have up to 5 members on a committee without it being a quorum of the board.
So that was what I wanted to comment on. I think if we're going to have standing committees, and I agree policy should be, and I think we did talk about maybe building for the time being is a standing committee because there is quite a bit of task.
Mhm.
So we could take that one on as a standing. We know budget is annual, but not necessarily standing. And I think we had a conversation during our retreat that it might be good to cycle different board members from year to year because, you know, it's a learning process as well. And I think that would be helpful for Lori and her office. If we're going to have standing committees, though, I think we should be trying to appoint 5 people for those standing committees. I think it would be useful and helpful. It doesn't mean we'll always have 5, but I just think it would be more useful and helpful and a better representation of the full board when you have the 5 on the committee. If you can't get 5, that's fine, but I think it would be a good idea for standing committee.
Okay.
And I love the idea of the student.
Okay. So, given that policy is a standing committee, we've got 3 members. Assuming they're all willing to continue, do we have anyone else with interest in serving on the policy committee? Student?
What would that committee be doing, so I can understand a bit more, please?
So we have, there are policies that sort of govern how things work. There are required policies that, you know, you have to have a hazing policy, a bullying policy. And it's written for you, and basically we go through it, make sure it makes sense for the, there's very little editing work in there, and then we adopt that as our policy. There are also some recommended policies, and I'm trying to think of something off the top of my head that would be recommended. Ken, can you help me?
You're on your own.
You're the chair of the policy committee. You answer this question.
Well, we did the school choice policy.
Yeah, we did the school choice policy. Don't have to have it because you don't have to have school choice, but the policy committee did the research. They looked at some other districts that have school choice, figured out what made sense for us, talked about you know, limits that they might want to put on, and how do we deal with this situation, and what happens here, and you know, how does it work if you live in Townsend, you have the automatic right to go to Townsend, or you know, and once you go to Newfane, you have the automatic right to come back, and you know, they sort of talked all that through, composed the policy, made the recommendation to the board. The board asked a couple of questions and said, yeah, thank you. They end up doing some of the deeper work that the whole board doesn't necessarily have the time to do in a warned meeting. So the policy committee, or the committee warns its meeting, does that work, reports it back to the board, and the board you know, might ask some questions or something, but we trust the committees to do that deeper look at something, and then, you know, look for a recommendation and take action on it, typically. More questions? I'm not sure I did a great job of explaining that.
You
but-
did a great job, Joe.
Thank you. That from the chair of the policy committee. Al?
So standing versus non-standing committee. What exactly, I mean, to me, policy is a standing committee, right? But they don't meet every month. They may meet periodically. If there's like a whole bunch of new policies that we have to adopt, they might have a stretch of heavy work. And then, so I guess what would that be that definition, right? So budget is a non-standing committee. Is that just defined by the fact that it's strictly during that 4 or 5 months period that you're working on the budget?
Go ahead, Ann.
From my view, policy is how we operate. And we have a lot of policies, and they need to be reviewed on a regular basis. And whether they meet once a month or once every other month or whatever, they're not a committee that would go away. You know, because we always need to update and revise and create and eliminate policies, because that's how we operate here. We operate by policy. We're a policy board. So that's why I think that a policy committee should be a standing committee, because while it can have change in appointment, and it probably should have change in appointment, it's not a committee that would go away, because that's exactly that's how we live in this realm.
Totally agree with you, but I mean, I think budget would be also a standing committee then.
Yeah.
Because we're never not gonna have a budget committee.
Standing committee with a really long time frame.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I'm fine with that too, just,
I mean,
it's all about scope
Yeah, right.
and what we charge the committee with. So maybe they should all have power. At a maximum. I mean, frankly, that's how we always operated. Everybody got assigned a committee. The Leland Air Board, everybody had two assignments.
Yeah, they did. Well, and like there's history here. We talked about it a little bit. Leland and Gray got rid of most of its committees because the committee would do the work and then the board would want to redo the same work. So as long as we agree that we're charging the committee with a task and we're not going to then rehash it entirely, we're saving ourselves time and energy. And, we're trusting the committees to do that deep look. The difference between standing and ad hoc for me is basically, we're always going to have policy, right? And I guess we're always going to have a budget, but the budget committee is going to have a pretty specific charge of working with Lori just to have a deeper understanding, and especially if we're rotating members through every year. I mean, maybe we always have a budget committee, but the membership changes. So I don't know if that would be a standing committee or not. Policy committee, we can have the same people on policy committee because they like policy. For a long, long time. If they like policy, I mean, so we're back to sort of, membership on the policy committee. Ken, Mike, Lindsay, anyone else? Did you twist an arm?
If you want to try it out, you can try it out.
Abby's in? Thank you, Abby. Anybody else?
We usually meet a half an hour before a scheduled meeting, so just so you know. We try not to split up everybody's, more meetings different nights.
Anybody else interested in serving on the policy committee?
All right, so now we need a charge of the policy committee.
So the charge for the policy committee would just be, review and update policies as recommended, as required?
So this has got to be a specific direction from the board to the committee. What is the charge of the policy committee?
Policy review is usually done every 3 to 5 years. I would recommend doing it every 3 years versus 3 to 5.
So review and recommend policies to the board?
That's part of it. There will be a specific charge now too. Well, and that, create as necessary or whatever, because we want a proficiency-based graduation policy updated.
Would you like the policy committee to make a recommendation for their charge? To present to the board on October 21st.
Ooh. For the board's consideration.
How about that?
Sure.
I like, that's their task.
All right, you hear that,
There's your
Ken?
first task, guys.
You have two
Run that by me.
tasks.
Run that by me again? My task is to figure out my task.
Your task is to
Yes.
figure out how to word your charge. I mean, you know what you're doing. You know what you're supposed to do. It's not gonna change from what
For
you've
the
been.
board's
from what
consideration.
you've
This is
been.
official, I got it in writing.
Just write it. Good, right?
All right. Go
All
to
right, so the building committee.
Yes.
We have 3 people on the building committee. Do we have other interest in the building committee? Trash.
I'm not on for 2 because I don't think I can do budget. Because of timeline.
Well, that's 5. We can do that.
I just feel like everybody should step up on some committee, so I feel like I have to step up for something.
Okay.
It's hard enough.
Okay, so we've got 5 on the building committee.
Okay, so the building committee's task
Is to write their
is to-
charge.
is to write a charge for the consideration of the board by October 21st.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Who's on
You, me,
that? The others, oh.
Al,
That's Al and-
Drew.
Trying to get some
Trish.
Ready to charge who's chair. Isn't it Drew?
Drew is the chair. He's gonna be really thrilled.
That's what I was trying to get at. But Drew's not in the room, so we might have to get him to do that.
Okay, yep.
The charge of the budget committee.
Lori,
Yes.
in order to actually form this budget committee for you, could you help with the charge on that a little bit? So people know what they're signing up for? I mean, we'll form, like, when do you want it, what do you want them to actually do for you? Is it a year-long standing thing that you're gonna be working with them all the time, or is it just a
Mike's gonna be on this
4 or 5 month shot? What are you looking for?
So
Yes.
how I would envision a budget committee would be actually fairly short term. I think that it really is leading up to the budget. I was thinking somewhere in the vicinity of 4 meetings. And the first meeting would be to just review, when we first do the budget, we're bringing in, information from all different areas, and it's just a basic review of the budget. And then the first draft is presented. But in that first review, it would be great to have the budget committee really understand where those numbers came from, right? We talk about equity, and your values, and do you see those as board members in the budget, right? I mean, that's an important thing for you to be able to identify. And then the second meeting, I would think, would be after we get some more information from the state, so after that December 15th timeline, when we have equalized pupils and we start getting real with tax rates, right? So we put together this great budget, an expense budget, and then reality hits and we get equalized pupils, we get revenues from the state, and now we have to make decisions. So, that type of pre-work with a budget committee would be invaluable to understand, where those numbers come in from, what they do to the tax rate, and then be able to help explain it to everyone else. And then, probably a third meeting after the second meeting, when we come back with a second draft that has some more realistic numbers and some revenue assumptions and that type of thing. So meet again and make changes if necessary. And then meet prior to the budget information meeting to just really help understand, so that when the public has questions, are able to answer them. So that was my vision of a budget committee. And then it could be, longer term as far as, reviewing quarterly reports. Next meeting, I guess, on the 21st, I'll be coming with a quarterly report of how the first quarter is shaking out for West River. And we'll take a look at an expenditure status report. So, maybe the budget committee would have some insight into that and a preview of that.
Okay.
that give you an idea of
It does.
what I was thinking anyway?
It
I'm not
does.
sure what you all were thinking, and,
We weren't sure.
okay.
It's like, we'll let Lori tell us what she thinks. You know, with respect to the quarterly report, if you want input ahead of time, officers could do that too. I'll volunteer then.
Okay.
So.
You volunteered for the budget?
No, I volunteered for the officers
Yes.
to review the quarterly report. I'm looking for volunteers
Oh,
for the budget committee. Al, Leanne, Trey,
All right, I'll do it.
Mike.
Trey, nice. Leanne, nice.
I will as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go in there too.
Nope,
That's too many, isn't it?
I think that's too many, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is it? Yay.
1, 2, 3, 4. Well, it's 4 board members, four voting board members and a student, so you could if you wanted.
Okay.
Okay.
But that's, okay.
Who do we have then? Al, Leanne, Mike, Trey.
Me and
1, 2, 3, 4.
So that's 5, right? Doing,
It's 5 and a student.
okay.
Since there's not a vote there, it doesn't
I'm gonna
Well,
let
they-
you.
doesn't
Mike,
go
do it.
quorum.
Okay, yes, I will do that.
You are tasked with.
Yes, tasked with inviting to the first meeting and develop a charge that you will bring back for the board's consideration.
Okay, and lastly, is there a community engagement, communications sort of, you know, we had talked about that fourth possible committee. Is that committee, do we have a charge for that committee, if it were to exist?
And this came out of a conversation that almost every bit of feedback we shared at our retreat was we need to improve communications with our community.
Right.
So it was
Schools
this
need to
board
communicate
that-
better, board needs to communicate
Just trying
better.
to do it for the public,
Right.
so that
Right.
we all.
I think
You know-
Drew would sign up for this one.
I know Drew would
I'm
not
pretty
say.
sure before, he said he was, right before he left, I think that's what he said.
Community.
No, this one is
Make
one
sure
he
you
said
sign
he
me
would
up
not be on. Well, and we said as a board, we needed to do a better job of this, and we need to encourage this. My question isn't, does it need to happen? It's, if we form a committee and, you know, whatever we call it, what's the charge for the committee? What are we tasking them with doing? That we're not gonna all do as a board, you know? I mean, we all know that we need to communicate, you know, we need to try and communicate effectively with our constituents. The schools need to communicate effectively with their parents. I mean, we heard communication struggles, you know, across the board at every level. So, you know, it's not necessarily, it's just, what do we tell them, what do we have them working on if we form them? Not necessarily, we don't need to do the work, it's just, you know, and maybe we don't know exactly what that work is yet. I don't know.
Or do we just need to refine the procedures we do now with the public? In other words, basically, we're warning everything where we should be warning it, correct? All 4 schools, the town offices, and,
3
right?
places in each town.
Right. So we're warning correctly, so we're posting correctly. Are we putting up all the school Facebook pages and websites? Right, they're all up,
Very good at that.
right, because so that communication is already up, we just need to make, I want to say, we need to make it more apparent to the public that this stuff is out here, this is where you need to look. Does that make any sense? We already have places for them to look, we just need to let them know where to look.
So is that somehow a job for a committee?
That's what I'm saying, do we really need a committee for that?
Well, I was just
Thinking out loud?
I'll just say that I think it's probably more than that. It's not a matter of a lack, I don't think that our lack of communication has to do with the lack of the required community postings and all of that that we need to do, or Facebook or whatever. I think it's actually outreach. I'm not volunteering, but I am saying that I think a committee could come up with a plan to improve communications with our communities around not just changes or issues that we have, but with the good things that are happening in our schools in the West River District. And I don't know when the timeline of this needs to take place, or whether we even need to do it now, but I think given the conversation we had, I think a plan for increasing transparency and figuring out better ways for outreach into our communities to allow them to feel more comfortable and connected to our schools and the work we're doing is a good idea. That's all.
So maybe something like going to a festival, like a heritage festival, having a table there, and being able to communicate with the people.
Yeah, I mean, so I was
Just
going,
as an
I was
idea.
going higher than that and saying just, this is the kind of thing we would ask a committee to come up with. Ideas like that. I think that's a great idea. And there should be others.
I think we just found our chair.
That would make 3, no way.
I only got 2.
So is that something we want to task a committee with then, is to sort of do that level of thinking? Like, we need to think of more creative, different ways. I mean, maybe we need to increase awareness about ways we're already communicating, along with trying to think of new ways to communicate. You know, it never occurred to me to go have a booth at a festival, you know, but maybe there is. You know.
Or maybe a quarterly newsletter to the communities from the board, or, you know, maybe, I mean, there's a million ideas that could come out of the committee.
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
what I'm saying, and I would just really like for us to consider at some point having a committee. I don't know what time it's.
Okay.
I don't know, this sounds right up Emily and Al.
I think,
yes,
as
Alley,
a thought, since it doesn't seem like maybe anyone's ready to jump on board with this at the moment, that maybe we can make it a task for the next meeting. Everybody can come with a couple ideas, or we can also task Bill with.
No.
I don't know what. Let's task Joe with it. We're gonna task Joe.
I liked your first idea a lot.
Everybody come with
where,
one.
you know, this is something that the whole board needs to do better. And, you know, we could have the committee do the work, but before we have a committee do it, you know, can we, everybody come up with something, everybody think a little bit, and then, you know, maybe there'll be an idea there, or a person who becomes willing to take that and run with it. It's a good idea. You had something to
I
add,
was
too?
also going to just add that at some point, because didn't Al say that would be 3 committees for me, and I can't handle that many, which is an absolutely accurate statement. If we're going to actually operate by committees, and I think you've all heard that, for me, committees are, I've seen the good side and I've seen the bad side, so I want to see how it works out. But I think that if we're going to do it, we all have to take part of the burden. It's part of our be present norms that we agreed to. And I think that it might make sense to consider having either the chair or the officers appoint committees, as opposed to people volunteering. It's great if people volunteer, but if we're going to have committees, we all need to participate in one way.
Do we have a new Jamaica rep?
So I'm not suggesting you do that now.
No.
I'm just saying that you ought to continue to think about how we're going to operate, because when we do this, sometimes it's the few who end up taking on all the burden, and we don't always do that.
No,
We
that-
don't have everybody here. So.
That is the way the
Yeah, new board.
WCSU board operates. Committees are formed, and then the chair appoints. So,
Just putting it out there.
no, it's not a bad idea. If we were getting to a place where we weren't getting volunteers, there could be, you know, appointments.
And also rotate so everybody learns.
Right. So if we actually go out as a whole board task and come back with, you know, tasks for community outreach, expanding our communications, and whether that's, you know, a way to focus current type current channels of communication or make them more available, or an entirely new way. If you can come up with one or two, we'll discuss committee assignments, but that's a whole board assignment. So we've made it through. Are there any other possible committees? That was what we wrote, that was what we had discussed at our retreat, but I mean, if something jumped up and down at someone, I wouldn't want to go past. All right, so the last piece is the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to
Um,
approve the consent agenda,
The pay orders got their 2 reviews, right?
which
Okay.
includes the minutes of 8/19, 9/3, and 9/4, and the pay orders.
Second.
All right, all in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we do not need an executive session, correct?
We do need an executive session.
We do?
Well, we don't need an executive session. We do need to talk to the board about availability.
Do you have dates? Times, possible?
Ish.
Ish, do you want to not do it now then?
Well, next Monday.
The executive session that we talked about having
Tonight.
ahead of time couldn't happen, so now we need to reschedule it. Next Monday is tentative from you and the parties, or?
So we need to do it,
We'd like to schedule it at 5 o'clock.
we need to do it by the Friday the 27th. Needs to be completed
Right,
by Friday the
Right,
27th.
we have to do it before Friday the 27th.
Okay, so you want to do it at 5 o'clock next Monday?
Yes. And I know 5 is very difficult.
And 6,
There's some,
Oh, you need a quorum.
Joe?
right, I need 6.
Tomorrow after
I can do
11
5.
6 will work.
5?
I can do 5. I'll do 5.
Leanne, Al, no, you can't.
At either 5 or 6?
Well, there's a time
I'll
part
know
of
more
this.
tomorrow about the timing of it.
Yeah. We just needed to know if 6 people could be available at 5.
All right, so
We might be.
you're saying for 5 o'clock?
Initially, I think that's
You can
the
do 5?
wise
You
move
can
to
do
say
5?
initially.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you see a show of hands who can be available for 5 o'clock next Monday?
We've got,
Do we have?
yeah, we've got a quorum for 5 o'clock, just going this way.
So we'll communicate out if it's going to be 5 or 6.
Okay.
Okay? We just
Okay.
needed to know. Can you guys do 5? Oh, you
What?
you will not be able to.
No, they
attend.
can't come to executive session. No.
Drew's calendar looks okay.
Oh, thank you.
It's nice to have all those things in sync.
Aries refused to use at 6 p.m. next Monday. I don't know if that affects
Okay,
them.
all right, so that, we didn't need one
Is this the
tonight.
one that the parents have to go with?
Yes.
All right, so is there any other business tonight?
Motion to adjourn.
Then we, thank you. Is there a second?
Not bad, guys.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Good job with the norms, and we are out on time.